Chapter 1. Have I transcended? Chen Yan, you little rascal, are you still asleep? The sun is blazing. You're going to be late for school. A roar, akin to the ferocious bellow of a lion, penetrated the door with precision, jolting the youth wrapped in blankets like a spring roll. Oh, I understand. Mom, you'll get up right away, Chen Yan mumbled, his eyelids heavy as if burdened with lead. Struggling to sit up, he stared vacantly at the ceiling, resembling a recently unearthed terracotta warrior. Suddenly, an invisible bolt of lightning struck him squarely on the crown of his head. Holy cow! Chen Yan jolted awake, his eyes widening in disbelief. My fiery war chariot. It hasn't ascended yet. Resources. The resources will be snatched away. Adrenaline surged to a peak, instantly obliterating his drowsiness. With the swiftness of a bachelor of 18 years, he snatched his phone from a bedside, finding the fingerprint unlocked too slow, and resorted to frantically pressing the password. The familiar dun of the Island Clash BGM blared, but it felt like a death knell, sending his heart racing. His fingers trembled as he opened the laboratory. What the hell? A whale nearly tore the roof off. 2 million gold coins. A full 2 million. Just from a brief nap. Who the hell attacked my base 7 times? Does he think I'm an ATM? Gazing at the pitiful balance, Chen Yan was so furious he felt like crawling through the internet cable for a real-life showdown. Grinding his teeth, he slammed the last of his gold into upgrading infantry. Forget it. Just think of it as feeding the dog's a saving experience. He deflated like a punctured balloon, bleary-eyed as he set down his phone, resignedly rolling out of bed. 10 minutes later, looking somewhat presentable, Chen Yan munched on a slice of bread, mumbling, Mom, I'm off. Outside, it seemed as though the heavens held a grudge against him. Moments ago, it was merely overcast. As he twisted the throttle of his electric scooter, torrential rain suddenly poured down. Raindrops pounded against his helmet visor, blurring his vision like a waterfall. Damn, is this targeted harassment? Chen Yan cursed while struggling to scrape a line through the slick visor to see the road. The subpar raincoat was utterly useless, water streaming down his neck and soaking into his clothes, icy and bone-chilling. High schoolers have no rights in such heavy rain. Can I take a day off? No way. No way. In the world of the overachievers, there's no taking a day off. He brainwashed himself as his scooter danced on the flooded streets. As he contemplated whether to have braised pork rice or yellow braised chicken rice for lunch, suddenly beep, beep, beep. A blaring horn, piercing as if it were the very trumpets of hell, cut through the relentless rain, crashing into Chen Yan's ears. Every hair on his body stood on end, his neck stiffly twisting as he turned sideways. Through the blurred gaps in his visor and the torrential downpour, a colossal iron silhouette loomed, exuding an overwhelming sense of impending doom, barreling towards him at a terrifying speed, shattering the curtain of rain. The blinding headlights with a singular eye of death. In an instant, Chen Yan's mind went blank, leaving only the BGM playing on repeat. Could life spare me? Just this once? No way. Am I really this unlucky? Boom. There was no time for thought, no sensation of pain. The world spun chaotically, instantly engulfed in darkness and shattered by immense force. The sunlight was warm, the sand soft, and the sound of the waves was a gentle roar. Chen Yan smacked his lips, scratched his slightly itchy cheek, turned over, and intended to continue his slumber. This mattress exuded a surprising sense of nature. Knock, knock, knock. A light, yet damp tapping sensation graced his face. What the hell? Chen Yan sprang up like a startled fish, though he barely managed to rise, his soul nearly escaping his body. A daft seagull, neck outstretched in a pecking posture, stared blankly with its small, green eyes at this sudden resurrection of food. Am I dreaming? Chen Yan, still disoriented, began to pat his body in a frenzy. Arms? Present. Legs? Here. Head? Seems intact. Shouldn't I have been reduced to a two-dimensional mosaic by that ton of metal? How come all my parts are still in order? Before the exhilarating relief of survival could wash over him, he was bewildered by the sight before him. A golden, soft expanse of endless beach. A vast, azure sea stretching into the horizon. Behind him loomed a lush, densely vegetated island. And then there was this seemingly frozen seagull. Where is this newly opened, immersive theme park? Chen Yan was utterly perplexed. The seagull finally snapped out of its stupor from the shock of the human's sudden awakening, emitting a terrified caw. It flapped its wings and scurried away, as if it had seen a ghost. "Hey, you there. Who are you? Where did you come from?" A voice, as rough as sandpaper on stone, laden with unmasked suspicion and authority, abruptly yanked Chen Yan from his philosophical musings of who am I and where am I. Stiffly, he turned his head slowly. Two hulking men clad in camouflage, their skin dark and muscles bulging, stood before him, brandishing archaic yet menacingly cold rifles. The ominous black muzzles were unwaveringly and precisely aimed at his head. The air became palpably tense. "Wow, big brother, your prop gun looks remarkably realistic. Which production team is this?" The special effects crew must have splurged. Chen Yan, captivated by the dark, gleaming metallic barrel, fell prey to his occupational hazard and knowledge accrued from gaming, instinctively reaching out to touch the rifling on the muzzle, eager to assess the intricacies of this prop. "Kid, are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. Who are you? Where did you crawl out from?" The man with the gun, evidently uninterested in discussing prop craftsmanship, growled, his voice like sandpaper grinding against iron, laced with the scent of gunpowder. He flicked his wrist, the cold metal, still carrying the faint odor of gunpowder, now pressed firmly against Chen Yan's nose. With a resounding thwack, it collided solidly against the tip of his nose. A chill surged through him, radiating along his nasal bridge, shooting straight to the crown of his head. The sensation was hard, heavy, and bore the roughness unique to death, utterly distinct from the softness of a plastic toy gun. Chen Yan jolted as if struck by a high-voltage current, frozen in place, forgetting to breathe. Just moments ago, he was still enveloped in the enchanting fantasies of an amusement park, but with a sudden pop, those illusions shattered into oblivion. What the hell? An earth-shattering realization detonated in his mind like a nuclear bomb. This thing, it is real. Not a movie set. Not a prank. Certainly not some advanced immersive VR. The chilling cold emanating from the gun's muzzle, capable of freezing one's very soul, and the unabashed vigilance and murderous intent reflected in the eyes of the burly man before him screamed a stark truth. Chen Yan, a high school senior who had just yesterday lamented the loss of 2 million gold coins in a game, had truly traversed realms. Moreover, he had landed amidst the Gunbareltothe-Face deluxe package. This beginning surely exceeded even hellish difficulty? Chen Yan's mind overloaded instantly, plunging into a void. He felt as though his soul was attempting to escape from his head, only to be forcibly yanked back by the icy muzzle. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, mingling with the sand on his face, blinding him. He parted his lips, but his throat felt as parched as if sandpaper had been dragged across it, and not a single word could escape. Instead, he stood there like a bewildered goose, staring blankly at the dark abyss of the gun that seemed capable of devouring everything, along with the fierce visage behind it that seemed to scream, "If you don't tell the truth, you'll meet your maker." The air was suffocatingly silent, save for the crashing of waves against the shore and the thunderous beating of Chen Yan's heart, pulsating painfully in his eardrums. Chapter 2. Island Warriors. Old Wang, just look at that pitiful expression. Another soldier, sun-baked to the color of soy sauce, jabbed his elbow into his companion and whispered, with that small frame, head topple over with the slightest breeze. "Can he really be a spy? I reckon he's just some lazy citizen hiding away in a corner on this desolate island, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean and waves towering 3 stories high. Could he really have drifted here? Does he fancy himself Poseidon?" The soldier known as Old Wang, his eyes still fierce enough to devour, did not shift his aim an inch. "Oldly, spare me your softness. Even if he's a citizen, slacking off at such a critical moment is a capital offense. Look," he gestured with his chin toward the bustling activity not far off. "Which of our brothers isn't toiling under the blazing sun, constructing radar and laying foundations? And he, here enjoying the sun and sand like it's a vacation?" Old Wang shot a fierce glare at the crouching Chen Yan. At this moment, Chen Yan was no longer oblivious. He was discreetly scanning the 2 men with his peripheral vision course military uniforms, bulging muscles, fierce gazes, and archaic yet menacing weaponry. They were clearly game infantry. The evidence was irrefutable. "What are you staring at? You'll gouge your eyes out. Hands on your head. Get down," Old Wang bellowed, spittle nearly splattering Chen Yan's face. Chen Yan quickly buried his head lower, yet his mind was racing. "This is bad. These two options leave me with either being shot as a spy or executed as a slacker. Either way, it spells doom. This opening scene resembles a hidden level in a hellish dungeon, with the difficulty set to the maximum. However, the exchange of banter between Old Wong and Old Li just now was a veritable explosion of information. Radar? Expanding sea territory? Island troops. It's confirmed. Chen Yan's heartbeat surged from a state of desperate struggle to fiery passion. The soul of a seasoned gamer awakened instantly. After all, he was the commander orchestrating thousands of troops and conquering countless islands from his mobile device. What kind of formations had he not witnessed? Well, aside from the two actual gun muzzles before him. Damn, Old Wong, calm down. Oldly remained the more level-headed of the two, tugging at his companion's sleeve. Our Hope Island has just been established. It's a crucial time for construction, and we are in dire need of strong labor. Even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. Let's tie this kid up and hand him over to the commander for judgment. Be it execution or mercy, let the commander decide. Old Wong snorted disdainfully, casting several fierce glares at Chen Yan before reluctantly shifting his gun barrel slightly away. Fine, I'll follow your lead. This lazybones gets off easy. Get up, come with us. If you dare to play tricks, they'll make a few ventilation holes in you right away. Just as Chen Yan was hoisted up like a chick and had yet to regain his footing. Ding! A crisp, melodious system notification echoed unexpectedly in his mind. Chen Yan jolted, nearly leaping off the ground. It's here, the standard equipment for a traveler. The golden finger. It has finally arrived. Welcome, host, to the marvelous world of Universal Islands. Host, Chen Yan is stowaway between two worlds' current identity. Slave loading novice task. ZZZ. Loading complete. Task objective. Within 30 natural days, seize absolute dominion over Hope Island. Become the unquestionable leader of the island. Task success. A luxurious VIP starter package awaits. Task failure. Dear, we suggest you restart. Elimination process. The ecstatic smile that had blossomed on Chen Yan's face, akin to winning 5 million, instantly froze, then shattered into countless fragments. What the hell? 1,000 curses surged through his mind. Damn system. You're taking advantage of my misfortune, kicking me while I'm down, starting off with nothing and expecting me to become the island's ruler in 30 days? If I fail, it's account deletion. You're more ruthless than a capitalist. Despite the internal tirade, Chen Yan took a deep breath, inhaling the salty, briny sea air tinged with a hint of despair, resigning himself to his fate. Having a system is better than being left naked. Spending a lifetime as a slave, moving bricks and repairing cannons daily, that's worse than being erased. Let's do this. Onward. Subsequently, Chen Yan was escorted by Old Wong and Old Li, one on each side, toward the heart of the island. The sights along the way were both familiar and foreign to Chen Yan, a seasoned player. A familiar scene unfolded. A large group of people busily encircled a massive wooden frame, laboring away. That contraption, could it be a rudimentary form of radar? Constructed from rough timber, it lacked even the semblance of a coil, so pitiful that it made Chen Yan, accustomed to instant radar construction in games, cover his eyes. Strange aroma. This island was far larger than he had envisioned, infinitely more expansive than the minuscule sandbox from the game. At its center lay a relatively flat expanse, suitable for construction, where a few tents and wooden cabins were sparsely erected. Surrounding it were steep mountainous terrains, and behind him stretched the golden beach that had nearly become his final resting place. The air was thick with the pungent sense of sawdust and sea salt, a reality so vivid it was almost overwhelming. It felt as though he had plunged from a sandbox mobile game into an extraordinarily authentic realm. Soon, the trio arrived before structure. Chen Yan cast a fleeting glance, and his DNA stirred. A level 1 base. The familiar, rudimentary design of the wooden cabin, the meager door, yet standing at the entrance were two sentinels clad in coarse military uniforms, their gazes vigilant at definitive confirmation. This was undoubtedly a newly established novice island. Were Old Wong and Old Li the ones who brought him here? Level 1 infantry, no doubt about it. Chen Yan felt as if he had unraveled the entire situation. Now, he was merely curious about the identity of the legendary commander. The sentry at the door abruptly raised his weapon, blocking their path with a piercing gaze. Old Wang cleared his throat and squared his shoulders despite the slightly wrinkled uniform. Brothers, we apprehended a suspicious individual during our patrol, sneaking about on the beach. We request to escort him to meet the commander and await further orders. One of the sentinels nodded expressionlessly. Wait. He turned and pushed open the creaking wooden door, slipping inside. The minutes spent waiting felt like centuries to Chen Yan, his mind racing as he contemplated whether to feign ignorance or engage in a battle of wits. Old Wang and Old Li stood like two sentinels, flanking him, their weapons subtly aimed at his lower back. At last, with a creaking sound, the door opened. The sentinel who had entered peered out halfway, his voice flat and emotionless. The commander has commanded enter. Chapter 3. Who are you, really? Chen Yan was thrust into the command center, a rather large, hastily partitioned public workspace made of wooden boards. He felt like a country bumpkin newly arrived in the city, his eyes darting around in curiosity at everything. The rudimentary wooden desks, the coarse maps, and the several staff members clad in similarly rough fabrics, scanning him with inquisitive glances. Who is this? A new face? He looks too delicate, not like one of us laboring folks. A new advisor? Dressed like this? He resembles a fallen aristocrat. Their whispers infiltrated his ears, and Chen Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just as he attempted to muster a friendly smile, the infantryman escorting him displayed little patience. What are you dawdling for? Is this a temple fair? A hard, cold object, the butt of a rifle, rudely jabbed in his lower back with such force that it nearly sent him stumbling. Move it. The commander is waiting. Chen Yan was propelled forward by this brute force, stumbling through the office area until he reached a relatively more opulent wooden door. The door swung open, releasing a wave of mixed aromas of wood and smoke. The room was small. Behind a sturdy wooden desk stood a man in a crisp, light blue naval uniform, adorned with a one horizontal bar and 2 stars on his shoulder, an enlisted officer, the standard for a first-level commander. Chen Yan quickly assessed the situation. The man had been gazing down at a nautical chart on the desk, but slowly lifted his head upon hearing the commotion. Wow! Chen Yan instinctively gasped internally. This man exuded a formidable presence. His deep blue eyes resembled 2 dark wells, devoid of emotion, yet sending shivers down one's spine. Standing tall, the muscular contours beneath his uniform radiated power, akin to a walking model. No, rather a living embodiment of formidable strength. You may leave now. The man's voice was not loud, even somewhat calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority, as if infused with an invisible pressure. The escorting soldier immediately saluted sharply and turned to exit with precise efficiency, leaving Chen Yan alone to face the commander. The door clicked shut, severing the outside world from view. Chen Yan's taut nerves relaxed just a fraction. At least for the moment, he was spared from the immediate threat of a gun barrel. The commander, while intimidating in appearance, seemed to be a reasonable man, or at least one willing to listen, which was certainly preferable to the 2 brutes outside. Instinctively, he glanced around in search of a place to sit, but his gaze froze as it fell upon a shadow in the corner. Goodness, a man was seated cross-legged there. His appearance was utterly astonishing. His face was adorned with vibrant paint, his upper body bare, revealing a riot of colorful totem tattoos. Around his neck hung a necklace of animal teeth and shells, and his lower half was wrapped in a vividly colorful, flamboyant fabric. The entire figure exuded an aura of primal mystique. A high priest? Chen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. There's a high priest on this first-level island? This setup is all wrong. Isn't it supposed to be unlocked only in the later stages of the game? A bug, perhaps? Or a hidden storyline? His CPU began to whir rapidly, attempting to analyze this extraordinary NPC. Who are you? The commander spoke, his voice remaining calm. Yet his deep blue eyes glinted with a sharpness akin to a blade, seemingly capable of piercing the depths of one's soul. Here it comes, the life and death interrogation segment. Chen Yan took a deep breath, retrieving the fisherman's unfortunate script he had long prepared, his expression striving to convey 7 parts innocence and 3 parts trepidation. Reporting to the commander. I'm a fisherman from the neighboring coral reef island. My name is Chen Yan. Yesterday, while out at sea, I tragically encountered a storm. My boat capsized, and I was knocked unconscious. I awoke on the beach of your island. His lines flowed smoothly, and his gaze was sincere. Jiang Fan remained silent, his fingers gently tapping on the rough wooden table, seemingly assessing the veracity of Chen Yan's words. Just as Chen Yan's heart raced with hope of evading suspicion, a soft chuckle, laced with an air of omniscience, emerged from the shadows in the corner. The flamboyantly adorned high priest slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were of a pale hue, nearly amber, now shimmering with an inhuman light, as if capable of seeing through one's soul. Young man, your heart is deceiving. The high priest's voice was peculiar, akin to the sound of sand being rubbed together, imbued with a strange rhythm. The divine has revealed to me that you bear no trace of the storm's bitterness, only dust that does not belong to this ocean. What are you concealing? His gaze locked firmly onto Chen Yan. A chill surged from the soles of Chen Yan's feet straight to the crown of his head. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet instantaneously, rendering him cold enough to raise the hairs on his body. It was over. He was done for. This high priest was not merely ornamental. He was a hidden boss equipped with a lie detector. Jiang Fan's brow furrowed tightly, his gaze towards Chen Yan now imbued with a palpable danger. Are you one of the Dark Guards? The tone suggested that should Chen Yan dare to nod, he would be torn apart in the next instant. No, no, no. Chen Yan shook his head vigorously, his survival instincts surging. Commander, I swear to the heavens, I am but a commoner. Pure, more genuine than 24K gold. I wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. How could I possibly be part of the Dark Guards? His voice trembled, tinged with a hint of desperation, half genuine fear, half performance. The high priest shook his head, his expression beneath the layers of paint appearing both compassionate and cold. Commander, banish him. He is enshrouded in an ominous fog. To remain here would surely bring irreparable disaster to our island of hope. Jiang Fan's brow knitted tighter, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping across Chen Yan as if evaluating a dangerous object. Why not simply kill him? Wouldn't that be cleaner? His tone remained flat, as though discussing what to have for dinner. Chen Yan's heart leapt to his throat. The high priest once more shook his head, his voice imbued with undeniable certainty. No. The shedding of blood would taint this nascent land, inciting wrath from the deities of the ocean and sky who protect us. At that moment, the divine statue would lose its radiance. Our vessels would be bereft of protection amidst the tumultuous waves, and the path of exploration would be fraught with endless turmoil. Jiang Fan fell silent for a moment, clearly swayed by the notion of divine favor. He nodded gravely, acknowledging, indeed, one must not defy the will of the gods. The high priest, without lifting his eyelids, casually uttered a few words, as if discussing the pleasant weather, simply cast him back into the sea. Chen Yan's mind buzzed, utterly bewildered. No, brother, commander, high priest, surely one must apply reason. Chen Yan nearly sprang up, his voice cracking. Throw me into the sea? How is that any different from executing me outright? I learned to swim from my physical education teacher. I can barely manage 2 meters of dog paddle. You cannot do this. I am of great use. I can repair things. I understand technology. I can help you upgrade your base. I can construct mortars. I can be as useful as a horse to you. He spoke in a frenzy, desperately clutching at the last straw. Commander Jiang Fan merely regarded him with an impassive expression, the last vestige of hesitation evaporating from his gaze, leaving behind only a cold resolve. I am sorry. The will of the gods must not be resisted. Before he could finish, the door creaked open. The soldier who had escorted him, Old Wang, and another burly man entered like sentinels, without uttering a word, and effortlessly seized Chen Yan, who was still futilely struggling in an attempt to appeal to reason and emotion. Wait, Commander, let's discuss this further. I can even farm. His protests were brutally silenced. Chen Yan, like a chick awaiting slaughter, was dragged out of the room by 2 robust first-class soldiers, leaving only the echoes of his despair to resonate in the humble command center. Outside, a few curious staff members shrank their necks, exchanging knowing glances. Another unfortunate soul exiled by the gods. Look at that tender flesh. It would be a shame to feed the fish. Hush, Keep your voice down. If the high priest hears you, you'll be next. Chapter 4. The descent into the sea. Chen Yan resembled a despondent fish out of water, being unceremoniously dragged by two burly men, one on each side, their grip firm as they transported him towards the southwestern corner of the beach. The damp sea breeze slapped against his face, yet it could not disperse the chaos swirling in his mind. The fervor for life? That notion had shattered into a million pieces the moment he learned he was to be tossed into the ocean to feed the fish, coinciding with the countdown of his system task. Alas, young man, it is such a pity for someone of your tender age. The soldier beside him, puffing on a homemade cigarette that reeked of burnt rubber, exhaled a cloud of smoke that enveloped Chen Yan's face, his eyes betraying a hint of cheap sympathy. In your next life, remember to steer clear of the sea. Chen Yan rolled his eyes, devoid of even the energy to retort. Let all be over swiftly. The sensation beneath his feet transitioned from the softness of grass and mud to the roughness of gravel, and his field of vision widened. Behold, before him lay a bustling construction site. A group of brawny men, their skin glistening from the sun, were shouting commands as they toiled under the weight of heavy wooden crates. Through the gaps in the boxes, Chen Yan's keen eyes caught a glimpse of a cold metallic glimmer. Arms. A solid confirmation. The destination of their labor, unmistakably, loomed on the horizon. A fleet, if one could call it that. Though the game's novice commander was equipped with nothing more than 2 meager landing craft and a small gunboat. The scene before him brimmed with grandeur. Several sturdy, albeit somewhat antiquated, landing ships lay anchored, surrounded by a flurry of small boats, scurrying like ants, ferrying supplies from the shore to the grand vessels. This spectacle was far more impressive than the abstract icons depicted in the game. It exuded a primal and rugged sense of expansion. What do you think, lad? Stunned, are we? The soldier with the cigarette puffed out his chest proudly, ash cascading down like confetti. Look, this is the invincible fleet of our esteemed commander. Soon, I shall board this warship and embark on a mission to expand our territory and achieve great feats. How imposing that shall be. He took another deep drag and deliberately exhaled the second-hand smoke towards Chen Yan. Envious, are we? Alas, you lack such fortune. Chen Yan remained unfazed, a hint of amusement flickering within him. Expand our territory? With his scant resources and a band of novice infantry, would they dare confront an island fortified with machine gun bunkers? Surely, they were merely delivering experience points. He could almost envision this exuberant rookie soldier, transformed into a tragic sight as he met the roar of heavy machine guns. The harsh realities of war? The fervor of fresh recruits? Such notions require the cold waters of reality to extinguish. Look there. The cigarette-smoking soldier gestured with his chin towards the most decrepit little boat anchored in the shallows. That is your ride, a luxurious one-way ticket to the underwater palace of the dragon. Chen Yan, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to your entire family. The two soldiers paid no heed to his rich inner turmoil, unceremoniously tossing him onto the swaying, rickety little boat as though he were a mere sack of potatoes. On board the vessel, a few sun-kissed, reticent figures resembling fishermen gathered. Old Wang exchanged a few hurried words with them, likely instructing them to cast this troublesome cargo far away and ensure he did not return. Then, the two men ignited the ancient engine, which sputtered and belched black smoke. The small boat chugged away from the clamor of the shore, venturing into the shimmering azure depths. The coastal winds and waves were surprisingly tranquil, the water so clear that one could see the little fish gliding beneath the surface. The sun radiated warmth, and the sea breeze carried a hint of salt. If one could disregard the fact that he was unceremoniously tossed overboard like bait, the scenery was rather healing. Farewell, brother. Old Wang stood at the bow, feigning a wave, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. In your next life, remember to choose a better birthplace. Say hello to the sharks for me. Another soldier cackled in agreement. Chen Yan had neither the energy to curse nor the will to retaliate. He could only muster a silent gesture of defiance and, with the last vestiges of his strength, emitted a voiceless proclamation before the cold sea swallowed him. I, Chen Yan, shall return. Cue the dramatic background music. Time drifted by, consciousness submerged in a viscous darkness, rising slowly and laboriously. Cough, 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 gag. Chen Yan abruptly opened his eyes, nearly expelling his lungs from the briny, fishy, bitter substance that assaulted his throat. The glaring sunlight elicited a torrent of tears. He found himself sprawled on an entirely unfamiliar golden beach, much like a stranded, salt-dried fish. The tattered rags clinging to his body had been half-cooked by the sun, stiff against his skin, exuding a potent mixture of the scent of a defunct seafood market and sun-bleached disinfectant. The foul odor in his mouth was unbearable. He felt like a walking human embodiment of a salt plum, both salty and sour, utterly disheveled. Good grief. I'm still alive? Chen Yan struggled to sit up, every bone in his body feeling as if it had been dislocated, yet the exhilaration of surviving surged within him like effervescent bubbles. What a robust life. Even the king of Hell Woon Ti claimed me out of disdain for my poverty. He surveyed his surroundings. This beach was even more primitive than Hope Island, with coconut trees soaring high and straight, a vibrant green that dazzled the eyes. His gaze fixed upon an exceptionally tall tree, laden with green coconuts. The plump fruits glimmered under the sunlight, as if promising the essence of life. Chen Yan's throat instantly parched like the Sahara Desert. Coconuts, the elixir of life. His eyes sparkled as he staggered towards them. However, upon glancing up at the tree, which soared at least 3 meters high with a smooth, unyielding trunk, his smile slowly faded. How cruel! Even a tree dares to mock me. He lamented, kicking the trunk in frustration, only to recoil in pain. Forget it. I shall venture deeper into the island in search of fresh water. I cannot perish of thirst here. With leaden legs, he trudged into the lush jungle, stepping cautiously through the underbrush. The sunlight was fragmented by the dense canopy, and the air was so humid that it felt suffocating. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the chirping of insects and the sound of his own heartbeat. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 a series of sharp, piercing sounds shattered the tranquility. Several crudely fashioned wooden arrows, barbed and rough, grazed his scalp, arms, and thighs, violently embedding themselves into the tree, trunk, and the ground behind him. One of the arrows even narrowly tore the fabric of his pants. Who on earth is attacking? This is utterly dishonorable, Chen Yan exclaimed, his heart racing as he scrambled behind a large tree like a clumsy donkey trying to roll. Peeking out cautiously, he spotted several figures emerging from the thick underbrush and shadows of the trees. Goodness, their appearance was more ferocious than that of the high priest from Hope Island. Adorned with vibrant feathers, their faces painted with stark white, their bodies wrapped in skirts made from dried grass, leaves, and unknown animal hides. They wielded rudimentary wooden spears and bone knives, their eyes fierce and menacing. They were chattering rapidly in a strange, incomprehensible dialect directed at Chen Yan. Hey, can you speak in a language I understand? Chen Yan thought to himself, bewildered. This encrypted conversation is beyond my comprehension. Beep. The system has detected that the host is attempting to engage in cross-cultural communication with an uncivilized primitive tribe, encountering significant language barriers. Initiating emergency protocol. Loading global language barrier-free communication. Primitive tribe special edition. Module. Buzzing. Loading complete. Kindly note, this module includes basic vocabulary and a plethora of body language translations. Wishing you a pleasant communication experience. Almost instantaneously after the system prompt, the wild chatter of the tribe transformed in Chen Yan's ears into comprehensible language. The leader, marked with 3 white stripes on his face, pointed his bone knife at the crouching Chen Yan, exclaiming excitedly, "Look, it's a white-skinned monkey from outside, hairless and clad in strange fabric. Line him up. He'll be our feast tonight. No, wait, a sacrifice for the chieftain. Tie him up tightly." Chen Yan, what? A feast? A sacrifice? I just escaped one predicament, only to tumble into another? Can this time travel narrative get any worse? Chapter 5 Encounter with the Chief. Chen Yan found himself ensnared by 2 wild brothers, adorned in grass skirts and emanating an aura of untamed freedom, who had bound him with coarse vines, dragging him through the primordial jungle like a zongzi during the Dragon Boat Festival. What on earth is happening? Chen Yan's mind raced in turmoil. In less than 24 hours, he had been assaulted by the king of heavyweights, confronted by the barrel of a soldier's gun, tossed into the sea to feed the fish, and now was being delivered as a meal to the wild chief? Which hapless author concocted this ludicrous time travel script? This is utterly ridiculous. All I desired was to recline on my bed, watch the upgrade bar of my blazing war chariot fill, and not have my gold pilfered. Sobi. He was filled with indignation, feeling as though the entire world conspired against him, a frail, pitiful, and helpless gamer. Hey, could you gentlemen be a tad gentler? This vine is stabbing me painfully. Do you understand the essence of humanitarianism? Ah, no, wild humanitarian concern? Chen Yan could not help but grimace and voice his complaints, purely out of discomfort. To his astonishment, something miraculous occurred, the wild man leading him, adorned with 3 stripes of white paint across his face, abruptly halted, turning his head, his eyes wide with naive astonishment. Brother, what is the matter with this white monkey? I can actually understand what he is saying. The white people we captured before only chattered incoherently and wailed. His more composed by comparison, wild companion also stood in shock, scratching his feather-adorned head. Indeed, brother, I too can comprehend. Strange occurrences abound this year, more than ever. This monkey is rather peculiar. What do we do now? The white-striped wild man appeared somewhat flustered. The steady wild man pondered for a moment, then slapped his thigh, almost causing his grass skirt to fall. What else can we do? Quickly deliver him to the chief. This matter is too bizarre. Only the wise mind of the great chief can unravel it. Hey, I say you too. Chen Yan listened in disbelief as they openly conspired in his presence. Could they not discuss how to handle the ingredient a bit more quietly? I can hear everything clearly, you know. Can you not respect the ingredient's right to be informed? Ouch. Chen Yan's words had scarcely left his mouth when he received a solid kick from the white-striped wild man. What are you chattering about? We can understand you too. Keep talking, and I swear we'll roast you as a snack. The kick was forceful, causing Chen Yan to gasp in pain, and he promptly dismissed the notion of humanitarianism from his mind. Wincing in agony, he could only curse the 2 wild brothers in his heart while reluctantly observing his surroundings. As they traversed the dense jungle, the scenery suddenly opened up, revealing a relatively spacious settlement. Several houses, constructed from enormous yellow stones, were neatly scattered about. Their roofs were thickly thatched with straw, appearing quite sturdy. What the heck? Chen Yan's eyes widened in realization. He recognized these houses. In the game Island Warriors, were there not similar stone houses, charred black and reduced to mere ruins, on the islands occupied by the Dark Guard? However, what lies before him remains intact. It even exudes a raw, rugged charm reminiscent of exquisite decoration. A bold notion, like a flash of lightning, cleaved through the clouds of his despair. The Dark Guard has yet to arrive. The island's indigenous inhabitants have not been imprisoned. Power still resides. Could it be that he can stir things up? By harnessing the strength of these natives, he could launch a counteroffensive against that accursed Hope Island, unseat that charlatan Commander Jiang, and ascend to the throne himself. A system task? 30 days to become the island lord? It seems not entirely impossible. The moment this thought sprouted, it proliferated wildly like weeds. He must act. A gamble. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Take a chance. Transform a motorcycle into a jeep. System brother. System father. System grandparent. Chen Yan fervently implored within his heart, urgently seeking aid. Did you see? I found a breakthrough. Quickly, provide some initial funds. Any beginner's equipment will suffice. Even a nail clipper will do. Yet, his mind echoed with silence. That wretched system appeared to have completely crashed. Damn system. Don't play dead. I know you're there. You have the ability to issue tasks. You can provide equipment. Chen Yan, in a fit of desperation, cursed inwardly. Ding. Continuous and insulting verbal assault on the system detected. Punishment mechanism activated. Newbie task, deadline shortened by 1 day. Current remaining time, 29 days. Kind reminder, please maintain decorum and engage in civilized communication. Chen Yan. A surge of blood nearly erupted from his mouth. Are you kidding me? Shortening it by a day? Brother, dear brother, I was wrong. I spoke carelessly. Please have mercy. Hurry. Provide something useful. Otherwise, I'll soon become Chief's special sashimi. The task will fail outright. Chen Yan immediately cowered, fervently begging for forgiveness, his sincerity worthy of an Oscar. Ding. Survival probability of the host detected to be below 5. And the attitude of acknowledgement is acceptable. As an exception, a portion of the newbie gift package rewards will be advanced. Rewards being distributed. The host has acquired Mastery of Firearms, Pistol Specialization, Master Level, a bonus, Gold Beaton. 44 Magnum Revolver 1, includes 6 rounds of 44 Magnum ammunition. A torrent of vast and chilling information surged into Chen Yan's mind. Every detail of the lethal weapon named Python, its structure, the sensation of recoil, ballistic trajectories at various distances, techniques for swift draw and aim, was indelibly etched into his nerves. At that moment, he felt as if he had stepped forth from a Western film as a quick-draw gunslinger. Simultaneously, he distinctly sensed a cold, weighty metallic artifact quietly suspended in a compartment deep within his consciousness. It was the silver python, exuding a deadly allure. Item has been stored in a 1 cubic meter storage space, Newbie Special Edition. The host may retrieve it while using thought. Important reminder, once the item is withdrawn, it cannot be returned. Please use it judiciously. A surge of inexplicable confidence welled up within Chen Yan. Although he possessed merely 6 bullets, these were 44 magnums capable of taking down an elephant. In this primitive tribe, still wielding stone and wooden spears, this weapon was akin to a divine tool of dimensionality reduction. Exhaling deeply, he felt a sense of relief. Despite the harrowing ordeal, he finally had a trump card. It felt exhilarating indeed, as Chen Yan engaged in a battle of wits with the system. Though he was predominantly the one being outsmarted, they arrived at the heart of the tribe. Before them stood a stone structure larger than the others, adorned with a menacing totem at its entrance. Several robust adults, their faces painted with intricate designs and adorned with an array of beastly teeth and bone ornaments, emerged from the grand dwelling. Upon seeing Chen Yan bound by vines, astonishment and curiosity flickered across their faces. Alu Abu, what did you acquire this white-skinned monkey? One of the men, marked with lightning patterns on his visage, bellowed. Lately, these creatures seem to sprout like mushrooms after the rain. Before Alu and Abu, who were escorting Chen Yan, could respond, he preemptively adopted a pitiful expression and loudly proclaimed, "Hey, someone do something. These 2 brothers are far too rough. He tied my arms so tightly I can hardly feel them. They even kicked me just now. Is there no law here?" At this outburst, the men at the entrance, seemingly the elite of the tribe, stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. The lightning-patterned warrior instinctively rubbed his ears. He understood the words spoken, and we can comprehend him. Another warrior, adorned with a massive wild boar tusk across his chest, spoke in a changed tone. Alu and Abu, what is this? Only then did Alu and Abu realize the gravity of their situation. Abu hastily pointed at Chen Yan, his words tumbling over each other in a flurry of explanation. Great esteemed ones. This monkey is most peculiar. We can all understand his speech. He is unlike those before who could only wail and cry. The man referred to as the great chief, standing at the center, his face painted with the most intricate designs of sun, moon, and stars, adorned with a necklace of polished, colorful stones. His gaze, deep and penetrating, remained silent as he scrutinized Chen Yan. His penetrating eyes lingered on Chen Yan for several seconds, as though assessing a most bizarre artifact. Finally, he inclined his head slightly, his voice deep and imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. Bring him in. Chapter 6. The chief's peril. The coarse vines were finally unraveled, and Chen Yan grimaced as he rubbed his wrist, marked red from the constriction, feeling the blood flow return. He flexed his aching joints, casting a furtive glance at the chief before him, whose face was adorned with mysterious celestial symbols, and whose gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. From whence do you hail? The chief's deep voice reverberated within the stone hall, imbued with an undeniable authority. Chen Yan inhaled deeply, striving to appear composed. From a neighboring island, he paused, recalling the locals' level of understanding, and added, the island, you know? It's the land surrounded by the sea. The chief nodded slightly, his expression concealed beneath layers of paint, revealing no discernible emotion. I see. Recently, there have been too many whites like you. Before you, a dozen or so have drifted ashore or stealthily approached the island. His dark brown eyes fixated intently on Chen Yan. Why? Where do you come from? Why is there an influx? What transpires in these waters? Chen Yan's mind raced, combining the intact stone houses he had seen previously. He swiftly grasped the critical information. This was the early onset of the game's narrative. The Dark Legion had yet to arrive. The islands in this region were still under the control of the indigenous people. Yet, this also signified that his time was limited. The iron tide of the Dark Legion could crush this pristine tranquility at any moment, transforming these fierce natives into laborers in dungeons or cannon fodder on the battlefield. To survive and fulfill his mission of becoming the island lord, he needed to convert these formidable indigenous people into his primal legion before disaster struck. Objective: retake Hope Island and displace the one surnamed Jiang. Chen Yan's expression grew earnest and sincere. He slowly spoke, his voice laden with a deliberately cultivated gravity. Great Chief, have you sensed the unrest in this ocean, this sky, even the very land beneath our feet? An invisible storm, reeking of destruction, is rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. No, toward your homeland? The chief's eyes instantly sharpened, his body leaning forward slightly, an oppressive aura enveloping the space. A storm? Do you mean yourself, outsider? You are that storm. Chen Yan's heart sank. This chief was no fool. He hastily shook his head, urgency lacing his tone. No, Chief, I'm not like those before me. The storm I speak of is real, a calamity capable of annihilating everything. He took a deep breath, presenting a pivotal question. Have you ever seen a fleet? Fleet? The chief's brow furrowed, clearly unfamiliar with the term, his fellow high-ranking natives exchanging puzzled glances. Just as he suspected, Chen Yan was certain that the breakthrough lay here. He needed to convey the impending horror in the most visceral manner possible. A fleet, Chen Yan emphasized, gesturing with his hands. Not your small boats. They are countless colossal islands forged from steel, capable of traversing the seas. They are impervious to harm. Your most resilient shields appear as fragile as parchment before them. Your sharpest spears cannot even graze their hide. He stepped forward, his voice infused with a near-pitying urgency in the weapons they carry. Chief, you cannot fathom. They are monstrous entities that can unleash fire and steel. Their roars can make the heavens tremble. Their growls can effortlessly shred your bravest warriors, along with the very ground beneath their feet, into oblivion. Just like this. Chen Yan made a dramatic gesture, a thunderous explosion. Flesh and blood scattered. Not a trace of bones remained. The horrific image he painted was too vivid, causing several high-ranking onlookers among the tribesmen to gasp in shock, their eyes reflecting genuine fear for the first time. And Chen Yan shifted his tone, straightening his posture, his gaze burning intensely upon the chief. I happen to possess a weapon from that storm of destruction world. Though it may not rival the might of those colossal vessels, its power is sufficient to reveal but a mere glimpse of the tempest's true nature. He gestured towards the spacious square outside the hall. Grant me an opportunity. Let your tribe's mightiest warrior engage me in a fair duel. I shall wield no weapon, only this artifact in my hand. Chen Yan's expression turned profoundly earnest, imbued with an air of desperation. If I prevail, you and your tribe must heed my command. I will lead you through the impending cataclysm, carving a bloody path for survival. If I am defeated, Chen Yan pointed at his neck, my life is at your disposal. No complaints will be uttered. The chief fell silent. His profound eyes scanned Chen Yan's face and form, as if weighing the truth of the white man's words and the source of his seemingly reckless confidence. The hall was so quiet one could hear a pin drop, save for the crackling of the burning torches. At last, the chief slowly rose, his towering figure elongated in the firelight. He spoke in a deep voice, laced with determination, for the fate of the tribe. I accept your challenge. ATU. Step forth. He called out a name. 2 hours later, the vast clearing at the heart of the tribe was teeming with people, the atmosphere as vibrant as a festival. Almost every able-bodied tribesman had gathered, encircling the area in layers, excitedly waving their arms and emitting guttural roars. Their collective gaze was fixed upon the two figures in the center of the arena. On one side stood Chen Yan, clad in tattered modern attire, appearing out of place amidst the surrounding grass, skirts, and feathers. His form so slender it seemed a gust of wind could topple him. On the other side was the chief's chosen champion, the tribe's foremost warrior, Atu, a remarkable sight. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his body was a tapestry of muscles as solid as granite, his dark skin glistening under the sun. He wielded a massive warhammer, crafted from a single block of obsidian, the head larger than Chen Yan's own head. He casually waved his hands a couple of times. The gusts of wind they stirred, causing those nearby to instinctively take several steps back. His gaze towards Chen Yan was laced with contempt and a thrilling eagerness to reduce him to a mere pulp. Atu! 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 Crush him! Crush that scrawny monkey! The deafening cheers nearly overwhelmed Chen Yan. His palms were slick with sweat, and his heart raced wildly within his chest. Though he wielded a mighty python, theory was one thing. The prospect of firing upon a living being, especially under the watchful eyes of this primitive tribe, was immensely intimidating. Most crucially, he felt uncertain. Does this world have a health meter? Would a single shot be lethal, or would it merely cause a loss of hit points like in a game? Regardless, a dead horse can still be treated as a live one. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yan resolved to take a gamble. He stealthily slipped his hand into his pocket, and with a mere thought, a chilling metallic sensation instantly filled his palm. The Colt Python, 6 rounds of 44 Magnum ammunition. His trump card. Begin. The chief's deep voice resonated like a command. A thunderous roar erupted from Atu, his massive form charging forth like an activated tank, moving with both weight and swiftness. Brandishing that fearsome obsidian warhammer with an overwhelming force, hurtling towards Chen Yan. The ground seemed to tremble beneath them. The surrounding cheers reached a fever pitch. Everyone appeared to envision the imminent moment when the frail outsider would be reduced to a mere smear of flesh. Chapter 7. Panic. Just as Atu surged within a 5-meter range, the colossal hammer, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, was poised to descend. Chen Yan sprang into action. His right hand, which had been tucked into his pocket, was suddenly drawn forth. A silvery object, shimmering with the cold gleam of metal under the sunlight, elegantly simplistic yet exuding a brutal aesthetic, materialized in the gaze of all present. In the very next instant, before anyone could fully comprehend, a thunderous explosion reverberated above the primitive tribe. The sound was so abrupt, so violent, it was deafening. It was as if the heavens themselves had been torn asunder. Several birds took flight in alarm. The raucous cheers that had filled the air only moments before were abruptly severed by an unseen hand. The excitement, mockery, and anticipation etched upon the faces of the wild men were instantly replaced by unparalleled horror and bewilderment. Many were so startled by the tremendous noise that they found themselves collapsing to the ground. Now, looking at the scene, Atu, in full charge, appeared as if he had been struck by an invisible giant hammer upon his right arm. He emitted a wretched, pitch-altering scream as the heavy obsidian hammer slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground with a resounding clang. His massive frame staggered violently, his left hand desperately clutching the area just above his right shoulder. Blood, vivid crimson blood, it gushed forth between his fingers. Writhing in agony, Atu curled up like a boiled shrimp, rolling on the ground, howling. Where was the dignity of the tribe's foremost warrior? Only excruciating pain and the terror of an unknown force remained. The entire tribal square descended into a deathly silence. All the wild men, including the chief, stood petrified, their eyes fixed on the silver artifact in Chen Yan's hand, still emanating wisps of smoke, and on the writhing form of Atu. Their expressions filled with incomprehensible fear and reverence. Chen Yan slowly lowered his gun, his heart still racing. Yet a surge of immense confidence welled within him. He had wagered correctly. In this world, there was no health bar. The gun was the ultimate truth. He gazed at the chief, whose complexion had drastically changed, his expression grave. Chen Yan spoke with a calmness that bore undeniable authority. "Chief, this battle is won by me. If you wish for this warrior to survive, you must hasten to staunch his wounds." A guttural roar erupted. "Stop him!" The deathly silence that Chen Yan's gunshot had ushered in was shattered by a chorus of enraged and terrified howls. A few nearby, wild warriors, their eyes ablaze with fury, seized their stone axes and sharpened wooden spears, encircling Chen Yan like enraged beasts. The spear tips and axe blades glistened ominously in the sunlight, aimed directly at him. Their gazes were filled with primal ferocity, but deeper still lay an unfathomable fear of the thunderous sound and the plight of their comrade. In their eyes, Chen Yan had transformed from a mere prey into a horrific monster clad in human skin. Chen Yan felt a jolt in his heart, yet he endeavored to maintain an air of composure befitting a master, despite a slight cramp in his calf. Damn! The stress response had indeed kicked in. His palm was slick with sweat around the grip of the pistol, the muzzle slightly drooping to avoid provoking his adversaries, while his fingers remained firmly poised on the trigger. 6 bullets in total, 5 still in hand, having fired 1 earlier. No fewer than 7 or 8 warriors had surrounded him, with a dark throng looming behind. Should a confrontation ensue, the most favorable outcome would be that he takes down a few, only to be pierced like a sieve by the enraged tribesmen, thus prematurely concluding this wretched journey through time. A gamble. It was a gamble. He wagered that this chief was a man of understanding. He hoped he could comprehend the weight of the firearm in Chen Yan's grasp. Time seemed to stand still. Chen Yan could hear the thunderous beating of his own heart, feel the heavy breaths of the surrounding tribesmen, and sense the slight tremor of weapons wrought by tension. The air was thick with the scent of blood, sweat, and an explosive tension, though no gunpowder was present. All eyes were fixated on the man at the center of the arena, whose face was adorned with celestial symbols. The chief's war paint seemed to deepen under the strain of tension. His keen, hawk-like eyes were locked onto the silver weapon, still emitting wisps of smoke in Chen Yan's hand, before sweeping over the writhing figure of ATU on the ground. Ultimately, his gaze returned to Chen Yan's countenance, which appeared tranquil, yet concealed a flicker of apprehension in its depths. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Chen Yan felt his nerves fraying, "All, stand down!" The chief's low, penetrating roar erupted in the square like thunder. The voice carried an undeniable authority and a hint of suppressed fury. The warriors encircling Chen Yan stiffened, their fierce and reluctant gazes still ablaze. Yet their long-standing deference to the chief compelled them to instinctively lower their weapons and slowly retreat, their eyes still fixed on Chen Yan, akin to a pack of wolves poised to pounce. "Quickly, lift ATU away. Use the finest herbs. Stop the bleeding. Heal him," the chief bellowed next, his voice imbued with concern for his warriors. Several tribesmen, regaining their wits, rushed forward with care to lift the still moaning ATU and hastily departed. The atmosphere in the square finally eased from the brink of explosion, yet the lingering fear and reverence permeated the hearts of every tribesman like a tangible force. The chief inhaled deeply, as if to suppress the tumultuous waves within his chest. He turned to face Chen Yan, his expression a complex tapestry, filled with profound trepidation towards the terrifying weapon, heavy concern for the tribe's future, an overwhelming sense of impotence in the face of incomprehensible power, and a glimmer of struggle against a faint hope. "Honorable guest." The chief's voice was somewhat hoarse, adopting a far more courteous address than before. "Please, follow me." He no longer regarded the intricate gazes of his tribesmen, turning to stride towards his most magnificent stone dwelling. His posture remained erect, yet it seemed to carry an added weight. Chen Yan secretly exhaled in relief, the cold sweat on his back nearly saturating his tattered clothing. He had won the first gamble. With an impassive demeanor, he discreetly tucked the massive python back into his waistband, using his ragged garment to provide a semblance of concealment, and stepped forward amidst countless gazes filled with fear, curiosity, and hatred, following closely behind the chieftain. Inside the stone dwelling, the atmosphere was considerably cooler than outside. The chieftain gestured for Chen Yan to take a seat, a young savage girl, her face adorned with green stripes, presumably a servant, gingerly placed a freshly chopped green coconut before him on the stone table. The sweet coconut water emanated an alluring fragrance. The chieftain did not sit. His towering figure cast an imposing shadow within the dimly lit stone chamber. After a moment of silence, his gaze fell upon the bulge at Chen Yan's waist, though obscured by the fabric, and he slowly spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. "We have witnessed the might of the thunder you wield." He utilized the term thunder, one they could comprehend, to refer to the firearm that had torn through ATU's arm, shattering their previous understanding. "Thus, I accept your proposal." He lifted his head, his eyes locking onto Chen Yan's with a resolute determination. "I shall provide you with 100 warriors. You may train them, command them, in your own manner, instill in them the strength to confront the storm." He evidently perceived the fleet Chen Yan described as a storm. However, the chieftain's tone suddenly intensified, his gaze sharpening. "You must uphold your promise. Utilize this power to protect my people. Safeguard our homeland. In the face of the impending annihilation, grant us a path to survival." Otherwise, he left his sentence unfinished. Yet the warning in his eyes was unmistakable, though the tribe may not withstand the thunder. They certainly possessed the means to ensure that Chen Yan would never silence again while he slept. Chapter 8. The planned Chen Yan lifted the coconut and took a hearty gulp. The sweet nectar quenched his parched throat and eased a hint of tension. He set down the coconut, meeting the chief's scrutinizing gaze with an expression of unwavering confidence. "Honorable chief, rest assured, I, Chen Yan, am a man of my word. Give me time, and not only will I ensure your survival, but I will elevate your existence to a realm tenfold, 100-fold better than now." He rose to his feet, arms outstretched, his tone imbued with fervor. "My ambition extends beyond merely preserving this island. I intend to forge an empire that spans the seas, an unprecedented force of strength. And you," he pointed at the chief, "will be my esteemed founding elders, the nobility of this empire. No longer will you dwell in stone houses or don grass skirts. You shall inhabit fortified bastions, adorn yourselves in exquisite garments, and indulge in an endless feast. Your descendants will bask in the glory of the empire." As the chief listened to Chen Yan's grand vision, his expression remained relatively unchanged. Stone fortresses? Exquisite garments? Endless provisions? Nobility of the empire? Such concepts were overwhelming. Though it seemed somewhat far-fetched, the thought of the miraculous artifact in Chen Yan's possession sparked a glimmer of possibility. He fell silent, seemingly digesting the immense influx of information, and eventually nodded slowly. "Very well. 100 warriors shall assemble at dawn tomorrow in the training grounds, and I will entrust them to you." Success. A surge of elation coursed through Chen Yan, yet he maintained a facade of calm composure, even elegantly sipping another mouthful of coconut water. The initial strategic alliance had been tentatively established. However, his mind raced with calculations. 100 warriors? That sounded substantial. Yet the command remained with the chief. He was merely a temporary CEO. A misstep could lead to his immediate dismissal, quite literally. The pivotal challenge lay in transforming this troop into his own foundation. As he contemplated whether to paint a grand vision or foster camaraderie, an unexpected chime resonated in his mind, akin to a heavenly melody. Detected that the host has successfully acquired nominal supreme military command of the primitive tribe. Achievement unlocked. Surface Monarch. Empire Domination System. Now officially activated. Core System Functionality. Points Mall has been unlocked. The host may acquire domination points through completing system tasks, expanding territory, vanquishing foes, and developing influence. Points can be redeemed in the mall for technological blueprints, elite troops, strategic resources, personal enhancements, and even advanced technologies from other worlds. Newbie tip. The host currently possesses 100 points. Strive to earn more points and embark on your path to domination. Chen Yan. His hand trembled, nearly spilling the precious coconut water. An indescribable ecstasy surged through him, clouding his thoughts. By heavens, the golden finger. It has finally reached its complete form. A points mall. Does this not imply that one can grow stronger merely by spending money? Although I am currently impoverished, the future is indeed promising. It is as if he envisions countless high-tech weapons, elite warriors, and even mechas beckoning to him. With this, not only is reclaiming Hope Island feasible, but also vanquishing the Dark Guard and dominating these waters is not merely a dream. Chen Yan forcibly suppressed the almost ear-to-ear grin, striving to maintain an inscrutable expression. He solemnly nodded at the chieftain, who was still lost in thoughts about the opulent life of the future aristocracy. It is settled. Tomorrow morning, we shall meet at the training ground. In his eyes, an unprecedented glimmer of ambition sparkled. What a serendipitous stroke of luck. This feeling is truly exquisite. The chieftain's words about training still echoed in his ears, and the feigned smile on Chen Yan's face was nearly frozen. What nonsense about VIP treatment? His mind was consumed with one singular thought. System. Maul. Golden finger. I must cheat the game. Indeed. You are exceedingly considerate, chieftain. Chen Yan immediately climbed aboard the bandwagon, his tone so enthusiastic it could melt stone, yet his body betraying an urgent weariness. Oh dear, you cannot fathom how it feels to drift at sea for a day and night, dancing with death. My bones feel as if they are about to crumble, and my eyelids are as heavy as if laden with lead. I would appreciate it if you could have someone take me to rest. The chieftain's deep, oceanic eyes scanned his face, likely noticing that his thoughts had already soared far beyond the horizon. Thus, he said no more, merely waving his hand. Two muscular, paint-adorned tribesmen immediately stepped forward, escorting Chen Yan as if both guiding and supporting him. As they traversed the tribe, Chen Yan disregarded the curious, wary, and even slightly fearful gazes directed at him. He felt akin to a cat being dragged by the scruff of its neck, languidly led to a solitary thatched hut at the edge of the village. The earthen walls, weathered by rain, bore a tattered appearance, and the thick yellow thatched roof loomed low. From the outside, it appeared so shabby that Chen Yan questioned whether this VIP room might be a storage shed for fishing nets. However, upon opening the door, wow, Chen Yan nearly choked on his own saliva. The exterior was unremarkable, but inside, it was surprisingly well equipped. All the necessary furniture was made of stone. Sturdy stone benches encircled an equally robust stone table. In the corner lay a bed constructed from stone slabs, topped with a thick, unknown dry grass mat that surprisingly exuded a rustic comfort. Most astonishing was the peculiar object in the corner. A pit carved from a single block of stone. It was connected to a shallow, smoothly polished stone trough that extended to a small drainage hole in the wall. Chen Yan stared at it, his lips twitching. This thing, could it possibly be a stone toilet? He circled this primitive bathing facility in wonder, marveling at the ingenuity of these tribespeople. It appeared primitive, yet showed a remarkable appreciation for quality of life. Had they pioneered an eco-friendly dry toilet millennia ahead of their time? The wild guide, utterly oblivious to his grievances, shoved him into the room and with a creak, firmly closed the heavy wooden door, securing it with a lock from the outside. The sound of the lock caused Chen Yan's eyelids to twitch momentarily, yet this minor interruption was swiftly cast aside. A distinguished guest? A prisoner? What did it matter? Now, instantly, immediately, open the marketplace. Like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, he flung himself onto the stone bed, which was thickly layered with hay. The straw rustled softly, and a blend of sunlight and the earthy scent of plants filled his nostrils. System. Marketplace. Open for me. Chen Yan roared within his mind, his thoughts piercing the void like a heated iron brand. A faint tremor rippled through his consciousness. Chapter 9. The system marketplace before him unfurled a soft, semi-transparent screen, its texture akin to flowing mercury, with edges radiating a faint, cool blue halo, imbued with a sense of transcendent technology. However, the gigantic letters at the top of the screen, flickering with a dull metallic sheen, felt like a bucket of ice water dousing Chen Yan's fervent anticipation. Black iron level marketplace. The term black iron appeared drab and dismal, exuding an air of cheapness and inadequacy. Black iron? Chen Yan was oblivious to its meaning, yet he instinctively understood this was no high-end marketplace. Even if the beginner-esque gift was meager, Did the system really have to assign him the lowest tier? Was it a greedy beast that only accepted and never gave? He fought to suppress the urge to curse, his thoughts racing swiftly across the screen. The product list of the Black Iron level was pitifully short, a mere few lines resembling the emptied shelves of a looted supermarket. Inferior bandage, 1 point. Effect barely noticeable, bandaging speed 5. Hard biscuit, 1 point serving. Capable of bludgeoning a dog, merely sustains the bare minimum for survival. Simplified stone axe, 1 point. Attack power 1, extremely low durability. Better off using 1's hands to break wood. Chen Yan's eyelids twitched in disbelief, his fingers hastening their movement, the flickering flame of hope within him threatening to extinguish. Is this it? Just this? He nearly wished to pierce through the screen. He desired divine weapons, magical scrolls, an auxiliary tool that could elevate him instantly into the skies, not a pitiful recycling station. Suddenly, his motion came to an abrupt halt. His fingertip hovered over an icon. The icon was simple, a pixelated silhouette of a figure clad in coarse military garb, wielding an old-fashioned rifle. Beneath it, a line of small text read, Standard Infantry, 5 points unit. Chen Yan blinked, convinced he must be hallucinating. Infantry? Can this be purchased? Game soldiers? Human trafficking? Intriguing. Instinctively, he clicked on the details. The icon enlarged, and more detailed descriptions appeared beside it. Chen Yan's gaze was magnetically drawn to the text, his heart beginning to race uncontrollably. Standard Infantry, basic combat unit. Equipped with an old rifle and lightweight bulletproof vest. Possesses fundamental combat instincts and an awareness of teamwork. Key feature: this unit is a living entity, endowed with independent thought, emotion, and growth potential, not a mechanical or puppet creation. Core advantage: summoned through the marketplace system. It holds absolute loyalty to the host, purchaser. This loyalty is imprinted on the very essence of the soul, unshakable and unbetrayable. The will of the host is the highest command. Alive? Capable of thought? It can think independently? Chen Yan inhaled sharply, his eyes widening to an astonishing degree. Moreover, absolute loyalty. These 4 words struck like thunder, igniting a wildfire in the chaos of his thoughts. Previously, he had been troubled, pondering how he could control a military composed of unfamiliar natives while standing alone. By mere words? By sheer dominance? Don't be ridiculous. The wild men appear foolish. Yet the chief is quite astute. But now, infantry, infantry. Chen Yan murmured to himself, his breath becoming labored, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rough surface of the stone bed. With infantry purchased from the marketplace, utterly loyal to serve as mid-level officers or even squad leaders, just like inserting nails into the wild men's army, each entirely obedient to my command. Once this thought crystallized, it unleashed an explosion of euphoric delight, a force wholly belonging to me, as responsive as an extension of my own body, to employ them for relaying orders, supervising execution, and, when necessary, controlling the situation. Was this not the very essence of his dreams? The eyes and hands to command the entire scenario? Act. Buy. Must buy. Chen Yan was so exhilarated he nearly sprang from the stone bed, yearning to transform into a fervent spender, exhausting all his points on infantry. However, as his gaze drifted to another icon beside the product list, and the price tag beneath it sent a shiver through him, his soaring enthusiasm was instantly doused with icy water. Small landing craft, 45 points each. A level 1 landing ship. It is crucial for beach landings. Without it, no number of soldiers would suffice. Glancing at his pitiful balance, current points, 100. The ecstasy on Chen Yan's face froze like a paused video. He counted on his fingers, calculating rapidly. Infantry, 5 points each. Landing craft, 45 points each. 100 points. What the hell? Chen Yan felt a surge of frustration rise in his throat. Could he only purchase 2 infantry and 2 landing ships? Was 100 points merely a whisper of sound? He clutched his heart in agony, envisioning the tragic spectacle of his points cascading away. This marketplace was a veritable gold-devouring beast, more merciless than luxury stores in the real world. System. Chen Yan lamented inwardly. Who devised this outrageous resource exchange rate? 10,000 resources for 1 point. It's highway robbery. 10,000 units of wood, stone, and steel could build a small pyramid, yet it's worth only 1 point? System. The exchange rate is based on the conservation of cosmic energy and the value assessment of resources across dimensions, being fair and just, benefiting both young and old. Chen Yan. Fair, my foot. He gazed at the solitary 100, then at the icons for infantry and landing ships, his eyes oscillating wildly between desire and pain. Infantry is the key to commanding an army, the bedrock. Landing ships are the mobile force, the legs of expansion. Both are indispensable. Gritting his teeth, a tragic determination flashed across Chen Yan's face. One cannot catch wolves without sacrificing children. He would go all in. His resolve shot forth like an arrow, decisively striking the purchase option. Confirm purchase, standard infantry 2, costing 10 points. Confirm purchase, small landing craft 2, costing 90 points. Yes, no. Chen Yan shut his eyes, steeling his heart. Yes. Yes. Bye. Ding. Purchase successful. Items, standard infantry 2, have been stored in the storage space. Items, 2 small landing boats have been stored in the inventory. Current points balance, 0. 4 cold system notifications echoed in his mind. Almost instantaneously, he felt a distinct presence in the depths of his consciousness within the storage space. 4 items had materialized, 2 orbs emanating a faint life force, akin to dormant embryos, alongside 2 miniature vessels shimmering with metallic luster. The items had been acquired. But was that all? He raised his hand, gazing at the emptiness of his palm. A profound sense of void engulfed him like a tsunami, swiftly drowning the fleeting joy he had felt moments before. This sensation was more excruciating than being struck by a freight truck, more tormenting than being roasted alive by savages. He sighed softly, feeling an emptiness that seemed to siphon away his very heart along with the 100 points, leaving behind an expansive void. It appeared he would have to resort to gathering resources from trees to amass wealth. Yet, these were the entirety of his current assets. Another chapter will be released later. To clarify, landing ships are essential for island combat operations. Chen Yan is training wild soldiers, who are indeed human. It's not that exchanging for 2 system infantry landing ships means only 2 soldiers can be transported. Please consider this carefully. Chapter 10. The training diary. The morning light pierced the horizon, transforming the briny sea breeze into a golden hue, violently flooding the central square of the savage tribe. The air still bore the charred scent of last night's bonfire, now overwhelmed by the more potent aroma of human sweat and restless anticipation. The stone-paved square was a teeming mass of humanity, nearly filling every conceivable inch of space. The elderly huddled with stooped backs, women cradled sleepy children, and half-grown boys wriggled like eels through the gaps in the crowd. All who could breathe had converged here. The buzzing murmur of conversation swirled like a restless swarm of bees beneath the low thatched roofs. What has the chief summoned everyone for? Look over there. It's that peculiar white man from yesterday. He took down Tugo. Has the chief lost his mind? Does he want us all to witness him? A flurry of gazes. A mix of awe, curiosity, hostility, and profound confusion shot towards the makeshift platform at the center of the square, a small area constructed from rough-hewn stones. The old chief, draped in a vibrant leopard skin, stood silently atop the platform, leaning on a hardwood staff adorned with shells and animal teeth, a steadfast rock in the eye of the storm. His gaze swept over the clamorous crowd, heavy with authority. Then, that figure emerged. Chen Yan pushed through the throng, ascending the stone steps. Clad in tattered modern attire, he appeared utterly out of place amidst the wild men draped in animal skins and foliage. Yet he was strikingly conspicuous. A greater uproar erupted from below. He has ascended. What does the chief intend to do? Is he truly going to allow this outsider? The astonishment of the tribesmen was evident, their eyes wide, fixated on the platform, unable to comprehend the chief's intentions. The memory of the overwhelming duel from the previous day lingered vividly. Their tribe's acknowledged strongest warrior charging forward like a wild bull, only to collapse inexplicably to the ground, as if his spine had been severed. And Chen Yan, no one even discerned how he had struck. That inscrutable terror had etched itself deeper into their bones than any totemic legend. Chen Yan stood firm, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a searchlight. Passing over the women with infants and the bewildered children, his eyes finally settled on the right side of the square, where a dark, silent wall stood. 103 adult male tribesmen, uniformly bronze-skinned, glistening with oil, adorned with dark red war paint stripes, symbolizing their warrior status. Their muscles, like rocks shaped by millennia of ocean waves, bulged with explosive primal power. Their gazes were those of the most seasoned hunters of the forest, sharp, vigilant, imbued with a wild defiance. They resembled a pack of wolves awaiting the inspection of their alpha, silence pregnant with the potential for ferocity. The chief turned to Chen Yan, his voice deep and resonant like thunder rolling over the square, cutting through the clamor. Chen Yan, take heed. This is the entirety of our tribe's teeth. All of our claws. 103 men. From this day forth, they are under your command. Chen Yan grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. As he thumped his slender chest with a heavy fist, producing a dull thud. His tone was resolute. Chief, rest assured, I shall ensure that you cultivate a formidable army that sweeps across the seas. No sooner had these grandiose words left his lips than a jolt of realization struck him. How could he have almost forgotten? A skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. He quickly leaned closer to the chief, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Well, chief, training warriors cannot rely solely on shouts. We need some tools. Might we gather some stones and wood from our island? We could establish a training ground and create some equipment. Before he could finish his thought, the chief's deeply wrinkled face shifted dramatically. The earlier aura of authority and anticipation was swept away like clouds before a tempest, replaced by a volcanic fury. He slammed his staff down, producing a sharp crack against the hard stone platform, and his murky eyes sparkled with terrifying intensity. His voice surged like thunder. Insolence. The stones are the bones of the mountain god. The trees are the lifeblood of the forest god. Do you dare disturb them? Do you wish to invoke divine retribution and bring ruin upon our entire tribe? Chen Yan was taken aback by this sudden wrath, splattered by the chief's spittle, and inwardly rolled his eyes at the absurdity of it all. The mountain god? The forest god? I don't buy into that nonsense. I am a young man raised under the brilliant light of materialism. Yet, he maintained his composure. Reluctantly, he brandished the card of the Dark Guard, passionately illustrating with gestures how formidable and ruthless the enemy clad in iron could be, wielding fire-spitting weapons, how they would use their totems as firewood, and hollow out their sacred mountains to construct fortifications. The square fell into a hushed silence. Every breath held as the onlookers observed their revered chief and this enigmatic foreigner engage in a fierce exchange upon the elevated platform. The chief's expression transformed from furious purple to a struggling ashen gray, ultimately settling into a near-desperate pallor. He fixed his gaze on Chen Yan, as if attempting to pierce through his very soul. After a prolonged silence, he appeared utterly drained, reluctantly loosening his grip on the staff, his voice hoarse and dry, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Very well. For the survival of the tribe, the mountain god and the forest god will forgive our transgressions. He labored over each word, as if he were extracting his own flesh. However, only small branches may be cut. Only pebbles may be gathered. The stones upon a mountain are the skin of the mountain god, and not a single one shall be disturbed. Otherwise, divine punishment shall descend, and you shall be the first to perish. Chen Yan regarded the chief's sorrowful visage, akin to one mourning a grievous loss, and then glanced at the meager resources he had mentioned. Branches? Pebbles? What on earth could these accomplish? They would scarcely suffice to construct a bird's nest. And as for gold, he hadn't even broached the topic. Even a high school student understands that asking a primitive tribal chief for gold is akin to cursing at a tiger. It's a recipe for disaster. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only the 103 towering wild warrior figures remained in the square. They stood with arms crossed or hands on hips, leaning at odd angles, their gazes fixated on Chen Yan like searchlights, brimming with unabashed scrutiny, skepticism, and distrust. The murmur of fragmented conversations buzzed once more, akin to countless flies circling around one's ears. Is this lad capable? Has he even fully matured? Is the chieftain enchanted by his sorcery? Look at his slender arms and legs. Without that artifact, I could defeat 10 of him with a single blow. Chen Yan stood upon the high platform, taking a deep breath. What does an ordinary high school student know about military drills and warfare? After rummaging through his thoughts for what felt like an eternity, all that remained were images of the impeccably synchronized parade scene on television. Silence, everyone, he bellowed with all his might, attempting to emulate the commanding presence of an instructor. His voice reverberated across the square, tinged with the sharpness of a voice in the throes of adolescence. Chapter 11. The silence under the tree instantly. Silence enveloped the space beneath the tree, yet it was merely fleeting. In the next moment, a more boisterous laughter erupted. Unrestrained discussions surged forth like a tidal wave, and a few audacious wild men exaggeratedly pretended to clean their ears, emitting loud hissing sounds. Contempt and disdain weighed heavily upon Chen Yan, almost palpable, rendering his presence a mere jest in front of this assembly of brutish warriors. A surge of unbridled rage ignited within him. Was reasoning futile? Was the authority of the tree ineffective? Then let it be known that he would not hold back any longer. With a stoic countenance, Chen Yan swiftly plunged his right hand into his pocket. In a flash, a revolver gleaming with a cold metallic sheen materialized in his grasp. Its abrupt appearance seized the attention of all the wild men in an instant. Without uttering a single word or delivering any warning, Chen Yan's arm shot upward. The barrel aimed at the sky. A deafening crack resounded, akin to thunder crashing in the heart of the square. The immense sound instantaneously shattered the cacophony surrounding them. A tumultuous wave of energy stirred the dust from the ground, creating visible ripples in the air. Time seemed to pause in the square. 103 wild warriors froze, their expressions of mockery, disdain, and scorn shattered like glass under a hammer, leaving only an all-consuming fear in their wake. The haunting image of their comrades collapsed from the previous day surged back into their minds, vividly amplified by the terrifying boom. Silence. An absolute, suffocating silence. Even the distant sound of crashing waves vanished, leaving only the heavy, labored breaths of the crowd, accompanied by a sharp, unrelenting buzz in their ears. Chen Yan slowly lowered the smoking barrel of the gun, the cold metal glinting in the morning light. He surveyed the faces below, twisted by fear and trembling in awe. His voice low yet as sharp as an ice-forged blade, piercing through the ears of every wild man. Who was laughing just now? Who was making noise? No one answered. Only an oppressive silence filled the air, marked by breaths stifled to the utmost. Excellent. It seems everyone has learned to be quiet. Chen Yan nodded, casually tucking the revolver back in his pocket, prompting several wild men in the front row to instinctively take a half step back. Listen, I have not come to negotiate with you, nor to make friends. His voice suddenly rose, imbued with an undeniable iron will, echoing through the desolate square. My name is Chen Yan. From this day forward, I am your commander, your leader. Soon, invaders will come to trespass upon your homes. If you wish to protect your wives and children behind you, to safeguard your homeland, he stepped forward, towering over them, his gaze electrifying as it swept across each bewildered face. Then remember this. Here, there exists but one rule: obedience. Absolute obedience. My commands are your guiding light. When I order you to charge forth, you shall leap into the abyss of peril. When I bid you halt, you shall remain steadfast, even if the heavens themselves should crumble. Stand by my side. I shall lead you to safeguard all that you hold dear. Tell me, if there were truly an invasion, would you allow me to lead you in a preemptive strike against them? The final 3 words echoed like the resounding beat of war drums, infused with an almost savage fervor. After a brief silence, the men, drawn to strength, felt a restless stirring within them, stirred by the commanding presence of Chen Yan and the atmosphere around them. It was unclear who was the first to emit a primal roar from their throat. We are willing. Soon a second, then a third voice joined, igniting like a spark in a dry field. 103 rugged, hoarse voices converged into a tumultuous chorus. reverberating with the thrill of survival and an intense yearning for the future, bursting forth. We are willing. We are willing. We are willing. The roar shook the treetops, startling a flurry of birds into flight. Chen Yan surveyed the crowd, gazing into the eyes that were ignited, tamed yet tinged with primal wildness. A cold, satisfied smile curving his lips. He pivoted sharply, leaped down from the platform, and strode towards the open ground at the edge of the square, leaving behind an undeniable silhouette and a succinct, commanding order. Now, everyone, follow me. Run, go. The heavy thuds of footsteps pounded against the soft, decayed earth as 103 muscular wild men followed the slender figure ahead, plunging into the dense forest at the tribe's fringe. The morning light shattered against the layered canopies, scattering into dappled spots. The air was so humid it felt as though one could wring water from it, mingling the pungent scent of foliage with the earth's rich fragrance. The group halted, exchanging bewildered glances. Confusion etched across their rugged faces. Why had the commander brought them into the old forest if training was the objective? Was it to learn to climb trees and gather bird eggs? Chen Yan stood before a massive palm tree, its rough bark resembling dragon scales, needing 2 men to embrace it. He turned, wearing a smile that was almost mischievous, one that the wild men could not fathom. He tapped the iron-hard trunk with his finger and pointed to a large pile of items wrapped in black cloth, his voice piercing through the stillness of the forest. Training? Indeed. Today's first lesson is to practice this. Chop down the trees. Remove these obstructions. Chop. Chop down trees. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Gasps of confusion and fear intermingled, rising like a tempest. This was far more daunting than poking a hornet's nest. Commander, we cannot. A robust wild man, his face adorned with lightning patterns, stepped forward, his voice trembling as he pointed to the towering giants of the forest, off filling his eyes for some supreme existence. These are the flesh and blood of the forest god. To fell them would invite divine retribution. Yes, yes. The forest god will unleash a plague. The chief will hang us up to dry like jerky. Fear, like a chilling vine, swiftly ensnared the hearts of every wild man. The fervor instilled by the earlier speech evaporating in an instant. Chen Yan observed this group, dominated by primitive beliefs. Divine retribution? I carry the system in my pocket and the points maul on my arms. I am your new deity. Yet his face wore an expression of profound sorrow and indignation. As he slammed the stone axe onto the ground, hands on his hips, commencing his indoctrination akin to that of a political commissar. Ignorance. Oh, the ignorance, comrades. He shook his head with great lamentation, his voice imbued with a fervent fervor. Look at what you dwell in. Mere stone huts. Observe what you wear. Skirts woven from leaves. The enemy can trample you like ants. With a sudden gesture, he pointed towards the direction of the tribe, as if that very place were being ravaged by iron hooves. The god of the forest? If he were truly so omnipotent, why does he not strike down those marauding invaders with thunder? Why does he not protect your ancestors from being swept away by the tempest? Gods assist those who strive for their own salvation. He bestowed upon us the forest, not to render us slaves upon our knees, but to empower us to rise, to wield it as a weapon in our quest for. Chen Yan inhaled deeply, casting forth those words, as sweet and deadly as forbidden fruit to this group still entrenched in the twilight of primitive communism. Freedom, equality, brotherhood. These 3 terms struck like spiritual bombs, crashing into the barren desert of the savage's cognition. Chen Yan spoke with fervor, his words flowing like a torrent, brandishing the banner of Enlightenment thinkers from the 18th century, enveloping it with the most primal, bare desires for existence and material temptation, deftly feeding it to these savages, who had toiled under the yoke of chieftains and deities for the better part of their lives. The expressions of the savages transformed from initial fear and resistance to bewilderment and confusion. Then, like stones cast into a still lake, began to ripple violently, struggling in turmoil. Chapter 12. Selecting equipment, the suppressed yearning for a better existence, the primal instincts bound by theocracy and chieftaincy, began to surge and swell uncontrollably under this unprecedented modern human rights awakening. A scarred savage man gripped his stone axe tightly, his knuckles turning white, his gaze wildly oscillating between the towering trees and the wild goose. He spat vehemently, growling, "What is there to fear? Kuda, the forest god? Can he provide me with meat every day? The forest god? Can he shield me from the invader's spear?" A fervor bordering on desperation ignited in his eyes, fixated on the wild goose. "Commander, I trust you. I simply desire what you spoke of. Freedom and a grand house. Yes, let us do it. The commander is right. The gods do not assist the useless. For meat, for a house, for freedom." A spark ignited into a blazing inferno. The primal instincts were awakened, and the ancient faith began to crumble under the allure of raw material desire and liberty. A primal roar erupted as someone raised their stone axe, striking fiercely at a palm tree as thick as a bowl. The resounding impact echoed like a battle horn. "Damn the forest god! For freedom! Chop away! My grand house!" The fervent cries swiftly drowned out the birdsong in the woods. Over 100 stone axes were brandished wildly. The sharp stone blades bit deeply into the resilient bark, splintering with chips that fluttered like white snowflakes. The sturdy trunks trembled painfully under the heavy blows, groaning. The forest quaked. Towering palm trees and broadleaf trees emitted a grating creak under the might of conquest, before crashing down with a thunderous roar. The earth rumbled under the weight of the assaults. Clouds of dust mingling with shattered leaves soared into the sky. Standing aside, the wild goose was akin to an audience savoring a savage yet magnificent symphony. The whistling of stone axes slicing through the air, the crisp snaps of broken trunks, the thunderous crash of falling trees, the savage's ecstatic shouts, all intertwined to create a tumultuous symphony of primal power and the liberation of desire. The sun poured down unabashedly, dyeing the swirling wood chips and sweat into a hazy golden hue. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, its scorching rays bore down relentlessly upon the earth. The clamor and roar gradually subsided. The forest, once a vibrant sanctuary of verdant shade, had undergone a complete transformation. A shocking expanse of devastation lay bare, resembling an ugly scar gouged by a colossal beast, exposed starkly beneath the blazing sun. The scorched grass was crushed to a pulp by the fallen giants, revealing dark brown earth underneath. At the heart of the clearing stood a true mountain, a mountain entirely composed of robust trunks and massive branches, exuding a rich aroma of resin and greenery. Hundreds of toppled trees lay scattered, like the bones of vanquished giants, haphazardly yet magnificently piled together, forming a raw and untamed spectacle. Chen Yan, hands on hips, stood upon the vast expanse he had meticulously created, nodding in satisfaction as the sun's rays compelled him to squint. Quite splendid. After felling the trees, this area was perfectly suited for training, spacious enough. His gaze swept over the wooden mound, and his heart raced uncontrollably. This was all about points. This was the main event. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and slowly raised his right hand, his thoughts diving deep into the recesses of his mind, issuing commands to the cold system. However, he reconsidered. It was prudent to first organize the wild men. He selected 2 leaders among them and instructed them to return to the tribe for lunch. Once the clearing was left solely to Chen Yan, he initiated the ceremony. Ding! A clear and melodious sound, akin to the clinking of gold coins, erupted in his mind, detected a substantial submission of basic resources, timber, commencing energy conversion. Conversion complete. Congratulations, host, you have earned 500 points. What? 500? Even though Chen Yan had mentally prepared himself, the number dazzled him momentarily. He nearly leapt in exhilaration. A surge of joy coursed through him like electricity. The pain of having emptied his coffers for 2 infantrymen and 2 boats vanished in an instant. Eclipsed by this monumental bounty, he had struck it rich. His inner self danced with unrestrained joy, affirming that the game was indeed rewarding. While the lumberyard's yield of tens of thousands seemed exaggerated, the reality of earning 500 points from felling over 100 trees in just one morning was undeniably valuable. He gazed at the barren patch of grass before him, then at the vanished wooden mound, and felt the triumph of his points balance swell to 500. An unprecedented sense of pride and confidence welled within him. This was not merely flesh and blood from the forest god. These were clearly gold bars sprouting from the earth. The first solid stepping stone toward the throne of the commander. Freedom? Equality? Chen Yan licked his parched lips. This was truly delightful. He plopped down on a sun-baked tree stump, the rough wood jarring against him, yet could not quell the fervor in his heart. The glaring points, 500, in his consciousness felt like a scorching branding iron, making him restless and sending tingles to his fingertips. Faith, much like a castle built on sand, crumbles with the first wave. Chen Yan stroked his chin, his eyes sharp as a freshly honed stone axe. Merely relying on persuasion was insufficient. He needed someone to constantly stoke the small flame of motivation within their minds. He had to firmly grasp this wild man army in his hands. A word flashed through his mind like lightning. Political commissar. Yes, that was it. He slapped his thigh, causing the stump beneath him to tremble with a shower of dust. The ideological battleground must be seized. Otherwise, the chieftain would counterattack. The creed of serving Chen Yan must be established as the tribe's singular doctrine. Without hesitation, Chen Yan delved back into his mind, summoning the shimmering marketplace interface once more. With a flourish of his fingers, infused with the audacity of a newly affluent individual, he decisively selected the option to purchase standard infantry. Confirm purchase standard infantry 20, deducting 100 points. Yes, no, yes. 20. I shall take them all. Chen Yan did not even blink. Ding. Purchase successful. Deducted 100 points. Items. Standard infantry 20 have been deposited into storage space. Current points balance. 400. With the addition of the previous 2 veterans, he now possessed a total of 22 souls utterly devoted to him. This was the iron nail he had driven into the barbarian army. A living megaphone. The very backbone of the future political commissar system. It was accomplished. Chen Yan grinned, envisioning the 22 commissars energetically engaged in ideological development amidst the barbarian throng. As for the methods of instruction, what to teach? Liberty, equality, seize the meat, build grand houses, serve Chen Yan. Above all, the final mantra must be drilled into them relentlessly. Brainwashing, nay, ideological education, must be simple, crude, and repeated 10,000 times. Chapter 13. The Führer having resolved the core of his thoughts, his gaze swiftly shifted toward the hardware, weaponry. It would be utterly foolish to allow this newly liberated throng to confront the machine guns and artillery of Hope Island wielding mere stone axes. That would be tantamount to offering up their lives. Chen Yan's fingers danced rapidly across the holographic screen, his eyes scanning the myriad of weapon icons. Rifles? The cornerstone of modern warfare. That shall suffice. Lee-Enfield bolt-action rifle, 2 points each. The epitome of cost-effectiveness, durable and easy to master, with sufficient range. Let us procure 120. Ammunition? 303 British rifle cartridge, 001 points each. Let us start with 50,000 rounds. Inaccuracy? Then let us feed them with bullets. Grenades? Mills bomb defensive grenade, 3 points each. Essential for breaching strongholds and sowing chaos. Perfect for both home and travel. Let us order 50. Mortars? A splendid choice. Stokes light mortar, 20 points each. Not large in caliber, yet remarkably portable and agile. A divine instrument for indirect fire support. Let us begin with 2 for a trial. Complementary shells, high explosive shells, 2 points each. Let us prepare a 50 round for now. His thoughts raced as he selected, points cascading away like a flood released from a dam. Each crisp chime resonated with the weighty increase of metallic presence within his storage space. The cold steel tide was coalescing deep within his consciousness. Ding. Purchase successful. Deducted 250 points. Rifles 250 bullets, 50 grenades, 150 mortars, 40 shells, 100. Current points balance, 150. Hiss. Observing the rapid evaporation of a substantial portion of his points, Chen Yan could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Yet, when he beheld the mound of dart gun barrels, the golden chains of ammunition, grenades, and the 2 short, robust mortars exuding an industrial aesthetic of violence, That momentary sting of regret was swiftly replaced by overwhelming security. Worth it. Incredibly worth it. Hope Island, is it? Just wait for me to explain the physical significance of hope with this cache of iron. Grass skirts. Grass skirts for combat? The corners of Chen Yan's mouth twitched, a strong sense of discord washing over him. No, absolutely not. Such attire would disintegrate after a mere few strides. What talk of organizational discipline? What talk of military honor? What talk of instilling fear in the enemy? They would surely laugh their heads off. A military force must possess a unified spirit, and uniforms serve as the most direct and potent means of cohesion. Military attire. It must be arranged. Chen Yan once again accessed the clothing category of the marketplace. The dazzling array of styles leaving him momentarily dazed. Each bore the weight of historical significance, practicality, and striking visual impact. German World War II uniforms. His gaze ultimately fixated on a classic design. Deep blue. Yes, deep blue it shall be. The color of the ocean. Profound. Steadfast. Black is also appealing. But not for now. Chen Yan made his decision, his thoughts selecting, and with a sweeping gesture, deep blue combat uniform, 0, 5 points per set, 300 sets. Off we go. Ding. Purchase successful. Deducted 150 points. The item, a deep blue military uniform, has been successfully stored in the inventory. The current point balance stands at 0, but Chen Yan remains unfazed, entirely captivated by the manifestation of the uniform within his consciousness. It is crafted from a substantial, crisp, deep blue fabric, rich in hue akin to the midnight sea, capable of absorbing the surrounding light, only to reveal a tranquil glow at the fabric's seams. The tailoring is exceptionally sharp. The upper half features a double-breasted, short military jacket with a standing collar, its straight shoulder lines exuding a robust sense of support, perfectly conforming to the contours of the shoulders and neck. Gleaming, polished brass buttons, large and golden, are arranged in 2 neat rows, resembling soldiers in a disciplined formation, radiating strength and order against the deep blue backdrop. The cuffs taper neatly, secured with matching fabric and 2 slightly smaller brass buttons, presenting a clean and crisp appearance. The lower half consists of high-waisted, straight-leg trousers in the same color scheme, with seams pressed to perfection, cascading down from the waist to taper elegantly into a pair of deep brown knee-high leather boots. These boots are solid and resilient, reaching up to the calves, with a supple sheen on their surface and a thick, rugged sole featuring a coarse anti-slip tread, clearly designed for traversing thorns and muddy terrain. Highlighting the ensemble is a wide, deep blue leather utility belt, approximately a foot in width. The belt buckle, equally large and crafted from brass, possesses a simple yet powerful design, cinching tightly at the waist and instantly transforming any potentially loose silhouette into one of formidable sharpness. The belt is equipped with designated spaces for magazine pouches, a bayonet sheath, and a canteen, exuding a palpable aura of combat readiness. The entire military attire is devoid of superfluous embellishments or intricate ribbons, presenting only the pure essence of deep blue, robust lines, cold brass fastenings, and sturdy leather boots. It discards any overly ostentatious decorations typical of German military uniforms, while perfectly inheriting a profound sense of rigor, coldness, and an almost ruthless aesthetic of utilitarianism. Like the ice that forms in the depths of the sea, or a blade forged from steel, it emanates a steady, restrained presence, exuding an oppressive aura and an indomitable military spirit. Breathing out slowly, Chen Yan acknowledges the craftsmanship of a uniform, feeling a surge of inspiration. He envisions the muscular warriors, clad in grass skirts, donning this deep blue attire, brandishing brand-new rifles, transforming into a disciplined and well-armed force, the Deep Blue Storm. The bones of the fledgling eagle have already been forged, while the steel feathers are in the process of growth. Rising from the heated tree stump, Chen Yan dusts off his trousers and gazes towards the expansive clearing that has been prepared. This afternoon, he must contemplate how to organize this soon-to-be formed steel legion. His silhouette vanishes into the depths of the shadowy forest, each step muffled by the thick layer of decaying leaves beneath, producing a faint rustling sound. He pauses every few steps, abruptly turning back to scan his path, ensuring that no tail has followed him, until he reached a small clearing embraced by gnarled ancient trees. The dense canopy nearly obscured all light from the heavens, leaving only mottled, ethereal patches dancing upon the ground. Chen Yan's taut nerves began to ease slightly. Leaning against the rough bark of an aged tree, his chest rose and fell gently as the last vestiges of doubt dissipated. He inhaled deeply the cool air infused with the sense of earth and decayed wood, gradually closing his eyes. His consciousness sank like a stone into the depths of a tranquil sea, instantly detaching from the corporeal realm and plunging into the vast void of his mind. Thoughts converged, a silent invocation akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, sending forth invisible ripples. Summon the soldiers. The moment the thought crystallized, two brilliant points of diamond radiance erupted above the clearing. The light was not blinding, yet it bore a chilling essence that penetrated the soul. In an instant, the brilliance coalesced, revealing two figures as straight as javelins. Just as Chen Yan's gaze swept across their faces, an unexpected transformation occurred. With a swift motion, two sharp, crisp sounds resonated, akin to blades slicing through the air, merging into one. The soldiers, moving with an almost superhuman speed and synchronicity, abruptly raised their left arms. Their limbs were taut and straight, hands together like blades, elevated at a terrifyingly precise angle above their heads. Following a salute that resonated like steel striking stone, the two words imbued with fervor and unwavering loyalty thundered across the tranquil clearing. Führer. Chapter 14. The true military attire. Chen Yan gazed at the two soldiers standing before him, resembling towering iron sentinels, and felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Internally, he reveled in the moment, yet maintained a facade of composure. I am merely a fledgling commander. To be addressed as Your Excellency right off the bat puts me in quite the predicament. The two soldiers seemed to sense his subtle disorientation, exchanging a fleeting glance, nearly imperceptible, before simultaneously nodding and asserting in a voice as resolute as steel. You are, indeed, Our Excellency. A barely noticeable twitch crossed Chen Yan's lips, as an indescribable thrill coursed through his spine like electricity. To be revered by such formidable warriors felt rather splendid. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to suppress his pride and adopted a serious demeanor. Enough with the flattery. Introduce yourselves. As if programmed machines responding to a command, they straightened their chests and proclaimed in resounding voices, Report, Your Excellency. I am Bai Yun, a graduate of the Imperial Naval Academy, holding the rank of lieutenant. Report, Your Excellency. I am Han Shan, also a graduate of the Imperial Naval Academy, holding the rank of ensign. The Imperial Naval Academy? Lieutenant? Ensign. A tempest of astonishment erupted within Chen Yan, nearly causing his eyes to bulge. System, is this what you refer to as infantry? Starting off as officers? Is this beginner's package a tad excessive? Fair at all. The system's cold, mechanical voice carried an air of inevitability. The Imperial Naval Academy? Where is that? Chen Yan suppressed his shock and voiced his curiosity. Host, the geographical names and historical information of their past have been obliterated. They are souls of the deceased, collected by the system from the river of time, bestowed with new corporeal forms, and remolded within the system's realm. Their sole purpose is to pledge allegiance to you. The system's explanation resonated with a chilling sense of destiny. Indeed, Bai Yun and Han Shan frowned in contemplation, ultimately shaking their heads in resignation. Apologies, Your Excellency, we cannot recall. Chen Yan nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiry. His gaze swept over the two men, clad in excessively basic, even tattered military uniforms. With a grand gesture, he declared, Very well. Your attire appears rather shabby. Here, try these on. With a mere thought, two pristine sets of deep blue officers' uniforms, perfectly pressed with sharp creases, materialized in his hands, exuding a faint scent of fabric. The soldiers respectfully accepted the uniforms, their movements swift as leopards, devoid of any hesitation. In a blur, their fingers deftly unfastened the old garments, shedding them to reveal their fit and muscular physiques. Moments later, the new, deep blue woolen uniforms were expertly donned. Smoothed down, each gleaming brass button fastened securely, and finally cinched with a belt, accentuating their iron-like waistlines. When they stood at attention before Chen Yan once more, it was as if they had transformed into entirely different individuals. The deep blue uniforms clung to them like a second skin, highlighting their broad shoulders and solid builds, presenting them as statuesque as pine trees. The lustrous brass buttons glimmered under the sunlight, filtering through the leaves, casting a cold, hard sheen, while the armed belt accentuated a physique exuding strength. Beneath the shadow cast by the lowered brim of their hats were two pairs of eyes, sharp as those of a falcon, yet brimming with unwavering loyalty. An aura of iron-blooded authority and formidable military prowess enveloped the air. These were no ordinary soldiers, but two unsheathed swords, two towering mountains that inspired awe. Chen Yan felt a surge of delight in his heart and could not help but clap his thigh vigorously. Excellent. Now, this is commendable. Spirited. Truly spirited. He clasped his hands behind his back, took a few steps, and cast his gaze over the two unexpectedly promising officers. In an instant, a bold plan took shape. Listen, from this day forth, you two, Bai Yun and Han Shan, shall serve as the commander and deputy commander of the Wild Man Legion. The entire legion is entrusted to your authority for training and management. Your commands shall be my commands. I expect you to apply your skills from the Imperial Naval Academy to transform this motley crew into true warriors. Yes, Führer. The two instinctively straightened their chests and sucked in their stomachs, their voices resonating through the woods. Yet, immediately after their fervent response, the reality of the situation struck them, their faces betraying visible astonishment and disbelief for the first time. Führer, did you just say? Wild man? Bai Yun's voice trembled slightly with uncertainty. His brow furrowed, as if he had heard an absurd tale. Han Shan could not suppress his confusion, his tone laced with a hint of barely perceptible doubt. Führer, are we truly lacking even in basic, qualified personnel? He found it exceedingly difficult to reconcile the terms wild man and soldier. Chen Yan's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. Ahem. Do not dwell on such trifles. What's wrong with wild men? They are still human. If they are human, they can be trained. If they are human, they can be molded. Do you understand? He adopted an air of authority, insisting that what he declared must be accepted. Bai Yun and Han Shan exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound sense of helplessness and a tragic acceptance of their Führer's apparent madness. Ultimately, they took a deep breath, straightened their posture once more, and rendered a precise military salute to Chen Yan. Yes, Führer, we pledge to accomplish the task. The deep blue military uniforms shimmered with a dignified luster under the sunlight, complementing their resolute features. Observing his newly invigorated and capable subordinates, Chen Yan felt satisfaction, yet glanced down at his incongruous civilian attire, muttering to himself, "This won't do. As the leader, one must have an imposing presence. I cannot don the garb of an ordinary soldier. It must command respect." He closed his eyes in concentration and opened the system marketplace. Soon, a set of exquisitely designed, well-tailored officers' formal attire, adorned with silver insignia symbolizing command, caught his eye, accompanied by a glaring figure. 5 points. Hiss! Chen Yan inhaled sharply, as if his heart were bleeding. 5 points. How many trees must be felled for this? Reluctantly, he opened his eyes and gazed toward the dense forest in the distance, his expression turning resolute. Clearly, this afternoon, he must fell those trees. As Chen Yan arrived at the makeshift training ground with Bai Yun and Han Shan, they found it already teeming with a multitude of wild men. These groups, some crouching and others seated, leaned against tree stumps, some dozing while others boisterously boasted, creating an atmosphere of noisy lethargy. The air was imbued with a sense of ease. Bai Yun's keen gaze swept over the undisciplined assembly of soldiers, and his brow furrowed deeper. He leaned closer to Chen Yan and whispered, "Commander, can they understand our speech? This communication barrier poses a significant dilemma." Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback and quickly called out in his mind, Tongzi, can the soldiers I have summoned, like by Yun and Han Shan, communicate with these wild men? Rest assured, host. All soldiers you summon or directly command automatically acquire the same linguistic framework as you and possess the ability to communicate seamlessly with all sentient beings within your dominion. The system's response was as dependable as ever. Yes. Chen Yan exhaled in relief and nodded at Bai Yun. Only then did Bai Yun relax, positioning himself alongside Han Shan, like two vigilant guardians flanking Chen Yan, their sharp eyes scanning the entire area. The trio strode purposefully towards the rudimentary platform erected from hefty logs at the center of the clearing. Chapter 15. The directive as soon as they appeared, especially Bai Yun and Han Shan, clad in their impeccably tailored deep blue military uniforms that starkly contrasted with the surrounding wilderness. They instantly captivated the attention of all the wild tribesmen. The cacophony of murmurs surged like a tide. Look, it's Commander Chen. Who are those two behind him? Never seen them before. They must not belong to our tribe. Just look at those uniforms. They are magnificent. Goodness, they look so dashing in those outfits. The way they carry themselves. Wow, they seem formidable. While the tribesmen whispered and pointed, Chen Yan and his companions had already ascended the platform. Chen Yan stood at the forefront, flanked by Bai Yun and Han Shan, who resembled two iron towers slightly behind him. An invisible pressure enveloped the crowd in an instant. Chen Yan's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the sea of faces below, which displayed curiosity, awe, and bewilderment. He slowly began to speak, his voice not loud, yet distinctly overpowering the surrounding clamor. Attention. Those simple words seemed imbued with a certain enchantment. The previously languid tribesmen abruptly straightened, awkwardly forming several rows. Though their formation was far from perfect, at least they had gathered, their eyes collectively fixed on Chen Yan. Observing this makeshift assembly of wild warriors, Chen Yan spoke again, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Listen carefully. From this day forth, these two behind me, Commander Bai Yun and Deputy Commander Han Shan, will be your direct superiors. Your training will be under their complete jurisdiction. Their commands are my commands. Do you understand? Silence fell over the crowd, the tribesmen still processing this sudden announcement. Their gazes lingering on Bai and Han's imposing military attire and stern countenances. A slight smile graced Chen Yan's lips as he presented the most enticing incentive. Furthermore, if you train earnestly and perform admirably, he gestured toward Bai Yun and Han Shan's uniforms. You too may be awarded a set of these uniforms. Boom! This proclamation was akin to splashing cold water into hot oil, instantly igniting the atmosphere. What? I can wear such impressive attire? Is that for real? Does Commander Chen keep his word? My goodness. For that uniform, I would give my all. Just imagine the prestige. Wearing that, wooden tea, I captivate the village beauties upon returning to the settlement. The eyes of the tribesmen sparkled with desire and excitement. Their previous confusion and lethargy swept away, replaced by an almost fervent anticipation. The entire training ground was ablaze with enthusiasm. Chen Yan was pleased with this reaction, raising his hand to signal for silence. Once the clamor subsided, he announced the first training task facing the newly appointed Bai Yun and Han Shan. Excellent. Now, for this afternoon's training agenda, he paused, meeting the countless expectant gazes below, and clearly articulated two words: chop wood. The midday sun blazed like a red-hot disk, mercilessly beating down on the bare expanse of ground. The heat waves shimmered, and the air distorted, as if the very ground were sizzling. Yet, the bronze-skinned savages charged towards the towering green hills with a fervor akin to that of a bloodthirsty beast. Hurry! Faster! A brawny man, his face adorned with lightning patterns, bore a tree trunk thicker than a thigh upon his shoulder, veins bulging from his neck, beads of sweat cascading down his glistening muscles. Evaporating the moment they hit the ground, the commander proclaimed, "Once these logs are moved, new garments await in the afternoon." New garments. Nearby, a young savage wielding a stone axe to chop branches had eyes ablaze with envy, swinging his axe like a windmill. It was said that donning such attire would leave the grass-skirted maidens in their tribe utterly spellbound. Little May? Heh, that was but a mere formality. The savages echoed in unison, their voices a cacophony of excitement, as if the promise of those elusive garments had imbued them with boundless charm and confidence. The heavy timber seemed lighter upon their shoulders, and the rough bark against their skin went unnoticed. An innate drive, the raw yearning for attraction to the opposite sex, mingled with fantasies of newfound prestige, blazed fervently under the scorching sun, dispelling all fatigue. At the edge of the clearing, upon a makeshift command platform, Chen Yan crossed his arms, squinting at the fervent scene below. Behind him stood Han Shan and Bai Yun, one on each side. Han Shan, the robust officer with a gaze as sharp as a cheetah's, pointed downwards at a savage effortlessly hoisting a massive log, muscles rippling like iron. His voice laced with certainty. Leader, behold, this physique is akin to a human beast. With a modicum of refinement in personal combat skills, this is our path to training. Bai Yun adjusted his non-existent glasses, a habitual gesture, his lean face etched with gravity, promptly retorting, Deputy Han, are your thoughts still entrenched in the trench warfare of your heavy machine guns, mortar barges, and cluster grenade explosions? This is the modern battlefield's symphony. No matter how strong an individual may be, they are but paper in the face of a steel storm. He turned to Chen Yan, his tone resolute. Leader, the pressing matter is to shatter their primal instincts. Train them to obey commands like machines, to act without hesitation. Let them face a hail of bullets. Upon hearing take cover, they must drop, and upon charge, they must advance, even if hellfire awaits them. This is the essence of survival and victory. Their nature? This is the spirit of the military. Chen Yan's gaze traversed the faces of the two men before returning to the frenzied laborers below. Han Shan's valor and Bai Yun's meticulousness were like two sides of a coin. Yet, Bai Yun's words effortlessly pierced the surface. Modern warfare, before heavy machine guns, even the mightiest muscles are rendered futile. Was Han Shan's combat philosophy still rooted in the pre-World War I era? The generational gap between these two officers likely mirrored that between him and the savages. This fact must be firmly remembered. The soldiers assigned by the system may hail from disparate eras. Some could be modern, while others might originate from antiquity. Just as Han Shan furrowed his brows, seemingly poised to argue further, Chen Yan slowly spoke, her voice not loud, yet imbued with an authoritative weight that quelled all dissent. Bai Yun speaks the truth. Han Shan's body stiffened slightly. His lips moved as if to protest, but ultimately he subdued his thoughts. Indeed, Commander, no matter how tough the bone, it must be shattered. Chen Yan's gaze, sharp as a tempered blade, swept across the open ground. Training must commence with the most fundamental principle of obedience. This afternoon, I expect to witness a battalion that comprehends commands like attention and at ease, rather than a mere assembly of fools who only understand reproduction. Chapter 16. The Chief's Subtle Schemes. Meanwhile, within the heart of the tribe, in the grandest of the chief's tents adorned with animal hides and bone wind chimes, heavy animal skin drapes shielded the interior from the scorching sunlight outside. The ambience was dim, permeated by the sour aroma of poorly fermented fruit wine. A few of the chief's trusted wild men gathered around stone stools by the flickering campfire, the firelight dancing upon their painted faces, casting distorted and wavering shadows. One confidant lifted a rough ceramic bowl, taking a hefty swig of the murky liquid, the fiery drink causing him to grimace as he questioned, "Esteemed chief, do you truly believe that lad can muster a competent army? And is there truly a shadow guard, or is he merely deceiving you?" Another confidant wiped his mouth, a deep-seated worry evident in his eyes, his voice lowered further. "Indeed, chief, my concern lies with our tribesmen. Look today, they've been chopping trees until their eyes are bloodshot for that new attire. If he continues to dazzle them with his honeyed words, what if the tribesmen turn their hearts towards him and betray us? After all, we have extracted much from them." Betray? The old chief, seated in the principal position, had his deeply lined face illuminated by the firelight, resembling the cracked bark of an ancient tree. A short, cold, derisive laugh escaped his throat, his murky old eyes glinting with a serpentine coldness. He leisurely picked up a small knife, slicing a piece of sizzling fish from the grill. Yet his words dripped with a chilling venom. Let us use his grindstone to sharpen our blades. Once the blades are honed, he abruptly stuffed the meat into his mouth, gnashing it fiercely, his gaze ferocious. We shall slay that foolish donkey. He cast a sinister glance around his confidants. Do they truly believe he can stand against us all alone? Have they forgotten who the true sovereign of this land is? He extended his greasy finger, gesturing toward the training grounds outside the tent. My stakes are already buried, and my command magnificent, truly magnificent. One confidant exclaimed, slapping his thigh, a mixture of ecstasy and malice dancing across his face. As expected of a chief, you think deeper than we do, to kill with another S-blade, and to acquire a trained army at no cost. Another confidant roared with excitement. A smirk of satisfaction crept across the chief's flushed face, reddened by the smoke and wine. He waved his hand, feigning modesty. Let's keep a low profile, then. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes, akin to a poisoned dagger unsheathed. This afternoon, after their drills, before they descend, we shall go observe their training results. He licked his glossy lips, savoring the thought. If they truly train, well, our plans shall be expedited. Indeed, the confidants chorused in unison. The coarse ceramic bowls clashed together violently, spilling the murky liquid, resembling tainted blood beneath the campfire. Look at all this wood. Ha! We shall profit immensely. Chen Yan was taken aback. In the span of a mere afternoon, they had felled trees amounting to the height of 2 small mountains. He suppressed the excitement bubbling within him and glanced back at Bai Yun. Bai Yun, Han Shan, take the wild men for a couple of laps. I am about to commence my meal. No, rather, to prepare weapons for you. Bai Yun and Han Shan exchanged knowing looks, leading a group of around 100 wild men to begin their training. Chen Yan slowly extended his left hand, a soft azure glow enveloping the 2 small mountains. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 points. Excellent, indeed, 1,000 points. His gaze swept through the depths of his consciousness, taking note of the still substantial balance of points. A faint smile curving his lips in excitement. The timber would not be wasted. These warriors must understand that each log was serving their purpose. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, his fingers, or rather his intent, boldly glided across the basic training facilities category on the shopping interface. Simple wooden barriers, 0. 5-point set. Let us have 50 sets. Place a circle around the training ground for impact defense and practice overleaping. Balance beam, 0. 3 points each. I'll take 30. To cultivate courage and coordination. Crawling barbed wire, 0. 2 points meter. First, let us go with 100 meters. The first step to ground-level flight. Weighted sandbags, 0. 1 points each. Let us start with 200. As his thoughts flowed, points slipped away like fine sand. Ding! Facility purchase successful. Consumed 100 points. Current point balance 400. Only 100? Chen Yan raised his eyebrows in surprise, observing the miraculous wooden structures that sprang up from the ground below. Indeed, timber was quite affordable, and the system comprehended the principle of you get what you pay for. His gaze meandered through the product list until an inconspicuous icon and name captivated his attention like a magnet. This is... Chen Yan's pupils constricted suddenly. His breath momentarily stilled. A thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the fog of uncertainty. Hurry, move faster. What happened to that vigor you had when felling trees this morning? Has it melted away under the sun? Han Shan's rough voice roared from the back of the line, his robust frame thundering against the earth as he sprinted to catch up with the group that resembled wild calves let loose. Huff, huff, old Han. Bai Yun, running alongside, was drenched in sweat, his lean face glistening, breath erratic, a layer of fog coating his eyeglasses. These beasts, are they even human? They are outrunning us, even while burdened. He pressed a hand against his waist, feeling his lungs scream like a broken bellows, watching the bronze-skinned, muscular figures effortlessly navigate the rugged forest path, even having the energy to jostle and banter amongst themselves, an immense shock reverberating within him. This primal physical prowess was a true monster born for the battlefield. Should we take a break? Han kände suggested, pantning hevide. His once proud stamina now feeling inadequate in the presence of these humanoid beasts. No. Bai Yun shook his head vigorously, wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze resolute. The leader has commanded. We must distance ourselves, deplete their energy, keep them from pondering other matters. Run. Keep running. As the setting sun melted into gold, it painted the surface of the sea a blazing crimson. When this group of weary warriors, resembling figures pulled from the depths of a river, their bodies caked in mud and grass, trudged back to the edge of the vast training ground they had painstakingly cultivated. They were instantly petrified as if enchanted by a collective spell. The forest. Had the spirit of the forest manifested? One warrior gaped, his mouth agape enough to fit a coconut. Before them, where once there had been nothing but an empty clearing, now stood an imposing fortress of timber. The menacing chevaux de frise loomed like the fangs of a great beast, encircling the entire area. The undulating walls of obstacles rose like a chain of hills. A precarious log bridge, suspended in the twilight, exuded an aura of danger. Beneath the low barbed wire, the soft sandy soil silently beckoned to their weary bodies. Further away, the mounds of sandbags whispered of the trials yet to come. And at the heart of this wooden fortress, imbued with a spirit of iron and blood, stood more than 20 figures. They resembled deep blue rocks coalescing from the dusk, erect, cold, and utterly immovable, clad in identical deep blue uniforms, adorned with brass buttons, high leather boots, and broad, robust belts. They appeared as if carved from the same mold, statuesque in their formation. They stood in 2 rows, gazing straight ahead, their expressions icy, devoid of emotion, exuding an aura of chilling severity. At the forefront of this soldier formation stood Chen Yan. The afterglow of the setting sun outlined his slender, yet remarkably upright silhouette. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, as if a sovereign surveying his legion. The Führer? Bai Yun rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. These individuals, in just one afternoon, another warrior, gazing at the unfamiliar training equipment, felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. Had it materialized from thin air? Chapter 17. The 4 corners the wild men were utterly bewildered. Could there truly be living transformations upon their return? Instinctively, they gathered around, as if to observe some extraordinary creature. The wild men, drenched in sweat and grime, emanating a potent body odor, inched closer to the deep blue soldiers. 2 distinctly different presences scrutinized one another, rendering the air almost palpable. The wild men's eyes reflected immense confusion and instinctual unease, while the steadfast gazes of the blue soldiers swept over them. Like a casual glance at stones by the roadside, their expressions bore no ripples. Only the suffocating aura of iron and blood hung thickly, making it hard to breathe. Chen Yan's voice shattered the silence. Warriors, your toil has earned you the rewards you rightfully deserve. He raised his hand, gesturing toward the enormous beast-skin tent at the edge of the training grounds. Now line up. Follow me to claim your gear, your rightful uniforms. A roar erupted, like a splash of cold water into boiling oil. The wild men instantly erupted into fervor. All fatigue, confusion, and unease were swept away by the exhilarating promise of new garments. They howled, clamoring to surge into the tent. Stop! Chen Yan's sharp command resonated. The 20-some soldiers behind him seemed to receive an imperceptible signal, pivoting in unison, facing the entrance of the tent with impeccable synchronization. Clack! A jarring metallic sound echoed, sending shivers down the spine. Over 20 arms rose simultaneously. In the Lian field, rifles were swiftly raised, the dark muzzles, exuding an oppressive air of death, were unwaveringly aimed at the wild men who were about to breach the threshold. The movement was swift, cold, precise, like over 20 venomous serpents simultaneously rearing their heads, baring their lethal fangs. The foremost wild men slammed into an invisible wall of ice, halting abruptly. The ecstasy on their faces froze instantly, transforming into pallor. The frigid, emotionless gun barrels and the 20 pairs of hollow, yet menacing eyes exuded palpable malice. Chen Yan looked upon his soldiers with satisfaction. This was the effect he sought. Fear was the first shackle in taming the wild. Now his voice, though not loud, clearly reached the ears of every wild man paralyzed by fear. Listen to my command. Form 2 lines. One by one, enter in an orderly fashion. Collect your gear. Anyone who dares to push. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the cold gun barrels. Military law will be enforced. Under the soldier's silent, yet more terrifying gaze of death than any roar, the wild men moved like tame beasts, clumsily arranging into 2 crooked lines. Kuda was the first, gingerly shuffling forward with trembling legs, cautiously edging into the tent entrance. A soldier stepped forward, presenting him with a neatly folded, deep blue uniform and a pair of leather boots. Kuda clutched the uniform, which carried the unfamiliar scent of fabric, his heart racing as he nearly fled from the tent. Outside, a chorus of impatient exclamations and urgings immediately erupted. In the open ground, a group of wild men clumsily yet excitedly shed their grass skirts and animal hides, then fumbled to don the intricate and crisp deep blue military uniforms. Some misbuttoned their garments, others wore their trousers backwards, and still others found their leather boot laces tangled in hopeless knots, all amidst a cacophony of awe at the texture of the leather and the gleam of the brass buttons. By heavens, this fabric is truly stiff. Hey, look at this brass button. It shines like a mirror. These boots, though uncomfortable, they're undeniably splendid. Xiaomei, wait for me to knock on your door in this attire. Groups of wild men scrutinized one another, playfully slapping each other and erupting into boisterous laughter, resembling a band of mischievous children clad in adult clothing. Chen Yan's voice pierced through the clamor, ringing out clearly. Everyone. He stood atop a platform, flanked by over 20 silent, gun-bearing statues in deep blue. Once dressed, his gaze swept over those still grappling with buttons or proudly flaunting their new attire. Assemble. The final 3 words fell like a hammer, imbued with an undeniable iron command. Instantly, all laughter and chaos ceased, as if a hand had gripped their throats, abruptly silencing them. An invisible, frigid shackle named military order had, for the first time, truly encircled this group of savages newly adorned in the garb of civilization. Chen Yan's voice gradually resonated. This uniform is not merely for show. Once you wear it, you are soldiers. You must adhere to my rules. His gaze surveyed the mud-smeared, sweat-drenched faces, alive with excitement yet clouded with confusion. The thrill stemmed from the attractiveness of the attire, while the bewilderment arose from ignorance of the rules. Once you remove this uniform, you may frolic as you please. But if you don it and dare to snarl at your superior, showing disrespect. He paused, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. The military law recognizes no favoritism. A buzzing murmur of agreement arose from below, half understood, like the rustling of reeds in the wind. One wild man explained to another, "It means we cannot shout at the chief like that." "Ah, I see. Commander." Suddenly, a burly wild man, his face marked with 3 white stripes, raised his hand, pointing at the 20-odd soldiers behind Chen Yan, as still as statues, and asked in a gruff voice, "Who are they? Our tribe has no such people." The air fell silent, all eyes converging upon them. Chen Yan did not flinch, casually replying, "They arrived just this morning, sent by the chief." His tone was as nonchalant as discussing the weather. He could not disclose that they were transformed from wood. The wild man, half convinced, retreated, falling silent. Beside him, Bai Yun stepped forward, lowering his voice. "Leader, may I test the waters?" Chen Yan subtly nodded, stepping back a couple of paces, allowing space for the unfolding scene. He needed to observe whether this initial step could be solidly taken. Bai Yun inhaled deeply, straightening his back, his lean figure sharply defined beneath the deep blue military uniform. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the chaotic assembly of deep blue figures below. Suddenly, his voice soared, akin to a sword unsheathed, slicing through the clamor. "Attention!" Several wild men, standing in the front row, closest to Bai Yun, were struck by his imposing presence and instinctively clicked their heels together, their bodies stiffening upright. Though their postures were askew, a sense of tension had indeed taken hold. In the middle and rear ranks, Most were bewildered, glancing around in confusion, some even engrossed in the mechanics of fastening their copper buttons. Moments later, a few sluggishly mimicked the front row's stance, awkwardly and haltingly standing at attention, resembling a group of bears just roused from slumber. Bai Yun's expression remained unchanged, his eyes growing colder. The first command was barely a semblance of order. Left turn. The second command sent the scene into utter chaos. Left? Which way is left? Fools! Toward where the sun sets. Nonsense. That direction leads to the chieftain's hut. You are the fool. My left hand is the one that ties the grass skirt. Which hand did I use? I've long forgotten. Over 100 individuals spun like headless flies, jostling one another and clamoring in disarray. Some faced the sea, others the forest, and a few merely turned around, colliding with their neighbors. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Like a hornet's nest that had been disturbed. Bai Yun observed the scene with an impassive countenance. A singular thought coursing through his mind, cold and resigned. Good heavens. This band of wild men cannot even distinguish left from right. Indeed, what do savages know of bicycles? The direction of the setting sun? They must first recognize the cardinal directions. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness, mingled with an unprecedented desire for challenge, churned within his chest. The first step in taming this tribe of savages proved to be 100-fold more arduous than he had ever anticipated. Chapter 18:2 Plans. Bai Yun's gaze met Chen Yan's, a look imbued with a sense of despair and helplessness, as if silently imploring, "Leader, you are treating your subordinate like a mere beast of burden." However, Chen Yan responded with an unwavering nod, filled with trust, his eyes clearly conveying, "Keep going. I believe in you. You can do it." Bai Yun's lips twitched ever so slightly, while an inner voice raged furiously against the walls of his mind. "Oh, leader, you truly regard your subordinates as a universal tool, capable of handling any task. Alas, I must face this challenge head-on." He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to crumble, and resignedly turned towards the group of soldiers who remained oblivious to the situation. Meanwhile, deep within the tribe, the old chief, accompanied by several trusted confidants, emerged from the chief's tent draped in animal skins, making their way towards the western forest where Chen Yan resided. The forest path was rugged, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Chief, a burly man, his face adorned with war paint, could not suppress his voice, which trembled with reverence and unease. "We are nearly at the western woods. I have heard that the outsider named Chen Yan has felled many trees. The noise has been quite significant. Will this truly not anger the spirit of the forest?" The old chief's wrinkled face flickered with irritation as he leaned on his staff, responding in a low tone. "A few trees at most. Did I not instruct him clearly to only cut down the immature saplings and leave the ancient trees untouched?" Despite his words, a subtle current of worry lurked in the depths of his murky gaze. The questioning confidant nodded in silence, refraining from further speech. Yet the tension in his taut muscles betrayed his inner apprehension. Moments later, the group pushed through the last thicket of dense underbrush, revealing a vast, barren clearing that abruptly disrupted the once thick forest. "Chief," another confidant squinted in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. "I distinctly remember. There was never such a flat expanse here before. This is unnatural." The group stood at the edge of the clearing, gazing at the land, meticulously leveled by some immense force, roots entirely stripped away, leaving only the deep brown earth exposed beneath the setting sun. The old chief furrowed his brow, his gnarled fingers gripping his staff tightly. "Move. Let us ascend the small hill ahead. I suspect they are camped just beyond that slope." His voice tightened, a growing sense of foreboding swelling within him. With a mix of trepidation, they scrambled up the modest hill. When they finally beheld the scene on the other side, they were struck as if by an invisible hammer, frozen in place, their pupils dilating in shock. "Chief! Chief!" One confidant's voice trembled uncontrollably, his finger quivering as he pointed downward. "The prairie. How has this place transformed into a prairie? I clearly remember just yesterday it was a dense, towering forest." The old chief was utterly bewildered. He resembled a petrified statue, his murky old eyes fixated on the vast expanse of grassland below, stretching endlessly in the dusk. He had lived on this island for the better part of his life and had never imagined that anyone could cause an entire mountain forest to vanish in a thin air within a single day. All the trees, regardless of their size or species, had disappeared without a trace. Not even a single respectable branch or remnant of stump remained. It was as if an invisible, insatiably greedy hand had forcibly uprooted them from the earth, erasing them entirely. This young man, the old chief, squeezed out a few dry syllables from his throat, a chilling fear intertwined with overwhelming rage surging to his head. He had no doubt that if Chen Yan were given a few more days, the island he relied upon for survival would truly become a barren wasteland devoid of trees. However, his furious thoughts were abruptly pulled back by another sight beneath the hills. In the center of that massive scar, over 100 figures stood in neat formation. They were no longer the disheveled tribespeople clad in animal skins that he remembered. Instead, they wore a uniform, unfamiliar attire that shimmered with a deep blue light in the twilight. Though their demeanor was relaxed, their garments exuded an intimidating presence that weighed heavily on the heart. The transformation in these individuals' essence was profound, as if they had been reborn, evolving from loose sand into unyielding stone. Where did those garments originate? One of the trusted aides murmured, instinctively touching his own coarse, tattered animal skin, his eyes filled with an overwhelming astonishment and an indescribable yearning. A miracle, perhaps? Another aide's voice trembled, nearly collapsing in reverence. Everything before them, the vanished forest, the suddenly appearing formidable army, those never-before-seen extraordinary garments, exceeded their comprehension. A miracle? The old chief stared intently below, his murky eyes devoid of awe, filled instead with deep-seated apprehension and cold, murderous intent. He abruptly waved his hand, his bone staff striking the ground with a dull thud, regardless of whether it is a miracle or not. This young man and the strange forces he has brought cannot be allowed to remain. He somewhat regretted allowing Chen Yan to take charge of this wild army. His wrinkled face appeared particularly sinister in the twilight. By nightfall, we shall act. Yes. Several trusted aides' eyes ignited with ferocity as they nodded vigorously. So shall we descend? One person, gazing at the army below, instinctively swallowed hard, his voice wavering. Descend for what? The old chief growled, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. First we retreat. Do not alert the snake in the grass. Move quietly. He silently and stealthily, as if merging with the shadows, began to withdraw from the hill. Meanwhile, beneath the hills, Chen Yan sat languidly atop an unusually flat boulder, resting his chin on one hand, watching the group of wild men under Bai Yun's command with a sense of boredom. Bai Yun's inner despair was nearly overflowing. After half a day of grueling training, the results could not be said to be non-existent, but rather minuscule at best. Formation? They barely managed to stand in a few crooked rows, resembling wheat swaying in the wind. The command? Their reactions were as sluggish as a sloth. What frustrated Bai Yun the most was the firearms training. This group of savages couldn't even fire the most basic gun. The clumsiness with which they pulled the trigger was maddening. Even more absurd was the fact that when the first test shot shattered the silence of the forest, several of them were so startled that they fell to the ground, and one even wet his pants, cowering with his head in his hands, trembling. Bai Yun felt his temples throbbing, enveloped by a profound sense of helplessness. An elite officer from the Imperial Naval Academy, here to train a group of savages who wet themselves at the sound of gunfire. My Führer, you have truly posed an epic dilemma for your subordinate. Chen Yan observed the soldiers, equally speechless as he supported his forehead. Wasn't this starting point a bit too low? Just then, a soldier clad in a pristine uniform, responsible for perimeter security, hurried over and stood at attention before Chen Yan, lowering his voice to report urgently. Report, my Führer. We have just spotted several suspicious individuals on the hill to the southeast, watching us for quite some time, but they have now retreated. Chen Yan's gaze sharpened instantly as he looked towards the silhouette of the hill, now cloaked in dusk, a cold smile gracing his lips. Oh, at this hour, to be concerned enough to climb a hill and spy on us. He chuckled softly, tinged with a mocking awareness. Who else could it be but our esteemed chief? He slowly rose, brushing non-existent dust from his military trousers, his eyes becoming deep and dangerous. Chen Yan nodded at the reporting soldier, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Understood. Go prepare. Proceed according to the original plan. Yes. The soldier acknowledged the command and swiftly turned to leave. The atmosphere on the training ground silently tightened. On either side of the hill lay a primitive tribe, sharpening their blades, while on the other, Chen Yan and his group appeared relaxed, yet were rife with hidden currents. The night was about to become the stage, and the swiftness of action alongside the disparity of power would determine who could still stand on this shorn land at dawn. Chen Yan gazed towards the direction of the chief's tribe, his profound eyes shimmering with an unusual light in the darkening sky, as if streams of data coursed through the depths of his pupils. He murmured softly to himself, his voice low yet imbued with a detached indifference and a confidence that suggested he overshadowed mere ants, esteemed chief, since you wish to see so badly. Allow you and your warriors with their bone clubs to behold the marvel of modern technology. Chapter 19. The Assassination at Midnight. The waning crescent moon hung high in the indigo sky, casting a chilling and enigmatic glow over the silent island. The air was thick with an invisible haze of gunpowder, as two forces quietly surged beneath the cover of darkness. Deep within the tribe, the extinguished bonfires cast the cluster of thatched huts as slumbering behemoths sprawled upon the land. Shadows, darker than the night itself, slithered like venomous serpents, silently weaving through the shadows of the shanties. Barefoot, they tread upon the soft earth with barely a sound, their heavy breathing and the occasional faint scrape of their bone spears and stone axes betraying their presence. Hurry, keep close, the leader of the shadows hissed, his voice hoarse like an owl's call. He turned to urge the 5 or 6 similarly robust figures trailing behind him. Be nimble. Once we complete this job, the chief's reward will be enough for you to wed. From the darkness, muffled yet excited breaths emerged, glimmers of greed reflecting in their eyes. Boss, do we really need so many of us for just one pretty boy? I could crush his bones all by myself. One shadow could not help but scoff, disdain lacing his tone. Exactly. Just don't kill him too quickly. Let me have a swing too. Another shadow chimed in, as if discussing the slaughter of livestock rather than plotting murder. Such arrogance. Have you forgotten the divine weapon he wields? Tread carefully, remember to coordinate, and be cautious. There have been many outsiders on the island lately. We must accomplish our goal swiftly. The reprimanded figures fell silent, their earlier bravado subdued. Their target, the residents of Chen Yan, solitarily standing at the far edge of the tribe. This place was deserted, with only a few dilapidated empty houses, resembling a forsaken corner. An ideal location for their dark intent. We've arrived. The leading shadow gestured, and in an instant, they melded into the darkness like statues, halting before Chen Yan's modest wooden dwelling. The moonlight barely illuminated the outline of the door. Quickly, move swiftly. Do not give him a moment to breathe. The leader growled again, murderous intent glinting in his eyes. One shadow promptly unfastened a slender bamboo tube from his waist, expertly inserting one end into an inconspicuous gap beneath the door. He puffed up his cheeks and blew forcefully. A peculiar, sweet-smelling smoke, like a living entity, slithered through the crevice, rapidly filling the darkened room. This was the tribe's secret concoction of potent narcotic smoke. An ordinary person would succumb to a profound stupor after inhaling just a few whiffs. Wait 5 minutes for the smoke to settle, then we rush in. The leader made a slicing motion across his throat, his eyes glimmering with bloodlust. Time trickled by in the oppressive silence. Less than 10 meters away, nestled within a pile of half-human-height dried grass, 2 pairs of cold eyes peered through the gaps in the foliage, their gaze firmly locking onto the furtive figures at the door, akin to a sniper's scope. Their bodies seamlessly blended into the shadows, rendering even their breaths nearly inaudible. 2 cold gun muzzles rested atop a haystack, reflecting a faint glimmer under the moonlight. Hey, they're about to enter, whispered a soldier on the right, his voice barely audible, akin to the rustle of air. Shall we act now? The soldier on the left, with keen eyes, gently shook his head, responding in a voice equally hushed, not yet. The gunfire will alert the entire tribe. Our comrades inside will entertain them well. Our task is to ensure that no one interrupts this gathering, while also eliminating the watchful guards outside. Understood. The soldier nodded, his finger releasing the trigger. 5 minutes. It's time. Act. The leader outside commanded sharply, gesturing vigorously. 2 shadows advanced immediately, skillfully prying open the rudimentary latch with bone knives. The door creaked faintly yet piercingly, echoing in the stillness of the night. The door opened a crack, and the leader, accompanied by 3 others, quickly covered their mouths and noses, bending low as they slipped into the dark room, suffused with a cloying aroma. The last 2 remained vigilantly outside, standing like sentinels, nervously scanning their surroundings. Inside, visibility was nearly non-existent. The dense haze mingled with the scent of aged wood left the intruding savages momentarily disoriented. "Damn, why is it so dark?" one muttered, his voice echoing in the vast emptiness, sounding particularly jarring. They stumbled forward like headless flies, relying on memory and instinct to navigate the darkness, searching for the bed. "Hurry, find the bed," the leader urged in a low voice, a sense of inexplicable agitation swelling within him. This room was too quiet. An unsettling stillness enveloped them. Just as they stumbled about, their footsteps and heavy breaths resonating harshly in the gloom, bang! A dull thud reverberated. The wooden door behind them was suddenly slammed shut with tremendous force from within. What? Several savages turned in shock. Simultaneously, whoosh! A blinding beam of white light erupted unexpectedly from the depths of the room, piercing the darkness with the precision and cruelty of a judgment spear, enveloping the 4 intruders entirely. The intense light instantly blinded them, their eyes stinging as if pricked by needles. They instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves, emitting terrified cries. Who is there?" the leader shouted hoarsely, his voice warped by sheer terror. As they struggled to regain their composure amidst the dazzling light, their eyes gradually adapted, revealing the source of the blinding radiance. What they beheld was a sight never before witnessed, nor ever comprehensible. A vision that would freeze their very souls. 3 tall, silent figures stood like demonic deities emerging from the abyss of hell, silhouetted against the radiant light. Clad in deep blue military uniforms, they presented forms as formidable as steel. What instills the deepest terror is not the faces they wear, for those are anything but human. Rather, it is a grotesque amalgamation of metal and leather, fashioned into masks that evoke the image of malevolent spirits. The circular, dark lenses reflect a chilling light, akin to the eyes of a demon. Below them lies a protruding, pig-like filter canister that emits a faint hissing sound with each breath, reminiscent of a venomous serpent's flicking tongue. The entire mask, set against the backdrop of harsh illumination, exudes an overwhelming sense of suffocating horror. Ghosts, phantoms. A wild man, utterly shattered, let out a shrill scream that shattered the silence, causing the stone axe in his hand to clatter to the ground. The others were equally paralyzed by fear, their legs trembling like sifted chaff, robbed of even the strength to flee. This unimaginable spectacle of terror instantaneously obliterated their psychological defenses. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Only the cold, rhythmic hissing of breath emanating from beneath the gas masks reverberated in the stillness, akin to the countdown of the Grim Reaper. Suddenly, the figure in the center spoke. His voice, filtered through the mask's canister, carried a chilling metallic resonance. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet it struck like a hammer upon the hearts of every wild man. Since you have come, do not leave. Chapter 20. Decapitation Operation. The 2 figures, akin to deep blue lightning bolts, swiftly penetrated the midst of the savages. The daggers they wielded, gripped in reverse, emitted a deadly, icy glimmer under the bright light. Thud! Thud! The muffled sounds of sharp blades slicing through flesh resonated almost simultaneously. It was astonishingly swift, so rapid that the savages barely had time to react. One savage felt a sudden chill at his neck, as if a frigid serpent had caressed him, only to be followed by a torrent of scorching liquid gushing forth. In terror, he clasped his neck, gasping like a winded bellows. as the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Another savage experienced a stabbing pain in his chest. Looking down, he beheld a cold metal hilt firmly embedded in his breast. He hadn't even comprehended how the attack had transpired. Clean, efficient. The remaining leader and another savage stood frozen, watching in horror as their companions met their demise in an instant. An overwhelming dread engulfed them like a chilling tide. They yearned to scream, yet their throats felt constricted. A monster! The last surviving savage let out a despairing wail, frantically thrusting his bone spear forward in a chaotic frenzy. Outside, the two savages stationed at the door heard the resounding crash of the door within, the terrified screams of their companions, and the two chilling thuds. No, this is bad. Something has gone awry. Their faces turned pale, a wave of cold sweeping from their feet to the crown of their heads. They scarcely considered their comrades inside, turning to flee from this dreadful place. However, as they took a step, a chilling sensation brushed against the skin of one's neck. A cold voice echoed behind them, underscored by an undeniable tone. Do not move. A single twitch, and I shall sever your throat. The two were paralyzed, as if under a spell, their bodies rigid, cold sweat rapidly soaking their backs. Like rusted machinery, they slowly turned their heads, only to behold an even more absurd and heart-wrenching scene. Draped in garments that blended seamlessly with the environment, one of them held a glimmering dagger steadily against his own throat. The forest god has awakened in wrath. The savage, with the blade poised against him, trembled and sobbed incoherently. I realize my mistake. We should not have felled those trees. Spare me. Spare me. The soldier holding the dagger seemed to twitch the corner of his mouth beneath his mask, then turned to his companion, speaking in an exasperated tone. Tiske, what a fool. A waste of time. His companion nodded coldly, raising the blade. Thud, thud. Once more, two faint thuds echoed. The two figures collapsed to the ground without a sound, their life essence dissipating in an instant. Under the moonlight, in the shadow beside the haystack, only two gradually cooling corpses remained. Creak! The wooden door was pulled open from within. Chen Yan's silhouette appeared at the threshold. He calmly raised his hand and removed the grotesque gas mask from his face, revealing a countenance that appeared particularly austere under the moonlight. He casually tossed the mask to a nearby soldier. The soldier, who had just been hiding behind a haystack, immediately straightened his posture like a javelin upon seeing Chen Yan, raising his arm in a standard yet vigorous military salute, his deep voice resonating with an iron-blooded aura in the stillness of the night. Führer, are you uninjured? Chen Yan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping past the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground towards the distant tribal center shrouded in darkness, the direction of the chief's tent. His eyes were as profound as a frigid pool, devoid of anger, only an icy indifference. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet distinctly reaching every soldier's ear. Well, since he could not restrain himself, it should be nearing completion now. Captain Bai, Team 1 has reached the base of the eastern watchtower. Team 2 is in position. Target the western watchtower. Teams 3 and 4 have encircled the core area and are ready to act. The somber yet precise report echoed through Bai Yun's earpiece. He was currently crouched in the shadow of a thatched hut, his keen eyes scanning the hushed tribe like a hawk. The moonlight fell sparingly, barely outlining the indistinct silhouettes of the houses and watchtowers. The entire tribe lay in slumber, blissfully unaware of the impending storm. Excellent. Bai Yun's voice was cold and steady. Execute according to the predetermined plan. Teams 1 and 2, secure the watchtowers. Eliminate the eyes. Be swift and silent. Teams 3 and 4, commence the decapitation operation. Target all tribal leaders. Remember, the Führer has decreed. The fate of the savage leaders is inconsequential. But that old chief must be delivered alive before the Führer. Do you understand? Understood. Received. Came a muffled yet resolute responses through the earpiece. Action. Bai Yun commanded decisively. The night served as their greatest ally. Over 30 deep blue figures, like phantoms merging with ink, swiftly divided into 4 precise streams, silently flowing toward their respective objectives. Teams 1 and 2 acted as 2 precise surgical blades, targeting the outer wooden watchtowers that symbolized more than they offered in actual defense. Teams 3 and 4 silently encircled the very heart of the tribe, the core area where the chief and elders resided. Chen Yan stood before his dwelling, hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent. The night breeze caressed him, carrying a hint of chill. A cold smile curved his lips. Is the night dark? No. I shall ensure that the means you witness are darker than this night. A haunting imitation of an owl's hoot suddenly pierced the tranquil air above the tribe. A signal. In an instant, the curtain of slaughter and capture was abruptly drawn open. Beneath the watchtower, a wild guard, using a spear as a pillow, dozed against the wooden post, a trickle of drool lingering at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a faint sound of leaves being crushed stirred him from his slumber. Groggily, he opened his bleary eyes. But before he could discern what lay before him, a shadow darker than the night itself approached like a specter. He scarcely had time to utter a complete syllable. With a swift hiss, a cold metallic blade grazed his throat, drawing forth a warm, dark crimson liquid that glistened under the moonlight. The guard's eyes widened in terror as his body convulsed violently. A rasping sound escaped his throat before he collapsed lifelessly. A contingent of soldiers gently supported his limp form to stifle any noise. Then, akin to nimble felines, ascended the rickety watchtower. Another drowsy guard atop the tower, oblivious to the impending doom, met the same silent fate. The entire sequence was executed with speed, precision, and brutality, reminiscent of the most efficient harvest, devoid of any superfluous sound. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously at several watchtowers on the periphery of the tribe, where eyes were quietly and completely extinguished within mere seconds. Chapter 21. Decapitation Operation 2. In the core area, the actions of Teams 3 and 4 escalated with remarkable swiftness. They descended upon the thatched huts and animal-skin tents like ravenous wolves infiltrating a flock, executing their assault with precision as if traversing a desolate landscape, dismantling defenses with ease. The sounds of breaking doors were kept to a minimum. They either pried them open with daggers or forcefully breached them in silence. The tribal elders and warrior leaders, who typically basked in their lofty positions and wielded power with impunity, were often roused from their slumber only to find a cold pistol pressed against their foreheads or a chilling dagger poised at their throats. Resistance proved futile. Any sign of defiance was met with the unforgiving strike of a rifle butt or a swift, decisive cut to the throat. Those once arrogant figures of authority now lay bound like parcels, their mouths stuffed with rags, their eyes wide with sheer terror and disbelief. They were brutally yanked from their warm beds and cast into the frigid mud below. The entire core area, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by thrown stones, was suddenly awash with turbulent undercurrents, yet suppressed by an even greater force. Outside the chief's grand tent, Baiyun and Han Shan, accompanied by several soldiers, stealthily approached the largest and most opulent animal skin tent at the heart of the tribe. Unlike other locations, a flickering, dim light emanated from the crevice of this tent's entrance. Han Shan furrowed his brow, fixating on the illuminated curtain, and could not help but murmur, "What on earth is this old man up to? The entire tribe is asleep. Yet he still has the lights on? Does he know we are coming and has lit the way?" Baiyun's gaze was sharp, a mocking smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Whatever he is doing is of no consequence. The leader must be alive. Let us go in and invite him out. Move swiftly." The two exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. A soldier advanced silently, deftly slicing through the ties of the curtain with his dagger. Baiyun and Han Shan, like two bolts of lightning poised to strike, flung aside the curtain and entered in quick succession, followed by their comrades. The interior of the tent was spacious, divided by a heavy animal skin curtain into an outer hall and an inner chamber. The outer hall was devoid of occupants, save for the faint glow and warmth emanating from the dying embers of a central fire pit. From within the inner chamber, however, a muffled sound of labored breathing and laughter could be faintly heard. Baiyun and Han Shan's brows furrowed even deeper as they exchanged a gesture. The soldiers immediately spread out, maintaining vigilance in the outer hall, while the two men firmly gripped their pistols, their barrels steadily aimed at the inner chamber's curtain, advancing step by step like stealthy cheetahs closing in on their prey. Just as Han Shan's hand was about to graze the separating animal skin curtain. "Ah, Chief, you are so impressive." A woman's sultry voice rang out clearly, followed by the giggles of another woman and the triumphant, heavy breathing of an older man. Bai Yun and Han Shan were instantly frozen, their expressions transforming into a tableau of astonishment. Han Shan's lips twitched as he silently mouthed to Bai Yun, "Damn it, this old man." Bai Yun's facial muscles also twitched as he took a deep breath and suddenly waved his hand. With a swift motion, the animal skin curtain was violently torn aside. The scene within the chamber unfolded like an absurd theater, suddenly laid bare before the gaze of onlookers, upon a grand bed adorned with thick animal hides. A symbol of the tribe's paramount authority, the elderly chieftain, with his wrinkled and flaccid body, lay completely exposed, entangled with two similarly unclad young women of the tribe. Their intertwined forms painted a distressing tableau. The chieftain's face bore a primal and feverish flush, while the two women emitted affected shrieks. The abrupt intrusion of bright light and unexpected visitors crystallized this debauchery into a frozen moment. The flush on the chieftain's visage swiftly faded, replaced by a ghastly pallor akin to ashes, as a once mighty part of him succumbed visibly. The two women, momentarily paralyzed with shock, finally unleashed a scream so piercing it seemed capable of tearing the tent asunder. In a frantic scramble, they reached for the nearby animal hides to cover their nakedness, creating a chaotic scene. Silence. No more screams. Han Shan's thunderous command resonated like a clap of thunder. The dark muzzle of his gun aimed squarely at the trio upon the bed, his gaze cold as steel. "Hands on your heads. Behave yourselves. Scream again, and I shall end you." This menacing roar overshadowed the women's cries. The chieftain trembled uncontrollably, engulfed by an overwhelming terror akin to that of a divine force descending upon him. He quivered, instinctively reaching for the bone staff that signified his power. Without hesitation, Han Shan drew a steel rod from his waist, striking it against the bed's edge, sending the chieftain recoiling in fright, his hand withdrawing as if shocked, leaving him utterly limp and pallid upon the bed. Standing alongside Han Shan, Bai Yun observed the quaking chieftain in his nakedness, the two terrified women, and cast a glance at the chieftain's now-defunct manhood. A sardonic and disdainful smirk crept across his lips. He shook his head and, in a tone tinged with the discovery of something profoundly filthy and laughable, murmured to Han Shan, "Ah, so the leader has orchestrated such elaborate efforts to prepare us for a formidable opponent. Yet it is this sort? Truly, I have overestimated these savages." The disdain in his voice washed over the chieftain like a bucket of icy water, leaving him mortified and furious, yet paralyzed by fear. As dawn broke, tearing through the horizon and casting a cold, ashen hue over the training grounds podium, an extraordinary sight solidified in the thin morning mist. 7 or 8 individuals, resembling lifeless hounds stripped to their spines, knelt in unison. Coarse hemp ropes bound them tightly from shoulders to calves against wooden stakes as thick as a bowl, cutting into their flesh and rendering them immobile. Before each stood soldiers from Chen Yan's command, their rifles armed with bayonets, the butts resting firmly on the ground, blades angled toward the heavens, their cold gazes crystallizing into palpable intent to kill. An atmosphere of impending execution pervaded. A night of frigid winds and the humiliation of kneeling left these once mighty figures, who had commanded storms within the tribe, pale-faced, their lips tinged with purple from the cold, bodies trembling uncontrollably. At the forefront, tightly bound, stood the former chieftain, who had only yesterday reveled joyfully within his leather tent. As time passed, the heavy footfalls shattered the serene stillness of dawn. Groups of wild warriors, clad in modern military attire, entered the training ground. "Hey, Kuda, look up there. What's with that row of kneeling figures? Are they being punished so early in the morning?" A young wildling prodded his companion, his tone tinged with curious excitement. Following the direction of his companion's finger, Kuda lazily raised his gaze. His eyes skimmed over the kneeling figures, passing over the soldiers with their rifles propped before them. Suddenly, it felt as though an invisible hammer had struck him squarely in the face. His steps froze, a yawn frozen on his features, his eyes widening in disbelief, nearly bursting from their sockets. He fixated on the figure at the front, whose bowed head exuded a profound familiarity, leaving his mind blank. Ha ha! A dry, discordant laugh escaped Kuda's throat as he rubbed his eyes vigorously, speaking almost as if to convince himself. It must be an illusion. Surely yesterday's rigorous training had taken its toll. I haven't fully awakened. The chieftain? How could he possibly be kneeling there? He should be savoring warm soup upon a cozy leather mat. He squeezed his eyes shut tightly, then opened them wide again. That figure remained. Even the slight stoop, now rendered particularly desolate by the bindings, was etched into Kuda's very bones. It was no mere illusion. A profound sense of absurdity and a terrifying upheaval of understanding seized him. The chieftain! The chieftain! Kuda's voice cracked. This exclamation was like a spark igniting a pool of boiling oil. What? The chieftain? Where? Oh my God! It truly is the chieftain. An elder Batu. That is, the chieftain's captain of the guard, Kulu. An increasing number of gazes converged upon the high platform. A rising chorus of gasps and astonished intakes of breath filled the air. The chieftain, once regarded as an unassailable mountain in their hearts, a symbol of the ancient order and divine authority of the tribe, now knelt like the most wretched of captives, bound and exposed. Having spent the night on the cold stone, subjected to the horrified stares of all around, only the cold gleam of the soldiers' bayonets reflected the harsh truth. And the countless eyes below, filled with tumultuous astonishment, silently conveyed an ironclad reality. This island has undergone a profound transformation. Chapter 22. The unworthy past the dawnlight cast a pale blue hue over the training grounds. 7 figures were tightly bound with hemp ropes to wooden stakes, kneeling in a humiliating row. Dew soaked their tattered animal skins, leaving deep marks on the cold stone surface. A night of cold winds had drained the last vestiges of color from their faces, leaving only a quivering, husk-like tremor and venomous resentment in their eyes. At the forefront stood the old chief, his forehead marked with fresh bruises that glared in the morning light, while a deep blue soldier leaned on a bayonet rifle before him, his gaze lethal. In the stands, someone elbowed their companion. The latter lazily lifted his eyes, scanning the prostrate figures, lingering on the chief, whose once proud leopard-skin shoulder cape was now soiled with mud. A dry, rasping chuckle escaped his throat as he rubbed his eyes, still ensnared in the remnants of slumber. How could the chief? His words faltered abruptly, as if struck by an invisible hammer, shock coursing through him. That hunched silhouette, the disheveled white hair. Chief! The chief. It was Elder Batu, and Captain Kume. An eerie silence enveloped the training ground, all gazes riveted on the platform, frozen upon that row of dishonored figures. Chen Yan stood at the shadowed edge of the platform, his eyes resolute. 2 deep blue soldiers stood like an impenetrable wall before him, their bayonets slightly raised. His voice, though not loud, pierced through the silence. Bai Yun, gather the tribespeople here. Han Shang. His gaze swept over the bewildered tribesmen below, all clad in deep blue uniforms, paralyzed by confusion. Disarm. Those who resist shall be slain. The 2 soldiers were as cold as ice. Bai Yun and Han Shan, each accompanied by several soldiers, silently parted the crowd, slicing through the throng like a knife through grease, directly into the heart of the tribe. The tribesmen in military attire exchanged glances, instinctively mimicking the soldiers' stance, awkward and stiff. The chief had fallen. The sky had collapsed. They were lost, enveloped in a thick fog of confusion. Soon the entire tribe was herded beneath the platform. Deep blue uniforms mingled with tattered animal skins, the terrified old, weak, women and children forming a dark mass, only their oppressed breaths remaining audible. Chen Yan's gaze swept over the kneeling followers of the chief, landing on a lean warrior in the front row. A man. Yes, a man sprang forward, his demeanor almost obsequious. Are we all assembled? Are the leaders present? Chen Yan inquired. A man quickly scanned the high platform, shaking his head, his voice barely above a whisper, reporting to the commander, we are still missing one. Who? Where? Chen Yan's brow furrowed slightly. I just reported to Colonel Bai. He is being escorted here now. A man spoke rapidly. A barely perceptible smile flickered at the corner of Chen Yan's mouth as he patted a man's shoulder, his voice low yet audible to those nearby. Well done, a man. Follow me closely, and you shall have glory and wealth beyond measure. A man's spine straightened instantly, fervor igniting in his eyes. It was he who had provided the tribe's map and the hierarchy's layout in meticulous detail. Without him, Chen Yan's decapitation operation would not have been so swift and bloodless. Chen Yan no longer regarded him, taking a step forward to stand at the edge of the platform. The cold gaze swept over the audience like a searchlight, illuminating the sea of heads filled with fear and confusion below. I am Chen Yan. My voice, though not loud, strangely quelled all commotion. You may call me Commander. Or, he paused, call me Commander Chen, or even Your Excellency. A profound silence ensued, interrupted only by the mournful wail of the sea breeze. He raised his hand, pointing to the kneeling chieftains behind him, as though indicating a heap of refuse. Curious? Why do your chieftains kneel here? The old chieftain suddenly lifted his head, his murky eyes ablaze with a consuming hatred. Yet a soldier in front of him struck him with the butt of his rifle, and he let out a muffled groan. Bowing his head once more, Chen Yan's voice soared abruptly, like thunder cleaving through still waters. Because they sold you out. The crowd erupted instantly. Gasps, cries, and incredulous growls intertwined. Sold? To whom? How could this be possible? A frigid smile played on Chen Yan's lips as he looked down upon the savages below. On the platform, the deep blue soldiers stood like silent monuments. Beneath the platform, seeds of suspicion began to sprout wildly amidst the thunder of betrayal. You are talking nonsense. The old chieftain, like a cornered beast with its tail stepped on, jerked his disheveled, graying head upward, the veins in his neck standing out. And a feral light sparked in his murky eyes. The roar that erupted from his throat, laced with the stench of blood, shattered the brief silence that followed Chen Yan's words. The soldier before him glared fiercely, raising his rifle, but ready to strike down with force. Slowly, however, Chen Yan lifted his hand, a hint of playful amusement dancing on his lips, as if observing a rat struggling in a cage. He stepped forward, halting at a distance where the old chieftain's spittle could reach him. The soldier's south bayonet hovered dangerously close to his back, glinting ominously. Wronged? Chen Yan leaned slightly forward, his voice low yet piercing, embedding itself in the old chieftain's ears and every straining ear below. Then let me ask you, when you forcibly took the young maidens of your tribe and drove Amon's father to his death, did you ever cry out in innocence? When you treated your tribesmen like cattle, hoarding the most resources and food for yourself, did you ever feel wronged? When, for a few cans of inferior liquor, you sold a dozen young warriors to passing slave traders, watching them being led away like livestock while deceiving your people into believing they fought for the tribe? Did you ever feel a shred of innocence? Every word pierced the heart. Every sentence drew blood. The old chieftain, struck by lightning, froze in an expression of fury that turned to a ghastly pallor. His pupils constricted, staring in disbelief at Chen Yan, his lips quivering, yet not a single word escaped. How could these secrets, known only to him and a handful of trusted aides, be so thoroughly unveiled by this outsider? His gaze shifted abruptly to the side of the platform, to the slender figure with lowered eyes, yet subtly gleeful. Amon. It was him. Rage coiled around his heart like a venomous vine. He should have, back then, crushed this wretched slave's son like an ant, eliminating him along with his father. Amon, undeterred by the predatory gaze of the old chieftain, not only stood his ground, but also slightly raised his chin. A chilling hatred burned deep within the depths of his eyes. Chapter 23. Seizing power at the tender age of 8. His father was stripped of his garments and hanged from a withered tree at the entrance of the tribe, merely for having toppled a few baskets of dried fish. In his final moments, as his throat was severed, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon his son, who cowered amidst the crowd, uttering no pleas. Only the silent words formed by his lips survive. Endure. These 3 phrases seared into the very fabric of his being, like a red-hot branding iron, haunting his every waking hour. He lived like a rat in the gutter, biding his time for an opportunity to drag the decaying visage of the old chief, along with the entire corrupt tribal order he represented, into the abyss of hell. The arrival of Chen Yan was like a hammer of vengeance descending from the heavens. Did he betray his own kin? Hand them over to the black ship traders? The youngest son of Badu hasn't returned since last year's fishing expedition. And what a man as father. I remember that well. Could the chief truly commit such an atrocity? The silence that enveloped the crowd was shattered. Confusion, rage, and the humiliation of betrayal surged like molten lava, roiling and erupting among the throng. Chen Yan's accusations were like sparks igniting oil, instantly igniting years of repressed grievances. The old chief's usual arrogance and avarice, treating human life as mere chaff, now stood as irrefutable evidence of his treachery for survival. Once doubt takes root, it spreads like wildfire, consuming the very foundation of bygone authority with a crackling sound. Chen Yan cast a cold gaze over the seething crowd, then glanced at the old chief, whose face had turned ashen and whose strength had waned. The moment had arrived. He stepped forward, positioning himself at the edge of the platform, arms outstretched, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, silencing the tumult. The ancient gods of old are dead. Those who kneel are the betrayers. His gaze, akin to a torch, swept across the faces filled with anger, confusion, and a glimmer of hope. Now, tell me, will you follow these chiefs and elders who regard you as mere livestock, ready to sell you at a whim, and be nailed to the pillar of shame? Or, he raised his voice, infused with a resolve to tear through the darkness. Follow me. Follow your new Führer. Take up arms. Don the deep blue uniforms. With your iron blood, forge an era that belongs to you. Construct stone houses that shield you from the storm. Reclaim the freedom, dignity, and future that are rightfully yours. Tell me, what you desire? Silence. An absolute stillness. Only the heavy breaths and the frantic beating of hearts could be heard. In the next moment, Führer, a hoarse, tear-choked, fervent roar erupted from the front of the crowd. It was a man. He was the first to kneel, bowing his head deeply. I follow the Führer. Through mountains of knives and seas of blood, slay the enemies before the Führer. Then the second knee hit the ground. Führer, Führer. Like a domino effect, the once defiant savage warriors, one by one, knelt on one knee, heads bowed low, summoning every ounce of strength to roar the name of their new leader, a symbol of power and hope. The cacophony of voices converged into a tumultuous torrent, shaking the stones of the high platform, scattering the last remnants of nostalgia for the bygone era. Upon that elevated stage, the elder chieftain gazed down at the multitude that bowed before him, offering their fervor to others. The final spark in his eyes extinguished, leaving only an abyss of silence. He understood that his epic, along with his very bones, would be utterly crushed into dust by this nascent, deep blue deluge. Atop the crest of the fervent tide, Chen Yan's lips curved into a frigid smile, one that signified an authentic mastery over all. His island, his soldiers, his empire. It is only from this moment that they truly began to take shape. Chen Yan's voice resonated like rolling thunder, shattering the stillness of the square above. Each word imbued with an undeniable will of iron, striking fiercely at the hearts of every prostrate savage. Stand up. This command acted as an invisible whip, lashing against the kneeling throng. The wild men, bewildered, lifted their heads, their bodies akin to rusted gears, laboriously swaying as they rose. From this day forth, Chen Yan's gaze was resolute, sweeping across a sea of anxious faces. Your knees shall bow only to heaven and earth, only to your parents. He took a step forward, as if his feet bore the weight of 1,000 forces, his voice rising, akin to a divine proclamation. You are no longer anyone's slaves, no longer cattle at the mercy of others. You are warriors under my command, the blades poised to shatter the old world. Then he abruptly paused, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the crowd, clearly articulating the two words that would alter everyone's fate. Salute. The sound reverberated across the vast square, imbued with a solemnity that reshaped souls. Chen Yan slightly tilted his head, signaling Bai Yun to step forward. Bai Yun advanced, his stature upright as a javelin, his movements devoid of hesitation. He brought his left heel sharply together with his right, producing a crisp sound. Following this, his right arm, coiled like a spring filled with power, shot up at the most precise angle and with unwavering speed, forming a perfect and potent 75-degree angle with his palm aligned like a blade, fingertips aimed at his brow. The entire process flowed seamlessly, exuding a chilling, suffocating beauty of obedience. Behold, Chen Yan's voice boomed like a great bell. This shall be your new form of salute. Below, hundreds of wild men, recently risen from humiliation, clumsily mimicked Bai Yun's actions. Their arms raised at uneven heights, some trembling like withered leaves in the wind, others rigid as wooden sticks. In that instant, the square appeared to erupt into a chaotic and surging tide of arms. This awkward imitation symbolized the complete tearing apart of the old order as a new one, forged in iron and blood, was brutally imprinted upon their bodies and souls. Chen Yan's gaze transcended this ocean of arms, peering towards the distant sky, stained with smoke. An indescribable complexity of emotions entwined around his heart like creeping vines. 2 days ago, I was merely a fugitive, forced into the depths of the sea, trembling like a lost dog. Yet now, I find myself standing here, upon an island that has surrendered beneath my feet, with an obedient army at my back and citizens bowing before me. And I am their leader? A barely perceptible pang of bitterness, akin to the chill of dewy frost, silently coursed through the depths of my profound gaze. It was a mockery of fate's capriciousness, a recollection of past miseries, and a weighty disorientation brought on by the sudden acquisition of power. This crown of leadership rests upon my head, cold and burdensome, steeped in the essence of blood and fire. I inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing that moment of incongruous vulnerability. My gaze hardened once more, as unyielding as iron, sharp as a blade. Thus, the time for lamentation has concluded. The hope of the island must now be prioritized. Chapter 24. O Führer, your might is truly great to prevent the spilling of soldiers' blood. One must fully exploit all resources of this island. His gaze slowly returned, coldly settling upon the row of chieftains and their loyal confidants, forcibly compelled to kneel. Their bodies trembled violently, pale and devoid of color, their eyes vacant. The last flicker of defiance extinguished before the hundreds of arms raised high, though imperfectly, yet brimming with the essence of a new order. Amidst the fervent cries of Führer, that surged like waves, their hope was utterly quenched. They comprehended that their epic had come to an end. Chen Yan took a slight step back, creating distance as if to evade the impending splatter of filth. His voice, though not loud, cut through the clamor with clarity, infused with an indifference that dictated life and death, akin to pronouncing the fate of a stone, execution. The command was issued, falling like a cold guillotine. Several armed soldiers advanced with the expressionless demeanor of programmed killing machines. The metallic clang was crisp and chilling, safety disengaged, round-chambered. The motions were unsettlingly fluid. The dark muzzles of their weapons were precisely aligned with the backs of the kneeling figures' heads. The kneeling individuals seemed to muster one last desperate struggle, their bodies jolting. However, the response was a cacophony of deafening roars. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzles belched forth brief, yet intense flames. A tremendous force surged into their skulls. Blood, mingled with pallid brain matter, erupted forth like a crushed watermelon, splattering violently in the morning sunlight, the vivid crimson appearing particularly grotesque and merciless. A few lifeless bodies, bereft of support, collapsed like bags stripped of their spines, falling heavily onto the cold, muddy ground, twitching briefly before falling utterly still. The pungent scent of blood swiftly enveloped the square, overpowering the aromas of gunpowder and earth. The echoes of gunfire reverberated through the silent mountains, reminiscent of the final tolling for the demise of an old era. The chieftain and his ruling corps, along with the ignorance and oppression they embodied, met their definitive end in this moment, on the land they had once deemed home, struck down by a few cold bullets. Chen Yan, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of nausea. He ordered the construction of a new platform. If it could no longer serve as a reviewing stand, it would instead become a guillotine. Though he doubted that the savages would cause trouble without incitement, he commanded loudly for the training to commence. Today's training objectives. Chen Yan stood upon the wooden platform, his voice piercing through the morning mist, resonating clearly in the ears of every savage soldier. Chop trees. Formation. Fire. His gaze swept over the ranks clad in newly minted deep blue uniforms, still bearing a hint of primal wildness and awkwardness. 20 days. He had set this deadline for himself. 20 days hence, the newly emerged barbarian legion, having shed its primitive skin, would be thrust onto the battlefield with thunderous might. Hope Island. Chen Yan contemplated, as intelligence indicated that the adversary was still in its nascent phase, its defensive structures as fragile as paper lanterns, easily pierced. This was precisely the swiftness he sought. He intended to crush them with absolute force, leaving no respite or opportunity to construct a defense. Capturing Hope Island was not merely for the sake of completing system tasks or acquiring novice rewards. It would serve as his launch pad, a fulcrum capable of leveraging the vast ocean, the genesis of an expansive conquest plan. At this moment, unbeknownst to all, on this remote and untamed island, a majestic eagle was honing its talons and sharpening its beak, preparing for its eventual ascension. In mere months, when it truly took to the skies, the tempest it would unleash would send tremors throughout the entire sea. Han Shan, Chen Yan called out in a deep voice. Present. Han Shan stepped forward, his posture as rigid as a rifle. The training is entrusted to you. Push them to their limits. Yes, Commander. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Han Shan's eyes as he turned to the troops and bellowed. Attention. Stand at ease. Target. Logging area. Remove. The thunderous sound of marching feet and the somewhat chaotic commands echoed as the deep blue tide began to surge. Chen Yan directed his gaze towards the direction of the tribe. He ordered the ordinary citizens to temporarily return to their previous production and lifestyle, maintaining basic operations. Meanwhile, he, accompanied by Yun and several soldiers, quietly departed from the bustling training ground, advancing towards the coastal bay at the island's edge. Their objective, to seek a suitable harbor. The group trekked for half a day, traversing dense jungles, until they finally arrived at a secluded bay. The terrain was gentle, with a natural shallow expanse extending inward, forming a sufficiently deep and sheltered harbor. After the soldiers waded in to investigate, they confirmed the absence of dangerous underwater reefs. This is it. Chen Yan stood upon the jagged rocks at the shore, the sea breeze carrying the briny scent brushing against his garments. A glimmer of ambition shone in his eyes as he envisioned the future. The inception of conquering the sea would commence from this very harbor. Given the presence of such an extraordinary system, Chen Yan felt no need for concealment. He delved into the system interface, selecting the long-anticipated basic landing ship construction module and the small dock facility package. Construct. As he silently commanded, points were deducted like flowing water. In the next moment, even by Yun, seasoned as he was, found his pupils constricting in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Countless standardized, giant, prefabricated wooden planks materialized above the sea surface, as if manipulated by an invisible giant hand. Accompanied by the grating sound of metal and the thunderous splash of heavy objects entering the water, they began to assemble at an astonishing speed. Steel piles, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, plunged into the depths of the ocean like wedges of a colossal deity, sending towering columns of water skyward. The soil along the shore automatically leveled and compacted, extending the robust outline of the embankment. The entire process unfolded with a speed that felt nothing short of miraculous. In just a few fleeting moments, a wooden pier, ample enough to accommodate large vessels, along with a rudimentary dock, materialized with astonishing swiftness. Immediately thereafter, the very fabric of space above the sea began to warp, and 3 colossal landing craft, reminiscent of iron behemoths, emerged from thin air. With a thunderous crash, these steel monstrosities, each extending over 10 meters in length, plunged into the ocean, unleashing towering waves that surged forth like a miniature tsunami, roaring towards the shore. The frigid seawater instantaneously engulfed the rocks beneath Chen Yan and his companions, soaking their pant legs. The mighty ships bobbed amidst the frothy waves, their rugged lines and imposing bows exuding an aura of coldness. Chapter 25. Execute my will. Bai Yun gazed upon the divine means before him, and even with his resolute spirit, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Exclaiming in heartfelt admiration, the Führer's might is akin to that of a creator, capable of turning the tides and shaping grand visions with but a flick of the fingers, if relying solely on human labor. Even with hundreds of artisans toiling day and night, it would take over a year to construct such a colossal vessel. Chen Yan nodded slightly, the sea breeze brushing against his damp trousers, bringing a refreshing chill. He spoke solemnly. What has transpired today, all that you have witnessed and heard, is of the utmost secrecy for our forces. Not a word must be leaked. He gestured towards the newly constructed harbor. Bai Yun, this location shall henceforth serve as the mother port for our naval fleet. You are tasked with overseeing it. Arrange for reliable soldiers to be assigned in shifts to patrol and guard day and night, without fail. Yes, Führer, I understand. Bai Yun stood tall, accepting his orders, and promptly began mobilizing the troops for defense. Once the arrangements for the harbor security were in place, Chen Yan dismissed the others. He stood alone on the pristine dock, his gaze directed towards the expansive depths of the waters beyond. His thoughts once again delved into the vast interface of the system's marketplace. The main combat power must make its entrance, he murmured, his eyes fixated on the steel leviathan that symbolized maritime supremacy, the standard destroyer. In an instant, 500 points were deducted. Buzz! The surface of the sea ahead contorted violently, as if light itself were being devoured. Suddenly, a colossal entity tore through the fabric of space, crashing down with a deluge of 10,000 tons of seawater. Boom! Splash! The ensuing wave was far greater than before. It surged toward the dock like a true wall of water. Even though Chen Yan was prepared, he was pushed back several steps by the ferocious impact, the icy seawater engulfing his calves. The roar of the ship entering the water echoed like the bellow of an ancient beast, reverberating throughout the vast bay, leaving one's eardrums tingling. Wiping the droplets from his face, Chen Yan looked up, his eyes filled with awe and a yearning for conquest. By heavens, what a magnificent sight! The destroyer before him resembled a moving fortress of steel. Its elongated hull exuded a sense of power, measuring over 50 meters in length, akin to a 4-story building lying upon the surface of the sea. The deep gray paint shimmered with a steely luster under the sunlight. The towering bridge resembled the head of a giant beast, casting an imposing gaze over the diminutive dock. The thick barrel of the main gun at the bow pointed ominously towards the heavens, emanating an aura of impending destruction. The sides of the hull bristled with an array of secondary guns, anti-aircraft artillery, and torpedo launchers, resembling a hedgehog armed to the teeth. The stout smokestack hinted at its powerful propulsion. The entire warship rested quietly in the deep water, like a dormant steel predator, still and poised, ready to unleash a tempest with its movement. This was the confidence needed to conquer the oceans. Chen Yan felt a surge of ambition within. Soon, the rotating guard team arrived at the harbor, gazing at the massive ship that had seemingly materialized out of thin air in the pristine port. These elite soldiers summoned by the system were equally astonished. Chen Yan conducted a brief handover with them, reiterating the importance of secrecy and vigilance. Having arranged everything, Chen Yan leisurely turned around, stepping onto the damp wooden planks of the dock, making his way toward the training camp. From a distance, the deafening sounds of gunfire, commands, and the shouts of soldiers in training could be heard. However, as Chen Yan approached and observed the new recruits, drenched in sweat under the scorching sun, repetitively executing monotonous drills and shooting exercises, he noticed the uniforms they had already removed, fearing that the training would ruin their attire. He found these Na'vi savages endearingly innocent, yet a stark and pressing reality, akin to icy tides, swiftly washed away his earlier buoyancy from possessing a destroyer. There are no soldiers capable of operating the fleet. Military rations. These soldiers, whether summoned system troops or novice recruits undergoing training, required sustenance. They needed to replenish their immense energy expenditure, especially with the training involving hundreds of thousands of rounds. Every bullet consumed was a burning of his precious points. He silently calculated today as consumption. Constructing the port dock, 3 landing ships, 1 destroyer. Coupled with the munitions expended during daily training, the cost of live ammunition alone was substantial. His once ample reserve of points had dwindled to a mere pitiful 200. It was overwhelming. He couldn't help but rub his temples, murmuring to himself as he gazed at the smoke wafting over the training grounds, as if witnessing his points being rapidly incinerated. This was unsustainable. It was akin to living off past glories, without a complete industrial system to support it, maintaining troops and waging war, particularly with an army equipped with modern weaponry, was like a bottomless pit consuming his points. Every bullet, every ration, even every screw depended on system exchanges, which was not a viable long-term solution. A thought began to take shape in his mind. He must establish a complete industrial system of his own. Time was of the essence. Yet at present, his subordinates consisted only of clumsy soldiers and savages, lacking skilled personnel. To build an industrial system would require vast resources and considerable time, rendering it seemingly unrealistic. Unless the system could provide an entire framework along with personnel, the cost in points would likely be astronomical. He gazed at the eager soldiers on the training field, his expression growing profoundly contemplative. The road ahead would be fraught with bloodshed, and even more so with the thunderous clamor of steel and machinery. He did not believe these individuals would survive the upcoming Battle of Hope Island. All he could do was strive to minimize casualties, treating his soldiers as if they were his own children. He was now the true ruler of this island. Residing in his modest hut was no longer practical, so he sought a relatively quiet place and conjured a house with ease. He couldn't help but marvel at the convenience the system provided. In the days that followed, the entire island seemed to endure a divine retribution. Under Chen Yan's efficient will, the savage legion and system soldiers transformed into tireless engineering machines. The thunderous sound of deforestation echoed day and night, as the once lush and verdant primitive forest enveloping the island was stripped away layer by an invisible razor. A colossal ancient tree came crashing down, reduced to neatly arranged logs. The exposed mountainside was blasted, shattered, and transported away. The entire island was rapidly transformed, becoming either pristine or desolate. In a remarkably short span, it had been nearly stripped bare. Chen Yan's score surged to an unprecedented figure, 2,500 points. Exhaling deeply, he could not help but release a long sigh of relief. The bounty from this endeavor far surpassed any previous gains. With 2,500 points, he could exchange for more formidable weapons, crucial technologies, or sustain a prolonged campaign. Yet, the true bulk of these 2,500 points did not stem from the timber and minerals. While purging the remnants of the chieftain's forces and searching for concealed treasures, Chen Yan soldiers made a staggering discovery deep within a concealed cave on the island's western side. It was a natural stone chamber hidden between rock walls. Inside, an entire chest brimming with gold coins was meticulously stacked. The coins bore an antiquated design, imbued with the briny scent of the ocean and the marks of time. Evidently not minted on this island, but reminiscent of relics from sunken ships or bygone trade. Even Chen Yan could not suppress his exclamation. Grasping a handful of coins, he felt their cold, metallic heaviness. The system scan promptly provided an evaluation. These coins could be exchanged for 800 points. This unexpected windfall was akin to a timely downpour, instantly replenishing his parched pool of points, constituting a significant portion of the enormous 1,500-point gain. He had never anticipated that such astonishing wealth could be amassed by the ruler of an island that appeared so primitive and backward. This 800 points undoubtedly represented the most resplendent trophy from this resource extraction endeavor. With 2,500 points firmly in hand, Chen Yan hesitated not for a moment and immediately embarked on the next phase of armament upgrades. The Navy's surveillance capabilities were paramount. He decisively spent over 600 points to acquire a compact shipborne radar system. As the screen illuminated, green scanning lines silently whirled, and a fan-shaped ripple representing the detection range gradually spread across the display, bestowing this steel behemoth with the vision to pierce through the fog. The Ji Yuan ship. Chapter 26. Confusion. Chen Yan's hand gently caressed the frigid railing of the bridge, feeling the formidable power of the colossal vessel beneath his feet. This name bore the weight of his memories of that distant time and space, as well as a profound sense of hope. In order to command the nascent fleet, Chen Yan undertook a comprehensive restructuring of his forces. The Wildman Legion was divided into two factions, one led by Han Shan, focused on rigorous land combat training. The other, comprised of the more agile and adept swimmers, commenced foundational training in maritime operations and amphibious assaults. At this moment, the core strength of his military, the summoned soldiers, had quietly surpassed the significant threshold of 200. However, whether due to the system's prior endowments or the rewards for newcomers, the majority of soldiers acquired subsequently were non-commissioned ranks, with a scarcity of officers. Given the rapid expansion of naval power, both the Ziyuan battleship and the transport vessels required a plethora of skilled sailors. Consequently, the soldiers Chen Yan later exchanged for largely consisted of corresponding naval personnel, necessitating a greater expenditure of points, clad in white naval uniforms that differed slightly from those of the army infantry. They swiftly occupied critical positions aboard the Ziyuan and the landing ships. On the deck, in the engine room, and beside the gun emplacements, clear and professional naval commands began to resonate. Within the harbor, 3 landing ships lay in wait like slumbering steel behemoths, guarding the central vessel, the Ziyuan, resembling a fortress upon the waves. The deep blue silhouettes of the sailors busily traversed the deck, conducting final inspections and training before departure. The low rumble of engines occasionally echoed, reverberating through the bay, heralding the emergence of this fledgling yet formidable maritime force, poised to pierce the calm surface of the sea and pounce upon its inaugural prey. This military port and its iron fleet exuded a chilling yet potent industrial essence. A maritime eagle, forged from steel and artillery, had fully unfurled its wings, its talons bared, awaiting Chen Yan's command to soar into action, casting the shadow of expansion towards distant aspirations. Due to alterations in the plan, the training period for the Wildman Legion was curtailed from 20 days to 15, a decision informed by Chen Yan's understanding of the necessary sailing time and weather conditions. The women on the island were also incorporated into this war machine's gears. They were gathered to undertake tasks such as washing, mending, and preparing meals. Generous wages and the promise of barracks fare were Chen Yan's assurances. This island, along with all that it encompassed, had become the fuel for Chen Yan's will. On the 15th day, Chen Yan sat in a simple folding chair at the command center, a cup of coarse tea before him. The tea was murky, its astringency lingering on his tongue, imparting an almost masochistic clarity. The door was suddenly flung open, ushering in a gust of salty wind. Bai Yun entered, her demeanor urgent. Chen Yan did not raise his gaze. Instead, he extended 2 fingers, lightly pressing into the air, his movements deliberate and slow. "Slow down," he murmured, his voice low yet resonant like a cold slab of iron striking the ground. "Let me guess. With the 15th day upon us, you wish me to witness the fruits of your training?" Bai Yun nodded, her breath still unsteady, her eyes ablaze with fervor. "Indeed, today is the day. The Führer, the deadline has arrived. Chen Yan set down his teacup, the bottom colliding with the rough wooden table, producing a faint sound. He slowly rose, his form casting an oppressive shadow in the confined space. "Understood," he interrupted Bai Yun's unfinished words. "Allow the soldiers to rest. In the afternoon, a military parade. By nightfall, we set sail." "Yes, Führer." The flames in Bai Yun's eyes were instantly ignited. He saluted, turned, his steps infused with an uncontrollable excitement. The iron door closed once more, shutting out the clamor of the outside world. Chen Yan did not immediately take a seat. He paced over to the rudimentary and nearly chaotic nautical chart affixed to the wall. The chart bore vast expanses of emptiness, with only a few hastily marked points in charcoal. The bitter taste of tea lingered in his throat. Hopefully, that place is Hope Island. He whispered to the blank nautical chart, his voice barely audible to himself. Swept here by the merciless currents, he remained oblivious to his own coordinates on the vast chart. This immense unknown loomed like a dense, silent fog, enveloping what appeared to be a resolute journey. These 15 days were not spent in complete idleness. He had once boarded a warship, gliding into the deep sea to survey this maritime expanse. Yet the nearest island lay over 300 nautical miles away. He could not believe that the tumultuous currents could hurl him thousands of nautical miles. Thus, he firmly anchored the indistinct outline over 300 nautical miles away as the mark for Hope Island. On the bridge of the Ji-Yuan, the newly installed radar screen glowed faintly, green ripples persistently scanning the void of the sea, resembling an unwearied electronic eye. It ought not to be so confined within this warship. A proper maritime early warning radar array requires time, a stable foundation, and substantial resource support. 1 month? Perhaps longer. Chen Yan could not afford such delays. Time slipped through his fingers like grains of sand, each particle carrying a spark of urgency. He could not wait any longer. The sea breeze wafted through the crevices of the iron, emitting a sound reminiscent of a soft wail. Chen Yan's gaze returned to the cooling, coarse tea, its surface reflecting his profile, lost in the haze of the unknown. He was no longer the boy who had just crossed over. Now, a single command could govern the lives and deaths of hundreds, and the pressure upon him was immense. The afternoon parade would test their mettle. The night's departure would wager the fate of the entire island upon that uncharted sea. Chen Yan rose, brushing off the wood shavings clinging to the hem of his uniform. The wrinkles did not fully smooth out, akin to the emotional crevices he found difficult to erase at this moment. Outside the door, 2 sentinels stood like steel piles welded to the doorframe, their deep blue uniforms bleeding into a somber hue under the glaring daylight. Upon seeing Chen Yan, their movements synchronized perfectly, arms raised, palms aligned like blades, pointing toward their brows. The cold metal buttons reflected tiny glimmers in the sunlight. Führer. The voice was fervent. Chen Yan imperceptibly nodded in acknowledgement. He stepped forward, the soles of his boots striking the bare, brown earth, compacted by countless footsteps, producing a muffled echo. Führer. The sentinel on the left suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a taut hesitation. Where are you headed? Chen Yan halted his steps, refraining from glancing back. His gaze drifted towards the distant, gray-white mountains, resembling the exposed ribs of the earth. After a brief silence, he replied in a flat tone, on the island, just wandering. The leader. The sentinel's atoms apple-bobbed, his voice lowering further, imbued with an almost offensive insistence. It is unsafe on the island. Shall we accompany you? Chen Yan turned his head slightly, the corner of his eye catching the young sentinel's face, tense yet resolute. It was etched with loyalty and a profound anxiety rooted in duty. He averted his gaze and continued forward, parting with a smile. No need. The 2 sentinels remained frozen in place, their bodies still as rigid as rifles, their eyes fixated on the solitary, deep blue figure fading into the distance until it vanished from view. The air was left heavy with unspoken concern. The training ground. Dust swirled, commands rasped. The deep blue formation mechanically repeated thrusts and loading motions under the blazing sun, sweat soaking their backs, spreading dark maps across the coarse fabric. Han Shan paced at the edge of the formation, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over each weary face. Report to the squad leader. A soldier at the formation's edge abruptly ceased his actions, his voice laced with an exaggerated urgency and a barely perceptible tremor. I need to use the restroom. I can't hold it any longer. Chapter 27. The turn of events. Han Shan's brow furrowed in frustration, his impatience nearly manifesting as palpable spittle. Lazy mule. Get lost. Return in half a tea break. If you miss practice, I'll have you. Yes, commander. The soldier, as if granted a reprieve, clutched his abdomen and dashed out of the ranks, making his way towards the makeshift toilet fashioned from stones at the edge of the training ground. He did not enter the toilet. Instead, After circumventing a row of wooden crates stacked with assorted items and ensuring he was out of Han Shan's and the instructor's sight, his hunched figure straightened instantly. I am utterly exhausted. This high-intensity training is relentless. All traces of anguish vanished from his face, replaced by a sense of relief. He settled on the ground to rest. But suddenly, he spotted a familiar silhouette gazing into the distance from a high vantage point. Among the barren crags, the wind wailed softly. Chen Yan stood upon a ridge, surveying the land beneath him, feeling the cool sea breeze wafting into his collar. Unbeknownst to him, within the shadow of a nearby rock, a pair of venomous eyes were fixated on his back. A cold serpent had silently raised its head, its fangs glimmering with a lethal gleam in the shadows. Oh, how I long for home. There is nothing here, even though I possess a system. Yet the emptiness of nostalgia for his hometown clung to him, especially when the threat of danger had subsided. During the quiet of the night, he would often reminisce about his mother's fried rice, and the thought of her discovering his lifeless body would tug painfully at his heart. System, is there a way for me to return to my original world? Chen Yan gazed at the boundless sea, speaking to himself, though he knew the system could hear him. Host, are you aware that your physical form in that world is already deceased? I am uncertain how to establish a connection with that realm, but perhaps unlocking a higher-tier marketplace could provide assistance. Chen Yan nodded, realizing, so if I establish a grand empire, there are infinite possibilities. Theoretically, that is correct. Chen Yan exhaled slowly, his gaze lingering on the ocean's surface, rendered momentarily speechless. He was merely an ordinary high school student, devoid of experience in forging an empire. His desire to call himself a Führer stemmed from the fervent aspirations of youth, drawn to the iron will of power. The formidable might and indomitable spirit of the Third Reich, coupled with its immense mobilization capacity and imperial resolve, exhilarated him. Yet deep down, Chen Yan understood his aversion to bloodshed. He yearned for dialogue, a chance to communicate. Reality, however, would deliver a harsh slap. In school, without excellent grades or formidable might, even the right to express anger would be met with ridicule. He needed a powerful force to compel others to heed his words, to comprehend his intentions, and to implement his plans. He shouted, a release of pent-up emotion, akin to a desperate soul seeking assistance. After his cry, Chen Yan felt a slight alleviation of the gloom within him. He resolved to descend the mountain and prepare for the afternoon's parade, for the soldiers had trained diligently. And as their leader, he could not falter. As he turned to leave, an unexpected upheaval occurred. An arrow, slicing through the air with a swift whoosh, pierced Chen Yan's left shoulder with deadly precision. In an instant, the shaft had penetrated his flesh, the tip protruding from his back. Droplets of crimson blood staining the earth beneath him. Chen Yan's mind went blank, and before he could gather his thoughts, another arrow whistled through the air. This time, it grazed his cheek. Whether by sheer luck or divine intervention, it spared his life, leaving only a streak of blood across his face. His military uniform became soaked with blood, and the loss of vitality rendered him dizzy. He gasped for air, yet felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Seeking refuge, he ducked behind a protruding rock, lying down, the searing pain in his shoulder clouding his thoughts. He felt a surge of gratitude that he had not been reckless enough to flatten all the rocks in a level ground, for then he would have had nowhere to hide. Confusion enveloped him. Who could wish him dead? Just days ago, he had eliminated a faction of chieftains and high-ranking officials based on a man's intelligence. Was there still a remnant at large? Grasping a pistol in his right hand, he anxiously awaited the final blow from his assailant. However, the prolonged silence led him to realize he might be waiting for his own blood to run dry. This could not continue. If you choose not to show mercy, do not expect me to be bound by righteousness. If you forsake your new life, then let it be consumed along with your old world. With that, Chen Yan summoned the system. A faint blue light flickered, and 5 soldiers materialized before him. Upon witnessing Chen Yan's injuries, their expressions turned grave. Search the area. Following orders, they began to scour the mountainside, 2 soldiers swiftly assessing his wounds before hastily escorting him down. Chen Yan succumbed to unconsciousness, the extensive blood loss having rendered him insensible. He was soon transported to the newly established military medical camp, where the sight of him shocked all present. The Führer had been assassinated. His blood had already congealed to a dark hue, his uniform marred and tattered, presenting a dismal visage. The medics had not anticipated that their very first casualty would be the Führer himself. Quickly, swiftly, the island soon fell under martial law. Bai Yun and Han Shan rushed to Chen Yan's hospital room, where two doctors stood at the entrance. "What is the Führer's condition?" Bai Yun inquired anxiously. The doctors appeared troubled. "The Führer, he has lost a great deal of blood, and there is a risk of infection at the wound site." Bai Yun's countenance darkened. Han Shan, search the entire island. Turn it upside down to find any clues. Han Shan acknowledged and hurried to make arrangements. Bai Yun removed his military cap, exhaling deeply. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, breathless with urgency. 3 soldiers, unknown to us, claimed to be with the Führer. They're now surrounded by our men. "Commander Bai, you must come and see." Understanding the Führer's capabilities, Bai Yun realized he might uncover vital information from these soldiers. "Take me to them." He hurriedly instructed the soldier to lead him over. The air hung heavy, akin to a dense leaden sheet pressing upon the desolate stony shore. A dozen dark muzzles emerged from the hands of soldiers clad in deep blue uniforms, fixated on the few figures ensnared in their midst. The surrounded individuals donned coarse garments, stained with sweat and dirt, their hands clutching antiquated rifles, knuckles turning white from the strain. Their backs pressed tightly together, forming a desperate circle. Sweat trickled from their brows, splattering onto the searing rocks below, instantly evaporating into barely perceptible wisps of steam. Silence enveloped the scene, broken solely by labored breaths and the mournful wail of the sea wind weaving through the crevices of the rocks. "Lower your weapons." A command rang out, striking like a hammer. The voice emanated from Bai Yun and the contingent of soldiers he had brought. The soldiers in deep blue visibly tensed, their weapons dipping slightly, yet resolutely maintaining their aim. Their gazes waged a fierce battle between the authority of the order and the imminent threat posed by the adversaries before them, ultimately yielding to the soldiers' instinct for obedience. Reluctantly, the gun barrels descended inch by inch, pointing toward the ground littered with rubble. The sharp sound of metal scraping against metal pierced the silence. The surrounded soldiers in plain attire did not relax their taut muscles. Instead, sweat poured from them in greater streams. They fixated on Bai Yun and his companions, their eyes mingling with confusion and a hint of you. Bai Yun's voice was low, sweeping across the recently disarmed yet still vigilant soldiers in deep blue. "Do not be alarmed. They are our own." Captain, one of the soldiers in deep blue, could not help but interject, his voice dry. "This will be explained later." Bai Yun interrupted him with a tone as firm as steel, leaving no room for dispute. "There's an urgent matter at hand." His gaze shifted to the group of plain-clothed soldiers. They exchanged glances, a deeper perplexity swirling within them. Chapter 28. You are afraid. You are not the murderer. I am. They gazed at the emblem on Bai Yun's deep blue uniform that signified his role as the leader, then shifted their attention to the soldiers surrounding him, who clearly obeyed his command. Ultimately, the foremost soldier gritted his teeth and, with excruciating slowness, lowered the muzzle of his rifle to the ground. His companions, as if releasing a burdensome weight, followed suit. Bai Yun stepped forward, positioning himself between the two factions, casting a scrutinizing glance at the faces of the ragged soldiers, finally fixing his gaze upon the eyes of their leader. "I am Bai Yun." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly above the wind. "Directly appointed by the Führer. Currently, the Führer lies in a coma. All decisions are to be made by me." His gaze swept over the deep blue soldiers who had relinquished their weapons, then over the ragged soldiers. The deep blue soldiers instinctively straightened their backs, yet the doubt in their eyes lingered. The ragged soldiers appeared somewhat bewildered, seemingly still processing the implications of being directly appointed by the Führer and the authority to make decisions. "You." Bai Yun's eyes locked onto the leader of the ragged soldiers, his voice lowered, cutting straight to the essence. "Do you know who attacked the Führer?" All eyes converged on the few soldiers clad in coarse military attire. Beads of sweat glistened on their faces, reflecting the glaring sunlight. The leader respectfully presented a broken bow to Bai Yun, its splintered wood glaringly evident. Commander Bai, this was found in the rear mountains. It is damaged. I believe this is the weapon that injured the Führer. Bai Yun accepted the fractured bow, noting its violent destruction, a clear indication that the assailant had desperately sought to erase all traces. His expression darkened like stormy waters. What was the situation at that time? The man shook his head. When we regained consciousness, the Führer had already fallen, struck by an arrow. Following the Führer's orders before his unconsciousness, one team escorted him down the mountain while another immediately searched the area. We only found this. The assailant has vanished. Bai Yun pondered for a moment. The military parade was imminent, yet the Führer had fallen victim to such a treacherous act. He abruptly turned around and sternly addressed the two system soldiers behind him. Immediately notify Deputy Commander Han. Confiscate all weapons from the Wildman Legion, remain on standby, and maintain strict surveillance. Conduct thorough inspections of all personnel who left the camp this morning. Yes. One soldier acknowledged the command and swiftly departed. The deep blue soldiers sprang into action, confiscating the weapons of the Wildman warriors. The weapons were seized with harshness. To claim there were no emotions would be disingenuous. Yet most complied upon learning of the Führer's assault. The atmosphere in the camp became taut as a drawn bowstring, as everyone yearned to uncover the identity of the assailant who had targeted Chen Yan. A man, serving as the temporary overseer of the Wildman Legion, was both alarmed and enraged. Upon hearing of the Führer's assassination attempt, his eyes burned with fury. Han Shan contemplated briefly. Only one person had left the camp this morning, and it required no guessing. Haibatu. When two soldiers approached him demanding Haibatu, he did not hesitate, leading a few trusted confidants directly to Haibatu's dwelling. Bang! The dilapidated wooden door was forcefully kicked open. In the dim light, a scene unfolded that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Haibut's neck was ensnared in a coarse grass rope, his body suspended, feet dangling above the ground. The chair kicked away as he writhed in agony. Damn it! A man named Amon bellowed, rushing forward to grasp Haibut's waist, straining to lift him upward, while two others worked to remove the noose from his neck. With a thud, Haibut collapsed to the ground, his throat emitting a ragged wheeze, gasping greedily for air. As his dazed eyes sharpened and focused on Amon and the two cold-eyed soldiers standing at the door, the color drained from his face, leaving behind only a pallid despair and a deep-seated horror. He was Haibut. Amon's voice resonated as he pointed at the man on the ground. The soldiers advanced, hoisting the limp Haibut like a lifeless dog, dragging him toward Han Shan's makeshift command post. The gravel scraped against his skin, leaving dark crimson trails. The deputy regiment has brought him. He was found hanging. The soldiers threw Haibut to the ground. Han Shan crouched down, his rough fingers gripping Haibut's swollen, bruised chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Haibut, speak. Why did you attempt to assassinate the leader? Haibut's eyes were hollow, his lips quivering as he rasped. It wasn't me. Nonsense. Han Shan could not restrain himself from delivering a kick. You're the only one who went off to relieve yourself in the back mountain this morning. The time and place matched perfectly. You thought to hang yourself to silence your guilt? If you had nothing to hide, would you be so afraid of hanging? Han Shan's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the terrified yet defiant face, impatiently waving his hand. Refusing to talk? I have no time to waste on you. Take him to the White Regiment. Let us see if they can pry the truth from your lips. Another round of fists and kicks followed, and Haibut's face swelled grotesquely. Bound at the wrists, he was discarded like a puddle of mud on the stone floor of the White Cloud's command room. The flickering oil lamp cast a dim, trembling light, elongating and distorting White Cloud's slender figure against the wall, like a caged beast in despair. White Cloud did not look at him, wearily massaging his throbbing temples. His voice raspy like sandpaper. Haibut, who directed you? He suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze piercing, searing into Haibut on the ground. Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. Haibut's body trembled violently, his head bowing lower, nearly sinking into the ground, his voice muffled within his chest. I didn't shoot. I only saw. White Cloud erupted in fury, kicking over a wooden stool with a resounding crash. He strode towards Hybat, seizing his greasy hair, yanking his face upward to force him to confront the inferno of rage burning in his eyes. You saw the leader struck? You saw who the assailant was, and then you fled in terror to hang yourself? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Their faces were inches apart. White clouds, eyes blazed with violent anger and a hint of frustration at being deceived. Yet in Hybat's gaze, there was a chilling void and an indescribable tranquility. Speak. White clouds' roar reverberated, shaking dust from the ceiling. What did you see? Who was it? Hybatu's lips trembled violently, his gaze unfocused yet fixated upon the looming shadow, a sigh escaping his lips, imbued with a serene resignation to fate. Kill me. Kill me. Bayun's grip on his hair quivered with intense fury. He stared intently at the face marked by indifference, a wave of helplessness nearly engulfing him. With a sudden force, he hurled Hybatu back to the cold ground, as if discarding a filthy rag. Pull him down. Solitary confinement. Nail him with iron chains. Keep a close watch on him. Bayun's voice rasped, each word laden with exhaustion and murderous intent. If the Führer meets with any misfortune, I shall not allow you to perish so easily. Chapter 29. The final bequest. The soldier callously dragged Hybatu away. Bayun, in despair, sank back into his chair, his hands buried deeply in his hair. The oil lamp cast his hunched silhouette upon the wall. Do not be angry, do not be angry. To be consumed by rage is to harm oneself. My leader. He gazed at the flickering flame, his voice barely audible, suffused with an unprecedented anxiety. You must endure. The empire has just been established. You cannot depart just yet. An unfathomable darkness enveloped him, cold and viscous. His consciousness plummeted like a stone sinking into an abyss of ink, descending into an eternal void. Only a sharp, tearing pain in his left chest served as a stubborn reminder of his existence, akin to the last ember flickering in the darkness, desperately whispering to Chen Yan, I still exist. Who am I? Where am I? So cold, so painful. Beep. A remarkably clear alert sound pierced the chaos like a lightning bolt. Host's vital signs are deteriorating rapidly. Life status, critical. Penetrating wound. Unknown toxins infiltrating. Excessive blood loss. Emergency protocol activated. Would you like to expend 100 points to exchange for the life spring, slow release? Effect. Maintain minimal life activity, powerfully suppress toxin spread. Promote gradual self-healing until lethal danger is averted. Points. Critical, slow release, self-healing. The cold, mechanical voice forcibly yanked his chaotic thoughts back to a semblance of clarity. A fierce instinct for survival erupted within him like a volcano in a dying shell. A must. Exchange. Hurry, give me the exchange. With all his remaining will, Chen Yan confirmed amidst the boundless darkness. Command confirmed. Points deducted, 100. Life spring, slow release, injected successfully. Current points balance, 97. Vital signs stabilizing. Toxins being suppressed. Self-healing abilities activated. Estimated time to avert lethal danger, unknown. Please, host, hold on. A stream of energy, cool and refreshing like a spring day, suddenly surged from the void, gently yet resolutely enveloping his faltering heart. The excruciating burn and bone-chilling numbness gradually lessened like the receding tide. Though weakness and heaviness still clung to him, the despairing sensation of free fall miraculously ceased. His consciousness, cradled within this warm and resilient embrace, tiredly sank once more into deeper darkness. Chen Yan slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though a great weight pressed down upon his eyelids, making it a strenuous effort to lift them. His gaze lingered briefly on the pallid ceiling before shifting to scan the ward. The persistent scent of disinfectant invaded his nostrils. His eyes finally settled on two figures in white coats near the doorway. They were conversing in hushed tones, one of them hurriedly jotting down notes on a clipboard. He moved his fingers with great effort, ultimately managing to draw his hand slightly from under the covers, raising his index finger to point at the writing doctor, a silent summons. The doctor, sensing the movement, lifted his gaze. Upon seeing Chen Yan's opened eyes, he froze entirely, the tip of his pen suspended above the paper, ink droplets silently diffusing. Shock solidified on his face as if it were a tangible entity. Moments later, he stumbled towards the bedside, leaning down with his ear close to Chen Yan's lips, holding his breath. Call. Chen Yan's voice was as faint as the friction of air against sandpaper. Bai Yun. Anshan. Kulme. The doctor's body visibly quivered. He straightened abruptly, casting a gaze filled with complexity towards Chen Yan, a tumult of disbelief swirling within him, soon cloaked by a heavy, almost compassionate weight. His lips moved slightly, and ultimately, he merely nodded firmly before turning and departing hastily, his footsteps laden with a stifling gravity. A dying charge? The doctor's thoughts were icy and despairing. In his experience, such injuries penetrating the lungs coupled with massive blood loss, there was no chance of survival, unless by a miracle. He could not fathom that the miracle lay upon this hospital bed, and that the first critically injured soldier in this military hospital he had established was, in fact, its very creator. Bai Yun was deeply ensconced in a hard wooden chair, his knuckles pressing forcefully against his throbbing temples. Exhaustion weighed upon him like a leaden burden. Commander Bai. A soldier burst through the door, nearly colliding with it, his voice trembling with a broken cadence. The leader has awakened. Bai Yun's fingers halted on his temples, his movements frozen. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze vacant as he stared at the soldier, as if he could not comprehend such a simple utterance. What did you say? The leader has awakened. The soldier reiterated, his voice rising with excitement. Bai Yun sprang to his feet, the chair's legs screeching against the floor. Go, he commanded with a single word. The leader also said, for Deputy Commander Han Shan to come. Bai Yun's foot paused at the doorway, and he waved his hand urgently. You go fetch Han Shan. I will proceed first. Han Shan's office was dimly lit. He was hunched over a rough wooden desk, gripping an old fountain pen, intently scribbling in a hardcover notebook. The pen's tip glided across the paper, producing a soft, rustling sound. This habit formed a peculiar contrast to his rugged exterior and volatile temperament. The door swung open abruptly. A soldier rushed in, panting heavily. What is the panic? Han Shan did not lift his head, his tone laced with irritation at the interruption. Can't you see I'm Deputy Commandant? The soldier cried, his voice tinged with a sob. The leader has awakened. The pen scratched a harsh line across the page. Han Shan abruptly raised his head, his eyes wide with disbelief, the irritation on his face swiftly replaced by overwhelming shock and a hint of bewilderment. You said what? The soldier repeated himself. Han Shan felt as though an invisible force had propelled him, and he sprang up. He did not even glance at the open journal on the desk, the pen forgotten in his grip as he strode purposefully toward the door, nearly colliding with the frame. At the doorway of the ward, Bai Yun leaned against the cold lime wall, his gaze fixed on the dusty tips of his boots. The door stood ajar, the interior shrouded in quietude. Commander Bai? Han Shan arrived, his breath still somewhat unsteady. Upon seeing Bai Yun standing outside, he paused momentarily. Why aren't you going in? Bai Yun did not meet his gaze, merely shaking his head slightly. Waiting for someone. Who? Han Shan frowned. I'm on. Han Shan's expression immediately darkened, a brief, crisp snort escaping his nostrils. I'm on, that savage leader. Han Shan held those newly emerged soldiers in utter disdain, believing that their robust physical prowess could compensate for their lack of civilization. However, the training over the past few days had proven to be quite disheartening. Being assigned to lead a band of savages was a reluctant order from the Führer. Waiting for him, Han Shan's voice dripped with unmasked contempt. Bai Yun finally turned his head, casting a fleeting glance at Han Shan. His voice was low, yet sharp as ice. We are all comrades. Speak with restraint. Once he arrives, mind your tongue. If things go awry, neither of us can bear the consequences. Do you wish to remain in the position of deputy for a lifetime? Han Shan was momentarily taken aback, his facial muscles twitching. Ultimately, he merely scowled, exhaling heavily through his nostrils in reluctant acquiescence. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Amon's tall figure appeared at the end, clad in a slightly coarse, deep blue military uniform that distinguished him from the other leaders. He approached briskly. Upon seeing the two at the door, his sallow face bore little expression, simply nodding. "Commander Bai, Deputy Han. The Führer summons you." Bai Yin straightened, pushing open the door to the sick room. "Everyone is here. Let us enter." Amon nodded and stepped inside first, followed closely by Han Shan, who maintained a solemn demeanor. Bai Yin brought up the rear, gently closing the door behind him. The sick room was softly illuminated. Chen Yan lay on the hospital bed, covered with a pristine white sheet. His complexion remained as pale as paper, and his breathing was weak yet steady. His eyes were open, calmly gazing upon the three who had entered. It felt akin to a final farewell. Chapter 000. The conclusion of Wildman Island. The segment on Wildman Island will conclude in Chapter 29. This piece may be somewhat brief for the author, yet it adheres to the principle of avoiding unnecessary filler. A length of 60,000 words is still commendable. We shall soon embark upon the second chapter, titled The Empire, which is anticipated to be considerably lengthy, potentially spanning hundreds of thousands of words. The initial chapter on Wildman Island primarily serves to introduce the protagonist and provide them with a foundational capital, akin to the necessity of initial investments in business. Without such accumulation, the establishment of a grand commercial empire would be implausible. There is no need to elaborate excessively on the early accumulation, as it may lead readers to gradually lose interest in the narrative. We are swiftly approaching the first minor climax of the book, which will revolve around the assault on Hope Island. This segment is likely to be substantial, yet the author will strive to maintain a focus on advancing the storyline. Today, the book has surpassed 100 readers, which is a modest achievement for a novice author who has just begun their journey. I am sincerely grateful for everyone's readership. Though the number of readers reaching this chapter may be limited, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your support. The author wishes to clearly communicate that upon reaching 80,000 words, I will endeavor to maintain a regular update schedule of 3 chapters per day, despite the numerous challenges faced in this inaugural writing endeavor. I will persist in overcoming them. As we progress into the midsection of the narrative, it is likely that the unique features of this game will diminish. As readers are aware that Island Clash is a strategic development mobile game, it would be unrealistic to craft 6,000 words daily detailing the upgrading of cannons or soldiers. Not only would readers lack the patience for such content, but it would also prove arduous for the author to continuously produce intricate descriptions of the development system. For those who yearn for entirely original work, some sacrifices may need to be made. The forthcoming text may introduce more military-specific terminology, most of which I will endeavor to explicate. Additionally, as a novice writer, I welcome any constructive feedback. I will diligently review all current comments and will adopt any beneficial suggestions. I hope that Anna's book can rise to prominence just as Chen Yan's empire has. I kindly ask for your support. It is said that such gestures can enhance the visibility of this work. Thank you, dear readers. As this chapter serves as a concluding reflection, I shall share my insights on the process of writing. Otherwise, the text would lack substance. In crafting such a narrative, my hope is to bring joy to readers, for the essence of reading lies in the pursuit of happiness. I shall refrain from inserting excessive turmoil, as it would only cause distress for both the audience and the author. However, as articulated within the narrative, in the throes of conflict, casualties are inevitable. Many may perish, yet every individual is destined to meet their end, whether their demise bears the weight of mountains or the lightness of a feather. Those who sacrifice their lives in pursuit of grand ideals leave no room for regret in their quest for dreams. Though they may pass, their contributions shall be etched in the memories of future generations, serving as a beacon of inspiration for like-minded souls united in purpose. Moreover, the narrative introduces a limitation akin to the 8 landing ships within the game, a constraint that may soon be challenged due to the insufficient number of soldiers for strategic maneuvers. In the forthcoming installment, I shall endeavor to transcend this limitation, acknowledging it as a fundamental issue in the source of these island soldiers. Rest assured, I shall strive to address these inconsistencies. This chapter is not included in the main work. Updates will continue as necessary. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Chapter 30. Führer, how do you fare? On the sickbed, Chen Yan's eye sockets were deeply sunken, his complexion ashen from blood loss, and his lips cracked. Each faint breath tugged at the horrifying wounds concealed beneath the bandages. He resembled an empty vessel, with only the occasional movement of his eyes attesting to the vestiges of consciousness. Bai Yun's Adam's apple bob, his voice hoarse. Führer, how do you feel? Chen Yan lacked the strength to respond verbally, merely shifting his gaze towards the wooden bench beside his bed, his fingertips barely perceptibly twitching. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the faint ticking of medical equipment and the subdued breaths of the three present. The inaugural meeting of the Empire's highest echelons commenced in that cramped space, permeated with the scent of antiseptic and the shadow of death, in a manner that bordered on the absurd. Ultimately, it was Bai Yun who shattered the stillness. Führer, the assassin, has been captured. A flicker of sharpness ignited in Chen Yan's dim eyes. Who? Haiba, formerly of the barbarian troops under Han Shan. Bai Yun's tone remained even. During morning training, he excused himself to relieve himself and retreated to the back mountain. But little did he anticipate that you would be there as well. He paused, the implications of the subsequent events self-evident. Chen Yan slightly nodded, the motion tugging at his wounds, causing him to furrow his brow. He strained to lift his hand, gesturing towards the door. Bai Yun understood and rose to exit. Moments later, two soldiers dragged in a bloodied figure clad only in tattered undergarments, unceremoniously tossing him onto the floor. It was Haiba. The crisscrossing whip marks were deep enough to reveal bone, yet his face bore an almost numb calm, tinged with a hint of derision. Chen Yan's gaze fixed upon him, his voice weak yet distinct. The military provisions are 3 times what you had before. New garments, weapons, new ideologies. Is this your return? Haiba bared his blood-stained teeth, his voice raspy. Führer, I only wish to inquire. Where did these people come from? His gaze swept over Bai Yun and Han Shan. Aren't you curious? He stared intently at the three, seeking even the slightest crack in their expressions. In response, he was met with frigid silence and 3 pairs of inscrutable eyes. Han Shan even scoffed, his fist cracking ominously. You wretched creature, if the Führer were not present, I would have executed you on the spot. Haiba expression froze, bewilderment and confusion flickering in his eyes for the first time. This script was not as it should be. They were not meant to clasp their heads in despair and struggle violently, pondering their origins. A man named a man crouched down, his rough fingers gripping Haiba chin, his voice laced with a primal coldness. So, you're not just a coward, but harboring ill intentions. A pity, you're already spoiled. He released his grip, discarding Haiba like a soiled rag. Chen Yan attempted to curve his lips into a smile, which triggered a bout of low coughing. What a pity. That arrow did not strike your head. Had it been a clean shot, your wish would have been granted. I ought to have delivered the finishing blow. Haiba gaze was filled with venom. Chen Yan's voice held a breathy edge. Is it based on that bow of yours? In close quarters? He shook his head, as if mocking the other's naivety. Enough, let's not squander time. He wearily waved his hand, akin to swatting away a fly. The soldier promptly dragged the still growling and struggling Haiba out. The meeting resumed. Chen Yan's voice regained a semblance of strength, albeit feeble. The military parade. How shall we prepare? At any moment, my Führer. Bai Yun immediately responded, though his gaze anxiously swept over Chen Yan's bleeding left shoulder. Your health. It matters not. Chen Yan interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Everything remains as usual. A minor injury will not be fatal. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3 individuals. The formations need to be clarified for you. Bai Yun, you shall command the first team, 38 men. The second team, 22 men, will be led by Han Shan. Han Shan, you will also command the third team, 41 men, and the fourth team, 49 men, the main force of the wildlings, which you will lead, a man. A man. You are also responsible for the fifth team, 48 men, wildling troops. Note, following internal purges, the original wildling battalion has been reduced to approximately 90 men. Chen Yan took a moment to catch his breath before continuing with the strategic points. The operation is highly likely to occur at night, divided into 3 phases. 1. Firepower preparation phase. The main and secondary guns of the battleship Ziyuan will conduct covering bombardments on enemy beach fortifications, suspected fire points, and command nodes. Objective: to destroy or suppress their defensive systems. 2. Beach landing phase. The landing craft formation, L1, L3, after the bombardment, will charge at full speed towards the designated beachhead. The first team, Baiyun, and the second team, Hanshan, will serve as the front echelon, establishing and solidifying the landing area. The third team, Hanshan, will also fall under your command, tasked with eliminating remaining enemies and expanding the breach. 3. Feigned movement and diversion phase. The fourth team, a man, will launch feigned attacks from a secondary direction or utilize the cover of night to attract and disperse enemy attention. He paused longer, gathering his strength. Specific tactical adjustments will be determined after close reconnaissance, clarifying enemy firepower configurations, minefields, and obstacles. Then we shall decide. The overarching principle: naval guns clear the path, rapid landing, central breakthrough, flanking diversion. The Marine Corps, approximately 40 men, as a strategic reserve, will be stationed on the 5th landing craft, L5. Their mission: to provide support if any echelon's advance encounters severe obstruction or a critical breach occurs. Remember this. Chen Yan emphasized, his gaze sharp. The Ziyuan itself requires a substantial number of hands to operate. The reserves are limited. Do not harbor a reliance mindset. Victory must be forged by your own efforts. The three stood solemnly, responding in unison. Understood. My frère. Bai Yun's unit shall lead the assault. Han Shan's unit will assist. A man's unit will feign. Understood. Chen Yan wearily closed his eyes. Go now. Prepare for the military parade. This afternoon, at 5 o'clock, the hospital room fell silent once more. The gears of conquest coldly turning again the moment the orders were issued. Chapter 31. The Battle of Will and Destiny. The setting sun bled crimson, casting a sanguine hue upon the hospital bed. Chen Yan propped himself up on his arms, a searing pain tearing through his left shoulder, eliciting a muffled groan. Cold sweat instantly soaking his temples. Each breath tugged at the wound, nearly pierced through. I almost succumbed, he murmured, his voice gravelly from excessive blood loss. Glancing at his watch, he noted the hands pointing to the appointed hour. Gritting his teeth, he swung his legs over the edge of the bed. A wave of dizziness crashed over him like icy tides, and darkness encroached upon his vision. He forced himself to steady, grasping the edge of the bed, inhaling deeply the mingled sense of antiseptic and rust. The doctor nearly lunged towards the door, witnessing the scene with eyes filled with disapproval and concern. Supreme Leader, you have lost too much blood. Moving now could. Chen Yan raised a hand, an unyielding gesture that silenced the doctor. His gaze pierced through the veil of weakness, coalescing into a will of iron. The soldiers are waiting. The Supreme Leader cannot be absent. The doctor fell silent, watching the figure, partially bound in bandages, take slow yet resolute steps out of the hospital room and into the dying light of the sun. Outside, the sky blazed like a burning ocean. The setting sun, molten gold, tinged the sea with a bubbling crimson. Chen Yan stood on the rough steps of the military hospital, gazing at the waters soon to be torn asunder by the ravages of war, inhaling deeply. This was his fateful battle, as well as a struggle for the Empire's survival. Victory would allow the nascent empire to take root in this soil nourished by blood and fire. Defeat would render everything to naught, including himself, forgotten in the annals of history, bereft of remembrance or tribute. Though the scale may be insignificant, the implications were weighty as a mountain. This was the cornerstone of his existence in this realm, a testament to the system of his right to survive. He must prevail. Along the roadside, vigilant soldiers recognized the deep blue figure approaching, their arms instinctively raised, palms together like blades, pointing towards the bloodied sunset. A silent salute, heavy with solemnity. With his still functioning right hand, Chen Yan slowly raised it, his fingertips trembling, yet resolutely returning the salute. He did not deter the guards following closely behind him. The lurking shadows brought a faint shiver of caution to his heart. Before the makeshift command post lay an area crudely delineated with yellow warning tape, serving as the parade ground. Outside, men and women from the tribe, herded together, gazed with curiosity, They were the Empire's earliest and most naive citizens. Chen Yan's eyes swept over this humble scene. The rough barracks, barren cliffs, anxious populace, and the soldiers poised to embark on their journey. A self-proclaimed empire. A nascent form forged from steel, gunpowder, and primal forces. An indescribable weight pressed upon his chest. Boom! 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 The heavy drumbeats suddenly reverberated, akin to the heart of a giant stirring the earth. Chen Yan ascended the platform, as if reigning over all. The parade commenced. A battalion of system infantry stepped forth into the parade ground, clad in deep blue uniforms as sharp as a blade, 38 men arrayed like a precise steel module. The soles of their boots struck heavily against the parched ground, producing a rhythmic and reverberating sound. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, the earth seemed to tremble slightly, dust rising from the edges of their boots. With unwavering gazes and precise movements, their arms raised in a military salute, exuding a cold, metallic aura. Approaching the platform, a sharp, steel-like stomp echoed, their eyes burning with intensity as they directed their collective gaze toward the elevated stage. The air became thick with tension. The second squad followed closely behind, their steps equally weighted. The muscular outlines beneath their uniforms were distinctly visible. Their footsteps resonated with greater force, the muffled sound resembling a distant thunder rolling across the expanse. Dust formed a faint haze around them. In their salutes, their eyes gleamed with a predatory thirst. The third squad, comprising 41 members, moved with a steadiness born of battle experience. The sound of their boots hitting the ground was notably more profound, as if one could sense the pulse of the earth through the soles. As they marched in formation, an invisible aura of menace enveloped the surroundings, causing the onlookers to instinctively retreat a half-step. Their salutes were succinct and powerful, reminiscent of unsheathed blades. The fourth squad, consisting of 49 members, displayed a precision far inferior to the preceding squads, even exhibiting a degree of clumsiness. Yet, the seemingly chaotic yet raw power of their footsteps resounded like the thunderous march of a colossal beast. Boom! 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 The earth appeared to groan beneath them. Dust swirled, nearly obscuring their figures. Their eyes reflected a mixture of fervor and wildness, and their raised arms exuded a brutish strength. As they passed the platform, a stomp intermingled with a roar reverberated, causing the elevated stage to sway slightly. The fifth squad, known as the Elite Savages, was led personally by a man. 48 members marched with an unsettling semblance of discipline, a result of enforced training. Yet their inherent ferocity was palpable. Their footsteps were heavy and relentless, akin to the muffled drums preceding a torrential downpour. Their gazes were fixated on Chen Yan atop the platform, imbued with a fervent, almost totemic adoration. Their salutes were rugged and wild, yet contained an explosive potential. As the formation passed the platform in succession, the heavy sound of their footsteps and the swirling dust painted a vivid tableau of violent warfare. The ground trembled beneath their boots, sending warning ripples through the air. The last soldier took his position, and the immense cloud of dust gradually settled. A profound silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sound of labored breathing and the distant murmur of ocean waves. Chen Yan stepped to the edge of the platform. The last rays of the setting sun outlined his pale, resolute profile, the crimson stain on his left shoulder's bandage stark against the encroaching twilight. His voice, though not loud, pierced the stillness like a cold iron nail, resonating in the ears of every individual present. The first battle of the Empire. Your first battle. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces below, obscured by dust and dusk. Victory in this battle means the survival of the Empire. Defeat. His voice suddenly rose, imbued with a fatalistic finality. The Empire will fall, and you shall perish. Your flesh and blood will forge an unprecedented maritime empire. For the Empire, for the indomitable glory of soldiers. He inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling, the movement tugging at his wounds, causing his body to sway slightly. Yet his voice rang out like tempered steel, resounding forcefully across the vast twilight sky. Victory in this battle is inevitable. Inevitable. After a brief silence, akin to a suppressed volcano erupting, the first voice emerged by Yun, hoarse yet fervent. It was swiftly followed by Han Shan, roaring like thunder. Then came a man, unleashing a primal battle cry. In an instant, hundreds of throats below were ignited. Victory! Inevitable! Inevitable! The crescendo of voices surged like a tangible tsunami, each wave more fervent than the last, crashing madly against the barren cliffs and rushing towards the blazing sea, as if to dislodge the dying sun itself. The air ignited. The earth resonated. The fervent atmosphere spread like a plague, consuming rationality, leaving only the most primitive desires, thirst for triumph and annihilation. As the fervor intensified, cold orders were issued. Board the ship. There were no cheers, only the hurried sound of footsteps. The soldiers, driven by an invisible whip, turned silently and swiftly, regrouping in squads. Flowing like a dark torrent towards the depths of the bay where the dormant steel behemoth, the Zhuan, awaited. The landing craft opened its gaping jaws, poised to devour flesh and fire. Chen Yan stood atop the platform, watching the last soldier's silhouette vanish into the dim doorway of the battleship. The sun sank below the horizon, the last rays illuminating the glaring crimson of his bandages and the icy, burning flames in his eyes. The fated battle had commenced. Chapter 32. Setting sail on the shore. The men, women, and children of the wild tribe huddled together, their rough hands waving in the air. Their suppressed sobs and the innocent cries of children torn into fragments by the sea breeze. Their tear-glazed eyes fixated on the figures boarding the ship, sons, husbands, fathers. The harbor had never felt so crowded, nor had it ever brimmed with such reluctance. Chen Yan leaned against the cold steel railing, its unforgiving edge digging into his palm. Below unfolded a silent tableau of parting, steeped in sorrow. The salty sea wind brushed against his blood-soaked shoulder beneath his military uniform, stirring the hem of his deep blue attire. Footsteps approached from behind, steady yet subtly revealing a hint of strain. It was by Yun, the Führer. His voice resonated deeply, akin to thunder that had been stifled within his chest. He stood a half-step behind Chen Yan, his gaze similarly cast upon the desolate crowd on the shore, his eyes swirling with a profound desolation and insight that transcended the ordinary. How many of these wild men would return intact? Chen Yan did not respond immediately. His throat tightened, and his gaze roamed over the tear-streaked faces before him, sweeping across the soldiers. The war machine had yet to commence, yet the scent of blood seemed to permeate the air. He exhaled slowly, a breath mingling with the cool evening mist. By Yun in war, there are no survivors. Lives will be sacrificed to secure victory. Otherwise, what meaning remains in their sacrifices? His voice, though not raised, bore an extraordinary weight, as if articulating an inescapable fate. What I can do is ensure the artillery of Ziyuan strikes with greater ferocity to obliterate the stone fortresses that stand in your way, to carve out an inch more of a path for you. Bai Yun remained silent for a moment. He had once been among those whose lives were sacrificed. The cold touch of death etched indelibly in his memory. He straightened his back, the sorrow in his eyes replaced by a resolute determination akin to granite. I understand. It is precisely because I have witnessed the brutality of war that I ask these questions. Yet, for the Empire, I shall dedicate myself wholly, until death. Dedicating oneself wholly. Chen Yan echoed softly, a wave of indescribable sorrow swelling within him. The scene before him overlapped with those blurred, yet poignant farewell images etched in his memory. He seemed to see countless soldiers, innumerable mothers weeping on the shore, silently crying out amidst the dust of history. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears, and he abruptly turned his head, avoiding Bai Yun and the gazes of all below. The title of Führer brooked no tears. I shall go to the captain's quarters. His voice trembled slightly, laced with an imperceptible fatigue. I do not quite belong here. Once the anchor is secured, we shall depart. He did not look back at anyone, turning away, his deep blue silhouette marked by a barely noticeable falter, vanishing behind the heavy door leading to the bridge. Bai Yun watched his figure disappear, a gentle understanding curling the corners of his lips into a soft smile. He addressed the closed door in a hushed tone. Yes. My Führer. A mournful, metallic wail of the ship's whistle suddenly tore through the harbor's somber atmosphere, akin to the roar of a colossal beast awakening, echoing across the expanse of sea and sky. This sound heralded departure and ignited the spirit of adventure. The clang of chains resounded as the heavy anchor chain was forcefully drawn by the winch, accompanied by the shrill screech of metal against metal and the sparks that flew, inch by inch liberating itself from the abyssal depths of the ocean. The frigid seawater cascaded from the massive anchor claws like tears. The formidable steel body of the Zon trembled slightly, its deep engine roar suddenly swelling with vigor. The bow of the ship gradually turned, resolutely slicing through the tranquil waters of the harbor. The inky waters parted silently before the iron prow, rolling to either side, rising to form two immense V-shaped wakes that extended endlessly, frothing with white foam. 5 landing craft, resembling loyal hounds, pursued closely alongside the turbulent trail of the mighty vessel, their engines roaring and stirring the frothy waves. This fleet, comprised of a destroyer and 5 landing craft, may seem diminutive and rudimentary under the vastness of the ocean. Yet in this untamed maritime realm, it represented a suffocating flood of steel. The cold metallic sheen glimmered under the setting sun, and the cannons ominously pointed towards the unknown ahead. Standing behind the ship's bridge window, Chen Yan observed as the barren, desolate home island gradually diminished and blurred in his view. He contemplated, to confront a nascent Hope Island, this strength should suffice to crush it. He had nearly exhausted the points acquired from the island and unexpected fortunes, most of which had transformed into artillery, ammunition for the soldiers, and logistical supplies essential for the army's operation. Those canned goods, bandages, and fuel piled within the ship's hold. Within the system interface, a solitary 91 points hovered like the sword of Damocles above his head. In this battle, the possibility of resource replenishment was non-existent. Victory would hinge on the duration of the conflict, and he hoped to swiftly vanquish the enemy. This would be the most resource-efficient approach. The battleship accelerated, leaving the harbor's shelter behind, resolutely plunging into the unfathomable depths of the open sea. The Zeon battleship cleaved through the obsidian surface of the water. White frothy waves rolled back along the elongated gray hull, dissipating. The deep rumble of the engine was its breath, steadily resonating through the deck to the feet of every sailor. On the bridge, the navigation officer fixated on the gyroscopic compass and electronic nautical chart. Course 275, helmsman, maintain. The helmsman gripped the wheel firmly. Course 275, maintaining. The quartermaster addressed the speaking tube. Engine room. Report main engine status. The engine room responded, the voice slightly distorted through the speaker. Main engine dual units engaged. RPM stable. Boiler pressure normal. The lookout scanned the pitch-black horizon with high-powered binoculars. No unusual lights on the sea ahead. No contacts. The radar operator's face was illuminated by the green glow of the screen. Target Echo stable. Bearing 278. Distance 72 nautical miles. Continuously approaching. Chen Yan sat in the captain's cabin, not perusing a newspaper, but meticulously examining a list. Oxygen torpedoes X-12, 127mm high-explosive armor-piercing shells X-80. 40mm Bofors rounds X numerous for anti-aircraft positions, 20mm Oerlikon shells X numerous, and lastly, shockwave bombs, experimental type, X7. Chapter 33, Enemy Attack. His fingertips lingered on the final line. The concussion grenade, a formidable weapon capable of incapacitating defenses and delaying enemy forces, as described by the system. Its principle lies in utilizing high-voltage electricity to paralyze mechanical and electronic components, with its efficacy yet to be validated. Chen Yan was aware that such a weapon existed within the game. It could disable soldiers and defensive structures, potentially turning the tide of battle. Report to the Führer. The voice of the messenger resonated from outside the door. The radar room reports a target's location, continuously approaching. Estimated contact time in approximately 4 hours. Chen Yan closed the list. Understood. Maintain course and speed. Ensure radio silence. Notify the landing fleet to maintain tight formation and prepare for combat readiness level 1. Yes. He rose and made his way towards the radar room on the wing of the bridge. In the cramped space, the only sounds were the hum of the scanning line and the green glow of the screen. On the display, a small dot stubbornly flickered ahead of the bright spot, representing the Ji Yuan ship. Direction? Chen Yan's voice was low. 278. 5 Führer. The radar operator responded swiftly. Distance, 29. 5 nautical miles. Echo characteristics, consistent with a medium-sized island profile. Chen Yan's gaze fixed on that light. A silent prayer nearly materializing within him. I hope you are Hope. Meanwhile, 30 nautical miles away on Hope Island, in the rudimentary command center, Jiang Fan's excitement was almost palpable. He pounded the rough sea chart on the table, his finger jabbing at a recently marked island. Look, the closest. Resource point. We set sail tomorrow. Bring back everything we can carry. Let those primitives become our slaves, using their resources to upgrade our structures. Beside him, the high priest, his face lined with deep furrows, bore a look of concern that settled heavily in his eyes. Chief, my spiritual vision is troubled. A storm is brewing. Its origin points to this expedition. There may be bloodshed. Jiang Fan's smile radiated youthful arrogance and impatience as he waved dismissively, like shooing away flies. In battle, who doesn't face casualties? Old priest, even if they're natives, their spears can kill. As long as we do not suffer total annihilation, it is a victory. With resources in hand, we can upgrade our weapons. Our hope. He gestured towards a modest gunboat docked outside the window, significantly smaller than the Ji Yuan, yet appearing capable of venturing further and striking harder. The high priest remained silent for a moment, a flicker of light shining in his murky eyes, ultimately transforming into a heavy sigh. May it be that we only lose a few brave souls. Fear not, Jiang Fan declared with exuberance. When I return with the primal crystals, you must carve me a magnificent statue. By then, who would dare to underestimate our Hope Island in these waters? The high priest nodded slowly, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the seemingly tranquil depths of the sea, shrouded in night. There, it seemed as though an invisible behemoth was silently prowling. On the surface, the Ji Yuan sailed like a silent predator, cutting through the night's stillness at a steady speed of 18 knots, approximately 33 kilometers per hour. The surging waves rhythmically crash against the hull, producing a hollow echo. On the deck, the watchful sailors tighten their overcoats, vigilantly gazing at the ink-black horizon where the sea meets the sky. The landing craft, akin to a loyal young beast, closely follows in the wake of the colossal vessel, rising and falling with the undulating waves. Within the bridge, only the faint glow of instruments and the essential whispers can be heard. The sonar operator dons headphones, listening intently. Passive sonar monitoring no abnormal propeller noises. The lookout scans the ocean surface with night vision. Sea conditions level 2, visibility moderate. No unusual contacts. The radar operator dutifully reports. Target bearing 278, distance 25 nautical miles. The echo remains stable. Chen Yan stands before the porthole, gazing into the unfathomable darkness outside. The sea breeze carries a biting chill. On one side, preparations for tomorrow's plunder sharpen. On the other, cold steel and silent malice draw ever closer. A storm, woven from steel and ambition, silently swirls and converges beneath the deep blue night, centered around the island known as Hope. The balance is as fragile as paper, awaiting the first volley of fire to shatter it. At 2 a.m., Hope Island Radar Station. The radar operator on duty struggles to keep his heavy eyelids from drooping. The monotonous drip-drip of the radar screen and the hum of the scanning lines serve as a lullaby in the stillness of the night. His head nods repeatedly, nearly toppling onto the console. A buzzing sound akin to a mosquito fills his ears. Impatiently, he swats at it, forcing his heavy eyelids open. After a long yawn, he glances at the electronic clock in the corner of the console. It's only 2 a.m., 4 more hours until the shift change weariness washes over him once more. He half-heartedly adjusts a few knobs, switching the radar from standby mode back to active scanning mode. The screen's green scanning lines begin their rhythmic circular motion once again. He leans back, ready to continue the slumber that had been so rudely interrupted. Just as consciousness teeters on the brink of oblivion, a minuscule yet unusually stable pulse echo signal suddenly illuminates the edge of the screen in one sector, swiftly swept away by the scanning line, leaving a clear imprint. The operator jolts, shaking his head vigorously and rubbing his eyes, leaning forward toward the screen. It's not an illusion. Bearing, 275 degrees. Distance, 15 nautical miles. Instantly, he feels as though plunged into an ice cavern. The drowsiness is banished by a bone-chilling terror. Cold sweat instantly soaks his back. He nearly lunges at the console, his fingers trembling as he magnifies that sector to confirm the signal characteristics. Intense and stable point echo, moving toward the island. This is no false alarm or fishing vessel. Enemy attack. A distorted scream escapes his throat. He slams down on the prominent red alarm button on the console. Woo woo woo. The piercing and shrill sound of the battle alarm abruptly shattered the tranquility of the early morning, reverberating across the entire island. This cacophony struck like an invisible hammer against the hearts of every slumbering soul. In the barracks, chaos erupted as if a scorching stone had been cast into an anthill. The battle alarm rang out. Hurry! Arise! We are under attack. The shouts of officers and non-commissioned officers echoed through the corridors of the barracks. What the hell is happening? Quickly, grab your gear. Where are my boots? Soldiers sprang from their beds, bleary-eyed, their confusion swiftly replaced by overwhelming panic as they fumbled to don their uniforms, seized their rifles, and rushed to their designated positions. The corridor was filled with a tumult of hurried footsteps and the clanging of metal. The island's defense system was abruptly awakened. High above, searchlights sprang to life, opening their vast eyes, with thick beams sweeping across the pitch-black sea like the tentacles of death, accompanied by the jarring sound of machinery whirring. From the coastal artillery positions came the metallic clang of breech blocks being opened as ammunition handlers began to transport heavy shells. Behind hastily constructed machine gun emplacements, the sound of soldiers cycling their actions echoed repeatedly. Hope Island, just moments ago enveloped in slumber, was now engulfed in the shrill alarm and the hurried sounds of preparation. Panic spread like a tangible fog, swiftly permeating the hearts of both soldiers and civilians. The deep blue storm was already at the gates. Chapter 34. Martyrdom by Explosion. Dear esteemed readers, I must apologize for mistakenly publishing Chapter 33 prematurely. I assure you that such a trivial error shall not occur again. Aboard the Xiwan destroyer on the bridge, a chilling command reverberated within the confined space. Target identified. Enemy flagship, bearing 045, distance 12,000 yards, approximately 11 kilometers. Main gun turret, load high explosive shells. Secondary gun batteries, lock onto the bridge and deck activity of the enemy vessel. Set firing parameters. The gunnery officer addressed the speaking tube. Turret, target enemy flagship, bearing 045, distance 12,000. High explosive shells. Load. The main gun turret responded. Loading complete. Parameters set. The secondary gun commander ordered. 40 millimeters, 20 millimeters gun positions. Target the enemy vessel's deck. Open fire. Suppress their personnel. The fire control radar operator focused intently on the screen. Target lock stable. Wind correction input complete. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. The immense hull of the Zon trembled violently as four 127 millimeters main guns unleashed torrents of orange flames that surged forth like a raging inferno, instantly dispersing the mist at the bow. The heavy shells tore through the frigid air with a heart-stopping shriek, their trajectory almost perfectly linear, hurtling towards the recently illuminated Hope. A vessel now flickering with frantic lights in the distant harbor. At Hope Island's naval port, on the Hope gunboat, the piercing alarm continued to wail, but all was too late. Quick, start the main engine. Cut the anchor chain. Hurry, where's the gun crew? To the deck. Chaos erupted on the deck. Sailors, disheveled and frantic, poured out from the hatches, appearing like headless flies under the blinding beams of searchlights. Some rushed to the gun positions while others struggled to untie the mooring lines. From the direction of the engine room came the laborious cough of the engine starting, accompanied by the violent clatter of metal. Hasty actions led to mechanical failure. In that fleeting moment, death arrived. The first 127mm high-explosive shell, imbued with destructive energy, struck the starboard side of the Hope near the waterline. Boom! The violent explosion shredded the flimsy armor of the bow as if it were mere paper. Scorching shockwaves and lethal shrapnel swept across the deck. Several sailors attempting to operate the bow anchor windlass were the first to be struck. They barely had time to scream before their bodies were hurled backward as if struck by an invisible hammer. The shockwave penetrated deeply, shattering fragile organs, and when they fell, they were mere twisted remnants, blood oozing from their mouths and noses. Immediately following, the second and third shells fell almost simultaneously. One detonated near the midship superstructure, obliterating the recently illuminated searchlight and the fragile command facilities into burning fragments, igniting the mooring lines. The other, as if possessed of sentience, precisely penetrated a vent towards the rear of the Hope's midsection. The fatal delay lasted but a heartbeat. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted violently from the center of the Hope's hull. The terrifying sound of the explosion surpassed all alarms and cries. It was the detonation of the ammunition depot. The steel hull, fragile as a mere toy, was violently arched upwards and torn apart by this cataclysmic force. The keel emitted a bone-chilling groan before shattering completely amidst the deafening sound of metal fracturing. A blazing inferno erupted like a fountain from the depths of hell, shooting skyward from the rupture and instantly engulfing half of the warship. The searing shockwave capsized nearby small boats, while the surface of the sea was littered with burning oil and debris. Over 30 sailors, either fleeing on deck or trapped within the cabins, had their desperate cries drowned out entirely by the roar of the explosion. The Hope, now severed into bow and stern, tilted irreversibly towards the dark, frigid waters, accompanied by the heart-wrenching sounds of twisted metal, flames licking the sky, and billowing smoke. The tumultuous sea greedily consumed the flames, steel, and lives. In mere minutes, this warship, which had scarcely been launched and symbolized the naval power of Hope Island, along with all the vibrant lives aboard, vanished beneath the waves, leaving only an expanding slick of oil, floating wreckage, and still smoldering embers. On the bridge of the Yuan, through the lens of the telescope, the colossal fireball illuminating the night sky and the sight of the sinking enemy vessel were vividly clear. The flames danced in Chen Yan's cold pupils. Beautiful. He lowered the telescope, his voice calm and unruffled, a near-cruel smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Beside him, the naval operations officer immediately interjected, his tone infused with the certainty of victory. Führer, the enemy's main vessel has been confirmed destroyed. Our Yuan has established maritime supremacy. We face no opposition at this moment. Chen Yan's gaze swept across the radar screen and the flickering searchlights on the distant island, which resembled startled fireflies. And he scoffed coldly. They only raised the alarm at 15 nautical miles. It seems their coastal defense awareness is laughably lax. He turned, his voice resolute as a drawn sword. Execute according to the original plan. Main and secondary guns. Extend fire to cover the enemy's preset positions on the beachhead. Destroy their coastal defense points. Landing troops, prepare for transfer. Objective, beachhead. The command flowed like an iron tide. The destroyer's guns were once again elevated, aimed at the flickering lights along the island's coastline and the faint outlines of fortifications. Below deck, the engines of the landing craft rumbled with a low growl. Poised to strike, the steel fangs were deeply embedded in the throat of their prey. Boom! The terrifying explosion from the direction of the harbor rent the night sky as if a heavy hammer had struck Jiang Fan's chest. He sprang up from his bed, heart racing, an ominous premonition seizing him instantly. Without even fastening his uniform, he hastily threw on a jacket, kicked open the door, and strode towards the command center, his coat flapping in the night wind. What is happening? Where's the explosion? He demanded, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Two similarly startled officers, disheveled and hastily dressed, quickly followed him. "We have already dispatched someone to investigate." "Commander," an officer responded hastily, his countenance equally grim, just as a few individuals burst into the brightly lit yet somber command center. A messenger rushed in, nearly stumbling over himself. His face was as pale as parchment. His lips trembled, forgetting even to salute, and his voice, distorted by sheer terror, stammered. Report to the commander. The Hope has been destroyed. It's all over." "What?" Jiang Fan felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and his vision momentarily darkened. A wave of shock and fury engulfed him in an instant. He tore off his military cap, and with every ounce of strength, hurled it violently at the trembling messenger. "You scoundrel! A pack of imbeciles! Deadweights! Are you all lifeless? Where are the sentinels? Are the lookout posts blind? What are the radar? Who the hell was on duty tonight? Where is everyone? Bring that radar operator before me." Immediately, a fellow officer, steeling himself, stepped forward, his voice somber. "Commander, just before the explosion, the radar operator was found in the duty room, having taken his own life." Suicide? Jiang Fan's roar abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had clutched his throat. His fury collided with an icy wall, losing its target for release, leaving only a suffocating sense of helplessness. Chapter 35. Risk and reward coexist. He abruptly turned, akin to a beast cornered, charging towards the command platform. With frenzied hands, he seized the enormous nautical charts and operational plans spread upon it, tearing them apart and crumpling them into a ball before hurling them to the ground with great force. The water cup, pen holder, documents, everything within reach was violently swept off the desk, producing a cacophony of shattering and crashing sounds. "Useless. All of it is worthless. Foolish swine," he bellowed in a hysterical fit, his chest heaving violently, eyes reddened with fury. "They're already 15 nautical miles in. They're firing shells at your forehead. And you only just realized to sound the alarm? Were you waiting for them to stuff cannonballs in your mouths before awakening?" The modern radar systems typically possess a warning range exceeding 20 nautical miles, and Chen Yan's ability to approach Hope Island with such ease stemmed entirely from the operator's negligence. The command center lay in utter silence, every individual bowing their heads, not daring to exhale, save for Jiang Fan's heavy breathing and the scattered debris on the floor as witnesses to the chaos. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Fan's violent actions came to a halt. He leaned his hands on the barren command platform, shoulders heaving. Yet the wild fury in his gaze was being forcibly suppressed by a cold, almost despairing rationality. Suddenly, he lifted his head, bloodshot eyes surveying his terrified subordinates. His voice hoarse yet strikingly clear, imbued with a sense of irrevocable determination. "Relay the orders. 1. All beach defense troops, immediately abandon your current positions. Evacuate the beach. 2. All units, including coastal artillery personnel, if the positions remain intact, leave a few to operate, the rest fall back. Retreat into the interior of the island. 3. Abandon the front-line coast. Rely on the central high ground of the island, the jungles, and the pre-established second and third defensive lines to construct circular fortifications on site. Prepare for layered resistance. Engage in positional warfare. Urban combat." This command was the sole lifeline Jiang Fan clutched amidst despair. The strategic core: preserve lives while conceding territory. If both lives and land are lost, all is irrevocably forfeited. With the loss of the maritime barrier and the Hope, the beachhead was fully exposed to the formidable artillery fire of the enemy. The 127mm naval artillery's high explosive shells possess a vast lethal radius, effectively demolishing dense fortifications and inflicting significant casualties. Those hastily constructed sandbag bunkers and wooden pillboxes became mere coffins under the relentless bombardment capable of covering half a football field. One heavy shell striking down could unleash a shockwave that would cause soldiers within the bunker to bleed from every orifice, their organs ruptured and lives extinguished. Remaining on the beach would render them no more than targets for the enemy's artillery, crushed with meaningless ease. only by relinquishing the doomed ground and retreating into the depths of the island, leveraging the complex terrain, pre-established fortifications, and jungle cover. Could they mitigate the enemy's range and firepower advantage to the greatest extent possible, drawing the enemy into close-quarters jungle warfare, urban combat, and attrition battles, using every inch of land and every patch of jungle as a barrier, sacrificing lives to stall and wear down the offensive force? This was the only strategy capable of buying time in the face of despair, waiting for a faint glimmer of hope. The command was swiftly disseminated. The soldiers, initially in a state of panic as they rushed towards the beach to prepare for defense, received a starkly contrasting order. In the midst of chaos, they turned about, burdened with weapons and ammunition, and carried the wounded, retreating hastily towards the high ground and the depths of the jungle. The beams of searchlights futilely swept across the desolate beach and the burning ruins of the harbor, illuminating the hurried and silent figures of the retreating soldiers. The defense of Hope Island was reluctantly transformed from a strategy of repelling the enemy at sea to a desperate struggle for survival on a besieged island. The deep blue claws had already torn through the outermost barrier. Chen Yan's command was clear and resolute. The Ziyuan vessel shall advance to an anchoring position 4 nautical miles from the enemy island to provide precise fire support for the landing troops. The command fell upon the bridge like icy water, instantly enveloping the space in a grave silence. The naval staff officer's face paled, and he stepped forward with intense professional caution. "Commander, for nautical miles? This enters the effective range of the enemy's potential coastal defense firepower. If they possess concealed coastal artillery, large-caliber anti-tank weapons, or even makeshift rocket artillery positions, our vessel will be in extreme peril. The maneuvering space for evasion will be severely constrained." Chen Yan's gaze remained fixed on the enemy troops retreating in disarray through the telescope, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Impossible. Their main vessels have already sunk to the seabed. The beachhead forces are in a state of active abandonment, and their command system is undoubtedly in chaos following the first round of strikes. At this moment, they possess neither the capability nor the time to assemble an effective coastal defense firepower in the deeper areas that could threaten the Ziyuan. 4 nautical miles is the optimal distance for our main guns to achieve maximum accuracy, covering crucial nodes in the island's depth. The landing troops require this iron curtain. They need the most precise arrows." The officers exchanged solemn glances. The atmosphere on the bridge was taut, punctuated only by the hum of the radar and the distant sounds of chaotic explosions from the island. Risks and rewards balanced silently on a scale. After a brief silence, the officer responsible for fire control broke the stalemate, quickly calculating the parameters. "Commander, at 4 nautical miles, the trajectory of the 127mm main gun is nearly linear, with minimal dispersion error. The secondary gun group can also effectively suppress exposed infantry and light fortifications. Indeed, it can provide unprecedented precise support." The navigation officer promptly added, "The depth chart for this area shows sufficient depths with no known reefs. By maintaining low-speed maneuvers and closely monitoring with radar and lookout posts, the risks are manageable." The operations officer took a deep breath, finally nodding, "Tactically feasible. However, we must maintain the highest state of alert, ready for counter-battery maneuvers and smoke screen deployment. Execute." Chen Yan lowered the telescope, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, confirming the consensus had been reached. The command instantaneously transformed into action. The chief navigator addressed the helmsman and the voice tube. "Left 5 degrees. Course 010. Both engines ahead 1. Target anchoring point, bearing 050. Distance 4 nautical miles. Lookout posts and radar room. Heightened alert. Scan the nearshore area for any suspicious heat sources or flashes from artillery. Left 5 degrees. Course 010. Responded the helmsman. The engine room echoed back. Both engines ahead 1. Revolutions stable. The lookout tower's high-powered telescope and night vision device scan the surroundings with a sense of urgency. Understood. Maintain vigilant surveillance of the coastline. The radar operator adjusted the scanning mode. Switch to short-range, high-precision scanning. Focus on monitoring low-altitude and nearshore activities. The colossal gray hull of the Yuan emitted a deep rumble. As its smokestacks belched forth thicker plumes of smoke, the bow gradually turned, resolutely slicing through the inky surface of the sea. Though its speed was not swift, it carried an undeniable sense of impending pressure, inexorably advancing toward the coastline of Hope Island, where the flames still flickered. The original distance of 11 kilometers was rapidly diminished. The indistinct outlines of trees on the shore, the charred remnants of destruction, and even the silhouettes of fleeing figures grew increasingly distinct within the telescope's field of vision. The cold sea breeze swept across the bridge, carrying the scent of gunpowder and a hint of danger. This steel behemoth was drawing its most lethal fangs ever closer to its prey, poised to unleash a high-stakes, high-reward massacre at close range. Chapter 36. The Assault Report to the Commander. Enemy vessels have approached within 5 nautical miles. The voice of the messenger trembled with incredulous panic. What? Jiang Fan felt a surge of rage coursing through him, his face flushing a deep crimson. 5 nautical miles? They have their cannons aimed directly at my head. An overwhelming sense of humiliation caused his body to shudder, yet was quickly overshadowed by a profound helplessness. With naval power lost, he was now akin to meat on a butcher's block, and even his anger seemed pale and absurd. Go. He abruptly pointed at an officer. His voice hoarse. Gather the most elite squad. Equip them with the finest anti-tank weaponry. No, rocket launchers. Heavy machine guns. Let us see if we can inflict some damage. We need to reach the shore. This command was a desperate gamble. It was the only struggle left for a cornered beast. Yes. The officer accepted the orders and hurried away. On the surface of the sea, the landing craft formation, the deafening roar of naval artillery finally subsided, leaving the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and ozone. After a brief silence, the thunderous growl of the landing craft engines took center stage. The boats pitched violently upon the waves, frigid seawater splashing into the cabin intermittently. Soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, knuckles whitening, their faces cast in pallid hues under the dim cabin lights. A few seasoned veterans, acting as landing guides, seized the final moments to hoarsely reiterate the crucial survival tips. Remember, if you get hit, don't panic. Seek cover, behind rocks and shell holes, or even behind corpses will do. Apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Call for medics. Don't run around like a live target when storming the beach. Don't bunch up. Spread out. Follow the arrows from your squad leader. If you see suspicious clumps of grass or mounds of dirt, fire a burst at them. Don't save your ammunition. Just days prior, Chen Yan had instructed the soldiers to equip themselves with the German MP-40 submachine guns, characterized by their iconic folding stock, tubular receiver, and vertical magazine feed. With extensive use of stamp parts, they were crafted with precision, boasting high reliability and controllable recoil. Utilizing 9 by 19 mm parabellum ammunition with a 32-round straight magazine. The firing rate was approximately 500 rounds per minute. An old veteran seized the collar of a trembling rookie beside him, saliva nearly spattering onto the young soldier's face. Kid, did you understand the bleeding control I just mentioned? Yes. I understand, Commander. The rookie nodded vigorously, though his eyes remained glazed with confusion. Prepare to land. The hoarse shout of the boat's captain echoed through the loudspeaker. The engines of the landing craft let out their final roar as the bow surged onto the soft beach, the hull scraping against the sand and gravel with a shrill screech. The immense inertia caused everyone in the cabin to stumble forward. Bang! The heavy bow ramp crashed down like a guillotine, slamming onto the sand and sending up a cloud of dust. Go! 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 Hurry! Get out! The guides and veterans erupted in thunderous shouts, forcefully slapping the backs of nearby soldiers. The deep blue figures surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, pouring out of the narrow hatch. The soldiers, instinctively bending low, tread cautiously upon the slick ramp, wading through water that lapped at their knees, and stumbled onto the expanse of the sandy shore. The frigid air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, the charred aroma of burnt matter, and an indescribable metallic tang of rust. Before them lay a scene reminiscent of hell. The once pristine beach had been transformed into a chaotic tapestry of numerous craters, varying in depth, resembling the surface of the moon. Some pits held remnants of charred, twisted debris, barely recognizable, as the surrounding sand was soaked and congealed with a dark, viscous liquid. Scattered about were splintered wood and metallic shards. Silence, a deathly silence, enveloped them, broken only by the roar of the waves and the labored breaths of the landing soldiers, their feet crunching on the gravel. They understood this was the path carved for them by the mothership. First squad, follow me. Target, Hill 1. Second squad, to the right. Hill 2. Third and fourth squads, maintain formation. Advance along the flat terrain on the right. Create a primary assault posture. The orders were swiftly issued. The first and second squads, like arrows released from their bows, quickly surged away from the beach under the guidance of seasoned veterans, utilizing the craters and undulating terrain as cover, silently and swiftly darting toward the two strategic high points inland. Meanwhile, the third and fourth squads deliberately spread their formation, unfolding in the relatively flat area to the right. Their weapons pointed warily towards the jungle, crafting the illusion of a larger force breaking through. At the base of Hill 1, at the edge of the thicket, a team of 38 led by Bayun stealthily approached the foot of the hill like phantoms. The anticipated resistance did not materialize. The entire range was shrouded in a suffocating silence. Only the rustle of the wind through the treetops and sporadic, tentative gunfire from the direction of the third and fourth squads pierced the stillness. It was too quiet, eerily so. Bayun signaled for the team to halt, taking refuge behind trees and rocks. He raised his binoculars, meticulously scanning the densely forested slope ahead. His instincts warned him that the enemy lay just beyond. Mortar team, Bayun whispered, his voice unnaturally clear in the silence. Two soldiers, burdened with the heavy base and platform of the mortar, swiftly crawled forward, deploying behind a relatively clear rock. Target, Bayun pointed towards a particularly dense patch of vegetation atop the hill, where the terrain appeared slightly elevated, bearing azimuth 3-2-5-0. Distance, 450 meters. Estimated enemy fire point or assembly area. High explosive round. Instantaneous fuse. The gunner swiftly adjusted the M260mm mortar's direction and elevation. Azimuth 3-2-5-0. Angle. Quick mental calculation. Elevation 145. Charge 0. He rapidly calibrated the scale on the mortar's rear support. The ammunition handler retrieved a high explosive shell from the carrying case, checking the fuse. Instantaneous fuse. High explosive round. Charge 0. Ready. The gunner confirmed. 1 round. Test fire. Fire. The ammunition handler aligned the smooth rear of the shell with the barrel and released it. With a dull thud, the shell slid into the tube, igniting the primer. The cannon body trembled slightly, and the shell, accompanied by a faint whistle, pierced the silence as it ascended into the sky, leaving behind a delicate trail of smoke. All the soldiers held their breath, their eyes following the trajectory of the projectile. Moments later, a resounding boom aka. In the midst of the dense thicket on the mountainside, a massive plume of black smoke erupted, mingled with earth, branches, and flames. The sound of the explosion reverberated through the valley. Chapter 37. The fear of insufficient firepower by Yun's gaze was firmly fixated on the summit of Hill 1, a chill creeping up his spine. His instincts warned him. The moment his soldiers charged, the shadows would unleash a deadly torrent of fire, tearing them apart upon the open hillside. Artillerymen. Yun's voice was low, imbued with an undeniable urgency. Signal flare. Mark the summit ahead. Quickly. The artillery crew responded with remarkable swiftness. The gunner promptly adjusted the mortar. Direction unchanged, distance fine-tuned. Signal flare fired. Launch. The ammunition handler swiftly retrieved a specialized signal flare, its tail adorned with a bright identification marker. Signal flare. Loaded. With a muffled thud, a shell, trailing a vivid pink smoke, arced through the air, striking the anticipated enemy ambush zone at the summit with precision. The intense, glaring pink smoke erupted like an eerie torch, standing out starkly against the gray-green backdrop of the mountains. Nearby the impact site of the signal flare on Hill 1 summit. Several figures pressed themselves against shallow pits or rocks, their senses stunned by the sudden brilliance and acrid smoke. The previous bombardment had already claimed 2 comrades. "Captain, it's a marker flare." A soldier's voice trembled. The captain's face turned ashen as he gazed at the unquenchable, immovable pink smoke, despair filling his eyes. "This is bad. Quickly, get out of here. Retreat to the reverse slope. Move." He understood the implications of the situation. On the Ji Yuan ship, Fire Control Center, the radar operator focused intently on the screen, the area marked by the signal smoke, with significant infrared and visible light characteristics, and quickly reported, "Target confirmed. Signal area at the summit of Hill 1. Requesting fire coverage." The operations officer immediately issued the command. "Main gun turret. Target the signal area. High explosive shells. Rapid fire. Open fire." Boom, 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 boom. The 2 127mm main guns roared once more with a thunderous fury. The shells, following a near-straight trajectory, tore through the air, shrieking toward the pink beacon. The ground shook violently as an explosion engulfed the area where the signal flare had landed. Flames soared skyward, while earth, rubble, and splintered wood were violently hurled into the air. The entire mountaintop seemed to be sheared away by an invisible giant hand. The intense tremors rippled down the slope. The group of soldiers led by their captain had just scrambled to the reverse slope of the summit, away from the enemy, when they felt an overwhelming shockwave and deafening roar behind them, a searing gust of heat carrying debris and dirt whistling overhead. They pressed themselves tightly to the ground, their hearts racing, ears ringing, having narrowly escaped disaster. "Captain, are they still firing?" A soldier asked, still shaken. The captain wiped the dirt from his face, his gaze steely. "Back to the position. Quickly. They will be coming up soon." On the slope, Bai Yun surveyed the summit, now thoroughly ravaged by artillery, smoke billowing around. He decisively waved his hand. "Team 1, follow me. Form a staggered line, alternate cover. Secure the summit." More than 30 soldiers clad in deep blue immediately dispersed, forming multiple small triangles of mutual cover in groups of 3, silently and swiftly advancing towards the summit while utilizing the protection of shell craters and rocky outcrops. Just as the vanguard approached the edge of the mountaintop, approximately 300 meters away, a series of fierce gunfire erupted from the remnants of the summit's crumbling walls, crevices, and charred tree roots. Bullets from machine guns and rifles rained down like a torrential downpour. The 2 foremost soldiers were struck violently, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Enemy stronghold. Concealment." Bai Yun roared as he dashed behind a massive rock, bullets ricocheting off the stone and sparking into the air. Inwardly cursing, he thought, "Nothing that even naval artillery can annihilate." The soldiers reacted with remarkable speed, quickly utilizing the terrain to launch a counterattack. The intense sounds of gunfire shattered the mountain's eerie silence. The explosions of grenades intertwined with the shouts and cries of soldiers from both sides. This was a brutal and swift struggle for territory, with every inch of scorched earth soaked in blood. 10 minutes later, the gunfire gradually diminished. Bai Yun, accompanied by the surviving soldiers, stepped onto the summit littered with shell craters, scattered weapon remnants, and the bodies of both sides. The acrid smell of gunpowder and blood hung thick in the air. "Account for casualties." Bai Yun's voice was weary and heavy. "Report to the commander. 3 killed, 2 severely wounded, 3 lightly wounded. A total of 8 casualties." The adjutant's voice was low. 8. For this elite assault team of only 38. A loss exceeding 20% was significant. In a battlefield where resources were scarce and reinforcements difficult to come by, each trained soldier represented invaluable core combat strength. Such losses could shatter the morale of any non-elite unit. Yet, the seasoned veterans under Bai Yun's command, though their eyes reflected sorrow, were predominantly filled with a resolute determination to accomplish their mission and an unquenched thirst for vengeance. Meanwhile, on the right flank of the island, the direction of Team 4, unlike Bai Yun's side, which relied on precise artillery support and elite soldiers to painstakingly secure their position. Team 4, primarily composed of newly restructured militia, faced a more chaotic resistance in the flatter terrain of the right wing. Though the density of firepower might not rival that of the high ground, their capacity to endure casualties and battlefield resilience was evidently inferior to Bai Yun's first team. The gunfire there sounded more disordered, and the soldiers' cries were laced with greater panic. Standing at the edge of the summit of High Ground 1, which had been leveled by artillery fire, Bai Yun felt the sharp sea breeze upon his smoke-stained face. Below, the relatively flat central plain became distinctly visible in the dusk, stretching deep into the island. There lay the heart of the enemy's territory. "Commander, what is our next move?" the adjutant inquired in a hushed voice, his gaze warily scanning for a potential counterattack from the direction of the plain. Bai Yun did not turn back, his gaze firmly fixed on the plain and the distant outline of High Ground 2, where combat still raged. "We wait," he spoke with calm authority. "We wait until Han Shan secures High Ground 2. Once both flanks are under our control, we can form a pincer movement and simultaneously pressure the plain. For now, we must hold this position, strengthen our defenses, and prevent the enemy from reclaiming this vantage point." "Understood." The adjutant swiftly turned around, his voice hoarse as he commanded. "Medical personnel, prioritize the severely wounded. The lightly injured may tend to their own wounds. Others, immediately construct a circular defense. Utilize the shell craters and rocks. Quickly, set up the machine gun positions." Soon, the news of the successful occupation of Hill 1 was relayed back to the command center of the Ji Yuan via radio. Within the bridge, Chen Yan gazed at the map, noting the marked status of Hill 1, under control, and nodded slightly. "Bai Yun has done splendidly." His gaze shifted towards the area representing Hill 2, his finger tapping lightly. "Now, the crux lies with Han Shan." Orders were issued. Bai Yun's unit is to firmly hold Hill 1, establish a fire support point, and closely monitor the plain and potential enemy counterattack directions. 2. Han Shan's unit, at all costs, seize Hill 2 as swiftly as possible. Once Hill 2 is secured, coordinate with Bai Yun's unit to exert pressure on the central plain from both flanking hills, constraining the enemy's depth of defense. 3. A man's unit, maintain an active feint on the right flank. Once it is confirmed that Hill 2 has been captured, the enemy's defensive structure will inevitably waver. At that moment, if there are signs of the enemy reallocating forces from your front to reinforce the flanking hills, seize the opportunity immediately, transitioning from feigned attack to genuine assault. Tear through the right flank's defenses and advance into the depths. The overall objective: constrain the high ground, compress the plain, and break through on the right flank. 3 points of effort to utterly dismantle their defensive system. The staff members swiftly recorded and reiterated the commands, confirming their accuracy. This strategy, utilizing the commanding heights to establish control, compress the core area, and inflict a decisive blow at the enemy's weak points during their movements, was clear in thought and aligned with the current battlefield situation. The orders were transmitted through the encrypted radio at the highest priority, swiftly reaching the 3 frontline commanders. Chapter 38. The shock bomb breakthrough at the temporary command post at the foot of Hill Number 2. Han Shan removed his military cap and vigorously wiped the sweat and grime from his face, his brow furrowed in a tight knot. The latest orders from the Führer and the news of the successful capture of Bayan Heights had just crackled through the radio, and the weight of pressure bore down on his shoulders like a tangible force. As the commander of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, comprised primarily of system infantry and inexperienced recruits, respectively, he faced a predicament far more intricate and challenging than that encountered by Bai Yun and Amon. The challenges of the assault were formidable. The defenders of Hill No. 2 exhibited unwavering tenacity, and their fortifications seemed even more concealed. The artillery preparation had yielded effects below expectations, and the infantry's advance was met with a fiercer barrage of fire. Progress was sluggish, and casualties were mounting. He possessed the capable 2nd Battalion, adept at hard-fought battles, alongside the inadequately trained and less resilient 3rd Battalion. After executing a feigned attack strategy, he called back the 3rd Battalion and merged it with the 2nd. thereby augmenting the forces available for the assault on Hill Number 2, while simultaneously alleviating the shortcomings of the 3rd Battalion's weaker endurance. The challenge lay in effectively coordinating these forces to maintain the assault's momentum while preventing the 3rd Battalion from collapsing under pressure. An intricate task indeed. The incessant reports of casualties and the somewhat frantic communications from the 3rd Battalion weighed heavily on his mind. The dual nature of his mission was clear. The Führer's imperative was to seize the high ground swiftly, a command that brooked no delay. Yet concurrently, once the high ground was secured, he needed to promptly organize his forces to support Bayun in exerting pressure on the plains. This entailed not only launching the offensive, but also preserving a sufficient reserve of troops in a viable state for the subsequent phase of the assault. Resources were severely constrained. Time was of the essence. Bayun had already succeeded, and the weight of the entire army's expectations rested squarely on him. Amon awaited the opportunities that would arise from his success on the left flank. He could not afford to squander time. Every minute of delay sapped the army's vigor and provided the defenders with more opportunities to adjust their deployments. Damn it! Han Shan struck a nearby ammunition box with his fist, producing a dull thud. He gazed at the smoke-filled, tumultuous hillside, his eyes flickering between ferocity and anxiety. Should he continue to commit the 2nd Battalion to a strong assault, risking greater losses in a bid for time? Or should he adjust his tactics, attempting a flanking maneuver or calling for another round of more intense artillery support, albeit at the risk of delaying the operation? Each choice was fraught with immense peril. Hill Number 2 had become a thorn lodged in the throat of the Imperial Army's advance, a weighty stone pressing heavily upon Han Shan's heart. He was compelled to make that most arduous decision, one that could determine the course of the entire campaign, all within an exceedingly brief span of time. Amidst the pressures of casualties, time constraints, and multifaceted missions, Han Shan stared at the telegram, a glint of resolution flashing in his eyes. He seized the field radio's microphone, his voice hoarse yet unwaveringly resolute. To Ziyuan, requesting fire support. Target, the summit of Hill Number 2. We will launch a signal flare to guide. After the artillery barrage, we shall commence a full-scale assault. If the high ground is not taken, I will present my head. This order, laden with military authority, was swiftly transmitted back to the bridge of the Ziyuan. Chen Yan regarded the message with a grave expression. What is our ammunition stock? He inquired solemnly. The naval staff quickly reported. Führer, we have 13 rounds of 127mm high-explosive shells remaining. 6 conventional rockets left. 7 shock bombs unused. Chen Yan pondered for a moment before resolutely issuing an order. Replied Han Shan. Acknowledged. We shall execute 2 rounds of high-explosive bombardment with a 1-minute interval. Following the 2nd round, launch a concussion shell to strike at the core defensive structures. The activation of the concussion shell will serve as your signal for a full-scale assault. Seize the opportunity and secure a decisive victory. The telegram soared towards Hill Number 2. Han Shan, upon reading the description of the concussion shell, was momentarily stunned, only to be immediately consumed by a surge of euphoric excitement. Paralyze the enemy forces? Delay their actions? He felt the odds of victory soaring. Signal flare. Han Shan bellowed. Boom. A signal flare, trailing a vivid tail, ascended once more, striking precisely at the most densely fortified core area of the defending troops on Hill Number 2, igniting a blinding flash. The artillery of the Ziyuan warship roared in response. Boom, 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 boom. The first round of 4 127mm high-explosive shells descended like the hammer of death, crashing forcefully into the area marked by the signal flare. Flames surged skyward, and debris, earth, rock, and metal scattered in all directions. Barely a minute later, the 2nd round of bombardment followed suit. Another 4 heavy shells. They violently plowed through the freshly scorched earth once again. The entire hill trembled violently. Inside the core bunker of Hill Number 2, the structure, far sturdier than the makeshift constructions on Hill Number 1, was built of reinforced concrete embedded within the mountainside. Yet at this moment, it felt as precarious as a dilapidated building in a storm. Boom! Boom! Each explosion from the heavy artillery nearby struck like a colossal hammer against the roof of the bunker. The entire space quaked with ferocity. The harsh sounds of twisting metal and cracking concrete filled the air. Dust and fine fragments of cement cascaded down like a waterfall, causing the lights to flicker erratically. Shockwaves surged through observation ports and crevices, pressing down upon each individual as if an invisible giant hand were squeezing their chests. A soldier curled up on the ground in agony, desperately covering his ears, blood seeping through his fingers. His eardrum had ruptured. The violent tremors dislocated the very organs within everyone, inducing a wave of nausea. "Commander, when will this bombardment cease?" A soldier shouted hoarsely at the officer beside him, his voice barely audible amidst the explosions. The officer turned, his gaze vacant, staring blankly at the soldier's moving lips, yet responding not a word. The overwhelming noise had rendered him temporarily deaf. As the soldier gazed at the officer's unresponsive face, despair gripped him with icy fingers. In a corner, 2 or 3 soldiers had already succumbed to the intensity of the shock, collapsing on the ground. They had previously repelled Han Shan's forces 3 times in fierce assaults. Each time they thwarted the attack, they were met with this hellish barrage of artillery. Their only 2 heavy machine guns had been destroyed in the last round of bombardment, and the lone remaining backup gun required a perilous venture to set up during the artillery's lull to effectively suppress the advancing enemy. Each sortie could very well be a one-way ticket. As the echoes of the second round of bombardment reverberated through the mountains, the soldiers within the shelter were left disoriented, their senses overwhelmed by a sudden, more somber wail from the sky. A uniquely shaped shell descended with precision into the heart of the area marked by the signal flare. There was no cataclysmic explosion, but rather a resonating hum that erupted with an indescribable, all-encompassing low-frequency roar. This sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, piercing through the thick steel and concrete, forcefully invading the eardrums, bones, and even the souls of those within the bunker. It was not merely a loud noise. It was a devastating sonic wave that induced a resonance within their internal organs, disrupting their sense of balance and obliterating their willpower. The shock wave detonated. The soldiers inside the bunker were instantaneously struck as if by an invisible hammer. All, including the officers who had been desperately holding on, let out piercing cries of despair. Grasping their heads in agony, their bodies convulsed uncontrollably, and they retched. Their sense of equilibrium utterly vanished, leaving them in a tumultuous spin, unable to stand. The violent dizziness and nausea overwhelmed them like a tidal wave, and their resolve crumbled in an instant, let alone operating the machine guns to retaliate. Merely remaining conscious became a distant luxury. Now was the moment. Han Shan, from his vantage point below, observed with clarity. The desolate summit, devoid of any counterfire, signaled the perfect opportunity. Second team, third team, everyone, charge. Seize the high ground. Slay. The pent-up forces of the second and third teams surged forth like unleashed tigers, roaring with fury as they launched a decisive assault on the temporarily incapacitated second high ground. In that moment, the scales of victory tilted dramatically, swayed by the force of that destructive sound wave. Chapter 39, The Eastern Front Dilemma at Heights 1. Amidst the pervasive smoke and the acrid scent of charred earth, Bai Yun sat upon a position, its corner ravaged by naval bombardment. Beneath him lay scalding debris intermingled with dark crimson mud. The vista suddenly expanded, revealing the central plain and the faint outlines of the enemy's core territory in the distance. The cost of victory was the loss of 8 comrades clad in deep blue uniforms, fallen along the path of advance. 8. For this elite squad of merely 38. It signified a casualty rate exceeding 20%. This figure, while not comparable to the staggering losses incurred by entire battalions in modern warfare, carried profound weight on this island battlefield, where resources were scarce and reinforcement nearly non-existent. Each soldier was an invaluable, irreplaceable core strength. Such a proportionate loss could shatter the resolve of any ordinary unit or diminish their offensive spirit. Yet, as Bai Yun surveyed his surroundings, the weary yet resolute gaze of the surviving soldiers revealed no hint of panic. They silently inspected their gear, bandaged wounds, and collected the weapons and ammunition of their fallen comrades with precision and efficiency. Meanwhile, at the edge of the flat terrain assigned to the 4th and 5th teams, a stark contrast emerged compared to the fierce yet orderly assault on Heights 1. The leaders of the 4th and 5th teams, Amon, gazed ahead at the seemingly tranquil jungle and thickets, his heart pounding with trepidation. Moments ago, in accordance with orders, the 4th and 5th teams had boldly formed ranks in the relatively open area, sporadic gunfire erupting more for show than substance. But now, had the feigned assault outlined in the Führer's plan been accomplished? What was to follow? Remain stationary? Or proceed further? Hesitantly, he glanced toward the 3rd team, seeking guidance, yet the jungle obscured his line of sight. Just as he prepared to send someone to inquire, a sudden cacophony erupted, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. Without warning, the violent crack of gunfire exploded from the dense underbrush ahead and to the flanks. Bullets, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, instantly rained upon the relatively concentrated formation of the 4th team. Ah, my leg, mother! The piercing screams swiftly drowned out the gunfire. At least 5 or 6 wild soldiers were felled in the initial barrage. Blood rapidly pooled upon the sandy soil and withered leaves. The remaining men, like startled hares, completely forgot any tactical maneuvers taught in training, screaming in terror, some cowering on the ground trembling, while others dashed about like headless flies. Take cover. Find shelter. Amon shouted hoarsely, rolling behind a tree, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. They had never encountered death at such close quarters. A companion, alive mere moments ago, was now a bloodied figure, this jarring reality far exceeding anything imagined during drills. Bang! Another, more thunderous detonation. A soldier attempting to retaliate from behind a mound was obliterated, his upper body erupting in a mist of crimson. It was a hidden heavy weapon. Devils. They are devils. A young savage soldier utterly succumbed to despair, discarding his brand-new submachine gun and crying out as he fled recklessly towards the beachhead. His breakdown ignited a fuse, triggering an instantaneous chain reaction. Run. We cannot fight. Flee quickly. 7 or 8 more soldiers, overwhelmed by an immense terror that crushed their will, abandoned their weapons and stumbled after the fleeing comrade, careening out of the makeshift, scarcely adequate shelter and desperately retreating. Their minds were consumed by a singular thought: to escape this man-eating jungle, to return to the relative safety of the beachhead. Come back, you fool! A man roared in fury, but his voice was drowned out by the gunfire and the cries of the deserters. He observed the immediate collapse of morale and the fallen soldiers, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. The losses had only just begun, yet the spirit and organization of the troops, faced with the stark reality of brutal death, crumbled like a castle of sand on the shore. This stood in stark and brutal contrast to the indomitable will of the 1st and 2nd squads, who maintained their combat effectiveness even after suffering tremendous casualties. Yet there was little to be done. A unit that had trained for merely a fortnight, having never even glimpsed a true battlefield, was bound to shatter under such an ambush. Medics, save the wounded! A man cried out with reddened eyes to a few relatively calm veterans. A medic, assigned to bolster the 4th squad, crawled toward a savage soldier who had been shot in the abdomen and was moaning in agony, braving the whizzing bullets while hastily retrieving a tourniquet and sulfanilamide. However, witnessing the surrounding chaos and the continuous fall of comrades, the medic's face was etched with gravity. He understood that if suppressive fire did not arrive in time, or if the unit could not reorganize, this place would soon devolve into a one-sided slaughter. The plight of the 4th and 5th squads was only just beginning. This flat terrain had transformed into a bloody meat grinder, claiming the lives of the savage recruits. A-Man's feigned assault was incurring far graver costs than anticipated. A-Man was not one to sit idly by. He abruptly thrust himself from behind cover, roaring fiercely, "Elite Guard, advance with me, provide fire support." During his time in the restructured unit, he had rallied a core group of the most formidable savage warriors around him, known as his Elite Guard, through his wild leadership and valor. In that moment, these 10-odd men sprang forth like enraged beasts, brandishing their weapons as they emerged from their concealed positions behind rocks and tree roots, spurred by a man's roar. Hot-tot-tot-tot. Bang, bang. The roar of MP-40 submachine guns and Kar-98K rifles instantly drowned out the enemy's fire. A torrent of bullets surged forth like a deluge toward the dense thicket that spat fire. Within the underbrush, muffled cries of agony erupted as branches and leaves were sent flying like rain. Yet, the counterfire from the thicket faltered only momentarily before surging back with even greater ferocity. Crossfire from machine guns and precise shots rained down upon A-Man and his elite guard-esque rocky refuge, sending sparks flying and forcing them to nearly keep their heads down. Scorching gusts and flying debris brushed past their faces. Amon felt his heart sink. Such stubborn resistance was futile. The enemy's stronghold and their numbers surpassed expectations. If this continued, they would truly be pinned down here. At that moment, a deep, soul-shaking rumble erupted from the direction of the high ground several hundred meters away, resonating with an almost supernatural intensity. This was not the flash of an explosion that followed, but rather a bizarre, visible distortion of the air, accompanied by a massive blue-white arc of electricity that illuminated the night sky for an instant before vanishing. The shockwave produced by the blast unleashed intense infrasound and blinding light, inducing disorientation and incapacitation, while the electromagnetic pulse effects were either derived or exaggerated. This unimaginable horror left the enemies hidden within the thicket momentarily speechless, causing a significant disruption and chaos in their gunfire. This was the chance. Amon's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. They had to suppress them. Do not allow them to recover. Grenades. Throw them. Chapter 40. The tide has turned on Hill Number 2, the core stronghold near the epicenter of the shockwave. A devastating infrasonic wave descended upon the defenders like an invisible hammer, ruthlessly striking at the very fabric of their nervous systems. The overwhelming sensation of dizziness and nausea rapidly incapacitated the majority of the soldiers, leaving them swaying like intoxicated revelers, clutching their heads in agony as they retched and moaned, utterly disoriented and bereft of balance, their surroundings spinning chaotically. A handful of soldiers, distanced slightly from the epicenter and possessing unwavering resolve, endured the inhuman torment in a desperate attempt to seize their weapons and fight back. A soldier's fingers barely grazed the frigid metal of his MG-42 machine gun when a barely perceptible arc of high-voltage electricity surged forth. He screamed in agony as his arm was instantly rendered numb and convulsed, causing the weapon to slip from his grasp. The electromagnetic effects of the shockwave primarily target precision electronic devices, while the biological impact manifests as a sonic assault, amplifying its paralyzing effects here. Another soldier, struggling to lift his Gur-43 semi-automatic rifle, aimed at the thronging blue figures surging up the slope, gritting his teeth as he pulled the trigger. Boom! The remaining ammunition in the chamber detonated with an extraordinary force at the moment of discharge. This was not merely a barrel explosion, but a bizarre ignition of the munitions. The soldier's hands and face were grotesquely mangled, and he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Despair enveloped the remaining defenders. They were horrified to realize that their once reliable firearms, regardless of their weight, had transformed into hazardous scrap metal, poised to explode at any moment. Their only recourse lay in the cold, heavy M24 grenades and blocks of explosives strapped to their waists. As they beheld the enemy's relentless advance like a tide below and the anguished, contorted faces of their comrades beside them, several cornered soldiers ignited a spark of fierce determination in their eyes. They howled, summoning their last vestiges of strength to pull the pins from the grenades or hoist the heavy explosive blocks, stumbling and rolling toward the advancing Han Mountain troops that had breached the front line. For the hope of the island. Boom! Boom! The earth shook with a series of violent explosions alongside the charging ranks. Flesh and blood were scattered. A few soldiers at the forefront were caught off guard, violently toppled by the shockwave and shrapnel from the blasts. This was the defenders' final and most desperate counterattack. Scatter, evade, suppress the remaining enemies. Han Mountain roared, his eyes ablaze with fury as he commanded. The MP-40 submachine gun spat fire, preemptively gunning down those who attempted to approach the human bombs. Resistance, at the cost of over 10 casualties from Han Mountain's forces, eventually quelled entirely. The summit of Hill No. 2, shrouded in smoke, was firmly occupied by the deep blue figures. Han Mountain stood atop the charred ruins of the fortifications, gazing down at the central plain unfolding beneath the night sky, his chest heaving with fervent breaths. The flanks were firmly in hand. The gateway to victory had swung wide open, leaning against the scorched remnants of the battlements. Han Mountain rummaged through the pocket of his dirt-stained and gunpowder-smeared uniform and extracted a crumpled cigarette, striking a match against the rough surface. A faint flame flickered in the smoky air. He inhaled deeply, the acrid smoke curling into his lungs, bringing a fleeting sense of relaxation. The smoke rings he exhaled dissipated swiftly in the frigid night breeze. Casualties were tallied, troops regrouped, and vigilance was maintained. His voice, hoarse and unmistakably weary, echoed the weight of his burden. The casualty report soon arrived in his hands. Team 2, System Infantry 5 dead, 3 severely wounded, 5 lightly injured, totaling 13 casualties. Team 3, Savage Vanguard 11 dead, 4 severely wounded, 3 lightly injured, totaling 18 casualties. Damn it! Han Shan abruptly crushed the cigarette, but against the charred stone, sparks flying. A chilling anger and a profound sense of helplessness surged within him. A single assault had claimed the lives of 31 soldiers. This was amidst the cover of a 127mm heavy artillery barrage, complemented by the miraculous efficacy of the concussion bombs. He dared not imagine the fate of these 2 units had the Ji Yuan not provided its cataclysmic fire support, nor had that bomb incapacitated the enemy forces. They might well have perished on this accursed hill, with a nearly 30% loss, especially significant for the main force of Team 2. Their assault capabilities have been severely compromised. Hope Island Command report to the commander. The second high ground. The messenger's voice trembled uncontrollably, nearly incoherent. It had fallen. The garrison, the entire garrison, fought to the last breath. Only that small unit you dispatched to the Eastern Front to attempt an assault on the enemy fleet. They managed to rout a large enemy contingent. What? Jiang Fan's body jolted, as if all his strength had been drained, and he collapsed heavily into the cold command chair. He stared blankly at the intricate sand table before him, 2 small flags representing the first and second high grounds, resembling heavy gravestones. He extended his hand, his fingers trembling with a near-desperate numbness, gently toppling the 2 flags. On the sand table, the flags symbolizing his defensive forces were sparse. The core gateway stood wide open, the central plain exposed like an unguarded chest beneath the enemy's fangs. The tide had turned against him. An icy despair engulfed him like the sea. His thoughts now strayed from victory to retreat, or perhaps how to conclude this ordeal. Ji Yuan's bridge commander. Reports from Han Shan's unit indicate that the second high ground has been successfully captured. The defending forces are completely annihilated. The communications officer's voice carried a note of triumphant exuberance. Chen Yan's gaze lingered on the marker for the second high ground on the map, nodding slightly. Casualties? Commander Han reports a total loss of 31 men from teams 2 and 3, with 16 dead, came the response. Chen Yan fell silent for a moment, his eyes deep with contemplation. As expected, assaulting fortified positions comes at a steep price. He refrained from further lamentation, decisively indicating the Eastern Front on the map. Order 1. By Yun Unit. Pressure from the first high ground toward the central plain, maintain contact, and distract the enemy's attention. 2. Han Shan's unit. Teams 2 and 3 simultaneously apply pressure toward the central plain from the second high ground. Maintain formation, advance steadily, and avoid rash actions. The primary objective is to unite with the Baiyun unit, persistently pressuring the enemy's core defensive perimeter, compelling them to contract and reposition. He let out a slow sigh. The reserve Team 5 immediately initiate landings at the Eastern Front, coordinates 132-75. The goal is to assist and fortify the already battered Amani troops in that area, secure the landing site, and establish a support point on the Eastern Front. Assign a contingent from Hanshan to sever the potential eastern retreat route of the enemy that has routed Amani. Yes, my Führer. The staff swiftly recorded, reiterated, and transmitted the orders. The commands, akin to a chilling torrent of iron, were instantly injected into the radios of the three frontline commanders. Hill 1. Bayun gazed intently at the orders, his eyes sharp. Team 1. Stay vigilant and establish a firing point towards the plains. Mortar teams. Designate the suspicious areas ahead. Infantry squads proceed to scout. Maintain the pressure. Hill 2. Hanshan extinguished yet another cigarette, fatigue evident but his spirit undiminished, as he surveyed the soldiers tending to wounds and replenishing ammunition. Teams 2 and 3. Form up. Inspect weapons and ammunition. Prepare to advance towards the plains below. Steady and deliberate. Our mission is to push forward. He called over a soldier, instructing him to lead a small group to the eastern front. Eastern Sea. Landing ships, Xu Yuan observed the telegram. Licking his cracked lips, a fierce glint in his eyes. Team 5. Keep your spirits high. It's our turn to take the stage. Objective, Eastern Beach. Crush those wretched curs. Land. The engines of the landing craft roared low, altering course, cleaving through the waves, racing towards the designated beachhead. The deep blue blade is poised to pierce the enemy's tenuous hold on the eastern front. Chapter 41. Like a raging tide upon the tempestuous surface of the sea, the fifth landing fleet surged forth like a colossal beast of steel, churning the waves as it advanced with remarkable speed. The propellers thrashed the water with a deafening roar, as if seeking to suppress the cacophony of the world itself. The soldiers gripped their submachine guns tightly, veins bulging on their forearms, the weapons creaking under the pressure of their grasp. Some possessed eyes like blazing torches, swiftly inspecting their firearms, each movement precise and efficient, leaving no potential malfunction overlooked. Others, however, shut their eyes tightly, lips trembling slightly, silently praying for a favorable outcome to the impending unknown battle. As the fifth landing party reached the eastern coastline, the massive landing ramp thudded down onto the sea, sending up towering sprays of water. Hurry, hurry! Move out! Yang Shuyuan bellowed from the ramp, his voice resolute and resonant. The soldiers, unhesitating, plunged into the water, charging towards the shore. Upon reaching the land, they were greeted by a cluster of demoralized soldiers. These men were ragged, their eyes vacant, devoid of any fighting spirit. Yang Shuyuan's fury surged within him, and he could not help but shout, "What in the world are you doing? You look like you came to fight." Yet, the disheartened soldiers merely stood there, heads bowed, silent and unresponsive. "Forget about them. Follow me. Follow me." Yang Shuyuan, frantic and pressed for time, waved his hand and led the 5th Reserve troops towards the location where Amman's unit had been ambushed. At that moment, the remnants of Amman's resistance had been largely decimated by the enemy. Amman and a few remaining soldiers were crouched in a low area, surrounded by the frenetic gunfire of the enemy, the shrill sounds of gunfire echoing like fatal notes, each shot resembling the whistle of the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe. With red-rimmed eyes, Amman was consumed by a resolve to fight to the death, clutching his gun, ready to charge out and confront the enemy. Just as Amman was about to rise, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from behind him. Immediately, a shell trailing a white plume, like a shooting star, soared through the air, striking precisely at the thicket from which the enemy's fire emanated. With a thunderous explosion, the grove was instantly obliterated, branches and earth soaring into the skies, accompanied by anguished cries from behind the foliage. "Hurry, hurry! Annihilate this unit!" Yang Shuyuan shouted as he rushed forward. The arrival of reinforcements allowed Amman's taut nerves to finally relax. He rose and shouted, "Everyone capable, come with me. Let us take down the enemy alongside the 5th unit." A fierce battle ignited on this open ground, the cries of combatants and the thunder of gunfire intertwining, enveloping the battlefield in smoke with blood staining the earth. "Report to the commander." A panting messenger rushed to Jiang Fan, his voice trembling. "Our forces have lost 150 out of 200 soldiers." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Fan felt a jolt in his heart, as if struck by a heavy hammer, causing a chilling sensation to wash over him. The casualty rate was nearing 80, However, it must be acknowledged that Jiang Fan's military prowess was indeed formidable. Despite the devastating losses, his soldiers remained fearless and resolute, risking their lives to inflict substantial damage upon Chen Yan's forces. Chen Yan's troops were not faring any better. With a total strength of approximately 330 men, positioned as the aggressor with overwhelming firepower and absolute naval supremacy, they had nonetheless suffered losses of 100 men. Both leaders were the supreme commanders of their respective islands. While Chen Yan's soldiers were sourced from a system, he remained oblivious to the origins of Jiang Fan's troops. He could not help but ponder. Could there truly be such a multitude on a single island? Chen Yan resolved to interrogate Jiang Fan thoroughly once he captured him, understanding that his unfamiliarity with this world necessitated more intelligence, crucial for his future expansion. At that moment, Chen Yan paced anxiously in the command room, awaiting updates from the front lines. Had it not been for an arrow lodged in his arm, he would have raced to the beach to direct operations himself. Upon learning of the casualty figures, Jiang Fan's fury ignited. With a violent fervor, he swept away the flags on the sand table with a wooden stick, his actions reckless and frenzied, until there were no flags left to topple. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply and cursed vehemently. Damn it! Where did all these people come from? I painstakingly trained my soldiers for today's expedition, and in the dead of night, you spring this on me. In his rage, he commanded, send a few men to desecrate the corpse of the radar operator on duty tonight. Jiang Fan could hardly contain his anger. A single error from a radar operator had cost him dearly, and he wished to exact a severe punishment upon the duty officer. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, Jiang Fan quickly compelled himself to regain his composure. He fixed his gaze on the last hill on the sand table, then surveyed the positions of the enemy on heights 1 and 2. Coming to a resolute decision for a final stand, he would withdraw all remaining combat-ready soldiers to this hill for one last battle. This hill had been part of his earlier strategy. Should the enemy advance here, the open ground before the hill would become their grave, teeming with a multitude of landmines, representing his last hope for a turnaround. If the enemy on heights 1 and 2 were severely weakened here, and the forces on the eastern front had already been vanquished, Jiang Fan believed the enemy would lack the reinforcements to redeploy to this location. At that point, with the enemy forces on both heights annihilated, the adversary would be left to merely stare at him, unable to contend with his lack of naval power against their flagship. Moreover, the enemy's warships had not fired their guns in quite some time, leading Jiang Fan to suspect that their ammunition was likely running low. As Jiang Fan reached his decision, Chen Yan simultaneously issued his own command. Do you see that small hill on the map? This may very well be the final location for their strategic showdown. Go inform Bai Yun and Hans Han that once young Shu Yuan arrives, all artillery should be directed towards this mountain peak. I refuse to believe that his defenses can withstand the bombardment of the mothership. Chapter 42. A fight to the death. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the earthy aroma of disturbed soil, permeating the narrow, hastily deepening trench. The rhythmic clatter of shovels against dirt and the muffled thud of sandbags being stacked created an ominous symphony of death. Quick, dig another half-meter. If you do not wish to be turned into mincemeat by the enemy's main guns, toil with all your might, bellowed a lieutenant, his face smeared with grime and his epaulets worn. His voice, hoarse from exertion, echoed in the confined space. He paced anxiously, his boots sinking into the soft ground, leaving deep impressions. Reinforce the bunker. Pack those sandbags tightly. You, and you, raise that last roll of concertina wire, swiftly. His finger jabbed, like a javelin, towards several weary soldiers. One young soldier, his helmet askew and blisters forming on his hands, paused in his digging, his voice cracking with desperation. Sir, do you think we can win this battle? My best friend, he went to Hill 2. And since then, not a word. His words were barely audible over the intermittent barrage, laden with fear and despair for the unknown. The lieutenant halted abruptly, turning his back to the soldier, his shoulders trembling imperceptibly. A few seconds of oppressive silence followed, broken only by the distant thud of falling shells. He whirled around, his facial muscles taut, yet his gaze forced itself to convey a semblance of resolve as he barked. Despondency has no place here. Those who waver in morale will face military justice. Victory belongs solely to those who endure until the end. Get to work. He clapped the soldier on the shoulder with such force that the young man nearly stumbled. Hurry. Move the ammunition crates to the designated firing point. Be swift. The entire position felt like a taut bowstring, with soldiers expending their last vestiges of strength to erect a fragile defense under the officer's furious exhortations. A messenger crouched low, nearly pressing himself against the trench wall as he slipped to the lieutenant's side, lowering his voice to a hurried whisper. Sir, we've just completed the count. The combat-ready personnel, including lightly wounded, number less than 40. He paused to catch his breath, his voice dropping even further. The squad dispatched to support Commander Shao on the Eastern Front just reported back. They encountered the enemy's elite landing forces. 11 men, all perished. Commander Shao's side is likely. The lieutenant's heart plummeted, akin to falling into a frigid abyss. 40 men? 40. To defend this position, soon to be the focal point of the enemy's assault? He instinctively glanced towards the half-buried bunker behind their lines, where their sole heavy firepower, a precious 50 caliber machine gun, M2HB, was concealed, carefully disassembled to evade the inevitable onslaught of the enemy's initial devastating fire. At this moment, the silent steel behemoth represented his solitary, albeit faint, pillar of hope. The pressure weighed down upon him like a tangible mountain, nearly suffocating him. Commander Jiang, what are your orders? The lieutenant's voice was parched, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The messenger stood at attention. The commander commands, fight to the death. To fight to the death, murmured the lieutenant, repeating the phrase as the last flicker of hope within his gaze extinguished, leaving only a cold resolve. He inhaled deeply, forcing down all despair and bitterness, and once again donned a faade of steadfastness. He bellowed at the soldiers in the trench who cast questioning looks. The commander has issued orders. Not an inch shall be yielded. Beneath our feet lies the final line of defense. Steady yourselves and fortify our positions to the utmost. Let the enemy pay in blood. Simultaneously, in stark contrast to the central high ground of Hope Island, another force was gathering. All attention! Bai Yun called out from a slightly elevated mound, his voice booming over the clamor of troops assembling. Objective, the central high ground ahead, the enemy's last bastion. Now, heed the orders. Descend in an orderly fashion and gather in the valley, ready for action. His keen gaze swept over his fatigued yet orderly soldiers. Remember, upon reaching the designated position at the foot of the mountain, maintain concealment. The Führer's fire support will open the enemy's gates for us. Quickly, move. The soldiers swiftly organized their meager remaining equipment, forming relatively neat ranks, and silently, yet resolutely advanced towards the relatively open valley below the central high ground. The heavy thuds of their footsteps and the clatter of weapons echoed in the stillness of the mountainside. Bai Yun raised his hand to glance at his watch, calculating the time. At this moment, Han Shan's troops should be advancing from the east, while Yang Shiyuan's 5th Squad and Amon's 4th Squad were also approaching from the same direction, like three streams ensnared by the torrent of war, inevitably converging towards that barren high ground, emblematic of the final confrontation. This location, referred to as the high ground, appeared more like a gently rising mound in the vast plains of the island's heart, its relative height perhaps no more than 10 meters. Yet, in the heart of Hope Island, it stood as the last barrier with some defensive value. Beyond the high ground lay an expanse of open land, devoid of any more advantageous positions to defend. Should it fall, the outcome would be all too clear. As Jiangfan soldiers exerted their last ounce of strength to construct a rudimentary circular defense at the edge of the central high ground, sandbag walls, shallow foxholes, and haphazard barbed wire, and clear the open area ahead to the best of their ability, Jiangfan finally arrived at the front lines from the command post. Standing atop a slightly elevated mound, his figure appeared somewhat frail against the backdrop of swirling smoke, yet his gaze was as sharp as a cold star. He summoned the few dozen soldiers who could still stand. Brothers, Jiangfan's voice was not loud, yet it cut through the wind with undeniable force. Look behind you. That is our homeland, the very heart of Hope Island. Now, The enemy seeks to tear it apart, to extinguish our last flicker of hope. Will you tell me you agree? No, we will not, came the response, a chorus of hoarse yet furious and resolute shouts, merging into a tragic tide that reverberated across the desolate high ground. Good. Jiang Fan abruptly raised his fist. Take up your rifles. Grip your bayonets tightly. Transform your fury and your very essence into the sharpest of blades. Here, upon this land soaked in our blood and sweat, let us entomb the invaders once and for all. May their blood nourish our final vestiges of hope. Hope everlasting. Hope everlasting. Hope everlasting. Hope everlasting. The soldiers roared repeatedly, their weary faces ignited by a fervor bordering on madness, as if they sought to extract the last remnants of their vitality. This solemn cry was a flame amidst despair, a final explosion before the inevitable extinguishment. At this moment, Bai Yun, Han Shan, Yang Shiyuan, and a man's forces had also completed their rendezvous in the valley. The soldiers, fatigued, sat upon the ground, hastily replenishing their strength and inspecting their weapons and ammunition. Before Bai Yun, several officers were reporting, "Commander Bai, the 2nd and 3rd squads have merged, with a total of 103 combat personnel." Han Shan's adjutant spoke with a heavy tone. "The 5th squad has 41 present." Yang Shiyuan's voice was hoarse from the acrid smoke, his gaze weary yet still sharp. A man lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. "The 4th squad has only 8 remaining." His shoulders trembled slightly. The ambush in the eastern front had nearly consumed all his soldiers. Bai Yin listened in silence, as if a colossal stone had been placed upon his heart. The grim reality of the eastern front far exceeded expectations. He raised his binoculars, scrutinizing the solitary hill ahead, the central high ground. Through the lens, the hastily constructed defenses of the enemy became starkly visible, barbed wire glinting coldly in the sunlight. Sandbagged emplacements, and a vast expanse of land cleared with meticulous intent at the base of the mountain. That area was alarmingly pristine, standing in stark contrast to the chaos of battle surrounding it, appearing distinctly jarring and sinister. A soldier's instinct pierced through Bai Yun like a sudden realization. Too pristine. This is abnormal. In a situation of absolute numerical disadvantage, why abandon the complex terrain to create such an expansive avenue for assault? Unless. Chapter 43. A fierce struggle, he immediately set down the binoculars and sharply commanded the signalman. Urgently contact the Ziyuan. Coordinates 312-217. The open ground at the forefront of the highland. Suspected presence of a large-scale minefield or preset kill zone. Request immediate fire reconnaissance, covering artillery barrage. Now, the colossal form of the battleship, Ziyuan, undulated gently upon the waves. Within the main artillery turret, the gunner, upon receiving the command, peered through the sight to lock onto the suspicious open ground. Target confirmed. High explosive shell. Fully loaded. 1 round for calibration. The course commands reverberated within the stifling turret. The massive gun barrel, driven by hydraulic mechanisms, emitted a deep hum as it gradually adjusted its angle with precision. The loaders, their muscles taut, shouted in unison as they collectively thrust the heavy brass shell and propellant charge into the chamber. Loading complete. Fire. Boom! The deafening roar shattered the air and sea. The ship jolted backward, sending forth a tremendous spray of water. A robust shell, piercing through the air with a shriek of death, traced a high parabolic arc, accurately crashing into the center of the open ground. Boom! A violent explosion hurled earth and debris skyward, forming a colossal black column of smoke. The shock wave rapidly expanded, sweeping across an area equivalent to half a football field. However, before the dust from the explosion could settle, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Boom! 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 As if ignited by the first shell's flash, the interior of the bombarded area erupted like a slumbering volcano. A cacophony of explosions resounded, shaking the heavens. More intense and larger fireballs ascended in succession. Soil debris and twisted metal fragments were violently cast in all directions by the surging shockwaves. In an instant, The entire forefront of the highland transformed into a hellscape of roaring flames and flying shrapnel. The intense chain reaction of explosions persisted for several seconds, the shock waves even causing Baiyun and others in the valley to feel the ground tremble beneath their feet, the acrid scent of gunpowder filling the air. Behind the binoculars, Baiyun's expression turned gravely serious, tinged with a hint of pale apprehension. He slowly lowered the binoculars, his voice low and frigid as he confirmed the horrific suspicion: a minefield. What a deadly trap it was, buried here in such a vast expanse. Had it not been for his keen intuition to order a probing bombardment, had the infantry charged as initially planned, the consequences were chilling to even contemplate. That seemingly flat path was, in truth, a shortcut to hell. The formidable steel body of the Yuan battleship swayed gently on the horizon, akin to a dormant beast. Its main turret emitted a low hum, the stout 128mm barrel slowly elevating, aiming at the smoke-shrouded, nameless highland. Target confirmed. High explosive shell. Rapid fire. Cover the ridge lines. The command from the bridge was as cold as ice. Boom! 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 The two main guns roared in succession, and the surface of the sea was stirred into immense white ripples by the recoil. The shells tore through the sky, accompanied by the piercing wail of death, striking relentlessly at the final bastion of the defending troops on the heights. The initial explosion echoed like a heavy hammer on a drum, causing the entire hill to tremble. High explosive shells hurled sandbag fortifications, twisted barbed wire, and the earth beneath into the air as fireballs engulfed everything in their path. Immediately following, blinding white flashes emerged from the cloud of smoke. Those were the concussion grenades. They unleashed not lethal shrapnel, but horrific shockwaves and blinding light capable of rupturing eardrums, shattering balance, and obliterating consciousness. The surviving soldiers, even while sheltered in the deepest of foxholes, felt as though their very organs were gripped and twisted by an invisible giant hand. Intense ringing in their ears swiftly silenced all sound. Their vision scorched into a blinding white, and the dizzying sensation caused many to collapse and retch, completely stripped of their combat efficacy. Some clasped their ears in agony, blood seeping between their fingers. Others stumbled and fell as if intoxicated, mindlessly clawing at the earth. The carefully constructed defense line, under the relentless steel storm of naval bombardment and psychological torment, shattered in an instant, teetering on the brink of collapse. Charge! Seize the heights! The roar of the clouds echoed through the valley, drowning out the remnants of cannon fire and the chaotic groans of soldiers disoriented by the concussion blasts. Like a torrent released from a dam, the long-prepared attacking forces surged from their concealment, splitting into several groups, charging fiercely up the hillside, ravaged by artillery. The acrid smoke lingered, mingling with the scent of charred earth and blood, creating an almost palpable atmosphere. Soldiers trampled over the searing, scorched ground and scattered debris, leaping over the still-burning wreckage and twisted corpses, their eyes fixed resolutely on the ridge that symbolized ultimate victory. Yet, the defenders had not been entirely obliterated. Open fire. Drive the enemy down, for the sake of hope. A blood-soaked officer, with blood still trickling from his ears, hoarsely bellowed, the first to emerge from the disorientation of the blasts, lunging towards an undestroyed heavy machine gun. His shout was like a stone cast into stagnant waters, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the remaining defenders. A sporadic but fiercely resilient gunfire erupted from the ruins. Bullets whizzed into the earth beneath the advancing soldiers or struck the charging figures, sending sprays of blood into the air. Behind the collapsed cover, the surviving soldiers, taking refuge in shell holes, rocks, and the bodies of their comrades, launched a desperate and frenzied counterattack with rifles, submachine guns, and even grenades. The momentum of the attacking forces abruptly faltered. The soldiers at the forefront fell to the ground seeking cover or were pinned down on the slope by suppressive fire. Bullets struck rocks, sparking, while grenades detonated among the crowd, screams rising and falling like a chorus of despair. Machine gun team, suppress that fire point on the left front. Rocket launcher, eliminate the enemy behind the rocks on the right. Second squad, flank from the side. Move quickly. The frontline officers yelled hoarsely, directing their men. With bloodshot eyes, the soldiers utilized every shell hole, every rise in the terrain, crawling, leaping, firing, and throwing grenades. Each advance they made exacted a heavy toll in blood. The stronghold's fire points were systematically dismantled, yet new sources of fire emerged from the most unexpected corners. Corpses rapidly accumulated on the scorched earth, contested by both sides. Time seemed to stand still. The hillside transformed into a gruesome meat grinder. Charges and countercharges played out in an endless cycle. One side fought desperately to reach the summit, while the other clung to their positions with their last breaths. The soldiers' roars, curses, the moans of the wounded, and the roar of weapons intertwined, composing the most savage symphony of war. Both factions, blinded by rage, found their adrenaline overpowering fear and fatigue, leaving only the primal instinct to kill and a frenzied desire for victory or survival. Assaulting soldiers charged upwards, treading upon the bodies of their comrades, while the defenders, having exhausted their ammunition, resorted to bludgeoning with rifle stocks, stabbing with bayonets, and even resorting to biting. The seesaw battle dragged on, as if for an eternity. Every inch of the hillside was soaked in blood and ravaged by shrapnel. The attackers paid a heavy price, inching closer to the summit only to be repelled by fierce counterattacks. Though the defenders dwindled in number, the survivors clung to their positions like nails embedded in rock, refusing to yield. In this suffocating stalemate, Bai Yun caught a fleeting glimpse of opportunity. A crucial fire point on the right flank of the defenders was obliterated by their own rocket launcher, creating a brief gap. Right flank, advance. Seize the summit, Bai Yun shouted, as his elite guard and a throng of bloodthirsty soldiers surged forward like sharks sensing blood, launching a desperate charge towards the newly opened breach. Bullets from the defenders whizzed past, striking the stones and sending sparks flying. Soldiers fell under the onslaught, but none faltered. Bai Yun led the charge at the forefront, his rifle belching flames as he accurately targeted every head that dared to emerge. Only a few dozen meters remained to the ridge of the summit. The remaining defenders recognized the lethal assault and rallied their last forces, howling as they rushed to intercept. The edge of the summit erupted into the most brutal melee imaginable. The dull thud of bayonets piercing flesh, the sickening crunch of bones shattered by rifle stocks, the dying screams and bestial roars, all crazily intermingled in this narrow wasteland. Soldiers grappled fiercely, employing every means to annihilate their foe. Han Shan thrust his rifle forward, then, with a swift motion, plunged a knife deep into the chest of an approaching defender, warm blood splattering across his face. Without a glance, he kicked the corpse aside and faced another soldier charging with a spade, bringing his rifle stock down hard upon the opponent's face. Officers like Han Shan were not meant to engage in frontline combat. His death would spell disaster for troop morale. Yet, under Bai Yun's sole command, even this formidable man yearned to join the fray. Smoke billowed, and the mist of blood rose. Atop this hellish mountain, forged of steel, flame, and flesh, the scales of victory began to tilt ever so slightly in favor of Chen Yan amidst the most primal and brutal of close-quarters combat. Chapter 44. A painful victory as the last soldier of the garrison, clad in tattered military garb and drenched in blood, was simultaneously pierced by multiple bayonets and collapsed onto the charred earth. An eerie silence enveloped the nameless heights. Only the mountain breeze wailed as it swept through, stirring the acrid smoke and the scent of blood, caressing the tattered flags and the scattered remnants of weaponry. The soldiers of Chen Yan, those victors adorned in deep blue uniforms, stood still, their chests heaving violently, their heavy breaths echoing in the stillness. Looking around, they beheld no remaining foe capable of standing. The once vibrant, deep blue uniforms had lost their luster, now soiled with dirt, sweat, dried and darkened blood, and the debris of explosions merging seamlessly with the ravaged land. Han Shan pushed aside a soldier, still gripping his bayonet, and traversed the chaotic battlefield to the center of the summit. His military boots squelched in the viscous mixture of blood and mud, producing a disquieting sound. He surveyed the weary, exhilarated, and survivor-stricken faces surrounding him. His voice hoarse yet piercing through the silence. It is over. These 3 words fell like a stone into still waters, causing the tense soldier's shoulders to relax imperceptibly. Yet, immediately following, Han Shan's voice rose sharply, imbued with an undeniable iron command. But the war is not over. The enemy's stronghold lies before us. Their commander is still alive. Everyone, no rest. Target. Enemy command post. Follow me, let us capture them. There was no cheer, no hesitation. Only a stifled growl and the rapid sounds of bolts being pulled and ammunition checked. The utterly exhausted soldiers, fueled by the last vestiges of fierce will ignited by victory and slaughter, dragged their heavy steps to follow Han Shan, charging once more towards the heart of the island, the direction of Jiang Fan's command post. Their figures vanished beneath the still, acrid smoke on the hillside. Meanwhile, in a small cove riddled with rocks behind the island, an inconspicuous small boat, heavily laden, sat low in the water, crowded with people. The engine emitted a low hum as it slowly glided away from the bullet-riddled dock, heading towards the gray horizon tinged with dawn's light. Jiang Fan sat at the stern, his back to the receding island. He did not turn around. He sat rigidly, gazing vacantly at the shimmering surface of the sea. His face bore no expression, only a pallid silence, as if all emotion had been utterly drained and incinerated during the 4-hour ordeal of the previous night. Those once sharp, ambitious eyes now reflected only bewilderment and profound fatigue. It was as if he had been struck from behind by a heavy club, disoriented, and before he could ascertain the identity of his assailant, he was felled by a second and third blow. From the darkest hour before dawn to this moment of faint light, merely 4 hours had passed. Yet to him, those 4 hours felt as protracted as 4 years, no, 10 years. He sensed that in those brief moments, 10 years of his vitality had been forcibly siphoned away. Yesterday, he stood as the resolute commander of Hope Island, brimming with vigor and flanked by an assembly of formidable warriors. Yet today, he has become a mere figurehead, accompanied only by a handful of equally disheveled and taciturn remnants of the guard battalion. The sea breeze, infused with the briny scent of salt and gunpowder, tousled his unruly hair. His lips parted slightly, and a voice, parched to the point of near unintelligibility, emerged from his throat. "Let us set sail." The utterance was as faint as a sigh, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. The soldier at the helm responded softly, "Yes, Commander." The engine's roar intensified slightly as the small boat altered its course, severing all ties with the island and venturing into the vast, uncharted ocean. Jiang Fan did not glance back. Instead, his hands, resting on his knees, gripped the cold gunwale with a vice-like hold, his knuckles turning white from the strain. As Bai Yun led his weary yet resolute main force into the town, approaching the solid stone house that served as Jiang Fan's command center as though confronting a formidable enemy, they found it already deserted. The expansive room lay in disarray. Filing cabinets had been forcibly opened, vital documents torn to shreds and scattered like snowflakes across the floor. Chairs and tables were overturned, maps yanked down, and communication devices smashed, leaving only a litter of shredded paper, glass shards, and scattered debris. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt documents. "Commander, no high-ranking enemy personnel detected. It appears all vital items have either been destroyed or removed," a soldier reported hastily after a swift search. Bai Yun's heart sank. He cautiously exited the command center, finding the town enveloped in an eerie silence. Every door and window was tightly shut, the streets devoid of life, not a single sound to be heard. This unsettling tranquility was far more disconcerting than the anticipated resistance. He gestured for his troops to spread out in vigilance while he, accompanied by his guards, cautiously advanced along the main street. The expected gunfire and ambush did not materialize. The entire town felt like a vast graveyard. Form into groups of 3. Search every house. Bring everyone to the central square. Bai Yun commanded sharply, his voice echoing through the desolate streets, jarringly out of place. At 7 a.m., feeble sunlight struggled to pierce through the clouds. In the town's central square, the residents, herded by soldiers, huddled together, trembling. Bai Yun's piercing gaze swept over the crowd, and his heart tightened. Only the elderly, women, and children were present. Not a single adult male in sight. He signaled for a relatively composed, middle-aged woman to be brought before him. The woman, quaking and wide-eyed with fear, clutched a similarly terrified child tightly. "Do not be afraid." Bai Yun endeavored to soften his tone, though the lingering scent of gunpowder and blood instinctively made her flinch. "Tell me, where has your commander gone?" The woman's lips trembled, paralyzed by fear and unable to respond. Bai Yun inhaled deeply. "If you reveal his whereabouts, I assure you of your safety. I keep my word." He genuinely had no intention of harming these vulnerable souls. The woman trembled as she raised her hand, pointing towards the command center. "They are at the headquarters." Her voice was barely a whisper. Bai Yun furrowed his brow. "We have already searched that place. There is no one there." "What happened next? Where did they go?" The woman shook her head in confusion, her gaze vacant. I don't know. They left in haste." Bai Yun realized that he could not ascertain Jiang Fan's whereabouts. He shifted his inquiry, gesturing towards the crowd. "Tell me, what about the men on the island? Where have all the able-bodied young men gone?" This question seemed to strike a chord deep within the woman's sorrow, and tears instantly welled in her eyes. Her voice tinged with despair. They all went to enlist. They all went to enlist." Bai Yun's pupils constricted, his voice involuntarily rising with disbelief. "What does this mean? A nation of soldiers? This commander is indeed reckless in his militaristic ambitions." The woman nodded vigorously, her sobs rendering her speechless. Yes, they all went." "Why?" Bai Yun pressed on. "Did Jiang Fan ever mention why they needed to enlist? For what purpose?" To defend our homeland." The woman choked out, repeating this mantra. "Defend our homeland?" Bai Yun couldn't suppress a scoff, rolling his eyes. Nonsense rhetoric. He had heard such phrases far too often. Yet, he suddenly grasped a crucial point. An inquiry he had never delved into before surged to the forefront of his mind. Leaning slightly forward, his gaze sharpened, his voice grew urgent. "Wait. Are you the indigenous people of this island? Where do you truly come from? Indigenous people?" The woman visibly faltered at this term, a flicker of confusion and deeper anguish crossing her expression. Slowly, with great difficulty, she shook her head. "No, not. Then where do you come from?" Bai Yun pressed relentlessly. We. Chapter 45. Post-war arrangements. The woman's expression contorted, as if she was straining to recall something. It was obstructed by overwhelming anguish. She suddenly clutched her head, emitting a stifled sob. "I don't know. I can't remember. That memory feels as though it has been severed like a knife. It hurts so much." In utter despair, the woman collapsed, her body trembling violently, as if she were undergoing some form of psychological torment. Bai Yun hastily signaled to the soldiers to assist her, yet a tempest of turmoil surged within him. Sever memories? Not indigenous? All adult males enlisted? Jiang Fan's mysterious disappearance. All of this collided rapidly in his mind, intertwining into a vast and bizarre enigma. This island, Jiang Fan's source of troops, concealed secrets that far surpassed a mere military conflict. His brow furrowed, his expression grave enough to exude tension. Without pursuing further inquiries into the distraught woman, he swiftly turned and spoke to the communications officer in a low voice. "Immediately send a report to the Führer. Highest confidentiality. The content is as follows. Hope Island has been secured. Enemy leader Jiang Fan and his remnants are in flight. Whereabouts unknown. Only women and children remain on the island, while all adult males are reportedly enlisted. Key points. Residents claim to be non-indigenous and exhibit a severed memory concerning their origins, raising significant doubts. Requesting further instructions." After composing the dispatch, he watched the communications officer hasten away, then turned his gaze back to the desolate town and the terrified populace. Sensing for the first time the essence of victory in this battle, it seemed merely the prologue to a deeper, darker mystery. The first and second squads of soldiers dispersed in standard tactical formation, thoroughly securing the now silent harbor. The docks were strewn with debris, severed cables, and patches of dark red stains, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. The soldiers silently conducted routine safety checks, their weapons poised towards every conceivable hiding place of the enemy, although all were well aware that no living foes remained. In the harbor waters, the wreckage of the battleship Hope, which had only recently been launched, lay half-submerged in the murky depths, contorted and humiliated. A massive explosion had ripped through its hull, the intense heat from the flames causing a small section of the surrounding sea to steam ominously, the water temperature noticeably abnormal upon approach. On the chart hull, molten metal resembled solidified tears, silently narrating the devastating strike of the previous night. Wisps of lingering black smoke, akin to incense for a memorial, wafted toward the leaden gray sky. At that moment, the colossal battleship Ji Yuan glided into the harbor like a triumphant steel behemoth, its massive frame slicing through the water, emanating an undeniable aura of dominance as it docked beside the main pier. Its formidable 128mm main gun barrel pointed skyward, radiating a cold, lethal intent. On the dock, Bai Yun, Han Shan, a man, and a number of standing officers had long since assumed a position of solemn expectation. As the gangway was lowered from the starboard side of the bridge, they straightened their backs simultaneously and rendered a respectful military salute, their eyes fixed upon the gangway's exit. There, the figure of Chen Yan materialized. He donned a sharply tailored military dress uniform, emblematic of the highest command within the army, which starkly contrasted with the deep blue uniforms of his subordinate ground troops. Behind him trailed a contingent of naval officers clad in pristine white uniforms, their expressions grave. The juxtaposition of white and deep blue painted a profoundly symbolic tableau upon the war-torn dock. Chen Yan descended the gangway with measured steps, his feet meeting the wooden planks of the pier. He first lifted his gaze, surveying the imposing Ji Yuan, his formidable vessel. Then, his attention shifted to the island before him, recently ravaged by conflict and now poised for reconstruction. His eyes took in the remnants of devastation, crumbling walls, scorched earth, and a scene of utter disarray. Just then, the rising sun broke free from the horizon, casting its first unfiltered, radiant golden rays fiercely upon the dock. Chen Yan squinted against the sudden brilliance, instinctively raising a hand to shield his eyes. In that fleeting interplay of light and shadow, the complexity of his expression, weariness, gravity, a barely perceptible sense of relief, and deeper emotions, was vividly etched upon his face. Over 20 days prior, he had been mercilessly cast into the sea by Jiang Fan, fighting for survival. Now, more than 20 days later, he commanded a steel fleet, driving that once mighty adversary into a similarly desperate retreat from the island. And those who had once doubted and scorned him, with a fierce yet undeniable victory, he had reclaimed his dignity, gradually lowering his hand from his forehead. He turned his gaze to Bai Yun and the others, who remained at attention, and raised his hand to return a solemn salute. Once the formalities concluded, his voice, tinged with a barely noticeable rasp, resonated clearly for all to hear. Bai Yun, report the final battle losses. Bai Yun inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and articulated the figures with steadiness and clarity, each number striking the wooden boards like heavy lead. Commander, in this engagement, our forces have suffered nearly 50% casualties. He paused before continuing. Among them, the Wildman army incurred the most severe losses, with a staggering 70% reduction. Of the remaining personnel, approximately 20% were deserters. Please advise on how to handle the fugitives. Chen Yan's brow furrowed momentarily before softening into a weary resignation. He waved a hand dismissively. With less than 15 days of training, facing such intensity in battle, achieving this outcome is commendable. Death sentences may be averted, but they cannot escape punishment for their cowardice. All deserters will be removed from combat units and assigned to the logistics punishment team, responsible for recovering battlefield supplies, burying the dead, and clearing the ruins. Let them atone through labor. Bai Yun nodded and continued his report. The first and second teams, as the main assault forces, also suffered significant losses. The first team experienced over 50% casualties. The second team similarly exceeded 40%. The fifth team, led by Yang Shuyuan, fared relatively better, with about 30% losses. As he listened to these alarming figures, Chen Yan's expression grew increasingly somber. As the offensive party, with the absolute firepower support of the Zhiyuan, the ship's artillery nearly exhausted its entire stock of ammunition, resulting in a staggering casualty rate of 50%. This far exceeded any predictions made prior to the conflict. The immense cost of victory instantly dulled the joy of triumph. Chen Yan murmured to himself, his gaze sharpening with resolve. The development of new equipment is of utmost urgency. The existing training system must undergo a complete overhaul. He turned to Bai Yun and Han Shan, issuing commands. Bai Yun, immediately attend to the wounded and reorganize the troops. Han Shan, you are responsible for coordinating efforts to prepare for the comprehensive takeover of island defense and reconstruction. Our primary objectives are to repair the port facilities, restore radar station functionality, and inventory the remaining resources on the island. Jiang Fan has become a solitary commander, posing little immediate threat. Yet we remain unaware of when and from which direction the next enemy may strike. We must race against time to restore our combat capabilities. Understood. Bai Yun and Han Shan responded in unison. Chen Yan's gaze shifted to the silent and bowed figure of a man. He approached, halting before him. A man sensed the scrutiny and visibly stiffened, lowering his head further. Observing this, Bai Yun quickly interjected. A man, there is no need for excessive self-blame. You. Chen Yan raised his hand to silence Bai Yun, fixing his eyes on a man, his voice calm, yet penetrating. A man. A man abruptly lifted his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot anguish and deep remorse, his voice trembling. Leader, it is I. My mismanagement in command has led to the large-scale rout of the troops. Chen Yan did not allow him to finish, calmly interrupting with no hint of reproach. The quality of the troops varied greatly, hastily assembled. The fault is not solely yours. During the brutal fighting on the Eastern Front, your unit suffered the most casualties, yet at the last moment, you managed to rally the remaining soldiers, fighting valiantly against the enemy and coordinating a counterattack with Yang Shiyuan. This has already proven your loyalty and courage. He paused, his gaze intense. Remember this lesson. Future training must be doubly rigorous, forging the scattered soldiers into a true iron army. Can you do this? A man's chest heaved violently. Chen Yan's words acted as a tonic, dispelling the shadows of doubt and rekindling his nearly extinguished fighting spirit. He straightened his posture, his eyes ablaze with newfound determination, his voice resonant and resolute. Yes, leader, Commander Bai, a man, will certainly accomplish this. Rest assured, leader and Commander Bai. The simple post-battle reassurances and handovers were completed amidst a solemn atmosphere. Chapter 46. System rewards. Subsequently, Chen Yan personally visited the island's inhabitants. Confronted by the terrified and anxious elderly, women, and children, he endeavored to gather more information about Jiang Fan and their origins, but his efforts yielded little. The residents were either utterly bewildered, vague in their responses, or, like a previous woman he encountered, exhibited profound anguish and confusion when certain memories were evoked. Nevertheless, he confirmed one undeniable fact. Jiang Fan had forcibly conscripted nearly all able-bodied men on the island, totaling over 200 individuals. The entire island had been transformed into a fortress dedicated to the war, a colossal war machine. The brutal 4-hour battle from the previous night had utterly decimated the majority of the island's young men. Now, only grief-stricken women and children, mourning their lost sons, husbands, and fathers, remained. As he gazed upon these hollow-eyed survivors, their futures shrouded in dread, Chen Yan fell into a momentary silence. Integrating them into the logistics system, assigning them roles such as laundry and cooking, appeared feasible. However, such a course would undoubtedly harbor immense resentment towards their conquerors. Those they had lost had perished beneath the weapons of their own soldiers. Ultimately, Chen Yan made a more prudent decision. All individuals with direct familial ties to Jiang Fan's troops were to be registered and documented. He dispatched a man to lead a team to escort them back to Wild Man Island for resettlement. Wild Man Island had become Chen Yan's rear base, and he could not allow Hope Island to be burdened with severe internal strife. Yet, the potential threat had to be eradicated. He understood all too well that the animosity of civilians could sometimes be more fearsome and less manageable than the weapons of soldiers. A man received his orders and, accompanied by a capable team and those women and children, boarded the vessel returning to Wildman Island. This island required pacification and the reception of the remnants of war. As these post-war arrangements reached completion, the sun sank below the horizon, casting the sky and sea in a haunting tapestry of crimson and deep violet twilight. Chen Yan opted not to reside in Jiangfan's command post, steeped in the aura of defeat. Instead, he instructed his men to clear a relatively intact area near the port, where they constructed a modest yet tidy temporary residence and command center. Inside, a lantern emitted a soft, yellow glow. Chen Yan sat behind a makeshift desk, a mountain of documents before him. Troop reorganization rosters, inventory reports, damage assessments, and resettlement plans. He meticulously reviewed and commented on each document, his brow occasionally furrowing in concentration, then relaxing. A report concerning the radar station caught his attention. It indicated that although the command post had been deliberately damaged, the island's long-range early warning radar system remained miraculously intact, as if the enemy had departed in haste or deemed it worthless. The technicians had begun initial takeover and testing. Chen Yan promptly made his way to the radar station. The enormous radar antenna slowly rotated in the twilight. Standing before the control console, the technicians displayed the radar parameters and historical records. Upon observing the detection range on the screen, Chen Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. The detection radius far exceeded expectations. Theoretically, it was sufficient to cover most approaches of the Ji Yuan vessel nearing the island. He suddenly recalled the relaxed ambush of the previous night. It was only when the fleet was approximately 15 kilometers from the island that they were detected and the alarm was triggered. A comically ironic truth struck him instantaneously. Not that the radar was inadequate, but rather a grave error on the part of the operator. The duty officer of that night had unwittingly become the pivotal turning point of his own victorious raid. A soft, ambiguous chuckle escaped Chen Yan's lips as his fingers unconsciously tapped against the cold surface of the control panel. If that duty officer were still alive, his emotions at this moment were so complex that they defied articulation. Ultimately, he merely whispered to the empty radar room, "I really ought to thank you." Having completed the last document, it was already late into the night. Chen Yan felt an overwhelming weariness, not just physically, but mentally as well. The cost of this victory was exorbitantly high, leaving behind too many enigmas. He rubbed his throbbing temples and pushed a thick stack of reviewed paperwork to the edge of the desk. The glow of the lantern flickered in his eyes as he approached the bedside and slowly lay down. Closing his weary eyes, his consciousness sank into the depths of his mind, where a clear and persistent thought emerged. System, my novice gift pack. It should be ready for distribution, right? Ding. Detecting that the host has completed the critical battle for Hope Island. Evaluation. Victory. Conditions for novice gift pack distribution met. Applying for distribution. Application approved. Novice gift pack in preparation. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,500 points. You have received a gift pack for 100 engineering troops. Note, this unit will arrive near Hope Island tomorrow morning aboard a disguised civilian boat. Posing as survivors of shipwreck. Please prepare for reception and identity assignment. You have received a right to name your empire. You may assign an official title to your faction. Market access upgraded. Bronze level, silver level. New task released. Rise of the Empire, beginner. Task details, within 30 natural days. Elevate your empire's comprehensive national power index to 300 points. Current national power index. 1. A series of cold system notifications echoed in Chen Yan's mind. The flow of information washing over his consciousness. The slight pleasure of having 1,500 points was immediately overshadowed by the glaring National Power Index. 1. Constituent elements of a National Power Index. Military strength, quantity, quality, equipment, defense infrastructure completeness, effective control of territorial scope, number of islands, citizen count and loyalty, logistical support capabilities. Resource reserves. Comprehensive evaluation generated. Friendly reminder. A current assessment value of 1 implies that a fully equipped enemy Marine battalion of 200 personnel has a very high probability of seizing and destroying all your existing forces. Chen Yan's hand, which had just lifted the cup of water, froze mid-motion, nearly causing him to spill it. He rolled his eyes dramatically at the air, muttering in exasperation, "Can't this wretched system wish me some good fortune? Just want a battle, and you hit me with this intensity, huh?" He set the cup down and rubbed his brow with force. Taking a deep breath, he murmured softly to himself, as if to bolster his own spirits or perhaps to declare to the invisible system, "All right. It seems that the upcoming month will indeed be filled with tasks. A month, from 1 to 300, is akin to reconstructing a miniature nation from the ashes." Chen Yan gradually rose to his feet and approached the narrow window, parting it slightly. The cool morning air, tinged with the scent of the sea, rushed in, invigorating him. Last night marked the first genuine, stable slumber he had experienced since his crossing, or rather, since being cast into the sea by Jiang Fan, struggling for survival and commanding this brutal landing operation. There were no imminent threats of death, no relentless countdowns from the system, and the excruciating pain from his myriad wounds seemed to have eased somewhat in the depths of sleep. Though the cost had been tremendous, the fruits of victory, at least at this moment, offered a precious semblance of peace. "Knock, knock." 2 restrained knocks echoed. "Leader, your breakfast." A soldier's respectful voice came from outside. "Just leave it on the table," Chen Yan replied without turning, his gaze still fixed on the gradually awakening port. There! Soldiers had begun clearing the rubble and repairing the wharves, while the massive silhouette of the distant future quietly anchored, resembling a moving fortress of steel. His greatest support at this moment. 2 soldiers entered quietly, placing a simple tray upon the cluttered table filled with documents, then swiftly and silently exited, gently closing the door behind them. Their movements were clean and efficient, embodying military discipline. Chen Yan returned his focus to the table, where he adeptly adjusted his slightly wrinkled yet still crisp officer's uniform, one of the symbols of his authority as leader. He sat down and quietly consumed the modest breakfast, the food dispelling the last remnants of the morning chill and replenishing his strength. Setting down his cup, he rose and approached the small mirror hanging on the wall, straightening his collar as he gazed at the youthful face, now etched with the marks of hardship. No longer a student, just days prior, he had been a student preparing for college entrance exams. Now, he bore the weight of an empire's future. He looked at himself in the mirror, a self-deprecating yet resolutely determined curve gracing his lips, softly affirming a newfound identity and mission. All right, a new day begins. Let's strive, Chen Yan, as a representative of a new era. Well, a good youth, learning how to fulfill the role of leader appears to be a necessary course. He pushed open the door, and the morning sunlight flooded over him. Outside, several soldiers awaiting orders immediately stood at attention. From the direction of the port, the sounds of repair work, soldiers' shouts, and the waves crashing against the shore intertwined to create a symphony of challenges. A month, a national strength of 300 points. This game has only just begun. Chapter 47. Infrastructure, and more infrastructure. Chen Yan stood at the dock, the sea breeze carrying a hint of saltiness. His brows furrowed slightly as his gaze swept repeatedly across the desolate horizon. The engineering corps, the promised time from the system had surely arrived, yet they remained conspicuously absent. As seconds ticked by, the tranquil sea bore no sign of sails. Only the monotonous waves lapped against the newly constructed breakwater. Beside him, 2 guards stood like tightly drawn bowstrings, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, fingers poised near their triggers. The folly of the last assassination attempt on the Führer loomed over them, palpable as a tangible presence. TSK. Chen Yan emitted an impatient click of his tongue. To expect this cadre of soldiers, accustomed to destruction rather than construction, to erect intricate facilities was nothing short of a pipe dream. They could manage hauling timber and digging foundations, but precision machinery and assembly lines? They would merely gaze at him blankly or bluntly declare, Führer, I can handle a gun and load bullets, but constructing such contraptions? You might as well have me till the fields. After standing for too long, his legs began to ache, He waved his hand dismissively. Chair. Umbrella. The soldiers promptly brought over a folding camp chair and a rudimentary canvas sunshade. Chen Yan settled down, surprisingly feeling a semblance of a holiday at the dock. He squinted against the uninviting sunlight and the sea breeze brushing against his face, contemplating. Without the engineering core, the industrial system was merely a mirage. Was it truly necessary to rely on system points to sustain the entire empire? He beckoned. Water. A guard immediately handed him a military water bottle. Chen Yan twisted it open and took a few swigs of the cool, slightly rusty water, feeling it slide down his throat. He began to hum a tuneless melody, trying to dispel the agitation and the tedium of waiting. In this almost despondent state of anticipation, a breathless messenger dashed towards him, shattering the dock's tranquility. Report to the Führer. On the western shore of the island, a fleet has been spotted. Approximately 100 individuals. They claim to be shipwrecked and request asylum on the island. They are currently being contained by the patrol. Chen Yan sprang from his chair, his eyes sparkling with intensity. The west side? Lead the way. His movements were so swift that even his guards struggled to keep pace. Führer, they are merely refugees. My subordinates can handle this. The guards urgently cautioned. No. Chen Yan continued without pause, his voice resolute. The empire has just been established. I can endure a bit of fatigue. The group hurried to the western side of the island, on a relatively gentle stretch of gravel beach. Dozens of dilapidated small boats of various sizes lay stranded. 100 or so ragged individuals, weary and anxious, were huddled together, encircled by armed soldiers. Most carried bulging, waterproof bundles, indeed resembling refugees. The Führer has arrived. The soldiers' command instantly silenced the scene. The guards lowered their weapons, clearing a path, yet remained on high alert. Their guns slightly raised, eyes warily fixed on the crowd. Chen Yan strode to the forefront, scanning the faces. Who is the leader here? A tall, emaciated man with a weary yet calm demeanor raised his hand from within the throng. Your Excellency, I am Zhang Hai. We are engineers and technicians who have been separated by a storm, drifting for several days until fortunate enough to find refuge on your esteemed island. His voice was hoarse, yet his enunciation remained precise. Engineers? Technicians? A flicker of interest sparked within Chen Yan, but his expression remained impassive, his tone imbued with an icy scrutiny. You speak without evidence. How can I trust you? Zhang Hai refrained from arguing, instead performing a deliberate motion to unfasten a long cylindrical object meticulously wrapped in oilcloth on his back. A guard immediately stepped forward, raising his weapon slightly. Zhang Hai paused momentarily, signaling his harmless intent, before cautiously unwrapping the package to reveal a roll of yellowed, worn thick paper. He respectfully unfolded a corner of the blueprint and offered it to Chen Yan with both hands. Leader, please take a look. Chen Yan accepted it. The blueprint felt heavy in his hands, the paper robust. It displayed intricately complex lines, cross-sectional views, and densely packed annotations in German and English. Although Chen Yan was not a naval expert, the precision of the hull structure, the complexity of the power system layout, and the annotated technical terms and data, such as the main armor belt thickness of 280 millimeters, the triple turret layout of 380 millimeters main guns, and steam turbine thermal efficiency parameters, silently proclaimed the significance of this document, far beyond what an ordinary shipwright could produce. This was a partial core structural design draft of the Bismarck-class battleship. A hint of pride colored Zhang Hai's voice. Our team has preserved 9 sets of core technologies, covering ships, machinery, and even some basic chemical engineering. Chen Yan's fingers traced the cold paper, feeling the fine ink lines and meticulous annotations. A tempest surged within him, yet his expression remained composed. He slowly rolled up the blueprint and returned it to Zhang Hai, his tone calm but undeniably authoritative. Mr. Zhang Hai and esteemed technicians, welcome to the Empire. Your expertise and personal safety shall be safeguarded by the Empire from this moment forth. The Empire will provide you with protection, resources, and a platform to showcase your talents. Zhang Hai's eyes ignited with incredulous joy as he bowed deeply, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you for your hospitality, leader. We shall do our utmost. Excellent. Chen Yan nodded, then shifted the conversation, gesturing toward the barren island and the rudimentary barracks behind him. However, the immediate task at hand. I will send personnel to guide you in constructing a suitable living area for you and future arrivals. I will provide the materials and labor. Zhang Hai and the engineers behind him appeared momentarily taken aback. Constructing houses? That seemed rather excessive for their skills. Yet, observing Chen Yan's resolute gaze and the desolate surroundings, Zhang Hai quickly acquiesced. Yes, leader, planning the living area is within our fundamental capabilities, no problem. Chen Yan seemed to share the sentiment that assigning a group capable of drafting battleship blueprints to oversee housing construction was somewhat he hesitated before posing a more pressing question. So, gentlemen, would you be able to construct an aircraft carrier? An aircraft carrier? Zhang Hai and several Corps engineers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. What type of vessel was that? Chen Yan pondered for a moment, gesturing with his hand. A colossal maritime mobile base, featuring a vast and flat flight deck capable of accommodating dozens of aircraft for operations at sea. The engineers fell into a brief reverie, murmuring among themselves. After a moment, Zhang Hai cautiously replied, "My leader, the concept you describe as a floating airport is remarkably avant-garde. Its essence lies in the structural integrity of the flight deck, the stability of the hull, the efficiency of the elevators, and the adaptability of the onboard aircraft. This necessitates an entirely new design framework and extensive foundational research. Theoretically feasible, yet is not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight. We require time and more comprehensive conditions." "Time can be granted," Chen Yan pressed on. "And what of tanks? Aircraft?" Zhang Hai offered a wry smile, responding more directly this time. "My leader, with all due respect, whether it be the aircraft carrier, tanks, or planes you speak of, even the creation of a reliable rifle or a competent bullet, none of these can materialize from thin air. They demand steel mills to produce qualified steel, chemical plants to supply stable gunpowder and fuel, precision lathes to craft components, and electricity to power everything, necessitating a complete and interlinked industrial supply chain." He pointed to the ground beneath them. "With all due respect, my leader, we may not even be capable of stably mass-producing the most fundamental screws. Without an industrial chain, all the formidable weaponry you envision is merely a castle in the air." His words were calm, yet harsh, dousing Chen Yan as recently ignited fervent hopes like a splash of icy water. Chen Yan fell silent, gazing into Zhang Hai's eyes, which, despite their weariness, still sparkled with rational insight. After a long pause, he slowly nodded, his head heavy yet resolute, his voice deep yet unmistakably clear. "I understand. Then let the foundation of the empire be forged from the most fundamental infrastructure and industrial chains." Chapter 48. My apologies, Brother Han. Chen Yan led Zhang Hai and his engineering team through the war-torn island. Rather than a mere tour, it was a comprehensive assessment. This was the former island center, once the settlement of the previous island master. Chen Yan pointed towards an area enclosed by makeshift walls, dotted with rudimentary barracks and training grounds, his tone unremarkable. The residence had been relocated, and now it served as the military's core zone. He gestured for the team to halt. "You may select a suitable location in the outer area of the barracks to plan for residential zones. Requirements include distinct functional divisions, basic sanitary conditions, and ease of management." Zhang Hai's gaze swept over the dilapidated remnants of buildings with peeling walls, his brow furrowing. He noticed a relatively intact structure in the distance, where soldiers were queuing at the entrance. "Is that a dining hall?" he inquired. "Indeed. Standard military meals," Chen Yan affirmed with a nod. "I will issue orders to increase your protein and fresh fruit and vegetable rations, within the limits of available supplies." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Zhang Hai inclined his body slightly, his attention drawn to a relatively flat patch of grass that Chen Yan indicated. "Here," Chen Yan said, "I intend to allocate this space for you to construct the future technology research base and experimental workshop." As the team continued onward, Zhang Hai observed silently the uneven dirt paths, exposed pipelines, and the accumulation of war debris. The state of the island's infrastructure could only be described as a temporary camp amidst ruins. After completing the circuit, under Chen Yan's inquiring gaze. Zhang Hai took a deep breath and decided to speak candidly. Your Excellency, if I may be so bold, the current infrastructure on your island is in a state of severe inadequacy. Aside from a few barely usable buildings in the military core area, most regions are heavily damaged, lacking basic water, electricity, and road networks. The only structure possessing any technical merit. He raised his hand to point at a slowly rotating dish-shaped antenna high on the island. Is that long-range early warning radar? Chen Yan followed his gesture with an unchanged expression. That. It is a legacy left by the former island master. The former island master? Zhang Hai keenly seized upon the phrase. Yes, Chen Yan replied, a hint of pride in his tone. He has already gone to sea. He did not elaborate. Yet the phrase carried an unmistakable irony in the current context. Zhang Hai understood immediately and promptly redirected the conversation back to the pressing issues at hand. Understood. Therefore, Your Excellency, the urgent priority is to reconstruct the infrastructure. Without a solid foundation, all technological blueprints are mere castles in the air. I request 1. Planning Authority. I and my team of engineers require immediate authorization to formulate a comprehensive reconstruction plan for the entire island, encompassing road networks, water supply, sewage, electrical grids, and zoning layouts, residential, industrial, military. This necessitates detailed topographical survey data. 2. Labor support. During both the planning and subsequent construction phases, we will require a substantial labor force for earthworks, transportation, and foundational construction. Could we coordinate some soldiers during their non-training and duty hours to provide assistance, particularly for repetitive, high-intensity foundational tasks? Chen Yan contemplated without hesitation. The planning authority is granted. For the necessary survey data, coordinate with Bai Yun regarding military maps and reconnaissance personnel. He paused briefly as images of those robust, yet underperforming soldiers on the battlefield flashed through his mind. Very well. I shall temporarily assign a portion of the non-core combat units to the engineering sequence. They will carry out your directives and provide the required labor. He had already devised a plan in his mind, rather than allowing the undisciplined wild soldiers to become a variable on the battlefield. It would be far more prudent to engage them in reconstruction. Sweating on the construction site would contribute more to stabilizing troop morale than facing the hail of bullets on the front lines. The military is inherently a dehumanizing machine, yet the exertion of physical labor is more readily accepted than the coercion of death. After a brief and highly technical discussion with Zhang Hai regarding the site selection for the ironworks or sources, and preliminary energy solutions, the construction of a small thermal power station, a familiar constructive headache washed over Chen Yan. He decisively concluded the conversation. Chief Engineer Zhang, you have full authority over the technical details. Should you require resources or encounter obstacles, report directly to Bai Yun. He will coordinate everything. He patted Zhang Hai on the shoulder, his tone imbued with an unmistakable sense of trust. The Empire's wings shall be forged by your hands. I shall await the results. With that, he turned and departed with his guards, deftly passing the weighty and intricate burden of infrastructure onto the professionals and Bai Yun. Half a day later, at the Temporary Engineering Command Center, Bai Yun felt as though he were a spinning top, relentlessly whipped about. Sweat drenched the back of his deep blue military uniform, while maps, lists, and reports littered the precarious table. Having just coordinated the priority supply of hardwood for the Experimental Workshop Foundation at the Eastern Timber Yard, he rushed to the Western Quarry, shouting hoarsely at the wild soldiers to extract stone blocks according to the new dimensions on the blueprints. He was then intercepted by a road engineer under Zhang Hai, engaging in a half-hour debate over the optimization of the main road and drainage design. Before he could catch his breath, he was called to explain truss structures and lifting points to a group of troops responsible for transporting steel beams. Their expressions bewildered, even more so than during tactical briefings. He seized the military water bottle from the table and gulped down several mouthfuls of cold water, feeling a fiery pain in his throat. Gazing at the mountain of pending documents, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. He longed for the cacophony of gunfire on the battlefield. At least there, the enemy was visible. Aide-de-camp, Bai Yun croaked. Here, bring me paper and pen. Bai Yun massaged his throbbing temples. gritting his teeth as he dictated. To the Führer, engineering matters are complex and manpower allocation is critically constrained. Deputy Commander Han Shan's unit currently has no major combat tasks, and his soldiers are vigorous and fairly disciplined. I earnestly request the Führer's coordination to allocate part of Han Shan's forces to bolster the engineering battalion, alleviating this pressing urgency. This matter pertains to the foundational progress of the empire. Bai Yun hastily presented the document, signing his name and stamping it with great emphasis. Deliver it immediately to the Führer. Shortly thereafter, the urgent report was delivered into the hands of Chen Yan, who was inspecting the docks. Chen Yan cast a cursory glance, raising an eyebrow and allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. He drew forth a pen and, with a flourish, inscribed several commanding lines in bold characters on the blank space of the report. Read. In the nascent days of the empire, with myriad tasks awaiting attention, how can one afford to indulge in complacency and idleness? To the Han Mountain Division, effective immediately, you are hereby incorporated into the engineering command. All personnel must engage in construction without fail. Upon completing his annotations, he tossed the report to the messenger standing nearby and redirected his gaze toward the vast ocean. In his mind, whether one was a technical expert or a valiant warrior, all were merely cogs that required precise placement and vigorous propulsion within the nascent war machine of the empire. Infrastructure, at this moment, constituted the most pivotal strategy. Hearing of the deployment, Han Mountain responded. Chapter 49. The aftermath of war, a mixed fleet of transport ships and landing craft slowly enter the harbor. As the ramp of the lead vessel descended, Amon swiftly disembarked and rendered a standard military salute to Chen Yan on the dock. Leader, in accordance with your directives, the military families from Savage Island have been relocated here. They wish to pay their respects to their fallen loved ones at this hallowed ground. Chen Yan nodded silently. Following that hasty victory, the complexities of clearing the battlefield, escorting the deceased enemies' families, and consolidating the occupied territories left him no time to transport the remains of the fallen soldiers back to their homeland. Ultimately, he could only hastily establish a martyr's cemetery on a sheltered hillside on the island's western side, inscribing names on a stone tablet as a means of providing closure for both the departed and the living. Permission granted to disembark. Chen Yan's voice was low, tinged with an imperceptible weight. The island was currently short-staffed. Their arrival would contribute to the rebuilding efforts. Amon, you're in charge of their accommodation. Prepare them some hot meals and drinking water. It has been a long and arduous journey. A glimmer of gratitude and relief flashed in Amon's eyes. Yes, leader, I understand. He immediately turned to direct the ships to dock. Chen Yan's gaze fell upon those descending the gangplank, mostly women, the elderly, and children, clad in tattered garments. Their faces bore the marks of exhaustion from their long journey, their eyes a blend of confusion towards the unfamiliar surroundings and anxiety about the future, intertwined with an unspeakable sorrow for their lost kin. They stepped onto this land solely to be closer to their deceased sons, husbands, and fathers. Chen Yan averted his gaze, uncertain of how to respond to such heavy expectations. He did not linger, instead turning to board the formidable steel beast anchored at the deep-water berth, the battleship Xuan. This flagship, emblematic of his maritime strength, now felt like an enormous, silent burden. It had been docked for 2 days, aside from brief sorties for deterrence patrols. It spent most of his time quietly lying in wait. The reason was simple. The energy consumption was insatiable. The Xuan's power system, driven by 4 high-pressure fuel oil boilers powering 2 steam turbines, boasted a total output exceeding 100,000 horsepower. This granted it remarkable speed, but also meant a terrifying appetite for fuel. Fuel consumption, cruising at 15 knots, consumed approximately 5 tons of heavy oil per hour. Full-speed sprints, over 32 knots, surged to over 15 tons per hour. Even while docked, maintaining essential onboard electricity, radar, communication, lighting, equipment insulation against moisture, required auxiliary engines to run continuously, consuming about 1 to 2 tons of diesel daily. Fuel reserves. Its standard heavy oil tank had a capacity of approximately 6,000 tons. However, By the time Chen Yan took command, the tanks were full. After recent battles and patrols, coupled with dockside consumption, the oil reserves had dwindled to a dangerously low level. Chen Yan was compelled to utilize points, exchanging 1 point for 10 tons of standard heavy oil to keep this behemoth alive. Each transaction felt like a stab to his heart. Oil had become the very chain that constrained his power. Naval vessels require it. Future vehicles and machinery depend on it. Even chemical raw materials cannot do without it. The quest for a stable oil source has become imperative. However, exploration, extraction, and refining are all far beyond his current capabilities. The use of system credits is merely a last resort, insufficient to sustain the entire empire's operations. Daily supplies for soldiers, training ammunition, and equipment maintenance continuously deplete his already meager credit reserves. On the island, the bustling construction makes him hesitant to divert materials for credit exchange. This time aboard the ship, Chen Yan harbors clear and pressing strategic objectives. He strides towards the bridge, his voice resolute. Set sail. Destination, the wrecked site of the Hope. With the order given, the formidable body of the Ji Yuan awakens. Engine room. Start the main engine. Prepare for departure. Raise the anchor. The massive electric anchor chain winch emits a heavy rumble as the thick chain, dripping with seawater, is gradually retrieved from the depths. A deep horn resonates, signaling the departure. Slow ahead. Port 5. The bow gently turns, the colossal gray hull slicing through the tranquil harbor waters like a waking leviathan, leaving a frothy white wake in its path as it ventures into the open sea. His target is the wreck of the Hope, sunk in the waters off Hope Island. This enemy flagship, destroyed in a night raid, symbolizes not only victory, but also the urgently needed credits. The Ji Yuan arrives at the designated area and comes to a gradual halt. Sonar room. Activate active sonar scanning. Search for large metallic targets on the seabed. The sonar operator hears a flurry of echoes. Active sonar deployed. Receiving echoes bearing 045. Distance 320 meters. Large underwater target detected. Characteristics match the wreck profile. Depth approximately 85 meters. This distance and position correct the earlier reports that claimed it was destroyed at the dock. Clearly, after sustaining a lethal blow, the warship attempted to turn and escape the harbor, but tragically, during the startup process, the ammunition depot was detonated, leading to its eventual sinking near the seabed. The wreck lies in the shallow, continental shelf, with a depth that renders recovery feasible. Prepare for diving operations. Chen Yan commands. A small workboat is lowered. Chen Yan and 2 system soldiers, trained in diving, don heavy deep-sea suits and strap on oxygen tanks. The dive supervisor checks the equipment. Oxygen pressure normal. Communication lines tested. Descent procedures confirmed. One by one, the trio enters the water, the frigid sea enveloping them instantly. They activate their helmet lights, adjust their buoyancy, and begin their descent along the guiding rope into the dim ocean depths. As they go deeper, light rapidly fades and water pressure intensifies. The beam of their helmet lights pierces through the dark blue water, illuminating jagged seabed rocks and drifting debris. At last, a vast and distorted shadow of steel gradually emerges in the light. The fractured hull, the upturned deck, the twisted remnants of turrets. This once formidable maritime fortress now lies like a shattered toy beneath the waves, submerged 85 meters deep, silently recounting the tale of its annihilation that fateful night. The frigid seawater erodes the steel, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of seabed sediment and marine organisms, while only the exposed metal at the breaks glimmers with an eerie luminescence. Chen Yan hovers above the colossal wreckage, the beam from his helmet illuminating this desolate tableau. Inwardly, he intones, "System, scan the debris and assess recoverable resources." Ding! Detecting a large underwater metallic structure. Analyzing material composition. Primary components: marine-grade high-strength steel plates, special alloys, copper pipelines. Estimated recoverable high-purity metal resources: approximately 38,000 tons of standard steel equivalent. System recovery protocol initiated. Deducting decomposition transport energy consumption. Convertible points: 38, 0.000 tons 10,000 units, not kilograms, per 0.5000 points. Confirm recovery? Confirmed. Chen Yan mentally responds. In utter silence, the system's immense power is unleashed. The gigantic wreckage appears to be devoured by countless invisible nano-creatures, disintegrating from the edges at a visibly accelerating pace, dissipating into an exceedingly fine, glimmering metallic dust. This process generates a profusion of rising bubbles, as if the seabed has suddenly begun to boil. Within mere seconds, the entire wreckage, like snow under a blazing sun, is completely dissolved into the deep blue, leaving behind only a disturbed, murky indentation on the seabed. Two divers stand transfixed, awestruck by this incomprehensible spectacle. Instinctively, they signal for an emergency ascent, swiftly approaching Chen Yan to assist him in pulling the safety line, hastening towards the faint light of the surface. As Chen Yan breaks through the water surface and is hoisted aboard the workboat, the only remnants are the swirling bubbles and the gradually calming waves. The abyss that had consumed the battleship and countless lives is now utterly barren. He wipes the seawater from his face, feeling the pulsating 5,000 point notification within the system interface, exhaling deeply and silently in relief. What windfall! This point tally marks the first bounty unearthed from the war, a crucial fuel for the Empire's formidable machinery to continue its relentless operation. Chapter 50. The oil that breeds Imperial Navy's Chen Yan sat in the command chair of the Zhuan, receiving a towel from his aide and vigorously wiping his face. The icy salt water had thoroughly awakened him. He gazed intently at the unfolded nautical chart before him, his fingers subconsciously drumming on the armrest. System. He called out in his mind, I wish to procure intelligence. Ding. The intelligence service of the system mall is now active. Basic intelligence. Starting at 100 points, confidential intelligence. Starting at 500 points, where is the nearest oil reserve to Hope Island? Chen Yan inquired straightforwardly. The system remained silent for a few seconds, searching. 3 oil fields matching the criteria have been found. Nearest distance, 600 nautical miles to an unnamed island. Estimated reserves. Get to the point. Chen Yan impatiently interrupted. This intelligence requires a payment of 300 points. What? Chen Yan nearly leapt from his chair. Are you robbing me? The system responded in a mechanical tone. Host, this system requires regular maintenance and upgrades. 250 points is the minimum price. After some haggling, Chen Yan ultimately settled for 240 points. The information provided by the system immediately materialized in his mind. The target island is located at 15 south latitude, covering an area of approximately 56,000 square kilometers, equivalent to 1/3 of New Zealand's South Island. Geological structures indicate the presence of shallow light crude oil, with an API gravity between 35 to 40 and a sulfur content below 0.5. This is essentially premium fuel oil. What is the situation on the island? Chen Yan pressed further. No modern garrison detected. 3 primitive tribes exist, with a total population of around 2,000, civilization level. Late Stone Age. Chen Yan's eyes brightened. No modern military. This meant they could evade a bloody landing battle. He was immediately reminded of a famous adage from his past life. Wherever there is oil, there will be American intervention. But now the times have changed. Wherever there is oil, there will be the breeding of an Imperial Navy. Relay the order. Chen Yan abruptly stood, startling the officer organizing the nautical charts. Make haste to the shore. Gather all officers of company rank and above for a meeting. 1 hour later, the atmosphere in the temporary command post on Hope Island was tense. Over 20 high-ranking officers from the Army and Navy sat neatly on either side of the long table. Chen Yan stood before the projection screen, his laser pointer directed at the newly marked location of the island. Esteemed colleagues, Chen Yan began directly. What is our most pressing priority? Engineer Zhang Hai, specially invited to the meeting, raised his hand. Infrastructure development? Wrong. Chen Yan's laser pointer struck the screen with a sharp sound. It is oil, the lifeblood of the Empire. He brought up the simulated geological map provided by the system. 600 nautical miles to the south, we have discovered a significant oil field. Han Shan, stand up. Han Shan reflexively rose to his feet. You shall lead the 1st and 2nd teams in collaboration with the 5th Naval Landing Force to execute the occupation mission. Chen Yan's gaze shifted toward Zhang Hai. Do you have any experts in petroleum within your technical department? Zhang Hai adjusted his glasses, responding, we have 2 geologists. But we lack exploration equipment, and equipment is not an issue. Chen Yan interjected. I will allocate dedicated funds. Your technical team must accompany the troops. The meeting lasted 3 hours, ultimately establishing a strategy of diplomacy preceding force. 1. The initial landing forces will carry trade goods to attempt peaceful contact. 2. Should resistance be encountered, they shall immediately transition to armed occupation. 3. Temporary oil extraction and refining facilities will be established to ensure a steady fuel supply for the Zhiyuan. Remember, Chen Yan emphasized at the conclusion of the meeting, this operation pertains to the very survival of the empire. Within a month, I expect to see crude oil flowing into our storage tanks. The officers stood in unison, saluting. Outside, the Zhiyuan's whistle echoed, heralding the dawn of a new era. Chen Yan had prepared extensively for this voyage. The morning port was awakened by the cacophony of machinery. Standing atop the command platform at the dock, Chen Yan observed as the exchanged equipment materialized in the warehouse. This cost him an entire 1,000 points. Exchange list. 100 sets of various naval artillery shells, 2 sets of portable oil exploration equipment, 1 small-scale refining unit, daily processing capacity of 200 barrels, 20 tons of assorted materials, 5 military fuel truck units, 5 transport vessels, 2 oil storage tanks. Zhang Hai stood at the periphery of the warehouse, his notepad falling to the ground with a thud. His eyes widened as he watched soldiers unload equipment from the warehouse. Those gleaming, precision instruments were certainly not products that should belong to this island. Not to mention, the warehouse, which had been barren just yesterday, was now suddenly brimming with supplies. This defies the laws of science, he muttered, his fingers trembling involuntarily. Bai Yun appeared beside him, patting his shoulder. Is this your first time? You'll get used to it. The army commander, with a blade of grass in his mouth, spoke nonchalantly. Zhang Hai abruptly turned to him. Commander Bai, if the Führer can conjure these things from thin air, why do we need technical personnel like us? Bai Yun glanced at him as though he were a fool. Old Zhang, if the Führer could infinitely generate supplies, what need would there be for us? He lowered his voice. These items surely come at a cost, and I suspect a considerable one. Zhang Hai suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Feeling the weight of his responsibilities intensify, he bent down to retrieve his notepad, brushing off the dust. I understand now. Establishing a complete industrial chain is indeed the greatest support we can provide to the Führer. That's the spirit. Bai Yun grinned, then furrowed his brow. By the way, regarding the road planning system, Commander Bai. Zhang Hai helplessly adjusted his glasses. I am a battleship engineer. You are looking for Xiao Li from the urban construction department. Bai Yun, exasperated, slapped his forehead. Damn, this is the 7th time this week I've mistaken someone. He turned and strode away, his silhouette heavy with fatigue. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the expedition fleet finally departed the harbor. Chen Yan had dispatched nearly all his soldiers, leaving only a small contingent of guards and the Wildmen army to stand watch. Gazing at the receding silhouettes of the ships, he murmured, It is time to infuse fresh blood into our ranks. Ding. Consumed 400 points. Exchange for 200 new recruits. Deployment method. Disguised refugees. Shipping fees apply. Estimated arrival time. Dawn the next day, at dawn the following day. A piercing whistle shattered the morning mist. All personnel on alert. Unidentified vessels spotted. The sentinels atop the lookout tower spoke in a pitch of alarm. 7 guards, trembling, raised their rifles, aiming at the throngs of people on the beach. Over 200 ragged refugees stood bewildered in the shallow waters. Both sides faced each other, shivering in trepidation. Report, Commander Bai. A young guard rushed in, his voice quivering. Over 200 refugees suddenly appeared on the beach. We only have 7 of us, Bai Yun nearly choked on his own breath. Grasping his sidearm, he dashed outside, mentally preparing for the worst. However, upon reaching the scene, he found Chen Yan calmly approaching the crowd. Welcome to Hope Island, gentlemen, the leader declared, arms wide open, his tone gentle yet authoritative. From this day forth, you shall be the Empire's new recruits, directly under the command of Commander Bai Yun. Bai Yun stumbled, barely catching himself against a coconut tree to avoid falling. He surveyed the group of young men who had instantly transformed from refugees into recruits, then glanced at his training schedule, which had been pushed back 3 months due to infrastructure projects. Unable to contain himself, he sighed dramatically. How difficult this is for me. Chapter 51. Has Oil Island been preempted? Chen Yan gazed at the system panel, where the National Strength Index barely increased by a mere 5 points each day, and could not help but frown. Too slow, he murmured under his breath. The fleet had already set sail, and there was no immediate capacity to add new ships. Merely the daily maintenance, supplies, and training expenses of the formidable Iron Beast, the Ziyuan, consumed a staggering 100 points of his resources each day. His reserve of 5,000 points was visibly dwindling. The hope for the island was faint, as it had reached near saturation. Except for soldiers, the island was populated solely by newly arrived engineers. Although the defense system had been reinforced, it essentially remained a relic from the Zhongfan era. The beachhead obstruction zone included minefields, barbed wire, and predetermined fire points, forming a frontline barrier. High ground support points on the east and west constructed a semicircular defensive perimeter, enabling crossfire capabilities. The core fortress was a newly established fortified permanent structure on the central high ground, serving as the ultimate line of defense. As for the backside of the island, it was a nearly vertical cliff, making large-scale landings a mere fantasy. The only vulnerable point lay at the western dock, yet at this moment, Chen Yan possessed neither maritime supremacy nor sufficient land forces. Having learned from Zhongfan's bitter lessons, he strictly ordered the radar station to implement dual shifts with 3 teams, ensuring uninterrupted 24-hour monitoring, and vowed never to allow negligence to lead to folly once again. Once Han Shan establishes a foothold on Oil Island, I will immediately add new ships, Chen Yan resolved. That vast new island was the ideal place to flex one's muscles and construct genuine strategic depth and resilient defenses. On board the Ziyuan en route. Ah, Commander Han, how delightful to see you. Yang Shuyuan cheerfully approached Han Shan, who was engrossed in studying the nautical charts. Without lifting his head, Han Shan replied coolly, "Isn't this Captain Yang of the Marine Corps? What brings you to the bridge? Why, look at you. We are all in the same boat now. And this mission requires your esteemed guidance, doesn't it?" Yang Shuyuan rubbed his hands together. Han Shan finally glanced up, a smirk playing on his lips. Guidance? Aren't your elite Marines dubbed the tip of the spear? Even the Führer has praised them. But even the sharpest blade will dull from constant use. Yang Shuyuan grimaced. With personnel losses, our combat effectiveness is bound to decline. We must, provide some opportunities for recovery, right? Han Shan laughed heartily, patting Yang Shuyuan on the shoulder. Understood. You wish for an easier task? Very well. The mission of the Vanguard Reconnaissance shall be entrusted to your Marines. To seize oil for the Führer, the credit shall be yours. Yang Shuyuan's smile froze in an instant. Commander Han, this feels rather embarrassing. Internally, he cursed the old fox. That has settled then. Han Shan spoke with an air of finality, returning his attention to the nautical charts. Yang Shuyuan, feeling thwarted, turned on his heel and left the bridge, silently grumbling. Han Shan remained unfazed. Intelligence from the Führer clearly indicated that the target island was inhabited solely by primitive tribes, rendering this mission ostensibly a leisurely affair akin to an armed parade. After nearly 20 hours of navigation and reconnaissance around the island, the Ziyuan formation has selected a relatively flat bay, where a freshwater stream flows into the sea. As the landing point, Yang Shuyuan, with a solemn expression, led his Marine reconnaissance platoon of approximately 30 men in the first wave of landing craft to storm the shore. The landing proceeded remarkably smoothly, encountering no resistance. After securing the beachhead, Yang Shuyuan's unit swiftly established a circular perimeter and signaled safety. The main forces immediately began unloading. According to the predetermined plan, Team 1, Infantry, was to fan out in a search pattern to the left flank north of the landing point, while Yang Shuyuan's unit, the Marines, was to conduct in-depth reconnaissance to the right flank south. The mission objective was to identify the locations of indigenous tribal settlements and attempt contact. The principle was to offer greetings before weapons, should they face stubborn resistance. The MP-40 submachine guns in their hands would speak for themselves. At approximately 10 o'clock, the Northern Search Team, Team 1, reported that as they reached the summit of a high ground, the team leader signaled to halt their advance and take cover. The group instantly dispersed, utilizing rocks and shrubs for concealment. Advance cautiously for observation. The leader commanded in a hushed tone. 2 scouts crawled forward, leveraging the terrain for stealth as they quietly ascended the cliff's edge. Merely a few minutes later, both returned, their faces pale and hurried. Leader, behind the cliff. There are troops, not savages. One soldier reported breathlessly, disbelief evident in his voice. Did you see clearly? The leader's heart raced. Absolutely. Military uniforms. Somewhat reminiscent of ours, only in black. They are armed with heavy weaponry. I distinctly saw at least 2 suspected heavy machine guns and what appeared to be a mortar position. The soldier added, swiftly marking a point on the map, coordinates 216 to 351. The indigenous people could not possibly possess such equipment and organization. He made a swift decision. Return immediately to the beach command post and report directly to Commander Han. The rest of you establish defensive observation points on the spot. Deploy in a diamond defense formation with overlapping fire coverage of the valley entrance. Maintain silence. The team quietly dispersed, taking cover behind the cliffs and boulders, their rifles and light machine guns aimed at the suspicious direction, forming a supportive network of firepower. At the temporary command post on the beach, Han Shan, upon hearing the breathless report from the returning scout, rose abruptly, his face etched with confusion. Are you certain you haven't mistaken the indigenous totem poles for artillery barrels? Commander, I assure you, it is absolutely certain. The color of the uniforms is black, closely resembling standard issue, with clear divisions of labor and fortifications. The soldier asserted emphatically. Anshans bro furuba depoli. The adversary had allowed their forces to land and deploy with such audacity. The only plausible explanation was that they had only recently arrived. Their early warning system had yet to be established, and they might not even be aware of a landing. Time was of the essence. A glint of cold determination flashed in Han Shan's eyes as he made an immediate decision. Strike first. Coordinates 216 to 351. Good. He turned to the naval fire liaison officer beside him. Record the target coordinates. Notifies Yuan to place the main guns in combat readiness. Load high explosive shells. Prepare to fire. Await my command. Yes, sir. The liaison officer swiftly reiterated the coordinates and initiated the call for naval artillery. Signalman. Han Shan continued to issue orders. Command the 2nd team and Amon's unit, the 3rd team, to gather at full speed towards the direction of the 1st team. Instruct Yang Shiyuan's unit to cease their southern search and covertly maneuver towards the right flank of Eagle B Cliff, southeast direction, to establish an attacking position. His gaze sharpened as he looked at Amon, who was hastening to respond. Amon, your 3rd team has been reinvigorated. The frustrations of the past must be avenged this time. It is your moment to prove your worth. Amon's chest swelled with pride, his eyes ablaze. Rest assured, Commander, the 3rd team will not fail. His 3rd team had now become a finely tuned elite unit, with seasoned veterans as its backbone, battle-hardened soldiers as its flesh, high morale, and well-equipped, far from the mere shadows of their former selves. Initially, they had anticipated merely confronting the indigenous forces, but the sudden emergence of a formidable enemy ignited their fighting spirit. Operational deployment around 10:30. The units swiftly assembled in the dense forest near the 1st team. Han Shan received a detailed briefing on enemy intelligence from the team leader at the temporary command point. Operational plan. Han Shan pointed at a makeshift sand table. 1. Firepower preparation. The Z1's 128mm main guns will execute 3 rapid volleys over this area, targeting suspected enemy positions and assembly zones. Central assault. The 1st and 2nd teams, augmented with heavy machine gun squads, will launch a vigorous frontal assault on the enemy positions after the artillery barrage. Left flank diversion assault. Yang Shiyuan's Marine Corps will engage the enemy from the southeast covertly, launching their attack simultaneously with the artillery fire to create a pincer effect. Right flank reserve. Amon's third team will serve as the general reserve, ready to engage once the central and left flanks attract the enemy's main force and breach the lines, penetrating deep into enemy territory or supporting critical points. 3. Tactical Corps, infantry-artillery coordination. By leveraging the sudden and intense bombardment of naval artillery, we aim to maximize the destruction of enemy fortifications, inflict casualties on their fighting force, and disrupt their organization. The infantry will follow closely behind the steel barrage, launching their assault without granting the enemy a moment to regroup. This tactic is especially lethal against an enemy that lacks robust permanent fortifications and effective counter-battery capabilities. Are all units clear on their tasks? Han Shan surveyed the crowd. Clear. The team leaders responded in hushed tones. Good. Take your positions. The signal for bombardment will be 3 red flares. Action. In the forest, the soldiers conducted a final check of their weapons and ammunition, the air thick with tension and anticipation before the impending battle. Yang Shiyuan also set aside his discontent, his gaze turning focused and steely. Amon caressed the polished stock of his new rifle, awaiting the moment to cleanse the shame and prove his worth. An unplanned engagement was about to erupt on this unfamiliar terrain. Chapter 52. Relentless bombardment in the heart of the valley's temporary camp. 2 officers clad in black uniforms with red trim exuded an air of triumph. Lieutenant Harmon, adorned with silver stars on his epaulettes, gestured grandly to his aide. Lieutenant Hamerman, have you seen these exploration reports? Shallow, high-grade, light crude oil. The reserves are astonishing. Securing this island will elevate our standing within the alliance exponentially. A glint of avarice sparkled in Harmon's eyes. Lieutenant Hamerman, with a sycophantic smile, replied, Your brilliance shines, Lieutenant. The ignorant savages on the island will make perfect slave miners for us. Let them toil and sweat to extract this black gold for our benefit. Surely, we will secure a seat in the Alliance Parliament. As the two reveled in their future fantasies, a jubilant technical sergeant rushed over with an announcement. Lieutenant, look, the Alliance Technology Institute has just supplied us with a new toy, the M32 cannon, a 72mm rifled cannon, capable of penetrating 80mm homogeneous steel armor at a distance of 1,500 meters. Lieutenant Harmon strode over to the gleaming cannon, its cold metallic sheen reflecting his distorted, arrogant visage. Excellent. Remember this, Hamerman. He abruptly turned, his tone shifting to one of sternness. Immediately urged the engineering team to prioritize the construction of the radar station. I want to monitor every movement within a 300-mile radius. Once we thoroughly exploit this bounty. He jabbed his finger vehemently at the nautical chart's northwest section. Our next target is the lair of the legendary Commander Jiang Fan, 600 miles away. I shall show him what true darkness looks like. Your foresight is remarkable, Lieutenant. Hamerman quickly flattered, then recalled something and complained, Lieutenant, I must say, you are too lenient. What conditions are we offering those savages? They should be grateful for working only 18 hours a day. It's simply absurd. Ultimately, it's the guns that command respect. A few rounds, and they will submit. Lieutenant Harmon scoffed. Foolish, ignorant beings. Enough of this nonsense. Drive those savages out. We detected a rich oil layer beneath the valley. Have them assemble the drilling equipment immediately. Once the oil flows, we shall sell it to the merchants traversing the oceans, gold coins and resources. We shall have as much as we desire. The two exchanged self-satisfied laughter. Yet before their mirth could fade, a deep, oppressive rumble, reminiscent of distant thunder, swiftly tore through the tranquility of the base. Boom rumble! Boom rumble! What is that sound? Lieutenant Harmon wondered aloud, glancing skyward. Is a storm approaching? No. Lieutenant Hamerman's complexion turned pale, his voice laced with panic. This sound is heavy artillery, naval cannons. As if to validate his scream, several white trails, howling like banshees, sliced through the clouds, plunging towards the camp with a despairing velocity. Enemy attack. Lieutenant Harmon Hamerman's spirit shattered. He bellowed in a frenzied panic, "Evacuate! Take cover! Run!" In an instant, the entire camp erupted into chaos. The patrolling soldiers, the miners assembling equipment, and the technicians all were scurrying about like headless flies, as terrified screams and the chaos of trampling feet replaced the order that had just existed. Boom! The first 128mm high-explosive shell struck with precision against the edge of the camp's ammunition depot, igniting a cataclysmic chain reaction. Flames soared into the sky. Debris flew in all directions. Soon after, the second and third shells rained down like hail, accurately saturating the core area of the camp. The once sturdy fortifications crumbled under the ferocious shockwaves, exposing personnel who were instantly torn to shreds. An even more horrifying scene unfolded. After several shells landed, instead of producing a massive shockwave, they erupted into a sky of viscous, searing orange flames. The flames, like a malevolent demon, spread rapidly, flowing and adhering to every object. Burning ferociously, incendiary shells. Hammond crouched at the entrance of a semi-underground bunker, feeling the scorching heat and suffocating smoke above him, crying out in despair. This was the fine discovery Chen Yan had made in the silver-level marketplace. Napalm, the brand-new M32 howitzer they had just been boasting about, now had its barrel rapidly softening, twisting, and melting into a pool of dark red molten iron under temperatures reaching thousands of degrees. The intervals of bombardment were brief yet lethal. Hammond and Hamerman staggered out of the nearly roasted bunker, braving the searing heat and smoke. The scene before them felt like a descent into an icy abyss. The camp had transformed into a charred hellscape. All ground structures and equipment were obliterated. The once boisterous camp fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of burning objects and the lingering smell of gunpowder. Scattered across the scorched earth lay twisted metallic debris and unrecognizable charred remnants. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burnt flesh and molten steel. "Damn it!" Lieutenant Hammond's eyes widened in rage, emitting a primal roar. Where the hell did those shells come from? Sound the alarm. Raise the highest alert. All that responded was the eerie silence of the wind and the hissing of flames. Just moments ago, over 70 soldiers and technicians had been alive, now seemingly evaporated, leaving only him and Hamerman as the sole survivors. Fear instantly overwhelmed everything. What alliances, what oil wealth. Now all mere illusions. "Run." The two exchanged a glance, wordlessly understanding, and scrambled toward a military motorcycle that had been overturned by the shockwave, but seemed still capable of starting. To the west coast. Quickly. Hammond leapt onto the rear seat as Hamerman frantically kicked the starter lever. The engine roared deafeningly to life, and the motorcycle shot off like an arrow, weaving through the burning wreckage and bodies toward the western side of the island, their landing site. At the western coast, beside the battleship USS Windward, the captain was leisurely sipping coffee when he suddenly heard a series of explosions and saw flames rising from the inland direction, startling him enough to drop his cup. Spotting Lieutenant Hammond and Lieutenant Hamerman racing toward him on their motorcycle like lost souls, he rushed forward. "Lieutenant, what happened? Were those explosions and flames?" Harmon, in a state of utter disarray, leapt from the vehicle, his voice hoarse and tinged with desperation. "Enemy attack. Naval bombardment. The camp. The camp is lost. Everyone is dead. It's all over." "What?" The captain, struck as if by lightning, turned pale. 70 men. All gone? How is this possible? Indeed, they are all dead. Set sail. Leave this cursed place. Now. Immediately. This instant." Harmon shouted hysterically. The captain felt his limbs grow cold, gripped by an immense fear. The Army's main force had been obliterated in an instant. Their landing vessels remained on the shore as mere targets. "Raise the anchor. Quickly raise the anchor. Depart from the coast." The captain bellowed at the crew. "Wait." A sudden glint of madness and resentment flickered in Lieutenant Harmon's eyes as he seized the captain. "We cannot let them off so easily. The Schienfing still has several small-caliber naval guns. Aim towards the camp. Fire all remaining shells. Even if we can't kill them, we can at least torment them. Let us avenge our men." At this moment, his reasoning had nearly frayed into insanity. consumed solely by desire for retribution. The captain, gazing at Harmon's contorted face and then at the still-burning remnants of the camp inland, gritted his teeth. Damn it. Follow the lieutenant's orders. All gun positions. Target the coordinates of the former camp. High explosive shells. Rapid fire. Deplete the entire stock. Thus, an absurd and brutal scene unfolded on the battlefield. Several landing vessels, hastily raising anchor, turned their bows towards the smoldering ruins of the camp, unleashing a barrage from their small-caliber naval guns, such as the 37mm or 57mm rapid-fire cannons, upon the very ground where their comrades had recently met their end. Boom! 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 The shells rained down once more into the inferno. Some soldiers of the Alliance, who had narrowly escaped the initial bombardment and incendiary hell by seeking refuge in deeper bunkers or along the fringes, were still in shock as they attempted to flee. Before they could comprehend the unfolding chaos, they were caught in the explosion of shells fired by their own fleet, limbs and bodies scattered among the scorched earth. Damn it! Is there no end to this? A blood-soaked soldier, having just crawled from a shelter, gazed up at the falling shells above, uttering a desperate and furious curse, only to be engulfed by the ensuing explosion. Chapter 53. 8 hours of labor each day. The distant sound of cannon fire reverberated once more, unmistakably emanating from the sea and directed towards the area recently bombarded by our forces, causing Han Shan to furrow his brow in concern. Report. The shelling originates from the direction of the western coast. The caliber is relatively small, yet the frequency is considerable. Could there be a third party involved? The voice from the observation post was laden with confusion. Is it ruled out that they are firing at our positions? Yang Shuyuan inched closer, his expression grave. Have these lunatics lost their minds? Or are they engaging in some trickery? Do they believe we would charge immediately after shelling? After a moment's contemplation, Han Shan replied, "It does not appear to be a ploy to lure us. Rather, it seems to be a misjudgment born of panic. I command all units, no reckless advancement. Take cover and heighten vigilance. Wait until the cannon fire ceases before dispatching reconnaissance teams to secure the battlefield. Notify the Ziyuan to maintain surveillance over the western coast to thwart any surprise attacks by enemy ships." As night finally descended, the cannon fire from the western coast came to a complete halt, and a profound silence enveloped the island once more. Under the shroud of darkness, Yang Shuyuan personally led a team, stealthily infiltrating the now charred wasteland of the camp. The sight before them elicited a sharp intake of breath. Apart from confirming the near-total annihilation of enemy combatants, they also noted that the Ziyuan had patrolled the western coast, discovering only a few abandoned landing craft left empty on the shore, while the enemy vessels had long since vanished. The naval officer's countenance grew grave. "Commander, although the enemy's main force has been decimated, their naval capabilities remain intact and alert. They have slipped away without a trace. We are in the light while they lurk in the shadows, poised to strike like a venomous serpent, potentially targeting our landing sites or future oil facilities. This presents a significant threat." Han Shan scrutinized the reconnaissance report and the desolate coastline before issuing a decisive order. Immediately encrypt and transmit a detailed battle report, including the peculiar incident of the enemy's friendly fire and intelligence regarding their fleet's escape, to Hope Island with utmost priority. Report to the Führer. The message swiftly returned to Hope Island through secured channels. Chen Yan meticulously reviewed Han Shan's report, pondering the mention of troops clad in black and red uniforms, the absurdity of the friendly fire incident and the enemy's retreat. He set down the communique and approached a large maritime map. A name crystallized in his mind: the Dark Guard. This expansionist military group, existing within the realm of games, bore characteristics: black and red uniforms, a disregard for human life that resonated strikingly with the adversaries Han Shan had encountered. It appeared that the tendrils of the Dark Guard had indeed reached this far. Chen Yan mused quietly to himself. He rapidly assessed the situation. In terms of scale, these foes were too few in number, under 100, and their hasty actions suggested they had not yet established a radar station. Resembling more of an advanced reconnaissance unit or a small raiding party within the vast structure of the Dark Guard, The true main force of the Harmon would launch operations with dozens of landing ships. Threat assessment indicated that this detachment had suffered unexpected devastation and was driven away. Yet the vessels that had fled were akin to stones cast into the dark sea, inevitably stirring up tumultuous waves. The waters surrounding Hope Island were no longer tranquil. The Dark Guard would never relinquish an island rich in oil reserves. The core response time, before the main forces of the Dark Guard could regroup and launch a counteroffensive. It was imperative to solidify control over the oil island, establishing a defensive capability while converting precious crude oil into tangible combat power. He promptly sent a reply, his directives clear and resolute, to Han Shan. 1. Operational guidelines, swift, precise, and steady. Completely eradicate the remaining enemies and threats on the island, establishing absolute control. 2. Core mission. Immediately delineate the core area of the oil field and construct defensive fortifications, prioritizing radar stations and coastal artillery positions to expedite the formation of basic extraction capabilities. 3. Civilian strategy. Extend a gentle hand to the indigenous people enslaved by the Dark Guard. Ensure their basic survival and clarify work regulations. Labor not exceeding 8 hours daily. Provision of ample food, strictly prohibiting oppressive plunder. They have suffered greatly. In contrast, my policies offer a lifeline, winning their hearts for our cause. 4. Logistical support. The transport fleet has set sail and is expected to arrive in 3 days. Ensure the safe shipment of the first batch of crude oil. 5. Naval vigilance. The Ji Yuan will conduct continuous patrols day and night, expanding its radius of vigilance to 50 nautical miles. Onboard technicians have mastered the method of utilizing crude oil for maritime fuel, resolving fuel issues locally. Guard against enemy ship ambushes. This island is the lifeblood of the Empire and must not be lost. Chen Yan. Upon receiving the orders, Han Shan immediately commenced action. During the process of clearing the battlefield and searching for remaining enemies, the troops discovered 2 hastily constructed dungeons by the Dark Guard on the southern and eastern sides of the island. The sight within the dungeons was suffocating. In the dark, damp caverns, a multitude of ragged, emaciated indigenous people were crammed together. Their bodies bore the marks of whips and bruises, their eyes vacant and numb, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. As the soldiers opened the cell doors, a moment of light flooded in, and the crowd erupted in terrified whimpers, instinctively shrinking towards the darker corners. Han Shan arrived personally and was deeply moved by the sight. Even one with a heart of iron could not remain unmoved. He commanded the soldiers, distribute food and clean water. Move gently, do not frighten them. Hot wheat porridge and clean water were cautiously delivered inside. Initially, there was a profound silence of fear, followed by incredulous hesitance, which ultimately transformed into a faint commotion as they vied for the food. The soldiers exerted effort to locate the elder chief, who had been pushed forward by the crowd. The old man, with white hair and a stooped figure, stood precariously supported by 2 soldiers, his murky eyes filled with extreme vigilance and deep fatigue. Old man, Han Shan attempted to soften his tone, gesturing to his deep blue uniform and the soldiers. Understand clearly, we are not of the same ilk as those in black who tormented you. They have been vanquished by us. The elder trembled violently, his cracked lips quivering. Then, what do you want? His voice was hoarse, akin to a worn-out bellows. He understood all too well what outsiders typically meant. Following Chen Yan's instructions, Han Shan extended 3 fingers. 3 matters. First, we will station troops here to protect this island. Second, we need to extract the underground flowing oil resources. Thirdly, he paused for a moment, gazing into the despondent eyes of the elder, and spoke with clarity. All who are willing to labor need only work 8 hours each day. We shall provide ample sustenance, such as the millet porridge and jerky you enjoy today. Work for 6 days, and you shall have 1 day of rest. The once dim and hopeless eyes of the old chieftain widened in astonishment upon hearing of the 8-hour workday and the promise of a day of rest. He looked incredulously at Han Shan, then glanced at the soldier beside him, who held a metal box exuding the enticing aroma of food. His gnarled fingers gripping Han Shan's arm tightly. Sir, do you truly mean that there will be food? And we can rest. The clansmen behind him also heard this, and for the first time, the oppressive silence of the dungeon was pierced by muffled sobs. In stark contrast to the grueling labor of the Dark Guard, which often exceeded 18 hours, accompanied by whippings and starvation, these conditions felt nothing short of heavenly. The old chieftain was nearly overcome with emotion, almost kneeling, but was steadied by Han Shan. The elder was older than his own father. Han Shan could not bear the thought of such a gesture. Indeed, I swear by the name of the Führer. Han Shan declared solemnly. Now, please lead us to your homeland. Yes, yes, this way please. Chapter 54. For personal gain, the family must yield. Han Shan, accompanied by the technical team dispatched by Zhang Hai, arrived at the core operational area originally designated by the Dark Guard, only to find it reduced to a desolate wasteland. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he spoke slowly. Chief, those men in black are truly inhumane. They have turned your homeland to ashes. The chief echoed his sentiments with vehement curses. They are indeed wretched beings. Han Shan awkwardly scratched his head, quickly diverting the conversation. Engineer Li, a seasoned veteran in exploration, commanded his team to swiftly set up portable gravimeters, magnetometers, and rudimentary seismic surveying equipment. Commander Han, please observe. Li pointed toward an anomalous area displayed on the gravimeter screen. There exists a pronounced low-gravity anomaly here, and given the stable magnetic data, we can rule out interference from iron ore. This aligns with the characteristics of an oil reservoir in a fold structure. He approached a rock outcrop and extracted a sample, revealing a high-porosity sandstone layer. With excellent permeability, an ideal rock for oil storage. Subsequently, he activated a small seismic device, generating artificial tremors to collect subterranean reflection signals. As the analyzer displayed clear indications of a high-amplitude, continuous reflection layer, a confident smile spread across Li's face. The depth is approximately 300 meters. The reflection features are unmistakable, with bright signals manifesting. Commander Han, beneath us lies a rich oil layer. Light crude oil, easily extractable. Excellent. Immediately select the drilling site and commence boring. Han Shan commanded decisively. The technical team, alongside the indigenous laborers summoned by the old chief, rapidly assembled a small drilling rig. The diesel engine roared to life as the drill bit began its descent into the earth. The drilling process proceeded remarkably smoothly. Upon reaching the designated depth, Li fixated on the pressure gauge. The pressure is rising rapidly. Prepare the blowout preventer. His voice brimmed with excitement. Suddenly, a jet of black liquid, a mixture of earth and natural gas, like the blood of the earth suppressed for millennia, erupted from the drill hole, soaring several meters into the air. The viscous, gleaming crude oil shimmered under the sun, cascading into the prepared conduit and storage pool. An artesian well, a high-yield artesian well. Li and his team erupted in jubilant cheers. The old chief and the gathered indigenous people gazed in awe at this miraculous spectacle, expressing their reverence. The first well was a resounding success. Han Shan clenched his fist with determination, his heart at ease. The critical oil supply for the leader was secured. In the following 24 hours, the technical team replicated their success, drilling 3 more high-yield wells in other promising areas guided by the old chief. The dark crude oil began to flow ceaselessly into the temporary storage tanks. The transport fleet from Hope Island was also on the verge of arrival. On Oil Island, the Empire's first overseas energy base, after the smoke of conflict had cleared, finally began to unleash its source of power. However, Han Shan was acutely aware that the true test, the counterattack from the Dark Guard, could strike at any moment. The cannons of the Ji Yuan ship vigilantly patrolled the shimmering sea. Fraught with hidden peril, Lieutenant Hayman's fist slammed onto the cold alloy table in the command room, producing a dull thud that caused the electronic maritime chart atop it to tremble. His chest heaved violently, each breath akin to a bellows, rough and searing. The fury-laden bloodshot eyes fixated on the pitch-black, tumultuous sea outside the porthole, as if attempting to pierce through the thick veil of night to glimpse the black gold island he had just lost. My oil field. The oil field that had just begun to warm. He nearly spat these words through gritted teeth, each syllable imbued with venom and heart-wrenching pain. Just like that, it was snatched away by those lurking scoundrels. Without even a confrontation, a colossal wave of frustration and the indignation of being robbed threatened to engulf him. It was not merely oil. It was the ladder to his ascension within the alliance, the very cornerstone of the Haman family's future power. Now, everything had been reduced to mere ashes by the cataclysmic fire that descended from the heavens. "Lieutenant, please calm down, calm down," Hamilmon interjected, stepping forward with a face etched with cautious concern, his voice barely above a whisper, fearful of igniting the volcano on the brink of eruption before him. "Your health is paramount. To lose your composure would be a grievous misfortune. As long as we have the mountains, we need not fear the lack of firewood. The oil field. We can certainly reclaim it." Haman abruptly turned his head, his ferocity mingled with an unmistakable trace of confusion and trepidation. "Reclaim it? Hamilmon, to this day, we do not even know who they are, what they look like. How many of them are there? How many ships?" He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure and analyze the situation, attempting to dispel the fear brought on by the unknown with logic. But that firepower. He recalled the harrowing moment when the base was transformed into a hellscape, the napalm turning steel into molten iron, living beings into charred remnants, a scene that constricted his throat. The density of that onslaught, the cataclysmic strike. Conservatively estimating, the opposing force must have numbered at least 800, and they possessed an extraordinarily formidable heavy fire support. Haman concluded with unwavering certainty. This was the most rational explanation he could derive from the devastating bombardment. He could scarcely fathom, let alone dare to imagine, that all this destruction might have stemmed from a single ship and a commander plagued by an acute fear of inadequate firepower, who had unleashed an arsenal far beyond conventional limits. The ammunition quota on the Ziyuan was a staggering 3 times that of the assault on Hope Island. Hamilmon silently nodded, his face similarly bearing the remnants of shock. He understood Lieutenant Haman all too well. At this moment, what was needed was not skepticism, but affirmation and a solid foundation. The lieutenant's analysis was sound. The adversary was undoubtedly premeditated and had invested heavily. Haman inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to suppress the raging fury and bitterness within. Yet the shadow cast by the substantial loss and the unknown enemy lingered in the depths of his gaze. He gradually leaned back against the chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping rhythmically on the armrest, producing a monotonous sound that rendered the atmosphere in the command room stifling. This matter could not be reported to the family. It must be escalated to the Alliance. Harmon's voice regained its customary coldness, yet beneath the surface there lingered a barely perceptible tension. Hammerman, understanding the unspoken cue, seamlessly continued the dialogue. "Indeed, Lieutenant, reporting to the Alliance is an inevitable procedure. However, the phrasing of this report and the classification of the incident require our careful deliberation." He meticulously observed Harmon's expression, lowering his voice. "Should we categorize this as a highest-level emergency, the Alliance's Supreme Command will undoubtedly intervene directly, potentially dispatching an investigative team or even a main fleet. At that point, our role in this incident may regrettably be reduced to mere informants. All subsequent actions, resource allocation, and even possible counterattacks and claims over the oil fields would no longer concern us. Moreover, we might face marginalization or even be sidelined due to command failures leading to significant losses." The term sideline pierced Harmon's heart like a cold needle, striking at his most sensitive area. His family's standing within the Alliance was already far from pinnacle, and this heavy loss had dealt a severe blow. To lose control over the subsequent developments, or bear the stigma of incompetence, would be a catastrophic setback for both his ambitions and the future of the Harmon family within the Alliance. What are the collective interests of the Alliance and his family? In light of his own future, they must yield. Harmon's brows knitted tightly, his gaze flickering violently amidst the weighing of interests. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, he abruptly raised his head, a glint of reckless determination flashing in his eyes. "You are correct, Hammerman." Harmon's voice carried a deliberately subdued decisiveness. We shall characterize this incident as an encounter with a small, unidentified armed force attacking. With our base defense troops bravely resisting but suffering significant losses, the information regarding the oil fields on the island must remain confidential. Reported according to the ordinary regional conflict incident standard. Emphasize the strategic value of the island and our unwavering resolve to hold fast until reinforcements arrive, vowing to regain control. Request the Alliance to immediately dispatch at least one reinforced battalion to replenish our lost equipment, particularly heavy firepower, and authorize us to handle the subsequent military operations in that region with full authority. He rose, moving to the porthole, turning his back to Hammerman, his tone imbued with a gambler's fervor. 1 month. As soon as the Alliance's reinforcements and supplies arrive, in no more than a month, we shall regroup and strike back, crushing both the oil fields that rightfully belong to us and those damned assailants. By that time, the accolades will be ours, and the oil fields will be ours. The Alliance will only see the Harmon family restoring its fortunes and reclaiming lost ground. A knowing, sycophantic smile immediately appeared on Hammerman's face. The lieutenant is wise. In this way, the initiative remains firmly in our grasp. I shall draft the report at once and send it immediately. Chapter 55. Ascending soon, a meticulously crafted report emerged, artfully downplaying a devastating defeat and portraying it merely as a temporary setback. This document, infused with Harmon's insatiable lust for power, traversed the ether to the distant Alliance headquarters, severing ties with his family. Within its pages, the terrifying bombardment that melted steel into molten iron and turned half a football field into a sea of flames was casually referred to as the enemy's use of a potent incendiary weapon. The enigmatic force capable of delivering catastrophic strikes, potentially from a single destroyer, was vaguely described as an unidentified but heavily armed harassment unit. Harmon and Hammerman were engulfed in speculation about whether the Alliance would extend its support. They had engaged in a shrewd transaction. Seeking aid from the family could entail greater peril, yet bypassing them might afford an opportunity to turn the tide in their favor amid the complex contradictions. Unbeknownst to them, in this moment, on Hope Island, a commander named Chen Yan, gripped by a profound fear of inadequate firepower, awaited the indelible memories the future would etch into their minds. The gears of fate began to grind with an ear-piercing friction the instant Harmon affixed his signature to that report, setting into motion a trajectory toward a future irrevocably reshaped by flames and steel. The sea breeze of Hope Island carried the briny scent of salt and the acrid aroma of burnt metal, while the ceaseless roar of the dock area pulsed like the heart of this burgeoning empire. 3 days prior, the wealth-laden land, now dubbed Oil Island, had proudly flown the imperial flag, transforming into the very arteries that nourished the motherland. Gleaming crude oil surged through stout pipelines, flowing into the bellies of colossal oil tankers moored in the harbor. Steel behemoths of transportation cleaved through the deep blue waters, tracing busy white lines between Hope Island and Oil Island, continuously pumping the lifeblood of industry back to the homeland. 2,000 points. Worth it. Chen Yan stood atop the newly completed coastal command tower, surveying the ambitious terrain beneath him. Points flowed like a river into infrastructure and shipping, resulting in a palpable expansion. What caused an involuntary smile to play upon his lips was the latest urgent dispatch from Oil Island. Exploratory teams had unexpectedly discovered a remarkably rich iron ore deposit on the fringes of the oil fields. This was nothing short of a boon from the goddess of fate. Without hesitation, he summoned the geologist known as Iron Mountain, serving under Zhang Hai, to hasten to Oil Island by speedboat that very night. Tell Iron Mountain, I want that mountain excavated with utmost speed. The abundance of resources nourished Chen Yan's burgeoning treasury. No one noticed that a portion of the iron ore shipped back to the homeland curiously diminished in the inventory records. Silently, they vanished into Chen Yan's private storeroom, transforming into a flicker of points on his account with the cold notification of the system. Each conversion offered a modicum of satisfaction to his insatiable yearning for firepower. He remained unaware that an intangible thread of fortune was wrapping around him in an almost indulgent manner. Had it not been for the undercurrents at the ocean's depths when he initially sank, all would have been rendered void. If the sentinels at Hope Island's radar station had been even slightly more vigilant, his fleet might have faced a devastating onslaught. Had Hammond and Hammerman cast aside their self-interest and marked that blood-stained report with the utmost alarm at this moment, the Iron Fleet of the Alliance would likely be looming like a tempest, its cannons aimed squarely at the Southern Ocean. Yet all these ifs were firmly obstructed by the grotesque dam of human nature. The glint in Hammond's eyes betrayed not loyalty to the Alliance, but a voracious greed for military accolades and an insatiable thirst for status. The meticulously crafted and deliberately downgraded report acted as a slow poison, numbing the central nervous system of the Alliance and granting Chen Yan the invaluable respite and opportunity for development. On the western shore of Hope Island, a colossal shipyard, far grander than before, arose like a steel behemoth crouching by the sea. Enormous quantities of steel were forged, cut, and welded here, transforming into keels, armored belts, and turret bases. The air was thick with the scent of metallic dust and machine oil. Chief Engineer Zhang Hai, a seasoned craftsman who once dedicated himself to the precision of every component, now gazed with a complex expression at the bustling scene before him. He had witnessed firsthand how Chen Yan conjured precision core components that were beyond the realm of possibility with existing technology. The initial shock and confusion had been supplanted by pragmatic understanding. Leader Zhang Hai presented a list to Chen Yan, detailing several crucial components with exceedingly high technical barriers. The rotary bearing seals for the main turret, and the vacuum tube array for the fire control radar. These will require your special approval. His tone was calm, laced with a barely perceptible respect. Chen Yan glanced at it, waved his hand grandly. No problem. Engineer Zhang, request as many as you need. Short on manpower? The newly recruited skilled workers from a shipyard are all at your disposal. The iron backbone of the Empire was being forged at an unprecedented pace. More than half a month later, the National Power Index resolutely surged to 210. On this day, Hope Island celebrated a true festivity. Even the Ji Yuan, stationed far away at Oil Island on guard duty, was urgently recalled. At the dock, the soldiers stood in impeccable order. All eyes were fixed on the dry dock, where the Imperial Navy's first self-constructed Bismarck-class battleship was poised to be born. The battleship's lines were both rigid and fluid. The unpainted steel gleamed with a cold, gray-blue luster under the morning light. 8 enormous 380mm main gun barrels silently pointed toward the heavens, their mere stationary presence exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was bestowed with the weighty name Dan Shan, a tribute to the illustrious Commander Han Shan, who triumphed at Oil Island, safeguarding the coastal realm, and symbolizing the monumental spirit of bearing mountains and rejuvenating the nation's fortunes. Its standard displacement of 42,300 tons surpassed the prototype Bismarck's 41,700 tons, while its full load displacement of 52,900 tons approached the limit of the Tai Baiji. The hull spans a length of 251 meters, embodying the exquisite proportions of German craftsmanship. With a breadth of 36 meters and a draft of 7 meters, it boasts 12 units of 150mm L-55 secondary artillery designed for anti-ship and coastal bombardment, alongside 16 105mm anti-aircraft guns forming its core defense. Integrated with self-developed fire control radar from Hope Island, precision has been enhanced by 30. The main armor belt consists of 320mm KCN case-hardened steel, capable of withstanding direct hits from 380mm shells. The horizontal armor features a double-layered deck, with an upper deck of 80mm and a main deck of 120mm, designed to resist dive bombing. The turret and command tower are fortified with 360mm and 350mm armor, respectively, representing the thickest defensive area of the entire vessel. The torpedo defense system employs 45mm high-elasticity steel, resilient against 300 kilograms of TNT explosions. Powered by 12 Wagner high-pressure boilers and 3 steam turbines, it generates an impressive output of 163,026 horsepower, exceeding prototype limitations, achieving a remarkable speed of 30. 8 knots, it rivals the maneuverability of a cruiser. With a range of 870 nautical miles at 19 knots, it is capable of transoceanic operations without the need for refueling. As Han Shan stepped onto the dock of Hope Island, Chen Yan greeted him with a hearty laugh, shaking his hand vigorously. Han Shan, excellent work. The battle for Oil Island was brilliantly executed. Today, as this magnificent vessel is launched, you shall perform the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Han Shan felt a surge of emotion, quickly bowing and sincerely refusing. Leader, that would be most inappropriate. This is a critical asset of the Empire, a symbol of our nation. Only you, the supreme ruler of the Empire, are worthy of such an honor. I am unworthy of this distinction. Chapter 56. The Kyphenia Alliance. The icy winds of the North Sea lashed against the cold obsidian faade of the headquarters of the Kyphenia Alliance. This steel colossus, standing resolute in a realm of unyielding frost, exuded an aura of peril and chill from every stone. Within the vast confines of the command chamber, Marshal Kyphenia Hemingway's fingertips glided over an expansive maritime map of the North Sea, which adorned an entire wall. The map was riddled with crimson markers, resembling sprawling veins, each one denoting the islands and coastlines devoured by the Kyphenia family and its vassals, enveloping nearly half of the North Sea's territory. Hemingway's deep voice reverberated through the cavernous room, imbued with a metallic chill. Let the hyenas tear at one another, ultimately bringing the choicest morsel back to their master. 15 years prior, when the Kyphenia family's lifeblood, the golden trade route, was severed by a coalition of ferocious pirates and emerging powers, they cast aside the facade of merchant traders. Armed merchant vessels, clad in iron, replaced the teak hulls, their cargo holds transformed into munitions depots, and their merchant flags exchanged for banners of blood and fire. The roar of cannons supplanted the clamor of trade, and under the dominion of iron and blood, more than half of the islands in the North Sea hoisted the double-headed eagle banner of Kyphenia. Yet, the appetite for domination was akin to an abyss. The more territory consumed, the greater the wealth required to sustain it. Thus, the mechanism of resource extraction emerged. Prominent families invested their occupied islands as shares in the alliance, proportionally supplying resources, wealth, and manpower to the Kyphenia Central Authority, in exchange for monopolistic trading rights and charters on their territories. Ostensibly a mutually beneficial commercial alliance, it was, in truth, a sanguine conduit through which Kyphenia siphoned the very lifeblood of its vassal families. The Hamilmon family found itself ensnared in this chain, a colossal beast shackled by its own bonds. Its core was deeply rooted, commanding a vast private fleet, and wielded significant influence within the Alliance's council. Yet its offshoots, such as Lieutenant Hammond and Lieutenant Hamilmon, were but dust within the family hierarchy. They languished for days outside the main House's council chamber, humbly awaiting permission to request a respectable patrol vessel, only to be met with icy refusals and derisive laughter from the main family scions. Their initial allocation, a motley crew of over 70 conscripts, a handful of rusted landing craft, and a single battleship of 20,000 tons, constituted their entire stake. A telegram marked with an ordinary classification was gently placed upon Marshal Hemingway's ebony desk by Colonel Chapton, the military affairs aide. Its mere presence here was exceedingly unusual. Hemingway's thick brows arched as he scanned the telegram, noting the sender's signature, Lieutenant Hammond von Hamilmon, South Sea Exploration Team. He raised his gaze, his sharp gray-blue eyes settling upon his trusted aide, a teasing smirk playing upon his lips. Chapton, my old friend, this report, which scarcely warrants even the level of the lieutenant's death benefit, should not find its way to my desk, regardless of its origin. Are you suggesting that I personally draft a note for this young lieutenant? Or perhaps you have decided that this year's performance bonus is not to your liking. Chapton slightly inclined his body, a well-trained smile of respect gracing his face, yet a glimmer of intelligence flickered in his eyes. Your Excellency, according to protocol, this report should not have disturbed you. However, the sender is Lieutenant Harmon von Hamilmon. The Hamilmon family, to which he belongs, is the very entity you personally granted the South Sea Exploration Charter. Hemingway set down the telegram, leaning back into the broad high-back chair, his fingertips poised together. The South Sea Charter was bestowed upon the Hemomon family. Thus, Lieutenant Harmon's immediate superior must be the patriarch of his clan. Internal family matters, whether seeking aid or lodging complaints, are to be resolved according to their own clan regulations. He bypassed his own patriarch and brought this telegram directly to me. The marshal's fingers gently tapped the tabletop. This was neither proper nor reasonable. Captain, share your thoughts. Captain stepped forward, his voice steady and clear. Your Excellency, you have packaged the exploration rights of the entire South Sea and the potential allocation of its resources to the Hemomon family, which in itself is a colossal and coveted prize. The core strength of the Hemomon family will inevitably divert the majority of resources to their most trusted direct branches, seeking maximum returns in the South Sea. Individuals like Lieutenant Harmon, being distant offshoots, hold little significance within the family. The resources and support they can obtain are exceedingly limited, typically affording them only one chance to trial and error. Should they succeed, they might claim a meager share. Should they fail, they would be ruthlessly abandoned to fend for themselves. It is evident that Lieutenant Harmon's initial endeavor in the South Sea has met with disastrous failure, squandering the family's sole opportunity afforded to him. He paused, gauging the marshal's expression, then continued. His current decision to seek assistance directly from you, rather than from his family, can only indicate one thing. The core of the Hemomon family has utterly forsaken him, indifferent to his fate, and may even relish his failure as a pretext to suppress offshoots. He is cornered, left with no choice but to stake everything on your theoretically supreme lifeline. Hemingway's gaze deepened. Oh, Captain, do you believe I would care about the life or death of a mere lieutenant? Countless officers perish daily on the front lines of Finia, their names filling pages. The marshal's vision naturally embraced the grand ambitions of the entire alliance. Captain lowered his head slightly, shifting his tone. Yet, I must dare to remind you, since you granted the South Sea Charter in full to the Hemomon family, discontent among several other prominent families in the Parliament, particularly the Stockton and Rheinhofen families, has been mounting. They perceive the Hemomon family's exclusive enjoyment of the South Sea as excessive favoritism. And clandestine collusion, complaints, and even subtle obstructions have been frequent occurrences. The Hemomon family's influence has expanded rather swiftly in recent years, and their patriarch has become increasingly assertive in the Parliament. A suitable balance may assist in maintaining stability within the alliance. Hemingway's fingers ceased their tapping as he scrutinized Chapton. Balance? You mean? Chapton lifted his gaze, his expression resolute. Lieutenant Harmon is a ready-made pawn, or rather, a venomous needle. At this moment, he must be filled with resentment towards the Hemomon family's main branch that has forsaken him. If we were to grant him a modicum of support, enabling him to stir up some trouble in the South China Sea, perhaps even achieve some unexpected successes. Can you imagine the splendid expressions on the faces of those lofty figures in the Hemomon family when this wild dog, abandoned by his clan, suddenly seizes a prime morsel and publicly declares that it is by virtue of your grace, Marshal, that he has risen again? This venomous needle, once thrust in, would not only create internal rifts and chaos within the Hemomon family, but also serve to intimidate other eager clans, making them understand who wields the ultimate authority in the alliance and who truly determines the flow of resources and the rise and fall of vassal families. Gratitude? Revenge? A cold, sharp smile slowly curved at the corners of Hemingway's mouth, reminiscent of the icy winds of the North Sea. Who is Hammond's benefactor? Who is his enemy? Captain, your strategy is exquisite. The marshal picked up his pen and, in a flourish of elegant strokes, inscribed his directive on the ordinary telegram. Approved. From the General Staff. Draw 200 combat personnel from the Alliance Army's 128th Division, equipped with standard operational gear, to be allocated under the command of Lieutenant Hammond. Necessary supplies to be distributed according to wartime standards. This order, Finia Hemingway. When a formal directive from the Finia Military Command was transmitted through encrypted channels to Hammond's dilapidated command ship, the lieutenant burst through the cabin door, nearly colliding with it. Waving the freshly translated telegram in his hand, his voice sharp and high-pitched from extreme excitement and disbelief. Approved. The Marshal has approved it. The Alliance. The alliance has truly granted us troops. 200 men, the elite of the 128th Division. Hammond abruptly turned his head, his murky eyes fixated on the telegram in Hammond's grasp. He snatched it away, greedily scanning every word, his fingers trembling from excessive force, knuckles turning white. After a few seconds of profound silence, a sound, suppressed to the utmost limit, erupted from the depths of his throat, a maniacal laughter that finally broke free. Chapter 57. The Central Empire, alas. Chen Yan forcefully patted his shoulder, decisively interrupting him. A merit is a merit. Without your conquest of Oil Island, where would today's colossal ironclad be? It is settled. You shall accompany me. The following dawn, the sun cast its golden rays upon the shimmering surface of the sea, illuminating the gleaming steel helmets and bayonets of the soldiers lined up at the dock. In the solemn atmosphere, only the cries of seagulls and the gentle lapping of waves against the shore could be heard. Chen Yan stood atop a hastily constructed platform, with the imposing Tanshan behind him. His voice, amplified, resonated throughout the dock with a metallic clarity. Today, as steel enters the sea, so too does the fortune of our nation rise. He gestured towards the silent behemoth behind him, its hull seemingly infused with life. It bore the dignity and strength of the empire. Henceforth, our maritime borders shall be safeguarded by our own mighty vessels and cannons. Any coveter, he scanned the crowd, each word punctuated for emphasis, shall be utterly crushed to dust. A thunderous roar erupted, the soldiers' chests heaving with fervor. Chen Yan and Han Shan walked shoulder to the bow of the ship. A bright red silk ribbon stretched between the colossal hull and the land. An attendant presented two finely crafted steel scissors entwined with golden threads. Chen Yan exchanged a glance with Han Shan and nodded. Han Shan inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and applied pressure with his fingers. Snap! The crisp sound of severance echoed. The shipyard gates thunderously swung open, and thousands of tons of seawater surged into the slipway. The enormous wooden wedges supporting the Tanshan groaned and shattered one after another. The steel leviathan, weighing tens of thousands of tons, began its unstoppable glide along the oil-slicked ramp towards the sea. Initially moving slowly, it soon gathered speed. The steel hull compressed the water, producing a deafening roar, akin to the first awakening roar of an ancient behemoth. The bow cleaved through the azure waters, raising two towering walls of white foam, reminiscent of snow-capped mountains collapsing. Mist enveloped the scene, refracting sunlight into a splendid rainbow. The Tanshan floated steadily in the deep waters. On the bridge, the signalman waved his flag, transmitting the first signal, heralding the dawn of a new era. Today, the Imperial maritime power is firmly established. Chen Yan gazed at the majestic silhouette of the ship slicing through the waves, a smile blossoming on his face. Yet, deep within his eyes, a flicker of insatiable yearning for power glimmered silently. The self-serving report from Hammond, akin to a stone cast into the depths of the sea, might stir ripples, but it could never incite the tempest of the alliance. In an unseen manner, it had secured the most precious time for this newly birthed steel behemoth. The tides of fate were subtly shifting. The massive steel body of the Tanshan lay quietly anchored in the deep waters, its gray-blue hull reflecting a cold sheen in the sunlight. Chen Yan stood on the bridge, his fingertips brushing against the rough armor. Yet a sharp pang of pain swept through his heart. This maritime fortress had nearly drained the last drop of blood from his account. The cold, mechanical prompt echoed in his ears. Point expenditure, 400 points. An astronomical figure, sufficient to equip a small army, a mountain of resources. Naval power. He gazed into the distant horizon, the sea breeze infused with saltiness filling his lungs and penetrating his very bones with understanding. Without it, mountains of gold and silver are merely fat on the chopping block. He recalled the behemoth from another dimension, the monstrous creation forged in the crucible of war. It was precisely through the terrifying industrial furnace and the spoils of war that the stars and stripes could be planted across the globe. Steel and colossal cannons serve as a universal passport in any era or world. He clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. The Danzan, his stepping stone to altered destiny. It would patrol the lifeline between the three islands day and night. Its four terrifying 380mm gun barrels hanging over the heads of all who covet it like the sword of Damocles. Any who dare to infringe would be reduced to dust by its devastating salvos. However, the price of such power weighed heavily, akin to a mountain. The Bismarck-class's Iron Heart required over 1,000 sailors to operate. 1,000. Training, equipping, maintaining. The mere personnel cost would consume an additional 2,000 points. Yet, all the soldiers under his command, those capable of wielding a firearm, barely numbered 700 or 800. Where could he conjure so many qualified sailors? Chen Yan's gaze swept over the towering bridge and upper structures of the Danzan. Those areas originally designed to house dense anti-aircraft artillery and command instruments were now the breeding ground for a bold and reckless thought, slithering into his mind like a viper. Aircraft, he murmured, his brow furrowed. Since his arrival in this maritime expanse, neither radar, echoes, nor reconnaissance reports had ever detected the presence of any flying apparatus. The sky appeared to be an untouched sanctuary. A gamble, a flicker of resolute determination flashed in his eyes. Since aerial threats were temporarily non-existent, all those complex anti-air systems, radar installations, command instruments, and dense artillery positions could be discarded. Orders were issued, and the blueprints were urgently revised. The effects were immediate. The number of core operational positions plummeted like an avalanche. The formidable iron frame of the Danzan remained, yet its neural complexity was significantly simplified. The required manpower astonishingly shrank from a despairing 1,000 to just over 600. The operational difficulty also decreased sharply. Newly recruited sailors, after brief training, could barely sustain the basic functioning of this colossal beast. However, such changes did not come without a cost. Chen Yan looked up at the vast, azure sky, a shadow of gloom crossing his gaze. The current tranquility felt like an illusory bubble. Once the enemy took to the skies, this battleship, stripped of its anti-air defenses, would become a clumsy steel coffin, a blazing target. How he longed for an aircraft carrier fleet that could darken the skies. That would be true dominion over the seas and skies. Yet reality was cold. Resources were scarce, and the industrial chain as fragile as a newborn spider's web. To support a fleet of aircraft carriers, it would be an insatiable abyss devouring points, wildly consuming them by the thousands each day. He could not afford such a burden. Expansion, this term resonated like a brand. Only through acquiring greater territory, a larger populace, and richer resources could his ambitions be sustained, forging an unassailable power. Only by becoming so formidable that others are left in despair could he extinguish their covetous thoughts entirely. Amidst his reverie of future blueprints, a long-ignored thought suddenly surged forth. The Empire, his empire, lacking even a formal name. He strolled to the bow of the ship, facing the brisk sea breeze. Beneath him lay a steel behemoth slicing through the waves, while behind him were the three scattered islands. A surge of pride washed over him, gazing down upon the world. A name? What need for fanciful connotations? The Central Empire. Chen Yan's voice rang with resolute certainty, echoing in the sea breeze, imbued with undeniable will. Wherever I stand, there lies the heart of the Empire. Henceforth, wherever his army, his banner, and his will extend, it shall be known as the Central Empire Army. Soon, this proclamation galloped like a runaway stallion between the three islands, and swiftly the name Central Empire became known among the inhabitants of the three islands. Once the efficient machine was set in motion, it unleashed an astonishing force. Another message was urgently relayed to the three islands. Hope Island, the industrial furnace of the Empire. The shipyard-esque gantry cranes worked tirelessly day and night. The chimneys of the steel mills belched thick smoke, and the thunderous roar of machinery echoed incessantly. Here lies the wellspring of the Empire's strength, the cradle of colossal steel beasts. Oil Island, its lifeblood comprised of black gold and crimson ores. Drilling rigs towered, and mining machinery roared. Fertile lands were meticulously planned, with crops thriving under diligent cultivation. This is the Empire's solid resource and granary. Savage Island, The tumultuous waves of industry here transformed into a relatively gentle rhythm. A multitude of indigenous people and support staff surged into the newly established textile workshops, food processing plants, and daily goods production facilities. The whir of spinning machines and the rhythmic clatter of sewing machines gradually elucidated the contours of light industry. The steel framework of Hope Island, the energy lifeblood of Oil Island, and the light industry of Savage Island. A complete structure, fully functional, the embryonic form of an empire, began its operation under the driving force of Chen Yan's will, akin to a meticulously crafted and efficient clock. Chapter 58 war Abruches ha. Ha, ha. The heavens favor me. The heavens do not forsake Haman. He suddenly rose, slamming the telegraph paper down on the table. His eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance and a reckless madness. My family regards me as worthless, discarding me like a worn-out shoe. Yet the marshal has bestowed upon me a blade, a finely honed blade. He rushed to the window, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the southern seas that had swallowed his ambitions, his facial muscles contorted into a grotesque smile. The enemy is in the light, while we lurk in the shadows. Do they believe that by burning my base and seizing my oil island, they can rest easy? Do they think I have fled? They are sorely mistaken. Once these 200 men arrive, he abruptly turned, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. We shall set forth immediately. I will reclaim all that is rightfully mine, with interest. I shall ensure that the enemies on the oil island, along with the lofty figures of the Hammond family, comprehend that I, Haman, am not a mere insect to be trampled upon. Haman gazed at his seemingly deranged ally, overwhelmed by immense hope and the exhilaration of revenge. A few weeks later, a sleek, deep gray Kyphinia-class high-speed battleship, with a uniquely sharp design, sliced through the thickest darkness before dawn, stealthily approaching the periphery of the oil island. On the bridge, Haman donned a crisp, new military uniform, his gaze sharp. The inferno that had reduced his empire to ashes only weeks prior still seared his nerves. Yet at this moment, the powerful steel warship beneath him, along with the 200 well-equipped soldiers of the 128th Division, bestowed upon him an unprecedented confidence and a fervent desire for revenge. Haman's tongue flicked across his cracked lips, his gaze fixed firmly on the eastern area of the island on the paper map. The dual 210mm main gun turret on the battleship's forward deck emitted a low hydraulic whir, its stout barrel slowly elevating, coldly aiming toward the oil island, a symbol of wealth in the morning light. Meanwhile, on the distant Hope Island, the massive shipyard continued to spark with flying welds. Chen Yan was contentedly caressing the newly produced armor, blissfully unaware of the impending disaster that loomed over the oil island. The embryonic form of the Central Empire he had established had only just begun to operate when a storm, orchestrated by a northern sea strategist and wielded by the Forsaken, swept toward the empire's most affluent lifeline, the oil island, carrying with it the venom of war. The clouds of war loomed heavily, suffocatingly, pressing down upon the horizon of the South Seas. The steel-gray Kyphinia-class assault ship cleaved through the inky waters, the bridge suffused with a lingering scent of oil and metallic chill. Haman lowered the binoculars, his fingertips blanching from exertion. Suddenly, a hand clad in black leather gloves pressed upon his shoulder. "Lieutenant Haman, a pleasure to meet you for the first time." The voice was as cold as the floating ice of the northern sea. Ens Kyphinia, the operational envoy for this mission. Haman spun around abruptly, the binoculars clattering to the deck. The Empire's blade, Major Ens Kyphinia, an honor to finally meet. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Ens raised his hand to interrupt the conversation, the metallic guard of his fingers striking the console with a crisp sound. "After this battle, I shall return to Beihai." Colonel Chapton's gaze is fixed upon this place. His gray-blue pupils scanned Harmon's pale face. The members of the Rheinhofen and Stockton families were also observing the unfolding drama. "You must comprehend that this battle cannot be lost." A cold sweat instantly drenched Harmon's back. What did the scrutiny of these two powerful families signify? Upon victory, the accountability sword of the family patriarch would swiftly descend, bypassing the patriarch directly to the marshal. It would be akin to a slap across the main family's face. Rest assured, and suddenly curled the corner of his mouth, a fissure opening in the icy facade. Your patriarch remains blissfully unaware for the time being. The yellowed nautical chart unfurled across the alloy table. As Enz's steel finger traced the contour lines, the last analysis of fire coverage density indicated that the enemy's main battleship weighed approximately 50,000 tons, with limited main gun calibers. The sole threat was some form of incendiary weapon. His fingertip punctured the eastern coast of the oil island. They left no warships to guard the island. Foolish. Harmon eagerly pointed at the map. The oil storage tanks are inland, as long as your Sea Serpent-class vessel secures the perimeter. 200 millimeters of main artillery against 50,000 tons. In scoffed, the hydraulic whir of the turret's rotation reverberating within the cabin. It is merely using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He raised his gaze to fixate on Harmon. My fleet will crush any enemy vessel that dares to approach. You handle the naval engagement, while I seize control of the mining area to secure the island. Greed ignited in Harmon's eyes. 200 soldiers of the 128th Division stood like statues at the edge of the landing craft. Their lives? Merely the rubble upon which his path to success would be paved. 90 kilometers away, the radar station on the oil island's coast was ablaze with red lights. Enemy attack. Northwest direction. High-speed target group. The piercing alarm shattered the dawn. Telegrams tore through the morning mist, carrying death warnings towards Hope Island and the Jiyuan. Aboard the Jiyuan, which had departed 7 hours earlier, Yang Shuyuan crumpled the telegram paper. Full speed ahead. Hard to starboard. Get those boilers blazing hot. The warship carved a ghostly arc across the sea's surface. Within the command tower of Hope Island, Chen Yan slammed a fist onto the map. The Dantian must change course. Target the oil island. His gaze fixated on the blinding red at the center of the map, the oil storage area. A month's worth of effort. The pipeline sprawled like a spider's web, with 30 colossal storage tanks, heavy oil, standing in the inland basin, their total capacity sufficient to incinerate half an island. Hold the coastline at all costs. Chen Yan bellowed into the microphone. No enemy is to be allowed within 3 kilometers of the oil tanks, even if it takes bodies to block the landing points. His finger dug into the map's edge, praying for the artillery precision of this era. Those cumbersome battleship main guns, aiming to accurately strike the storage tanks from over 10 kilometers away, the probability was minuscule, as long as we keep the enemy at bay on the beach. The silhouette of the Sea Serpent-class assault ship became increasingly discernible. En stood on the bridge, like a statue cast in iron. The firing command device before him shimmered with a ghostly light as the 210mm main gun slowly elevated. The gaping muzzle locking onto the newly constructed concrete pier on the eastern coast of the oil island. The landing craft prepared. The atmosphere remained utterly calm. Ensko donned his steel helmet, casting a final glance at Harmon's retreating figure. In that moment, the madman and the gambler reached a tacit understanding. To cultivate a dark authority through blood and fire. He stepped into the swaying landing craft. Behind him loomed 200 pairs of cold, bloodthirsty eyes. At the oil island shore, the Imperial forces stationed their heavy machine guns behind sandbags. The soldiers gazed at the silhouette of iron ships emerging on the horizon, their hands gripping the rifle stocks, drenched in perspiration. Behind them, at the terminus of the oil pipeline, 30 silvery tanks stood silently in the morning light, their surfaces adorned with glaring, hazardous red lettering, a veritable invitation from hell. The bow of the Sea Serpent-class vessel erupted with a blinding flash from its main gun. The first corrected shell tore through the air with a piercing shriek, heralding the ominous overture of city incineration. Chapter 59. The struggle for the island. The 210mm main gun of the Sea Serpent-class assault ship roared once more, its muzzle belching forth a blinding white flame that illuminated the somber surface of the sea. The vessel shuddered violently under the immense recoil, the steel hull groaning under the burden, while the heavy stern carved a fleeting white indentation upon the water. 2 armor-piercing rounds tore through the air with a piercing shriek, striking fiercely at the eastern shore of the oil island. Boom! Boom! Chunks of concrete, mixed with twisted rebar, shot skyward. A semi-buried 37mm Bofors coastal defense gun was directly hit its shield shredded like paper and the barrel twisted skyward. While the crew operating, it was instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist, their remains scarcely recognizable. The shockwave swept across the area, causing soldiers sheltered behind sandbag bunkers to bleed from their mouths and noses, their insides seemingly displaced. Return fire. Lock onto the enemy's main gun turret, bellowed the company commander at the beach command post, his voice drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. The remaining coastal defense units began to retaliate, with 75mm Krupp field gun shells howling towards the sea, erupting into murky water columns that soared dozens of meters high, resembling the wrathful spear of a sea deity. If failing to rattle the moving steel fortress, eliminate the coastal fire points as a priority, came the cold command from Harmon over the ship's communication system. The bombardment from the Sea Serpent class became increasingly precise and deadly, guided by fire control radar. The 210mm heavy artillery sliced through the beach defense nodes with the finesse of a surgeon's scalpel. A high-explosive shell, tracing a lethal arc, struck less than 20 meters from the starboard side of the landing command craft carrying Ernst. Boom! A massive water column, accompanied by a searing wave of heat and high-velocity shrapnel, crashed against the hull. The craft rocked violently as if on the verge of capsizing, personnel inside tumbling about. Ernst's helmet struck the bulkhead with a heavy thud, stars exploding before his eyes. Damn it! Ernst's curse echoed from the bridge, the shell having thoroughly incensed this blade of the Empire. Main gun, target the southeast coastal artillery position. Fire rapidly. Crush it for me. The two twin-mounted 210mm gun turrets on the forward deck of the Sea Serpent class unleashed a deep, thunderous roar, launching 4 heavy shells in a near-straight trajectory across the expanse of sea in an instant. The terrifying explosions merged into a singular sound, obliterating the stubborn coastal artillery position along with the surrounding bunkers, sandbags, and human life, as if swept away by an invisible giant hand. Only a colossal crater remained, from which rose a dark plume of smoke mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the stench of charred flesh. The violent tremors reached even a fortified heavy machine gun bunker reinforced with steel and concrete further back. Inside, several soldiers of the Central Empire were jolted, their organs dislocated, eardrums ruptured, blood seeping from their mouths and noses. The barrel of the Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun was askew, cooling water gushing from the ruptured tank. The soldiers collapsed to the ground, their consciousness teetering on the edge of excruciating pain and dizziness. Though a meter-thick wall shielded them from lethal shrapnel, the overpressure shockwave struck like an invisible hammer, nearly rendering them unconscious. We cannot hold the beach any longer. Everyone, according to the plan, retreat to the second defensive line. The command from the garrison commander, infused with both despair and determination, was transmitted through the remaining communication lines. The surviving soldiers, dragging their wounded comrades, stumbled away from the hellish beachhead under the sporadic rain of artillery shells, retreating towards the island's interior. The firepower of the Sea Serpent class did not cease with the withdrawal of the defenders. Rather, it raged on like a relentless plow, methodically sweeping along the predetermined retreat routes and potential hiding spots in the jungle. A devastating barrage ensued for over an hour, when the cannon fire finally diminished. The entire eastern beach of Oil Island was irrevocably altered, scarred by craters, littered with wreckage ablaze, and shrouded in smoke, signaling the complete loss of the coastal defense line. The bow of the landing ship crashed onto the stony beach, and Kyphinia Enns was the first to emerge from the hatch, his cold gaze surveying the chaotic battlefield. Fan out. Establish the landing site. Eliminate any remaining foes. Quickly. His orders were concise and merciless. The elite soldiers of the 128th Division moved with the precision of a well-oiled war machine, rapidly dispersing in combat teams, providing overlapping cover as they deftly cleared the remnants of resistance and suspicious fortifications along the beach. Their movements were precise and swift, showcasing a level of training far beyond that of ordinary troops. However, just as the main body of the landing forces began to cautiously advance inland, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From within a seemingly abandoned reinforced concrete bunker, half-toppled by artillery fire on the beach's flank, a Maxim machine gun, partially buried in the rubble, suddenly unleashed a deadly torrent of bullets. The searing 7.92mm rounds fell upon several soldiers of the 128th Division, who were exposed in the open and executing tactical maneuvers, crimsoning the sands with their blood. Take cover. Enemy fire point. Right flank ruins. The sharp warning rang out, and the trained soldiers instantly dropped to the ground in search of shelter. Their advance momentarily stalled. Damn it, there's still stragglers. A glint of cold steel flashed in Enz's eyes, and without hesitation, he seized a Type 60 anti-tank rocket launcher from his aide. Taking cover against a twisted steel plate, he aimed and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, boom! The rocket, trailing a fiery tail, accurately penetrated the narrow, firing aperture of the bunker. A dull explosion echoed from within, abruptly silencing the machine gun's roar, leaving only wisps of black smoke drifting from the shooting hole and cracks. The last flicker of resistance was ruthlessly snuffed out. The coastline of Oil Island had completely changed hands. In the command post of the Central Empire's garrison, Commander Li Mingyuan set down his binoculars, his face ashen. The loss of the beachhead was anticipated, yet the tactical acumen and speed of the enemy's advance post-landing surpassed his expectations. Order the second line of defense to resist according to plan, leveraging the prepared positions and minefields to delay the enemy. He commanded in a low voice. Along the crucial passes and open areas leading inland from the beach, they had laid hundreds of S-type anti-infantry mines and a few anti-tank mines, creating a mixed minefield in the hopes of inflicting significant casualties on the enemy and impeding their assault. However, Kaifenia Enz and his soldiers of the 128th Division were evidently no novices on the battlefield. The vanguard unit, equipped with mine detectors and long probes, meticulously scanned the suspicious area. Upon discovering the minefield, they refrained from a reckless assault, instead swiftly calling for artillery support from the rear. The 105mm secondary guns of the Sea Serpent-class assault ship and several 81mm mortars carried by Ernst began to respond. Precise shell fire enveloped the periphery of the minefield and potential markers, inducing explosions to either trigger or expose the mines. Simultaneously, specialized engineers advanced rapidly under the cover of smoke grenades, using detonation cords to carve a narrow safe passage through the minefield. The breach was accomplished with remarkable speed. The sea sector had fallen. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming. Bad news came flooding into Li Mingyuan's ears. The adversary cut through his defenses with the precision of a scalpel, while the long-range artillery support loomed like a sword hanging over the defenders, preventing them from raising their heads. Within just over 2 hours of combat, the spearhead of the 128th Division had penetrated through layers of defense like a venomous serpent. Its blade directed straight towards the heart of the island's core, Base 1, the former site of the Hayman outpost. At this moment, the defending forces had dwindled from over 200 to fewer than 90, scattered across several fragmented strongpoints, the situation precariously dire. Li Mingyuan, gazing at the operational map where red arrows relentlessly consumed his territory, wore an expression as dark as storm clouds. Base 1 was of critical importance, yet there were no defenses left to hold. Continuing to divide his forces to stubbornly defend various locations would only lead to their systematic annihilation by the enemy's superior firepower, resulting in futile sacrifices. He slammed his fist onto the table, causing the small flags on the sand table to tremble, and made a painful yet profoundly clear decision. Relay the order. All units, abandon your current positions. Evacuate from bases 1 and 3. Immediately converge towards the core defensive perimeter of the oil storage tanks. Concentrate all forces to hold fast and await reinforcements. This is an order. I repeat, this is an order. He lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the communications soldier. Sent a message to the Jiyuan and Tan Shan. Inform them. His voice cracked with immense pressure and a barely perceptible tremor. The lifeblood of Oil Island is in peril. Hurry. The 30 silvery giants of the oil storage area stood silently under the smoke-filled sky, akin to an hourglass counting down the fate of the empire. 90 battle-worn soldiers, armed with their last weapons and unwavering resolve, gathered towards this final bastion. Meanwhile, the blade of Kyphinians, entwined with the chilling currents of the North Sea, surged rapidly towards the industrial heart of Chen Yan. Chapter 60. A sudden turn of events. The acrid scent of smoke mingled with the metallic tang of blood, clinging to the nostrils of the soldiers of Kyphinia ends. Despite the landing forces suffering nearly 50% casualties, their corpses scattered along the path of advance. The fierce glint in the eyes of the elite 128th Division only intensified. Wounded soldiers, their severed limbs hastily bandaged, leaned against crumbling walls to fire their weapons. Machine gunners, having emptied their ammunition belts, plunged bayonets into the scalding barrels to cool them down. Resuming their relentless barrage, the deaths of comrades appeared to them merely as statistics on the battlefield. This indifference and efficiency, forged amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, sent a chilling wave through the defenders of the Central Empire. Kyphinia ends surveyed the blood-soaked, mud-smeared faces of the soldiers, a cold smile curling on his lips. I wonder how much longer the defenders can hold out here. If Chen Yan were to learn that the future chess master he would face commanded a legion of nearly 10,000, forged from countless iron anvils like En's himself, what expression would cross his face? Base 1 materialized before En's. As the military boots of Kyphinia En's crossed the twisted barbed wire, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Rows of abandoned rotary drilling machines, an automated piping system, and oil pumps glinting with cold alloy brilliance. The precision of this equipment surpassed even the top-tier gear deployed by Kyphinia on the core resource island in the North Sea, a desolate island in the South Sea. How could this be? His fingers brushed over the unfamiliar inscriptions in Chinese on a drilling machine's control panel, cold and shrouded in mystery. The hurried footsteps of a messenger broke through his astonishment. "Sir, urgent message from Lieutenant Heyman." Enns snatched the telegram. Heyman's deliberately neat handwriting leaping into view. "Colonel Enns, the mining facilities on the island belong to the Future Alliance's assets. Please avoid damage during operations. After our victory, you and I." "Bah!" Enns spat vehemently onto the blood-stained gravel, crumpling the telegram and hurling it towards the oil drilling rig. Fools who think of dividing the spoils before the battle is even concluded. He lifted his gaze, his eyes now only reflecting cold, merciless intent. "Relay the orders. Target the enemy's retreating position. Advance at all costs. Full speed ahead." Meanwhile, in the northwestern seas, two torrents of steel collided with a thunderous roar. On board the bridge of the destroyer's Yuan, the newly appointed Captain Yang Xuan's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, locked onto the target, a Sea Serpent-class assault ship. Distance, 14,000. Fire control radar locked. Main guns fully loaded with high-explosive rounds. 3 shots rapid fire. Torpedo tubes 1 and 2 launch. The command was given. Boom! 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 The 127mm main gun of the Yuan belched forth flames, the shells slicing through the sky. Too far. The first shell landed 100 meters off the enemy's port side, sending a towering column of water skyward. The second shot was closer. The murky seawater cascading down onto the foredeck of the Sea Serpent-class vessel. Heyman's startled shout echoed on the enemy ship's bridge. "Hard right. Full speed to evade. Turrets turn. Target the enemy destroyer." The cumbersome assault ship began to writhe upon the surface of the sea, its 210mm turret emitting a heavy hydraulic hiss as it slowly rotated. Just then, 2 deadly white trails sliced through the waves like the scythe of death. The torpedoes launched by the Yuan had arrived. Thunderous impact. A thunderous explosion erupted from the midsection of the Sea Serpent-class vessel's starboard side. The entire warship tilted violently to the right as if struck by a colossal hammer. The piercing sound of metal tearing sent chills down the spine, while frigid seawater surged relentlessly into the compartment through the gaping breach that measured several meters long. The damage control alarm wailed mournfully, and sailors scrambled desperately across the slanted deck. A torpedo had struck. Water flooded in near the starboard engine room. The alarm echoed throughout the ship. Harmon's complexion turned ashen as he clung tightly to the handrail, narrowly avoiding being thrown overboard. Almost simultaneously, the main cannon of the Sea Serpent class unleashed a furious roar. A 210mm high-explosive shell, shrieking with vengeance, crashed down near the right flank of the Ziyuan. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated. The Ziyuan's hull trembled violently, as if bitten fiercely by an ancient beast. The armor on the starboard side was torn open, a gaping wound exposing a torrent of scorching air and steel shards. Thick smoke and flames erupted instantaneously from the breach, shattering most of the bridge's glass. The cacophony of screams, the sound of twisted metal, and the shrill whine of escaping steam melded into chaos. The starboard side had been hit. The engine room was damaged. The smokestack was compromised. Dense smoke obscured visibility. The damage control reports came in hoarse shouts. Yang Shuyuan was thrown to the ground, a shard of glass slicing his forehead. Blood streaming down. He struggled to rise, peering through the smoke at the enemy ship, also leaning and smoking in the distance. Wiping the blood from his face, the left side main cannon continues to suppress. Damage control must repair with all haste. Stop the flooding. We cannot allow it to recover. When a message of the fleet's ambush and severe hull damage reached Colonel Enns, the iron-willed commander, his pupils constricted to pinpoints. The escape route had been severed. Should the Sea Serpent class sink or lose its combat capabilities, their 200 men would be utterly crushed on this isolated island after the Central Empire's fleet arrived, regardless of whether they captured the entire island. Commander, the fleet has suffered heavy damage. The aide's voice carried a hint of barely concealed panic. Enns whirled around, his eyes ablaze with the frenzy of a cornered beast, yet his voice was ice-cold. The fleet is under attack. What concern is it of ours? Our mission remains unchanged. Seize the oil island. Now, the only path to survival lies ahead. He drew his sidearm, pointing toward the oil storage area, his voice rising above the din of battle, reaching every soldier's ear. Soldiers, the retreat is cut off. Victory is our only path to survival. Crush them. For Kyphinia. For our lives. Charge. For survival. Kill. The primal instinct for survival and the ingrained ferocity ignited completely. All 128th Division soldiers surged forth like beasts injected with adrenaline, unleashing tenfold their combat prowess. They disregarded any tactical formations, ignoring casualties, braving the dense hail of bullets from the defenders, and charged recklessly in units. Grenades rained down upon the defenders' fortifications, while the gunfire from submachine guns swept through like the scythe of death. The already shaky defensive line of the Central Empire crumbled before this utterly mad onslaught of steel, collapsing as easily as a fragile dam, sending soldiers retreating in disarray, with casualties soaring. On the final passage leading to the oil tank area, every rock and every trench has been repeatedly stained with blood. The desperate struggle of Kyphinians erupted with a fatal brilliance in the face of a severed retreat, fiercely striking at the heart of the Central Empire with a madness that sought mutual destruction. The fierce contest for Oil Island has plunged into its final moments, suddenly descending amidst the smoke and flames of battle. Chapter 61. The burden of mountains upon the tumultuous sea. The Ziyuan engaged in a fierce struggle against the Sea Serpent-class vessel, both battered iron giants shrouded in smoke, awkwardly maneuvering through the murky waves. The thunderous roar of the Ziyuan's 127mm main gun clashed with the bellow of the Sea Serpent's 210mm heavy artillery, their shells mostly falling futilely into the surging waters, erupting into towering columns of murky spray, akin to desperate sighs. The damage to the hull had drastically reduced their speed and impaired the fire control systems, transforming this confrontation into a war of attrition. Sailors rushed across the tilted deck. Damage control teams clutched wooden wedges and waterproof tarps as they lunged toward the gaping breaches. Each artillery barrage sent tremors through the ship, eliciting a deathly groan from its structure. Smoke obscured their vision. Blood flowed upon the deck. Yet the cannons defiantly continued to spew forth their fire. Everyone understood that to cease meant certain death. In the interior of Oil Island, the tides of battle began to subtly shift. Commander Li Mingyuan of the Central Empire-S garrison resorted to a desperate contraction strategy, consolidating scattered forces into a formidable bastion. Like transforming loose sand into solid rock. Abandoning outer positions, he withdrew all disheartened soldiers along with heavy weaponry to the core defensive perimeter surrounding the oil tanks, erecting a multi-layered fortress of crossfire that finally stemmed the furious advance of the 128th Division, standing behind a freshly shelled earthen slope. Captain Kafinian Enz observed through his telescope the newly constructed defensive line of the garrison, fortified machine gun nests anchored by the robust concrete walls of the oil tank area and natural rock formations. With mortar positions dispersed and interlocking fields of fire leaving nearly no blind spots. His most elite soldiers at this moment paid a grievous toll of lives for every few meters gained under the oppressive barrage of the enemy. The enemy's 62mm M1937 mortars seemed to possess a sixth sense, consistently landing on the most concentrated or pivotal support points of the assault, while the Iron Fist rocket launchers his side struggled to threaten those hidden behind cover. Damn it! Enz struck the scorched earth with his fist, blood seeping from his knuckles. His pride in tactical acumen and the individual prowess of his soldiers felt futile against the concentrated heavy fire of the adversary, as if colliding with an invisible wall of despair. The battle had descended into the most brutal contest for territory. Soldiers from both sides wrestled over the ravaged ground and corpses, every inch gained steeped in blood. They utilized craters, debris, and bodies to engage in brief yet lethal exchanges, with charges and countercharges repeatedly unfolding in the narrow confines. There was no retreat, only the grim necessity of fighting to the death. Enz organized yet another assault, adopting the most extreme dispersal formation. Soldiers moved in isolation or in pairs, creating vast gaps between them, resembling scattered ants, attempting to minimize casualties to the greatest extent possible. However, as the front line approached the enemy's core position within 300 meters, a deadly metal storm descended upon them. Open fire, roared the commander of the garrison. At least 4 Maxim water-cooled heavy machine guns and several Czech ZB-26 light machine guns unleashed their lethal tongues of flame simultaneously. The intersecting web of fire instantaneously engulfed the open ground. The relentless bullets fell like a searing rain of steel, sending dust soaring from the ground and shattering rocks. The soldiers of Enz, scattered yet resolute, found no refuge beneath this carpet of death. The muffled sound of flesh being torn asunder filled the air. The foremost ranks of soldiers were swept away as if by an invisible scythe, their bodies faltering mid-run, blood gushing forth as they collapsed to the earth. Suppress. Firepower suppression. Enz's eyes bulged in fury as he roared into the communicator. His side S machine guns and mortars retaliated desperately, attempting to suppress the enemy's strongpoints. Yet, the defenders held the advantageous terrain, entrenched in sturdy fortifications, their fire points cunningly placed, rendering the counterattack almost futile. Retreat. Quickly, Enz gritted his teeth, forcing the command from his throat. The surviving soldiers, shielded by their comrades' fire, dragged the wounded, scrambling and rolling as they withdrew. Only a handful of contorted corpses remained on the battlefield. This assault had ended in utter failure. The two armies, separated by a no-man's land strewn with scorched earth and bodies, found themselves locked in a cold standoff. The noose of tension tightened amid the heavy breaths of soldiers and the muffled groans of the wounded. Just as the land battle reached a stalemate and the naval skirmishes grew weary, a formidable silhouette emerged, accompanied by a deep roar that cleaved through the sea breeze, slowly breaking onto the horizon in the southeast. The Danzan. This Bismarck-class battleship rose from the depths like a mountain of iron, crushing the waves with an air of disdain. Its gray-blue hull shimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, the towering bridge resembling a castle atop a peak. Most haunting were the 4 twin-mounted 380mm SK C-34 main gun turrets on the foredeck, resembling the fangs of a primordial beast. Its arrival plunged the battlefield into an eerie silence. The battered sailors aboard the Ji Yuan, momentarily forgetting their pain, clung to the shattered portholes, their eyes igniting with euphoric relief and indescribable excitement. Inside the bridge of the Sea Serpent class, Lieutenant Harmon's face drained of its last vestige of color. His telescope clattered to the deck as his pupils dilated in sheer terror, fixated on the steel behemoth, radiating an aura of destruction. A Bismarck class. Harmon's voice trembled with a hint of weeping, as if he had glimpsed the gates of hell. In that world, such a steel giant had once torn apart the pride of the empire on which the sun never set. Its name could instill fear in the hearts of the proudest Royal Navy officers. Among the lineage of maritime behemoths in Europe, aside from Japan's Yamato class and America's Iowa class, it stood as one of the most terrifying entities. The Danzen's massive hull traced an elegant yet lethal arc across the sea, the enormous quadruple turret base emitting a thunderous sound of grinding steel and a powerful hydraulic hiss. Its cannon barrels, robust to the point of despair, turned inexorably like the staff of the Grim Reaper. Ultimately, that gaping cannon mouth steadied itself, aimed squarely at the Sea Serpent-class battleship, which was desperately attempting to maneuver. Chapter 62. The Scales of Victory tip. Fire control radar locked. Ballistic computer engaged. Target acquired. Enemy high-speed assault vessel. Distance, 23,000 meters. Main cannon. High explosive shell. Firing a test shot. The voice of Captain Han Shan of the Dushan echoed through the vast turret, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Boom! Thunderous reverberations shook the heavens. The two turrets on the foredeck of the Dushan unleashed their four 380mm cannons simultaneously, belching forth flames that stretched several dozen meters. The entire steel vessel, weighing several tens of thousands of tons, jerked sideways several meters in response to the cataclysmic recoil. The sea was violently displaced, as towering waves erupted like white fortifications on either side. An 800-kilogram behemoth of a high-explosive shell screamed through the air, tearing through it with a deathly shriek. Moving at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, resembling a spear of divine judgment hurled from the heavens. It did not strike the target directly, but instead detonated in the ocean less than 100 meters from the starboard side of the Sea Serpent-class vessel. Kaboom! A colossal water column, nearly 100 meters in diameter and soaring over 150 meters high, erupted like a titanic pillar of white. Turbid seawater mixed with frothy white waves and lifeless fish and shrimp cascaded down like a waterfall. The ferocious shockwave struck the fragile hull of the Sea Serpent like an invisible hand, shattering the glass of the bridge and sending personnel sprawling across the deck. The immense water column stood before Haman and his warship like a monument of despair. No, Haman's desperate scream was drowned in the roar of the cascading waters. His final consciousness was consumed by the sight of the Dushan's four death-dealing cannons adjusting their angles, reaccumulating the light of annihilation. The second round of fire. This time, it was a devastatingly precise barrage. Boom, 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 boom. For shells, emblematic of absolute destructive power, traversed the final space in nearly straight trajectories. One shell struck the foredeck of the Sea Serpent-class vessel directly. The twin 210mm turret was tossed into the air like a mere toy, disintegrating into fiery fragments. Another shell impacted the junction of the bridge and the funnel. The violent explosion instantly shredded the upper half of the entire superstructure into pieces. Flames and thick smoke erupted skyward. A shell struck the waterline on the starboard side. The already weakened armor, previously ravaged by the Ziyuan's torpedoes, was torn apart as if it were made of paper, creating a terrifying breach several meters in diameter, with icy seawater gushing in frantically. The final shell, like a precise execution by the Grim Reaper, pierced through the vulnerable horizontal deck of the Sea Serpent-class vessel's midsection, detonating deep within the engine room. The thunderous roars of sequential explosions erupted from within the Sea Serpent. Munition stores, boilers, fuel tanks. The entire warship was instantly ripped apart from within by the flames and shockwaves. The shrill noise of twisted and broken steel echoed like the lament of a great beast. A massive fireball, enveloped in smoke, surged skyward, forming a grotesque mushroom cloud. The warship was cleaved in two, its bow and stern rising dramatically under the immense pressure of the sea, before plunging into the tumultuous depths with countless desperate cries and burning fragments, vanishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lieutenant Harmon's inflated ambitions, along with his fleet, were irrevocably consigned to the icy abyss beneath the waves under the judgment of the Bismarck-class battleship's 380mm cannons. The surface of the water was left only with swirling oil and smoldering debris, both quickly engulfed by the relentless waves. On the shore, Captain Enns was organizing the next offensive. Suddenly, a terrifying cannonade, dull and ominous like divine retribution, pierced through the clamor of the land, striking him with unyielding force. Following that, the heart-wrenching sound of steel exploding resonated across the sky. He turned sharply, gazing towards the horizon where a colossal column of smoke rose languidly, resembling a totem of death. The radio crackled with the haunting silence of the fleet channel, akin to a final lament. Everything had come to an end, and staggered slightly. The madness, coldness, and calculation that had once defined his countenance dissipating in an instant, leaving only a pallor reminiscent of ashes and an icy chill that penetrated to his very bones. There was no retreat, no hope of survival. The blade of the Empire, once imbued with great expectations, had now become a discarded shard in a foreign land. He slowly removed his blood-stained and dust-laden gloves, adjusted the tattered collar of his uniform, and the last glimmer of light in his eyes extinguished, leaving only the final honor that belonged to a soldier. In the distance, the enemy's cheers echoed, and he and his soldiers bore grave expressions. The soldiers were unaware of the events unfolding, yet the enemy's movements conjured ominous thoughts. The honor of the Empire, he murmured softly, his voice barely audible, rasping like the wind through dry leaves. He no longer glanced back at the despairing remnants of his troops, instead drawing the Luger P-08 from his waist. The cold muzzle pressed against his temple. Bang! The sharp report of the gunshot pierced through the cacophony of battle, resonating with a chilling clarity. Captain Caffinia Enns, the sharpest blade of the Caffinian alliance, fell upon the unknown island of Oil Isle. The gunfire on Oil Isle did not cease immediately after Enns collapsed. The remaining soldiers of the 128th Division, bereft of their commander, unleashed a final, frenzied counterattack, a desperate struggle for survival. The defensive positions endured unprecedented pressure. Yet, soon the gunfire began to wane. In this battle, the newly formed Central Empire's 1st and 2nd Battalions were utterly dismantled in a brutal stalemate, with the 3rd and 4th Battalions suffering severe losses as well. When the reassuring silhouette of the Deus Han finally emerged in the near sea, of the initial 200 soldiers defending Oil Isle, only a little over 20 remained standing. The casualty rate approached 90%. On the scorched earth, shattered weapons, burning remnants, and layers of bodies lay scattered, silently narrating the horrific tale of this landing and counterlanding operation. However, the shattering of this Imperial blade, along with the annihilation of his elite 128th Division squad, was akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, the ripples of which would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire Caffinian alliance. When the news reaches the Iron Anvil Fortress in the North Sea, how will Marshal Caffonia Hemingway erupt with fury? What tempestuous repercussions will Colonel Chapton's delicate balancing act provoke? How will the Stockton and Rienhausen families seize the opportunity to strike? Furthermore, where will the Central Empire, a nascent force that has begun to reveal its formidable potential for warfare, position itself on the retribution list of the Caffonia Alliance? The bloodshed on Oil Island may have temporarily subsided, yet a far greater storm is brewing upon the tumultuous waves of the North Sea. The path to the rise of the Central Empire is destined to be lined with steel and flames. Chapter 63. Huainan, the command post of Hope Island, under the leadership of Chen Yan, was shrouded in darkness, with the closed shutters slicing the glaring noonday sun into pale rays that lay across the expansive table strewn with maritime charts. Chen Yan sat ensconced in this interplay of light and shadow, the cigarette pinched between his fingers nearing its end, the long ash curling precariously, yet refusing to fall. Before him lay the battle report, its edges crumpled from his unconscious grip, the cold figures and succinct descriptions repeatedly piercing his nerves. The 1st Regiment defending Oil Island. Authorized strength 200 personnel. Confirmed survivors 23, including 7 severely injured. Major Li Mingyuan. The commander has lost his left hand. Primary facilities. Oil extraction equipment intact at 98, oil tank cluster undamaged. Enemy landing forces. Approximately 200 personnel confirmed annihilated. The commander is suspected to have committed suicide. Critical support. The tanker Danshan arrived promptly, sinking 1 enemy assault vessel of unidentified model. Silence. A suffocating stillness enveloped the room, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the old-fashioned clock on the table. Chen Yan retrieved another cigarette, pausing at the corner of the table before igniting it on the smoldering remains of the previous one. The acrid smoke filled his lungs, yet could not dispel the anxiety that gripped him. For hours, merely 4 hours, a newly formed regiment, in which he had placed immense hope, had been nearly obliterated. Had it not been for the Danshan's 380mm cannon tearing through the enemy vessels, thereby crushing the last vestiges of retreat for the landing forces and compelling them into a desperate, chaotic counterattack rather than a structured assault. What would the consequences have been? Would the 30 silver-hued tanks upon Oil Island have transformed into towering mushroom clouds? Would the very lifeblood of the Empire's energy be severed? Would the nascent spark ignited in the Central Empire be extinguished in a conflagration of blood and fire? Beihai. He fixated on the hastily scribbled note at the end of the report. Remains of fallen enemy officer identified. Beihai standard. Black and red uniform. These 2 phrases weighed heavily upon his heart. The system had inadvertently revealed that Oil Island was situated in the southern hemisphere. Thus was this Beihai, a region in the northern hemisphere, a land cloaked in ice and snow, or a volcanic archipelago with rivers of lava. The dearth of information hung like a thick fog over the path ahead, filling him with an unpredictable trepidation towards that indistinct yet formidable shadow to the north. Baiyun. Chen Yan's voice, hoarse and strained, shattered the prolonged silence. The door opened soundlessly, revealing Baiyun, clad in a sharp military uniform, standing at the threshold, a weight of unmasked gravity upon his face. Leader, please sit. Chen Yan gestured towards the chair opposite him, his gaze still fixed upon the battle report. The 1st Regiment of the Central Army has been decimated. They fought valiantly to preserve Oil Island, to safeguard our foundation. Baiyun's throat constricted, his voice low. Indeed, leader, the soldiers have lived up to the name of the Empire. Have they? Chen Yan retorted with a self-mocking smirk, as the ash from his cigarette finally succumbed to its weight and fell. To sacrifice one's life as a means to fill the gaps is, ultimately, a poor strategy. 3 islands, 2 vessels, the Ziyuan severely damaged, and our coastal defenses are riddled with vulnerabilities. On this occasion, they managed a breach with 200 men. What about next time? 500? 1,000? A fully equipped battleship division? He abruptly lifted his head, the flicker of fatigue in his eyes instantly supplanted by an almost obsessive sharpness. Passive endurance of blows, with no exit in sight. The Sea Goose plan must be initiated immediately, its priority raised to the highest level. Sea Goose. Baiyun was momentarily taken aback. This name had only been mentioned in the most classified meetings at the highest echelons, uttered in a few words by the Führer and Chief Engineer Zhang Hai, symbolizing the wings of the Empire's future sky. Are you suggesting aircraft? Yes, aircraft, Chen Yan asserted emphatically, his fingers striking the table forcefully. The sea swallow, the swiftest of seabirds amidst a storm. Its entire existence is dedicated to flight. Once it halts, it signifies death. Our empire, too, must emulate the sea swallow, never to descend. Baiyun, you are entrusted to coordinate this matter entirely, liaising directly with Zhang Hai. I demand to see progress, the swiftest progress. Understood? Führer, the wings of the empire shall surely soar. Baiyun sprang to his feet, executing a precise military salute, and departed with resolute strides, his gait reflecting a determination akin to a desperate gamble. As the door closed, silence returned to the room. Chen Yan leaned back in his chair, inhaling deeply from his cigarette, allowing the acrid smoke to swirl within his lungs. Constructing an early aircraft carrier capable of launching and landing planes presents a relatively controllable technical threshold, a sufficiently large flat deck, a rudimentary arrestor wire, and catapults, even hydraulic ones. Reminiscent of the escort carriers from the early days of World War II that launched single-winged aircraft from merchant ship decks. The challenge lies with the aircraft themselves. Among the myriad blueprints for guns and ships in the Silver Tier Marketplace, there are none for airplanes. Unlock the Golden Tier Marketplace. Unlock aircraft engines, aerodynamic layouts, aviation aluminum. Unlock the key to air supremacy. Chen Yan's gaze drifted towards a pale blue system interface visible only to him. Empire National Power Value, 283,300 Silver Tier Marketplace upgrade to Gold Tier conditions. National Power Value, 300. Countdown, 1 day, 22 hours, 17 minutes. 283. Just 17 points short. Chen Yan extinguished his cigarette, but 2 days. Within these final 2 days, at any cost, he must elevate the national power value to 300. His gaze swept across another recently delivered top-secret engineering report on the corner of the table. A blueprint finalized after exhaustive deliberations with Zhang Hai and the core engineering team just days before the eruption of the Oil Island battle. The Empire's third ship, the Iowa-class battleship's lead vessel, named Huainan. When the colossal hull of the Huainan resonates in the shipyard's roar at Hope Island, it will not merely be a warship, but rather a monumental symbol of absolute destructive power. Its design entirely rejects the notion of balance, elevating extreme firepower projection as the sole standard. Main gun caliber 406mm L52 caliber. Each barrel resembles a gaping maw ready to devour the abyss. A single armor-piercing shell exceeds 600 kilograms, with a charge of 330 kilograms of high explosive. Triple turret 3, arranged in the classic 2 forward, 1 aft configuration. Each turret's rotating component exceeds 2,000 tons in weight, while the base armor reaches a remarkable thickness of 650 millimeters, crafted from surface-hardened, carbonized steel. The firing rate is maintained at a theoretical limit of 5 rounds per minute, a trade-off for the terrifying muzzle energy and precision. A single high-explosive shell can create a colossal crater with a diameter of 35 meters and a depth of 8 meters. The shockwave capable of shattering the internal organs of unprotected individuals within a 300-meter radius. Its armor-piercing capability against ships remains formidable, penetrating 450 millimeters of homogeneous armor even at a distance of 20,000 meters. The main armor belt employs a focused defense philosophy, with the core areas, namely the ammunition storage and engine room, shielded by 410 millimeters of VH armor steel at a 19-degree angle, providing protection far exceeding that of vertical thickness. Extending below the waterline to the ship's bottom, it forms a massive armored box. The primary horizontal armor thickness is 220 millimeters, composed of interleave layers of high-elasticity steel plates and carbonized armor plates, robust enough to withstand 500-kilogram aerial bombs dropped from an altitude of 10,000 meters. As for turret defenses, the frontal armor measures 580 millimeters, the sides 350 millimeters, and the top 270 millimeters, resembling an unyielding mountain of steel. Underwater protection features a multi-layered structure of liquid and air chambers arranged in an alternating pattern, extending to a depth of 2 meters, theoretically capable of resisting a direct hit from a torpedo with an explosive yield equivalent to 400 kilograms of TNT. The engine comprises 12 state-of-the-art ultra-high-pressure fuel boilers driving 4 high-powered steam turbines, yielding an astonishing total output of 250,000 horsepower. The design speed reaches 28 knots. While it may not surpass the Tanshan, it remains exceptional for such a colossal vessel. Its operational range extends to 500 nautical miles at a cruising speed of 16 knots, sufficient for transoceanic expeditions. However, its weaknesses are pronounced, particularly in air defense. As a quintessential product of grand battleship and cannon doctrine, The Huainan is equipped with only a limited number of 8 dual-purpose 128mm guns. In the face of large-scale aerial assaults, its immense size will present an excellent target. The bloodbath at Oil Island has proven that the skies of the contemporary world remain eerily silent. Huainan. Chapter 64 number Chen Yan's fingers traced the silhouette of the vessel on the blueprint, softly uttering the name. Huainan. Does it evoke nostalgia for the southern homeland? Or perhaps harbor aspirations for the southern borders, with ambitions set upon the vast world? The name concealed unspoken sentiments. This colossal steel behemoth, embodying the Empire's ultimate aspirations for maritime supremacy, boasts a standard displacement that will effortlessly exceed 68,000 tons, nearing a daunting 78,000 tons when fully loaded. When its 406mm apocalyptic cannon is aimed at enemy ships, it will herald the day when the current maritime power structure is irrevocably overturned. 2 days. Chen Yan extinguished the last remnants of his cigarette with force in the now mountainous ashtray, his gaze sharp as a hawk, piercing through the walls to the ceaseless shipyard in the harbor area. The sparks of welding, the thunder of pneumatic hammers, the rush of carts. Every effort contributes to that crucial national power value of 17 points. When national power breaks through 300, the gates of the golden marketplace will swing open, and the wings of steel will unfurl across the Empire's skies. This will mark the moment when the Central Empire truly breaks free from the shackles of gravity, launching a fearless charge towards the unknown heavens and the dominance of the deep blue. The cigarette but left a small char mark on the corner of the Huainan blueprint, akin to a burning insignia. The port of Hope Island was infused with the briny sea breeze, mingling with the sense of rust and char. The Ziyuan vessel, dragging its battered form, resembled a beached leviathan, slowly maneuvering into its berth. The ghastly wound on its starboard side was a shocking sight, armor violently torn asunder, twisted and rolled, its edges blackened and rust-red from high-temperature burns, with traces of seawater leakage resembling unshed tears. The gantry crane in the dock emitted a heavy rumble, while technicians clad in deep blue overalls swarmed like ants, orchestrating the operations with precise whistle commands. Chen Yan stood in the shadows of the dock, the cigarette but flickering in the wind, the bluish-gray smoke coiling around his tightly furrowed brow. He had not directly witnessed the battlefield, yet the scant few pages of battle reports were sufficient to etch the 4 torturous hours of Oil Island's hell into his mind. 200 vibrant lives, nearly consumed by that scorched earth. For oil? For territory? Humanity seems perpetually ensnared in this grotesque cycle, nourished by blood for resources. He inhaled deeply, the acrid smoke rushing to his lungs, yet could not quell the weight surging within him. Shanghai. Chen Yan's voice carried a barely perceptible rasp as his gaze turned toward the imposing silhouette of the gargantuan ship nestled deep within the dock. Huainan, how much longer? The chief engineer of the shipyard, Shanghai, followed his gaze. At berth number 1, the enormous hull of Huainan, surrounded by countless sparks and hoisting equipment, was nearing the completion of its final assembly. Tomorrow at dawn, it will be submerged. Shanghai's voice, though weary, resonated with steadfast enthusiasm. The core components are top-tier goods secured through special channels. We are merely responsible for assembling the framework and armor, and the progress has been swift. Chen Yan nodded silently. Coastal defense loomed like the sword of Damocles above their heads. From the moment the Dangshan was launched, this Iowa-class battleship, imbued with lofty expectations as the ultimate war vessel, was already under rigorous construction. The principles of survival in these waters have always been dictated by formidable ships and powerful artillery. There was no grand ceremony, no thunderous cheers. At dawn the following day, as the first rays of light pierced the horizon, the massive sluice gates slowly opened with a low hydraulic groan. The Huainan, a colossal steel beast weighing 60,000 tons, began its laborious glide down the greased slipway, emitting a deep and resonant roar as gravity drew it toward the sea. With a thunderous crash, waves surged skyward like a cataclysmic tide. The shockwave from the ship's entry into the water reverberated through the entire harbor. The frigid steel hull floated steadily in the deep waters, while the four triple-barreled 406mm gun turrets cast suffocating shadows in the morning light. Its mere existence radiated an overwhelming sense of power capable of crushing all in its path. On the deck, over 1,000 newly recruited sailors stood in solemn formation, their gazes complex as they fixated on the figure of their leader, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. In Chen Yan's vision, the system interface visible only to him flickered with glaring crimson. Points, -371. For this mobile fortress, he had nearly exhausted all his reserves, even advancing claims on oil revenues for the coming months. He had emptied his coffers, all in exchange for a doomsday cannon capable of shredding enemy vessels from 40 kilometers away. It was time to head to Oil Island. Chen Yan stepped onto the expansive reserved area of the Huainan deck as the ship's engines let out a low growl, gradually turning its bow to cleave the deep blue waves and set sail toward Oil Island. A day later, at the Oil Island dock, the reception was painfully meager. Acting Commander Li Ming, with an empty sleeve flapping in the sea breeze, bore the marks of unhealed wounds and an exhaustion that ran deep to his bones. Behind him stood a scant handful of equally battered soldiers, their eyes reflecting the numbness and stubbornness of those who had survived calamity. This was once the 1st Battalion of the Oil Island garrison, which had been brimming with spirit just days prior, now left in tatters. The ravaged stronghold resembled a beast's feast, littered with twisted steel and smoldering embers. Commander Li Ming, the leader of the Imperial Central Army's 1st Division, straightened his weary frame with a sudden resolve. With his remaining right arm, he executed a salute so precise it bordered on mechanical. The vacant left sleeve fluttered weakly, silently narrating the harrowing cost. Chen Yan's heart felt as if it were gripped by a cold hand. He returned the salute in silence, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers who had returned from the depths of hell. Their uniforms, long since torn to shreds by artillery fire, barely clung to their exhausted bodies. Blood-stained bandages, akin to grotesque medals, wrapped around their arms, heads, and chests, some oozing dark red with slow persistence. Every young or aging face bore the marks of extreme fatigue and resilience. A profound sense of bitterness and respect constricted Chen Yan's throat. Those words of comfort seemed feeble in the face of such grievous sacrifice. Ultimately, from the lips of the imperial leader emerged 3 weighty words. You have worked hard. These words conveyed more than 1,000 utterances. Yet, the subsequent remarks from Li Ming struck Chen Yan's heart like a blunt dagger. He refrained from mentioning any accolades, did not utter a single complaint about the heavy casualties, and did not even furrow his brow at the loss of his arm. His bloodshot, yet still piercing eyes remained fixed on Chen Yan, his voice hoarse and urgent. Leader, may we not disband our battalion? Each word carried a desperate plea. This was not merely a request. It was the final dignity he fought for with nearly all of his blood for this unit. Chen Yan felt as though a massive stone had lodged in his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He perceived the profound fear buried within Li Ming's gaze, not of death, but of the glorious designation of his division vanishing into oblivion. This Iron Brigade, born at the dawn of the Empire and having earned its stripes in the defense of the island, now nearly decimated, bore a name that stood as their final testament of existence. Chen Yan nodded gravely, each word resounding with conviction. Rest assured, it will never happen. His gaze swept over the remaining soldiers, infused with an undeniable promise. Your designation will not fade. I will replenish your ranks shortly. The 1st Division will endure forever. Li Ming's top body relaxed suddenly, as if shedding an immense burden. His throat convulsed violently, yet he merely nodded vigorously, silently, his remaining right arm trembling slightly. Gratitude and relief intertwined in his eyes, nearly spilling over. The memorial ceremony took place on the scorched earth at the periphery of the storage area. An unadorned wooden tablet bore the inscription, "Here lies the eternal resting place of the heroes of the Central Empire's 1st Defense Regiment." Chen Yan personally poured spirits onto the charred ground, flames leaping forth, illuminating the silent faces of the living and the cold names upon the tablet. 200 lives had secured the safety of the 30 silver storage tanks behind him. With a wave to disperse those nearby, Chen Yan stood alone beneath the towering tanks. The air was thick with the pungent scent of oil. He closed his eyes as the ethereal blue text of the system materialized clearly on his retina. Heavy oil resources detected. 1,000,000 tons. Exchange rate. 200 tons point. System recommendation. Maintain a minimum reserve 30 to ensure basic fleet operations. Chapter 65. The first step towards the sky exchange. 500,000. Chen Yan's thoughts stirred. A low, resonant echo reverberated from within the oil tank as the liquid level descended. On the system interface, the once crimson negative number flickered momentarily before settling at points 57,000. Subsequently, deep-sea operations commenced. As the salvage vessel hoisted the twisted remnants of the Sea Serpent-class assault ship's main cannon, emblazoned with the double-headed eagle emblem of the 3rd Shipyard of the North Sea. Onto the deck of the Hwainan, the system notification illuminated once more. Recovered wreckage of the Sea Serpent-class flagship. Earned 0.7000. The points tally surged to 64,000. Chen Yan caressed the military insignia, tinged with the salty scent of seawater, and cast his gaze northward. The North Sea. Is it merely a geographical name? Or a code name for some colossal entity? This annihilated squad was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet, the news of their complete destruction had been swallowed by the ocean, and relaying it back north would require time. These past months had provided a precious respite in the wake of war. Almost simultaneously with the points being credited, the system interface in Chen Yan's view suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden light. Imperial national power, 301,300, condition met. Silver level marketplace upgraded to golden level. The thrill of this moment dispelled the gloom that had lingered over Chen Yan. He suppressed the impulse to immediately explore the golden marketplace. Yet his gaze resolutely turned skyward. Well-armed ships serve as shields, but the wings of the heavens are the spear to vanquish foes. He murmured to himself. With the commissioning of the Hwainan, an Iowa-class steel behemoth, and the national power threshold met, along with the replenishment of pre-allocated points, the golden marketplace swung open, at last paving the way to air supremacy. History has long demonstrated that no matter how formidable a battleship may be, it becomes merely an unwieldy steel coffin in the face of swarms of carrier-based aircraft. The sinking of a Yamato stands as a poignant testament. Seizing air superiority must commence now. After arranging for reconstruction and defense at the oil islands, Chen Yan boarded the Hwainan on his return to Hope Island. The Ziyuan had been fully restored, quietly docked nearby. Captain Yang Shuyuan, sporting a blood-soaked bandage on his head, stood tall to greet him at the dock. Supreme Leader, the Ziyuan has been repaired and is ready for battle. Yang Shuyuan saluted, his eyes sharp. Chen Yan regarded the injury on his head and jested lightly. Is your head all right? A minor wound, I won't perish. Yang Shuyuan grinned, exuding the unique camaraderie of a soldier. First, tend to your injury. Chen Yan patted his shoulder, his gaze then shifting towards the heavily guarded complex on the island, the Imperial Central Academy of Sciences. Within the Academy's largest conference room, the foremost technological minds available in the Empire had gathered. Chen Yan stood before a vast nautical chart. The chart reveals only a portion. The rest remains to be explored. His fingers struck heavily at the point representing Hope Island. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sea Swallow plan is officially launched today. His voice resonated decisively, echoing throughout the quiet conference room. The objective, the Imperial Navy's Air Force. He did not envision a distant future of jet-age blueprints, but rather pointed towards the most pragmatic and urgent needs. What we seek to create is not an eagle soaring through the heavens, but a seabird capable of taking off and landing on islands, equipped to carry bombs and torpedoes, capable of tearing through enemy warship decks. The Sea Swallow. He unfurled a meticulously prepared blueprint, projecting it onto the screen. It was a conceptual sketch based on systems similar to the F-4F Wildcat or the Swordfish torpedo bomber from the early days of World War II. The heart and brain, the engine, avionics core, and specialized aluminum would be acquired through special channels. Chen Yan's gaze swept across the assembly. Your task is to thoroughly comprehend this blueprint. Using our existing shipyard facilities, construct its skeleton, skin, and landing gear. Assemble the disparate components into a flying, combat-ready aircraft. He summoned the virtual interface of a premium marketplace, visible only to him. The exchange price for a complete carrier aircraft made his eyes twitch, thousands of points. Yet, as he surveyed the specifications for the Wright R-1820 air-cooled engine, the simple Euro sight, and the technology for rolling aviation aluminum sheets, a plan formed in his mind. Purchase separately. Manufacture in batches. Chen Yan's thoughts were remarkably clear. I will take charge of importing the engine blueprints and core avionics. The rest of the airframe manufacturing, assembly, and testing will all be localized. The cost of a complete aircraft must be compressed to within a few hundred points. Every single point must be spent judiciously. He surveyed the room, his gaze intense. Time is of the essence. The shadow of war will not linger for long. The skies of the Empire shall rest upon your shoulders. The scientists and officers present rose to pay their respects to Chen Yan. As the meeting concluded, Chen Yan stood alone on the terrace of the Academy of Sciences, gazing at the Huainan and the restored Yuan, which resembled islands of steel in the harbor. The twilight cast a golden hue upon the warships, igniting a new flame within his eyes. The iron leviathan beneath his feet was the foundation of the Empire, while the unclaimed sky above represented the future path of the Empire. The Sea Swallow project has officially taken flight. Chapter 66. The Sea Goose, the aviation manufacturing plant on the southern shore of Hope Island, rose remarkably within a fortnight, its colossal steel structure resembling a sprawling metallic beast, while the air within was permeated by the icy breath of precision machinery. 4 German 5-axis CNC machine tools, each costing 800 points, were affixed to shock-absorbent bases, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. This investment, a painful expenditure for Chen Yan, represented the backbone of the Empire's aviation industry. Main Führer. The mold for the SBD-3 will be open today. The chief engineer pointed to the aircraft depicted on the blueprint, its wing framework resembling an outstretched steel falcon. However, the jet engine for the Me-262. He forced a smile as he called up another set of blueprints. The intricate structure of the turbine blades, dizzying in its complexity. The Wright R-3350 piston engine could still be machined, but the single crystal turbine blades required for the jet engine, unless one procured a plasma melting furnace. Chen Yan's fingertips brushed across the interface of the golden marketplace. Junkers Jumo 004 Jet Engine Technology Package. 12,000 points. Precision Turbine Blade Casting Equipment. 18,000 points. He silently closed the interface. The jet age was an alluring apple. Yet the Empire currently needed the fangs that could immediately tear through enemy hulls. Ensure the mass production of the SBD. Chen Yan decreed. Jet technology must also be prioritized. He turned and marked selections on the talent list. Aviation engineers purchased from the Golden Marketplace will be arriving on the island under the guise of maritime refugees. 30 German technicians were en route to the island. In the late hours of the Führer's office, ashtrays piled high. Chen Yan stared at the system panel, reminiscent of a gambler calculating his chips. Points balance, 50,000. In recent days, approximately 14,000 points had been spent on personnel and equipment for the aviation manufacturing plant. Budget for 20 units of SBD-3 dive bombers. The cost of airframe manufacturing included machine tool depreciation, 10 Wright R-1820 engines, purchased in parts, core forgings, crankshaft cylinder, domestic assembly and testing, 5 points unit 1050, aviation fuel refining apparatus, 500, basic pilot training pods 10 sets, 600. Not enough. Chen Yan extinguished his cigarette, completely eliminating the jet engine budget and compressing the engine's domestic assembly cost to 40 units. The final figure settled at 59,000. When the production line finally churned out the first olive green SBD, ground crew members marveled as they touched the riveted skin of the wings. What is this? It is a ticket to the stage of the sky. The Army expansion order sent ripples through the command room. The Central Imperial Army and the landing forces were to expand to 20,000 personnel, encompassing combat units, logistics personnel, medical staff, and more. Han Shan clutched the appointment letter for the commander of the 2nd Division, his fingertips turning pale. Main Führer. The largest unit I have ever commanded was 2,000 troops. You want me to lead 8,000 infantry? Beside him, Bai Yun silently scrutinized the 1 SD division's roster. 3 months ago, he had still been commanding a mere squad of fewer than 200 men. The Empire had no second choice now. Chen Yan pushed open the window, and the massive cannon of the Huainan ship was aimed at the vast sky. Look at the oil island. When 200 lives were sacrificed to fortify the defenses, was it the battalion commander or the division commander they relied upon? He accessed the soldiers' profiles in the system. Central Empire Army soldier quality, military talent A grade, can be developed into battalion level command 0, 7B grade, company level 5, 3C grade, platoon level 41D grade, squad level 53. We do not have the luxury of waiting for renowned generals to mature. Chen Yan tapped at the data. At the very least, you too understand the coordination of artillery ships and the coverage of beachhead firepower, and you're also among my most trusted confidants. I have faith in you. Now, ensure that these 16,000 young men survive on the battlefield. A prolonged silence ensued. Bai Yun stepped forward, his gaze fixed and resolute as he addressed Chen Yan. We shall not fail the Chancellor's trust. Han Shan quickly followed suit. We shall not fail the trust. When Yang Shuyuan was summoned, he was engrossed in the maintenance report for the Ziyuan ship. It was only when Chen Yan slid the insignia and appointment letter of the Imperial Air Force commander across the table that the captain's eyes widened in disbelief. The Air Force? I've never even been in a hot air balloon. You possess 3 advantages. Chen Yan raised a finger. First, you have endured the 210mm naval gun, and you understand the terror of explosives. Second, you need not step onto the battlefield. Your responsibility lies in the overall strategy. I will soon assign an Air Force staff officer to assist you. Third, he gestured towards the nascent runway of the airport outside the window. Besides you, no one else can shoulder this responsibility. Pilots are even more reckless than sailors, and the entire crew of the Ziyuan knows. You, Yang Shuyuan, are the craziest among the mad. Oh, and do not return to the Ziyuan. I will seek another captain for that vessel. Yang Shuyuan. When Zhang Hai beheld Chen Yan's hand-drawn sketch of the armed landing craft, he noted, standard landing craft, LCVP, hull reinforced with a dragon keel. Twin-mounted M2 heavy machine gun turret, 12, 7mm, added to the bow. Welded bulletproof steel plates, 20mm, on the sides. Firepower may be weak, yet it is far better than having the young men shield themselves with their flesh against bullets. Chen Yan patted the model. As the first batch of 20 modified vessels splashed into the water from the dock, sparks from the welding gun flickered like stars, commemorating the souls lost at Oil Island. The military factory's assembly line was churning out MP-40 submachine guns. Not exquisite historical replicas, but a simplified version of the Haichao I type. Stamped receiver replacing machine components. Chrome plating on the barrel eliminated. Firing rate reduced to 450 rounds per minute. Yet, with a production capacity of 3,000 units per month, it was sufficient to arm the new recruits. The true trump card, however, lay hidden deep within the warehouse. The production line for the 406mm shells of the Huainan ship had been successfully calibrated, marking a transition where shells no longer required Chen Yan to purchase finished products through extensive points, but only the raw materials. As twilight enveloped the naval port, Chen Yan stood alone atop the aviation command tower. Beneath him lay a forest of vessels in the harbor, while behind him resonated the roar of aircraft engines being tested. The war machine of the Empire has firmly engaged its gears. Steel wings are tempered in the crucible of the forge, as the former admiral grasps the scepter of the heavens. The souls of the fallen on the beach are transformed into the armor of landing ships, while the shadows of the North Sea will ultimately be ignited into dawn by the shrill scream of dive bombers. The gears of the Empire begin to grind toward the depths of space and the raging tempest. Chapter 67. The Afterthought on the Vast Expanse of the North Sea Continent. Vice Marshal Chaptan's steel-blue eyes mirrored the fierce exchanges of gunfire surrounding Kunlun Island, his fingers nervously drumming against the obsidian console's edge. Useless. The 138th Mechanized Division was enveloped by the Eastern Iron Curtain in just 3 days. The 2 senior advisors standing nearby held their breath, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Relay the orders. Captain's voice was low and grave. The 3rd and 4th fleets are to set sail immediately. The 3rd fleet shall press southward along the 2nd island chain, the Manipalau line, while the 4th fleet will squeeze northward along the 3rd island chain, the Casaharmasao line. Our objective, to completely blockade the waters around Kunlun Island, trapping the Eastern 7th Army on the island, forcing their 5th fleet to abandon its home port for reinforcement. His gaze shifted towards the direction of Penglai Island on the eastern continent, laced with indignation. Notify the Rheinhofen and Stockton families. No more excuses of fleet maintenance. Their combined fleet must launch a feigned attack on Penglai Island immediately, with overwhelming firepower and show of force. Let the Easterners believe we intend to land on Penglai. We must lure their 2nd fleet out of the East China Sea, compelling it to return to defend Penglai. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Once the 7th Army is isolated and the 2nd Fleet is drawn away from the East China Sea, that is when we shall cast our net and ensnare both of these great fish. Yes, Colonel. The 2 advisors, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly turned to convey the orders, their footsteps echoing urgently in the vast chamber. Just then, the heavy alloy door of the intelligence room was thrust open. A communications officer, pale as a ghost, stumbled before Chapton, his voice grotesquely contorted by sheer terror. Vice Marshal. Urgent. Urgent battle report. Major Ernst. He. Chapton's brow furrowed deeply, an ominous premonition gripping his heart. What is the matter? What has happened, Ernst? Major Ernst. Confirmed. Confirmed deceased, along with the 128th Division Task Force he commanded. In the South China Sea. What? Chapton felt as though he had been struck by an invisible hammer, his body jolting as he gripped the console's edge to maintain his composure. He snatched the telegram from the communications officer's trembling hands, his eyes scanning the lines of information. Each word was familiar, yet the message eluded his comprehension. South China Sea? Deceased? This cannot be. Chapton's voice escalated, echoing with incredulous rage in the intelligence room. Ernst, how could he perish in the South China Sea? That cursed place is nothing but sand, savages, and venomous creatures. Hadn't the Hamilmon family claimed to have the situation under control? He had dispatched Ernst there to garner military merit, never anticipating such a turn of events. He violently hurled the telegram to the ground, his chest heaving with agitation. Ernst was not merely a rising star in the alliance. He was the sole nephew of Kyphinian North, the most trusted 3rd brother of Marshal Hemingway. He was the heir that the Hemingway family had painstakingly nurtured within the younger generation. Once the news of his death is confirmed, Chapton could scarcely fathom the wrath of the Marshal, let alone the reaction of North. He forced himself to remain composed, though the tempest in his eyes showed no sign of abating. He lunged towards the vast regional maritime chart, his fingers frantically gliding over the expansive area marked as undeveloped and of low value in the South China Sea. Give me Yao Xing Hamilmon. Immediately. Right now. He bellowed into the communicator, his voice hoarse with fury. A distant signal traversed the ocean, and the communicator illuminated, revealing the well-groomed visage of Yao Xing, the patriarch of the Hamilmon family, who now bore an expression of mild annoyance at the interruption. Colonel Chapton, what is so urgent? I am currently. Hamilmon, Yao Xing. Chapton interrupted brusquely. Immediately. Find out about a branch member of your family named Heyman. A month ago, he took 200 elite troops from the 128th Division, granted by the Alliance, and accompanied my envoy, Major Kyphinia Enns, to the South China Sea. Now, Major Enns and his men are all dead there. Tell me, which cursed island did they go to? Wipe that island off the map. Extract every shred of intelligence regarding the deaths of Enns. Not a single hair must be overlooked. Dig it out. Without waiting for Yao Xing to respond, Chapton severed the communication with a decisive action. The communicator flickered out, reflecting Chapton's twisted face, contorted by extreme rage. In the Hamilmon family castle, in the patriarch's study, Yao Xing clutched the now-darkened communicator, the color draining from his face until it turned ashen. Major Kyphinia Enns? Dead? In the South China Sea? And somehow connected to an inconspicuous branch descendant of his family. Heyman? Heyman? Who is Heyman? He suddenly raised his head and roared at his loyal aide standing by, his voice trembling with shock and anger. Soon, a painfully thin dossier was presented. Haman von Hemmelmann, a seventh branch descendant of the family, holding the rank of lieutenant, had his application for the South China Sea exploration mission approved 6 months prior. Assigned forces: 72 family private soldiers, 2 antiquated LCVP landing craft, an AC dog-class frigate with a standard displacement of approximately 11,000 tons. Yao Xing read through the dossier, his fingers whitening from the pressure. Another document was just sent by Chapton. A month ago, he had the audacity to bypass the family and directly seek aid from the Alliance headquarters, and succeeded? Obtained 200 elite troops from the 128th Division and AC Serpent-class assault ship with a standard displacement of approximately 49,000 tons. Bang! Yao Xing's fist slammed down on the expensive mahogany desk, causing ink to splatter. That damn bastard. An insufferable fool. He has stirred up a colossal disaster. A wave of humiliation and terror gripped him instantly. Inns was dead. Dead in the territory overseen by the Hemmelmann family. Dead in an operation involving a branch of the family. Chapton's fury was akin to a volcanic eruption. What was worse, the In's family behind him. Yao Xing dared not contemplate further. Come here, he shouted hoarsely. Call for Ryder Hemmelmann to come see me at once. In less than 10 minutes, a tall young officer with a stern countenance and piercing eyes akin to a hawk strode into the study. Ryder von Hemmelmann, a core member of the family's main branch and a formidable aide to Yao Xing, held the rank of major and was renowned for his ruthless tactics and decisive actions. Patriarch, Ryder saluted, his voice steady as his gaze swept over the Patriarch's pallid face and the glaring dossier on the table, instinctively grasping the reason for his summons. Ryder. Yao Xing pointed at the dossier, his voice laced with barely contained fury and a subtle hint of anxiety. This fool from the collateral branch, Harmon, has caused a calamity. He has sacrificed Major NC and 200 elite members of the 128th Division in some forsaken corner of the South Sea. Colonel Chapton has issued a direct order for retribution. You shall personally lead the mission. The target is the area where Harmon was last active, marked in the family files as Resource Island number 135 and its surrounding waters. Bring your men, 3 battleships, 2 Fortress-class, standard displacement of approximately 42,000 tons, and 1 Blade-class, standard displacement of about 21,000 tons. Additionally, I shall provide you with 2,000 infantry. Reduce that island to dust. I demand to know what force could annihilate NC and the 128th Division. Do you understand? Understood, Patriarch. A flicker of battle fervor ignited in Ryder's eyes, and he exchanged no further pleasantries. He seized the dossier and swiftly perused Harmon's final report. Upon encountering the embellishment of an ambush by an unidentified force and other descriptions of defeat, his brow furrowed slightly. Patriarch, Ryder closed the dossier, his voice tinged with perplexity. Given Harmon's plight and Major NC's fate, the enemy entrenched on Island 135 is certainly not a common band of pirates or savages. They possess naval strength capable of sinking a Sea Serpent-class vessel. Their combat prowess should not be underestimated. Conservatively, their core warships must weigh around 40,000 tons. He paused, a glint of determination illuminating his gaze. With my 2 Fortress-class battleships, main guns of 340 millimeters, paired with 1 Blade-class heavy cruiser, main guns of 283 millimeters. Our tonnage and firepower should provide an overwhelming advantage. I refuse to believe that any substantial naval fleet could exist in this primordial region of the South Sea. Otherwise, they would have already stirred up turmoil along the Alliance's trade routes. His tone became resolute. Set sail immediately. Destination, Island 135. Blood for blood. He executed a sharp military salute and turned briskly to depart, the sound of his boots striking the floor resonating like the rhythm of war drums. Yao Xing watched Ryder's retreating figure, collapsing helplessly into the high-backed chair, a tumult of profound rage and deeper dread entwining within him. The study was left with nothing but his heavy breaths. Outside, The relentless storm of the North Sea seemed to echo its fury into the South Sea. Island 135, an inconspicuous coordinate, now loomed like a foreboding black hole, having devoured NCS life and potentially threatening to plunge the entire Harmon family into an abyss of despair. Ryder was the sharp blade in his hand, a blade that could cleave through the mists of the South Sea and surely return with victory. Chapter 68. The storm. The fleet of Ryder glided through the dark blue waves of the South China Sea like three silent leviathans of steel, stealthily approaching the desolate expanse marked as Resource Island 135. An invisible veil of radio silence enveloped this expeditionary force, burdened with the weight of blood debts. The vast distance of thousands of nautical miles served as a natural moat for the Central Empire, yet rendered the fleet akin to explorers lost in an unknown fog, oblivious to the impending doom that awaited them. Suddenly, a piercing roar tore through the air from the lofty heavens, drowning out the sounds of the waves and the ship's engines. "Look, in the sky. What on earth is that?" a sailor on the deck exclaimed, pointing at a rapidly moving silver-gray speck in the distance. "What a large bird. I've never seen one like it." "Fool! A bird can't make that kind of noise. It sounds like thunder. Could it be the legendary pterodactyl resurrected?" "Nonsense. Pterodactyls have long been extinct. This cursed place in the South China Sea is full of oddities." The sailors gazed upwards, a cacophony of voices mingling with curiosity, astonishment, and a hint of bewilderment at the unknown. Inside the bridge, Major Ryder's furrowed brow twitched at the moment he heard that distinctive roar. A chill surged from his spine to the crown of his head. He dashed out of the bridge, snatching the high-powered telescope from his aide, intent on locking onto the elusive silver-gray figure hidden among the clouds. In his view, the sleek metal body, the rapidly spinning propeller, the form that was undeniably unnatural. It cleaved through Ryder's memories of his studies at the North Sea Military Academy like a bolt of lightning. He had seen it before, in the Academy's top-secret academic materials. That was an airplane. Enemy attack. It's an airplane. Air defense. All gun positions. Maximum elevation. Bring it down. Ryder's voice, laced with shock and sudden terror, turned sharp and hoarse, completely losing his usual composure. His orders erupted from him with a sense of apocalyptic urgency. The entire fleet erupted into chaos. The shrill alarm blared piercingly. Sailors scrambled toward the gun positions. The massive turrets, groaning under the strain of their hydraulic systems, slowly elevated the heavy main gun barrels, attempting to track the agile silver dart weaving through the clouds. The 306mm and 283mm cannons pointed skyward. The scene absurd and desperate. These weapons were hardly designed for air defense. The cumbersome turrets turned with a sluggishness akin to that of an aged elder, in stark contrast to the speed of the reconnaissance aircraft. "Commander, the elevation is at its limit. Unable to lock on. It's too fast." The voice of the gunner came through the speaking tube, tinged with despair. "Fire. No matter what. Just fire. Disrupt it. Scared away." Ryder's eyes were bloodshot as he issued almost frantic commands. Boom! 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 The dull roar of the cannons echoed across the sea, with several massive plumes of black smoke erupting far below the reconnaissance aircraft, the shock waves churning the air, yet failing to graze the silver-gray silhouette. The tremendous recoil even caused the warship to shift slightly on the surface of the sea. In the skies above, the pilot, commanding the piston-driven SBD reconnaissance variant of the Imperial Falcon, observed the futile bursts of black smoke and the clumsy maneuvering of the steel behemoths below, nearly bursting into laughter. With a calm demeanor, he pressed down on the control stick, and the aircraft, akin to a predatory falcon, dove sharply from an altitude of 8,000 meters to 5,000, then 3,000. Ultimately, before the horrified gaze of the Ryder fleet, it audaciously soared at an altitude of less than 500 meters, nearly skimming the towering bridge of the flagship battleship, roaring past. The powerful airflow even sent sailors on the deck staggering unsteadily. The desperate sailors seized several heavy machine guns on board, intended for engaging small boats, and unleashed a frantic barrage at the fleeting silver-gray phantom. Bullets left mere insignificant pockmarks on the wings and fuselage, like scratches. The pilot could distinctly see the faces of the sailors below, filled with terror, anger, and helplessness. Report, Hope Island. Called Falcon 1. Target confirmed. Location, 15 degrees east of due north of Hope Island. Approximately 800 miles away. Fleet composition, confirming 3 main battleships, estimated to be 2 around 42,000 tons and 1 about 21,000 tons. Several landing ships. The enemy fleet possesses no effective anti-aircraft firepower. Repeat, the enemy fleet has no effective anti-aircraft firepower. They're severely lacking even the most basic anti-aircraft guns. Over. The pilot's voice, imbued with excitement and the thrill of confirming critical intelligence, pierced through the radio waves. This thunderous news was laid before Chen Yan at the command post of Hope Island a mere 11 minutes later. As he gazed at the telegram, a subtle smile, reminiscent of assured victory, crept upon his lips. He picked up the secure phone, his voice calm, yet brimming with thunderous authority. Relay the order. Imperial Air Force. All operational units, take to the skies immediately. Target, the enemy fleet 800 miles to the north. Mission, locate them and destroy them. The first battle for air supremacy commences now. Let the skies judge them. The southern aviation base of Hope Island instantly transformed into a bustling hive. The piercing alarms of takeoff reverberated through the heavens. Ground crew members moved like finely tuned gears, towing one after another of the dark green SBD dive bombers and silver-gray Mi-262 jet fighters out of the hangars. The roar of the engines escalated from a low growl to a deafening shriek, the heated air stirring the wild grass along the runway. One aircraft 210. The Imperial Steel Eagles soared like arrows released from a bow, slicing through the clouds, swiftly assembling into a formidable assault formation beneath the azure sky. The cacophony of engines converged into a symphony of death, blotting out the sun as they surged towards the northern seas. Ryder stood on the bridge of the iron wall, his face as pale as parchment, cold sweat soaking the back of his military uniform. The humiliation of that aircraft skimming past at such a low altitude and the nearly definitive radio signal that followed pierced his heart like 2 ice picks. There was no anti-aircraft defense. The enemy knew they had none. It is finished. A desperate thought erupted within his mind. He lunged towards the nautical chart, his voice distorted by terror. The entire fleet. Emergency maneuver. Maximum battle speed. Target, the due east. Depart this maritime expanse. Quickly, he pointed eastward, towards the vicinity of Savage Island, where perhaps a glimmer of hope remained. He understood that once his fleet, devoid of the sky as protection, was locked onto by swarms of aerial reapers, they would become mere floating targets upon the sea. Their fate would be far more dire than that of the practice dummies on the training grounds. The vast fleet carved chaotic, white trails across the ocean, awkwardly adjusting their course, akin to a frightened behemoth hastily fleeing eastward. Yet, their nightmare had only just begun. The first to detect their intended maneuver was a reconnaissance aircraft, circling high above like a vulture. The pilot calmly reported, Nest Falcon 1 reporting, the target fleet is fleeing at full speed towards the east. Current speed approximately 28 knots. Their intention is evident, attempting to disengage. Chen Yan received the news with merely a faint smile, addressing the command channel. Thinking of escaping? It's too late. Inform the lads, the hunt has commenced. Simultaneously, the 2 pillars of the Imperial Navy, the battleship Tanshan, a Bismarck-class, and the Iowa-class behemoth Huainan, stationed nearby for routine patrol and maintenance, also received an urgent message from headquarters. Tanshan, Huainan, this is Hope. The enemy's main fleet is retreating eastward at full speed, bearing 239 to 196, approximately 350 nautical miles from your position. You are ordered to alter course and proceed at full speed to intercept. Ensure they are detained. Create a window for the Air Force to strike. Repeat, it is imperative to hold the enemy fleet. Tanshan acknowledges. Huainan acknowledges. Course alteration complete, proceeding at full speed. The raider fleet fled desperately eastward. However, how could their speed surpass that of the Empire's Iron Wings? Chapter 69. The Iron Funeral. As the first wave of the Imperial Air Force's assault fleet emerged on the horizon, the sailors of the Rider fleet beheld not dark clouds, but a swarm of metallic harbingers of death, rapidly expanding with a piercing shriek. The roar of engines escalated from a low hum to a thunderous cacophony that tore at the eardrums, akin to the war drums of the gods heralding the apocalypse. Enemy aircraft. They're diving down. The lookout's frantic cry, strained and cracking, was instantly drowned out by the more terrifying wails of the planes. The first SBD dive bomber descended like a falcon locked onto its prey, its nose plunging sharply downward. In a near-vertical dive, the fuselage screamed against the air with an agonizing sharpness. The pilot's gaze, cold beneath the helmet, was fixed firmly on the largest battleship below, the expansive foredeck. Steady. Steady, the pilot murmured, feeling the violent tremors of the aircraft during the high-speed descent, the altimeter needle spinning wildly. 5,000 meters. 4,000 meters. 3,000 meters. The target rapidly magnified in the crosshairs. The figures scurrying on the deck appeared as ants, futilely spraying the sky with insignificant tongues of fire from several heavy machine guns. 2,000 meters. The altitude warning light blazed ominously. 1,500 meters. The target filled the entire field of vision. Now is the moment. The pilot slammed down the bomb release button. With a hiss, a 500-kilogram high-explosive bomb, emblazoned with the Imperial flag, detached from its pylon. Immediately thereafter, the pilot exerted all his strength to yank the control stick. The overload thrust him violently into the seat, darkness encroaching his vision, as if the air within his lungs had been forcefully expelled. The SBD, at an altitude of less than a kilometer from the sea, leveraged its robust structure to execute a breathtakingly steep pullout. The bomb, with the precision of death's greeting, followed a flawless trajectory, akin to a spear of divine retribution, crashing down onto the flagship's foredeck. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion erupted. A massive and blinding orange fireball detonated violently between the battleship's main turret and bridge. The sturdy teak deck was shredded as if it were mere paper hurled into the air. Scorching streams of molten metal and ferocious shockwaves swept away everything in their path. The iconic 306mm twin-mounted main turret was struck as if by the hand of a giant, twisting and emitting a painful metallic groan, its base torn asunder, the barrel askew. The surrounding anti-aircraft positions, observation posts, and dozens of sailors caught unawares were instantly engulfed and vaporized by the expanding flames and shockwave. Thick smoke and flames surged upwards, mingled with human fragments and steel debris. The colossal hull suddenly sank, the bow visibly submerging into the waves, only to violently rise again, emitting a mournful steel groan. This was merely the beginning. More SBDs followed, piercing the air with their shrill cries, akin to moths drawn to a flame, yet frighteningly precise, each diving towards its designated target. One SBD had locked onto the aft funnel area of another battleship. It plunged almost vertically, releasing bombs amidst a suffocating shriek. Boom! The bomb struck precisely into the dense cluster of secondary artillery and ventilation ducts of the battleship rock. The fierce explosion instantly transformed the aft deck into a blazing inferno. The ammunition that detonated scattered like festive fireworks. Thick, billowing smoke erupted from the gaping wounds and twisted chimneys, enveloping half the warship in a shroud of death. The smaller battleship became a mere plaything for the Mi-262 jet fighters. These silvery gray bolts of lightning, with speeds far surpassing those of piston-engine aircraft, effortlessly evaded the sporadic, sluggish, and aimless bullets from the machine guns, skimming just above the deck of the wavebreaker. The 30mm 108 Malawin Quach's cannons at the nose let out a dull, deadly thud. The hefty armor-piercing explosive rounds tore through the fragile upper structures of the hull and the exposed deck personnel with the ease of death scythe. Wherever they passed, blood and flesh were scattered, equipment exploded, leaving behind trails of fiery demise. Air defense. How could this be managed? Ryder, within the violently shaking flagship bridge, clutched the shattered communicator, screaming in despair and bloodied foam, clearly suffering internal injuries from the explosion. The only response to him was the terrifying, muffled sounds of the hull being repeatedly struck by bombs, the shrill noise of tearing steel, and the anguished screams and roaring of seawater flooding from the lower compartments. Sailors fled across the hellish deck, crying out in terror. Some futilely attempted to operate the remaining machine guns to fire at the sky, only to be reduced to fragments by the descending fighters' cannons. Others leaped into the burning, oily sea clutching life rings, only to be engulfed by the monstrous waves churned up by nearby ship explosions. Despair spread like a plague. The bombardment was akin to precise surgical strikes. One wave after another, the dive bombers, having released their payloads, ascended to return to Hope Island to reload, seeking the next target. The fighters were tasked with sweeping the deck, suppressing any attempts at resistance, and focusing their fire on the battleship's bridge, communication antennas, and exposed command personnel. Time flowed amidst the explosions and flames. 3 hours felt as lengthy as a century to Ryder and his fleet. As the second wave of attack passed low over the now fiery wreckage, with smoke billowing and the vessel's speed nearly halted, the pilot spotted a perfect opportunity. This once mighty steel battleship, now with its forward deck collapsed, the bridge blown apart, multiple compartments ablaze, and thick smoke obscuring half its hull, resembled a dying leviathan. Chapter 70. The death knell of the cannon aged. The pilot lowered the nose of the aircraft, opting for a relatively gentle, yet still lethal angle of descent rather than an extreme dive. He needed to ensure this final strike would irrevocably vanquish the colossal beast. The targeting reticle firmly locked onto the midsection of the iron wall, a region repeatedly struck, its armor twisted and torn, flames erupting incessantly, an area perilously close to the main magazine. Flying low enough, he could even feel the scorching heat of the flames rising from the ocean surface. He pressed the bomb release button with conviction. A 500-kilogram bomb detached from its mount, slicing through the air with a faint whoosh, precisely plunging into the massive, blazing wound of the iron wall's midsection. 1 second, 2 seconds, an eerie silence. Then, a thunderous roar erupted, a colossal fireball, 100-fold more intense than all prior explosions combined, surged forth from the depths of the flagship's belly. The orange flames instantly engulfed the entire midsection of the warship. The terrifying shockwave struck like an invisible hammer, violently dispersing debris and burning oil across the surrounding sea. Hundreds of tons of steel were hurled into the sky, soaring hundreds of meters high. A massive plume of smoke mingled with flames formed a grotesque mushroom cloud that reached for the heavens. The flagship's enormous steel frame, under the horrified gazes of onlookers, appeared as if it had been shattered by the hand of a divine being. The bow and stern were thrust upwards by the tremendous force of the explosion and the pressure of the water, revealing the burning keel and twisted pipes at the breakpoint. With a heart-wrenching metallic wail of fractured steel, it rolled down into the burning oil of the South China Sea, along with nearly 1,000 officers and soldiers aboard who had no chance to escape, or had already been reduced to ashes in the explosion. Major Ryder was also entombed in the cold abyss of the ocean depths. The surface of the sea was left with only the churning oil slick, burning debris, floating corpses, and the cries of despair, swiftly consumed by the waves. 3 hours. From a moment the first reconnaissance plane detected the enemy's presence to the last remnants of the enemy fleet sinking into the deep sea. An expeditionary fleet, comprised of 3 capital ships and 2,000 elite personnel, was annihilated under the absolute air supremacy of the Imperial Air Force. As this report, steeped in despair and dripping with sorrow, was compiled mere minutes before the warship sank to the ocean floor and dispatched to the South China continent hundreds of nautical miles away. It ultimately reached the hands of Hamilmon Yaoxing. The color drained from the patriarch's face as he stared intently at the report, as if trying to see through the paper to the waters beyond. The report contained no detailed descriptions of the enemy's battleship class, nor any accounts of the artillery engagement. Instead, it was permeated with an overwhelming dread of an entirely new mode of warfare. A deluge of iron birds, their piercing screams in descent akin to the sounds of hell. Bombs falling like raindrops, warships torn apart and ablaze like mere toys. Our mighty cannons rendered as useless as mere sticks. The sky is their domain. 3 hours, merely 3 hours. The fleet, gone, utterly obliterated. Yao Xing's hand clenched involuntarily, and the report slipped from his grasp, fluttering to the ground. The expenditure of 3 formidable battleships is inconsequential, and the loss of 3,000 well-trained soldiers holds little significance. Even the death of rider pales in comparison. In the South China Sea, a region deemed wild and untamed, is it not terrifying that aircraft can effortlessly obliterate our forces as though swatting flies? This is no mere disgrace. It is a horrifying upheaval of our understanding. This is an adversary that the Harmon family cannot confront alone. Highest urgency classification. Immediately, at once. Submit to the Alliance headquarters. From Marshal Hemingway, Yao Xing's voice was hoarse and shrill, tinged with unprecedented panic. In the North Sea, at Iron Anvil Fortress, the atmosphere within the Marshal's office was as heavy as lead. The news of Ensi's death was already known to Cophinia Hemingway. This iron-willed Marshal stood silently by the window, gazing out at the tumultuous North Sea, his silhouette towering, concealing the turbulent undercurrents beneath. However, as he perused the detailed reports sent by Yao Xing regarding the annihilation of the entire expeditionary fleet by aerial forces within 3 hours, a deep furrow etched itself onto his previously impassive face. Chapton stood beside him, equally pale, acutely aware of the weight of this report. An Air Force formation, a fully organized fleet of bombers. Hemingway's fingers drummed against the tabletop, producing a dull thud with each strike, as if each word were ice droplets falling. While we are still deploying biplanes for infantry reconnaissance, the denizens of the South China Sea have already dispatched aircraft to send our 40,000-ton battleships to the depths. His voice lacked fury. Instead, it resonated with a profound sense of helplessness, crushed beneath the wheels of time. Chapton struggled to speak. Marshal, our Iron Dome project, has just completed test flights of the single-engine trainer. It will take at least 2 more years to achieve combat readiness. As for bombers capable of threatening battleships, he bitterly shook his head. Hemingway's gaze swept over the extensive maritime map. In the East China Sea, the hunting operation against the Eastern Empire's 7th Army Group and 2nd Fleet was at a critical juncture. Engaging over half of the Alliance's naval forces in the North Sea, particularly the 2nd Formation equipped with the latest air defense systems, essential for suppressing the Eastern Navy. The thought of reallocating the 2nd Formation southward flickered briefly in his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. The East China Sea's situation is a delicate web. Should this corps strength depart, the Easterners would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for a counterattack, jeopardizing the entire strategic layout. Yet, to ignore the South China Sea, to allow this mysterious force with its terrifying aerial might to grow unchecked. Given time, it could become an even more formidable threat than the Eastern Empire, a sword poised over the southern heartland of the Alliance. A true dilemma. Silence enveloped the Marshal's office, punctuated only by the crackling of burning wood in the fireplace. After a full 10 minutes, Hemingway slowly raised his head, his eyes reflecting a decision forged through careful deliberation, tinged with resignation. Return the call to Harmon Yao Xing. The Marshal's voice regained its customary steely tone, instructing that the highest classified blueprints for the air defense modifications of the Fortress-class battleships, 60mm Bofors anti-aircraft guns, and fire control system schematics, be sent to them. Command them to spare no expense and, within the shortest possible time, equip all principal warships with effective anti-aircraft capabilities. Cost is of no concern. Inform them that this is an absolute directive. I do not wish to witness our warships sinking like mere target vessels again. He did not reallocate the Eastern Fleet. After weighing the immediate, tangible benefits of encircling the Eastern forces against the looming, potential threat from the mysterious power in the South China Sea, he opted to address the pressing issue first. Regardless of the magnitude of the threat from the South China Sea, it requires time to develop. Meanwhile, the victory in the East is within reach. Captain Chapton received the order, yet a profound heaviness weighed upon his heart. He understood that this blueprint was merely a stopgap measure. When the marshal affixed his signature to this command, it was akin to tolling the death knell for an era, the era wherein colossal warships and mighty cannons clashed upon the waves to determine fate. Following the 3-hour steel funeral in the South China Sea, that epic has irretrievably approached its conclusion. The future of naval supremacy belongs to the iron-winged eagles soaring high above, raining down devastating fire. Meanwhile, the Kaifenia alliance has been cast aside by a formidable adversary from the wild lands in the most shocking manner, left at the threshold of a new era. Chapter 71. Proactive Expansion. Chen Yan stood before the grand nautical chart in the conference room of Hope Island, her fingertips striking decisively upon the marker representing Window 1. 3 months. A full 3 months. The Empire had been ensnared in a passive defense, tirelessly enduring the bloody struggle at Hope Island, the contest for Oil Island, and the relentless interceptions by the aerial fleet. Each victory came at a cost, draining precious resources and morale. This could not continue. Chen Yan's voice resonated with an icy determination. To endure such passive assaults would only tighten the noose around their necks. The enemy's assaults had consistently originated from the north. Window 1, an island situated approximately 700 kilometers north of Wildman Island, was likely the enemy's forward base and launching point for attacks. This thorn must be uprooted, and the threat extinguished in its infancy. With resolve firm, orders were issued with unwavering authority. The combat fleet, a task force centered around the improved Bismarck-class battleship, Tanshan, and the improved Iowa-class battleship, Huainan. The landing force, comprising the Central Army's 1st Division, enhanced to approximately 8,000 men, organized into 8 reinforced battalions for the landing operation. Bai Yun was appointed as the commander of this expeditionary fleet and the overall commander of the landing forces. Reconnaissance and assessment were paramount. If it was indeed a significant enemy stronghold, they were to seize it resolutely. The last time Huainan and Tanshan entered the harbor of Hope Island, they conducted final preparations before the battle. Enormous cranes loaded tons of 406mm and 380mm shells, anti-aircraft ammunition, fuel, fresh water, and spare parts into the hulls of ships. Notably, beside the catapult installed on Huainan's forward deck, 3 single-winged, folding-wing reconnaissance aircraft, similar in concept to the Zero-type seaplane, were meticulously secured. Their range and visibility would serve as the fleet's eyes in uncharted waters. On the following dawn, the rising sun adorned the steel giants in a golden hue. At the dock, Chen Yan personally bestowed the flag upon Bai Yun, her brief yet powerful rallying speech stirring the hearts of the soldiers. As the long blast of the ship's horn echoed, 2 colossal steel beasts slowly departed the harbor, cleaving through the deep blue waters, their course set towards the unknown battlefield to the north. This expedition would consume a staggering 10,000 points, placing immense financial strain on Chen Yan. Yet, she understood all too well that if they remained confined and inert until resources were depleted, it would spell the Empire's demise. A proactive strike to seize a foothold was the sole path to survival for the Empire. The fleet cruised at a steady speed of 18 knots, traversing the calm, undisturbed sea for approximately 18 hours. Continuous reports of meteorological data streamed from the navigation room. Clear skies, excellent visibility, wind speeds below 3 knots, perfect conditions for a landing operation. Upon reaching the designated maritime area, approximately 100 kilometers south of Window 1, they found themselves in the darkest hour before dawn. The fleet transitioned to a state of heightened alert. Reconnaissance aircraft launch, commanded Chen Yan. As the order was given, the catapult on Huainan released forcefully, propelling a reconnaissance aircraft into the air after a brief run. The engine roared, piercing the silence of the dawn. The seasoned pilot adhered to the predetermined flight path, first conducting a low-altitude patrol around the fleet to confirm the absence of enemy naval activity. Subsequently, the aircraft ascended and set its course towards Window 1. Beneath the wings, the contours of the island gradually emerged in the faint morning light. The pilot's keen gaze swept over the coastline, ridges, potential harbors, and open spaces on the southern shore. Several suspected traces of artificial coastal fortifications were discerned, including stacked sandbags and the outlines of anti-landing stakes. Yet no significant troop activity was observed. Similar conditions prevailed along the western and southeastern shores, where signs of defensive structures were present, but their level of activity remained uncertain. Inland, makeshift roads and clusters of buildings resembling barracks or warehouses were noted. Yet again, there was no sight of large troop formations or heavy equipment exposed. Meanwhile, the radar systems of the Huainan and Danshan vessels operated at full capacity, scanning the island's outline and the surrounding waters. Coupled with the reconnaissance pilots' verbal reports and captured photographs, despite the optical reconnaissance, a rough terrain outline could be sketched. The fleet's cartographic officer swiftly drafted the first operational situation map for Window 1 on the plotting board. By Yun's resolution, to focus on the western and southeastern beaches. In the fleet command room, Bai Yun intently observed the freshly completed island map and reconnaissance report. The island exhibited a southern low and northern high topography. The northern highlands overlooked the entire southern coast, serving as a natural defensive barrier and a support point for firepower. Controlling this island would be a crucial stronghold for northern forces, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. For the Empire, it would be a lock hanging over the northern passage. This lock must be shattered at once. Bai Yun was resolute in her mind. Intelligence indicated that the island's defenses were not yet fully established. If allowed to develop over several months, it would become an impregnable fortress, with costs that would be unimaginable. The map marked 3 potential landing sites. The southern landing site, Point A, the beach was relatively wide with considerable depth, but the terrain behind was undulating, featuring natural ditches and scattered rock formations, which would hinder the defenders from establishing a comprehensive fire network. Reconnaissance indicated the presence of fortifications, yet signs of activity were relatively sparse. The southeastern landing site, Point B, the beach was flat and open, lacking sufficient depth and virtually devoid of cover. A typical death beach, it could easily be subjected to flanking and deep fire coverage. The southwestern landing site, Point C, similar to Point B. The terrain was open and defenseless. Bai Yun furrowed her brow. Although the firepower of the 2 capital ships was formidable, they could not simultaneously suppress and support 3 widely spaced landing points effectively. The enemy's troops' strength and defensive focus remained unclear. Dividing forces would be an unwise strategy. A feigned assault on B and C, with a primary attack on Point A. Bai Yun's finger decisively jabbed at the southern landing site, Point A. There were 3 reasons. First, the complex terrain at Point A would hinder the defenders from constructing a flawless firepower system, while simultaneously providing our landing troops with valuable natural cover and routes for advancement. The enemy must know that this location is easy to attack, but difficult to defend, leading them to believe we might avoid it. We shall take the opposite approach and strike at their psychological blind spot. Secondly, reconnaissance revealed relatively weak signs of defensive activity at Point A. Whether it was a weak link or the enemy's deliberate show of weakness, in either case, we would concentrate our forces here and break through with overwhelming force. Thirdly, the terrain at Points B and C was too open, and forced landings would likely incur heavy casualties. They would serve as feint points to create the illusion of multiple landing sites, compelling the enemy to divide their forces and alleviate pressure on our primary attack direction. Orders. The white clouds turned, and the voice was swift and clear. The fleet advances at full speed. Destination: the offshore landing site, Point A, directly to the south. Upon approach, the Danshan will be responsible for artillery preparations against Point B, southeast, while the Huainan will target Point C, southwest. Precision destruction is unnecessary. High explosive shells will blanket the beachhead and shallow depths, creating the illusion of a landing to divert the enemy's attention and fire. Concurrently, portions of the secondary artillery on both ships, along with seaplanes, will closely monitor Point A. The 1st and 2nd battalions of the landing troops, totaling 2,000 combat units, are prepared for a forceful landing at Point A. The 3rd and 4th battalions stand by, also comprising approximately 2,000 personnel, ready to engage at Point A or to serve as a reserve force, depending on the situation. Chapter 72. They're defecating over our heads 2 battleships, resembling moving mountains, majestically approached the coastline of Window Number 1 in the South China Sea. As their colossal silhouettes became discernible to the vigilant defenders, the Huainan and Danshan simultaneously sounded a minute-long battle alarm. The piercing wail of the siren, akin to a harbinger of death, instantaneously shattered the tranquility of the island, reverberating through the bay and cliffs, laden with unabashed provocation. On the island, there was an eerie silence. No furious shouts, no hurried counterfire, not even a solitary figure in sight. Only reconnaissance aircraft reported faint glimmers behind some fortifications, possibly the reflection of binoculars. Feigning death? Were they truly composed? Bai Yin scoffed. Let us see how resilient your turtle shells are. He commanded, commence feigned bombardment. Yes, Commander. Feigned bombardment commencing. The orders swiftly disseminated through flag signals and radio communication. The 380mm turret of the Danshan slowly turned, its robust barrel aiming southeast, point B. Meanwhile, the 406mm cannon of the Huainan locked onto the southwest, point C. The gunnery officer adjusted the parameters based on observations from the reconnaissance and seaplanes. Target: beaches BC in a depth of 200 meters. High explosive shells. Full charge. Ready fire. Boom, 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 boom. The earth-shattering bombardment commenced. The tremendous blast from the cannon stirred up a white curtain of water on the sea surface, while orange fireballs erupted from the muzzles. Heavy shells shrieking as they tore through the air, hurtling fiercely towards the designated feigned assault beach. The beaches at points B and C were instantaneously engulfed by explosive flames and rising columns of dust. Flames soared skyward, thick smoke billowed, and the thunderous explosions seemed relentless, as though intent on completely leveling the entire beachhead. The baptism of steel and fire officially marked the commencement of the battle for Window Number 1. Yet the true lethal strike lay hidden beneath the smoke of the feigned attack, poised and ready to unleash its fury. Bai Yun's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the seemingly tranquil southern coastline, point A. The air defense alarm echoed within the underground command post, built into the mountains of the northern part of Window No. 1 island, sounding heavy and oppressive. The command center was brightly lit. A middle-aged officer in a crisp black uniform, Colonel Hess, stood before a massive model of the island, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the model representing the central beach, point A. A young intelligence officer hurried over, a look of relieved trepidation on his face. Colonel, your decision was truly sagacious. The underground fortress completely evaded enemy reconnaissance. Their aircraft circled overhead, capturing nothing but barren rock. A cold smirk curved Hess's lips. Even if they possess an abundance of shells, can they penetrate the mountain? Let them see. Let them see us stripped bare. Our fire points, reserves, and warehouses are all nestled within the mountain, concealed beneath camouflage nets. Do they truly believe they can discern our strengths and weaknesses from the sky? A delusion. He paused, his gaze piercing as it swept across the sand table. It was time for them to launch their assault. The appearance of reconnaissance aircraft signaled the prelude. The swift obliteration of the fleet under that damned Ryder had left an indelible mark on me. A mere day and a half had elapsed since Ryder's forces met their demise in the South China Sea. And this sudden shift in the battlefield dynamics had rendered Hess's defenses vulnerable, stripping away the crucial naval element, while the new fleet would require another 10 days to arrive. Colonel, will they truly target point A as we anticipate? The operations officer pointed to the 3 landing sites marked A, B, and C on the sand table. Of course, Hess asserted with unwavering conviction, his finger pressing heavily upon point A, then B and C. The landing zones were open and flat, devoid of cover, a perfect slaughterhouse. How many heavy machine guns and mortar positions have we established on the high grounds flanking them? Under a barrage of crossfire, that area will become a veritable meat grinder. And point A, his finger traced the complex terrain model of point A, with a topography undulated, featuring natural ravines and clusters of rocks, offering the attacking forces excellent concealment and routes for advancement. If you were the landing commander, would you choose to be slaughtered in the open or utilize the terrain to advance cautiously? Were I in your position, I would undoubtedly select point A. This is a calculated strategy. He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Order the defending forces at point A to enter a state of high alert. Utilize the prepared fortifications and sequentially deploy firepower. Remember, Hess's tone turned exceptionally stern. Hold your positions. However, should the enemy's naval artillery prove overwhelming and unbearable, allow for an orderly retreat to the second line of defense, the pre-established positions on the island. I have already dispatched an urgent call for reinforcements. The Empire's latest fleet equipped with aerial artillery is en route. If we can hold for 10 days, after 10 days, the tide of battle will inevitably turn. 10 days? The operations officer exclaimed in disbelief. Sir, how could a landing operation possibly endure for 10 days? The enemy's naval artillery. Then we shall retreat to the island and engage in urban warfare. Mountain combat. Hess interjected sharply, his eyes glinting with a near-paranoid intensity. We have 200 trained soldiers across the island. Leveraging fortifications we have meticulously constructed over the months, we will resist at every level. I do not believe that the Southern forces, cobbled together from savages, can sustain such catastrophic losses. Their true quality cannot possibly compare to ours. He endeavored to persuade himself and his subordinates with fervent conviction. However, the officer hesitated momentarily, yet summoned the courage to speak. Colonel, their battleships, aircraft, such equipment does not seem like something a savage island could possess. Hess's confidence faltered abruptly, this question piercing him like a thorn. Indeed, if the South was composed solely of uncivilized savages, from whence came these iron behemoths? This glaring logical flaw rendered him momentarily speechless, and a palpable tension descended upon the command room. Execute the orders, Hess ultimately asserted in an undeniable tone, masking his inner doubts. Prepare the soldiers. Brace for the steel storm. Just as the officer turned to relay the orders, a deafening sound erupted. Whoosh! A powerful and resonant blast from a battleship's horn, stretching long enough to rend the very hearts of those who hear it, pierced the tranquility of the island like the roar of an ancient beast. It shattered the stillness above, echoing through the thick mountain rock into the underground command center, reverberating madly in every ear. This sound was imbued with blatant disdain and provocation, as if declaring, I have arrived, right at your doorstep. Inside the command center, an oppressive silence fell, with only the fading echoes of the alarm intertwining with the suffocating blast of the horn. The faces of all the officers morphed into expressions of grave discomfort, as a profound sense of humiliation washed over them, akin to being cornered at their own threshold, powerless to retaliate. All of this could be attributed to Ryder. The map is discussed in this chapter. Chapter 73, landing at Point S suddenly. A dull rumble echoed from the southern sea, reminiscent of relentless thunder. Boom, 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 boom. The massive cannons of the Huainan and Danshan fired. However, their targets were not the core fortifications predetermined at Point A, but rather seemingly inconsequential areas along the beachhead, which may have been camouflaged. The enormous shells, measuring 406 millimeters and 380 millimeters, descended with cataclysmic force. Each explosion resembled a minor earthquake, leaving behind charred craters several meters in diameter at the beach, while the upheaved soil and stones shot into the sky like black fountains. Dense smoke rapidly enveloped the area, obscuring visibility. This bombardment seemed more a test and a show of intimidation than a devastating onslaught. The cannonade persisted for approximately half an hour. As the smoke lingered, indistinct black dots began to emerge upon the sea. Landing craft, in the direction of Point A. Quantity, 19 vessels. The lookout's voice trembled with tension. These landing craft were evidently specially modified, their hulls taller, with small armored shields affixed to the bows and a heavy machine gun installed. Although their practical impact was limited, they offered a semblance of psychological comfort. They surged forward like arrows released from a bow, slicing through the waves, racing toward the smoke-laden beachhead of Point A. As the fleet of landing craft surged into the shallow waters, mere meters from the beach, whoosh, boom, a mortar shell with a piercing shriek. precisely exploded just meters from the port side of one landing craft, designated L3. A tremendous column of water shot skyward, crashing against the hull with a thunderous roar. The landing craft rocked violently. Soldiers within were thrown about as icy seawater cascaded into the cabin, prompting cries of alarm and choking gasps. "Prepare to land. Quickly. Open the bow doors," the officer bellowed. The bow door of L1 crashed down. "Charge out. Quickly. Scatter. Seek cover." The officer was the first to leap out. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Almost at the moment the door fell, several perfectly camouflaged firing ports, seamlessly blending with the surrounding charred earth behind Point A, suddenly unveiled their concealed covers. Several blazing tongues of fire erupted forth. A barrage of heavy machine gun bullets swept towards the soldiers just exposed at the cabin door, resembling the scythe of death. Thud, thud, thud. The soldiers at the forefront were struck as if by an invisible hammer, their bodies bursting forth in sprays of crimson, collapsing silently into the knee-deep seawater, as blood swiftly tainted the surrounding waves. Subsequent soldiers were brutally pinned down by this sudden tempest of death, unable to lift their heads. "Get down. Use the bodies for cover." The officer of L1 screamed, his eyes wide with rage, his voice hoarse. The soldiers, trembling with fear, huddled behind their fallen comrades, utilizing that gruesome barrier of flesh. Boom! Another mortar shell. This time, it directly struck the bow of L5. The violent explosion twisted the heavy door, and smoke and flames burst forth from the crevices. Within the vessel, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. It was uncertain whether the souls inside had perished instantaneously or succumbed to a stupor from the shock. The hatch remained firmly sealed, rendering L5 a floating iron coffin, helplessly swaying amidst the tumultuous waves. After enduring grievous losses, the remaining soldiers from the landing craft finally succeeded in reaching the shore. They plunged into the frigid, biting waters, straining towards the nearest undulating terrain, a battered slope of sand and stone, marred by artillery fire. They rolled and crawled behind the slope, gasping for breath, their faces smeared with a mixture of seawater and sand, overwhelmed by a sense of survival against the odds. Report. L1, L3, L5 combat effectiveness nearly obliterated. L1 has fewer than half of its men ashore. The voice of a signals officer trembled with despair. Damn it! The squadron leader responsible for the first wave at Point A struck the sand with a clenched fist. Mortars! Where are our mortars? Find those damned fire positions. Silence them. Yes. The mortar sergeant, eyes ablaze with determination, braved the whistling bullets to swiftly set up a 60mm mortar. The observer crouched atop the slope, risking a fatal shot, meticulously scanning the smoke-filled horizon for the source of the relentless gunfire. 11 o'clock. Beneath the rock crevice. Distance 250 meters. Angle covering fire. Suppress them. The squadron leader bellowed. Several soldiers seized their submachine guns, peering from their cover to unleash a furious barrage in the general direction of the machine gun nest. Bullets ricocheted off the rocks, igniting sparks. Although they lacked the lethality to inflict significant damage, they sufficiently disrupted the enemy, granting the mortar crew precious seconds. Fire! The mortar sergeant signaled sharply, following the observer's adjustments. Boom! The shell slid into the barrel. Whoosh! The projectile traced an arc through the air, however. The concealed position of the stronghold was exceedingly cunning. The mortar round detonated nearby, sending sand and stone flying, yet it failed to dismantle the fortified structure. The machine gun's fire briefly faltered, only to intensify, suppressing the infantry to the point of rendering them unable to advance. At the critical moment, as the forces on the beach found themselves in dire straits with casualties mounting, within the command room of the Huainan, the fire coordination officer, through a high-powered telescope and radio reports from the beach observers, finally pinpointed the stronghold responsible for the significant losses. Target confirmed. Point A beach. Coordinates verified. Stronghold identified. Requesting main gun support. The urgency and clarity in the officer's voice resonated. With a pallor of determination, Bayun showed no hesitation. Approved. Huainan Turret A. Target A. High explosive shell. 1 round calibrated. Ensure destruction. The colossal hull of the Hwainan subtly adjusted. The 3 406mm cannons of turret slowly turned. Their dark muzzles aimed at the island, akin to the gaze of death. Within the artillery room, data surged through rapid calculations, transmitted with urgency. Target locked. Loading complete. Fire. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, as if it sought to rend the heavens asunder, emanating from the sea. The immense fireball and shockwave from the cannon's mouth even stirred the surface of the water, creating a ripple that spread wide. A 406mm high-explosive shell, weighing over a ton, hurtled towards the dark fortress with a piercing scream, its velocity almost imperceptible to the naked eye. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The soldiers battling fiercely on the beach, Colonel Hess fixated on the sand table in the underground command post, and even the machine gunners inside the fortress. All instinctively turned their gaze upwards or sideways. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted, a blinding flash, more radiant and terrifying than any previous explosion by an order of magnitude, shot skyward from the fortress's location. The shockwave from the blast visibly expanded, hurling surrounding sand, rubble, and twisted shards of steel hundreds of meters into the air. An unfathomably deep, charred crater instantly replaced the fortress's position. Thick smoke and dust coalesced into a small mushroom cloud, slowly ascending. The cacophony of heavy machine gun fire that had rage moments before came to an abrupt halt. In that area, only the burning flames and the pervasive scent of gunpowder remained. The sheer might of the 406mm artillery was laid bare in that instant. The surviving soldiers on the beach gazed at the rising black smoke, their hearts swelling not just with joy, but with a profound sense of shock and reverence. The threat of the fortress had been momentarily quelled, yet it was evident that Colonel Hess's defensive system encompassed more than just this single point of fire. The hellish inferno on the beach had only just begun. Bai Yun understood that it was imperative to seize the moment while the naval artillery still had its effect, urging the infantry to swiftly expand the landing area, otherwise when the enemy regained their composure. Chapter 74. Psychological Pressure on Board the Bridge of the Hainan. Bai Yun's gaze was fixated on the billowing smoke and flickering gunfire at the beachhead. The communication channels were inundated with casualty reports and requests for fire support. Confirm the status of L5. Immediately, Bai Yun's voice echoed with urgency. Report to Commander Bai. Blood is seeping from the L5 hatch. Internal conditions are unclear. The voice from the communication channel trembled slightly. Damn it. Bai Yun slammed his fist onto the command platform. Order. All main and secondary artillery. Target point A at the beachhead's depth. Execute saturation bombardment. Focus on suspected fire points and areas where reserves are gathering. Do not spare the shells. Plow through every possible spot. Understood, Commander. Artillery redirected towards point A's depth. Saturation fire. The orders were swiftly relayed. The guns, initially aimed at the B and C feint attack points, pivoted accordingly. The colossal 406mm and 380mm cannons roared once more, unleashing a torrent of shells that rained down upon the rugged, crater terrain behind point. Massive explosions erupted in succession, flames soaring skyward, thick smoke billowing, transforming the entire area behind the 8 beachhead into a seething furnace. Numerous concealed fire positions and mortar emplacements that had survived the initial barrage were obliterated under the relentless bombardment of naval artillery. The battleship's approach to the coastline for such an intense level of fire support was fraught with peril. Yet Chen Yan and Bai Yun gambled on the enemy's lack of effective long-range anti-ship firepower. A win would secure the survival of the landing forces. A loss was not an option, as the landing troops were already commencing the establishment and fortification of their beachhead. 3rd Landing Brigade. Immediate landing. Target point A. Seizing the brief window of opportunity afforded by the artillery suppression, Bai Yun issued the command. The massive flotilla of landing craft, from L-21 to L-49, surged forward at full speed towards the smoke-filled A beachhead. This time, bolstered by the sacrifices of the vanguard and a near-catastrophic artillery suppression, the 3rd Brigade's landing proceeded with remarkable ease, encountering minimal resistance. The deep, blue-clad soldiers surged onto the beach like a flood breaching its dam, quickly joining forces with the 1st and 2nd Brigades that had successfully landed and secured the beachhead positions. Engineers swiftly began constructing makeshift command posts, communication nodes, and casualty collection points. A landing zone centered around the landing point and extending approximately 1.5 kilometers deep and 3 kilometers wide was initially secured. However, the cost of victory was harrowing. A medical team, under the cover of fire, finally managed to approach the L-5 vessel, which lay stranded in the shallows. Beneath the hatch, dark red blood slowly oozed out, diffusing in the seawater. Soldiers strained with pry bars and hydraulic tools to force open the twisted, deformed emergency valve from the outside. With a thunderous crash, the heavy hatch plummeted into the sea, sending up a cloud of crimson dust. The sight within the vessel left all witnesses gasping for breath, their stomachs churning violently. The cramped space was thick with the stench of blood, gunpowder, and the nauseating odor of ruptured entrails. Soldiers lay strewn about in grotesque postures, their bodies twisted in the confined area. In close proximity to the epicenter of the explosion, human remains lay intertwined with twisted metal fragments, a sight utterly harrowing. At the periphery, several grievously injured individuals emitted faint groans, their gazes vacant. Most soldiers had long since succumbed to lifelessness, either instantly perishing from the violent shockwave and shrapnel or bleeding to death in agonizing torment. A shell had struck the vessel's midsection, inflicting catastrophic damage within this confined space. "Save them! Quickly save them!" The lead medical officer bellowed hoarsely, his eyes wide with desperation. Soldiers who arrived subsequently, undeterred by peril, waded through the water to the wreckage, carefully lifting those who still drew breath. Others silently gathered the shattered remains of their comrades. Bring an L-1 or any other intact landing craft. Prioritize the evacuation of critically injured personnel to the Danshan Medical Bay. Orders were swiftly issued. In a corner of the beachhead, rescue efforts commenced amidst a backdrop of sorrow and urgency. The subsequent waves of landing forces disembarked continuously, swiftly organizing themselves. Under the officers' commanding shouts, they divided into several groups, fanning out around the landing area to eliminate remaining foes and expand their control. First squad, advance northward. Secure that high ground. Second squad, move east. Clear the suspicious area beyond the thicket. Third squad, head west. Establish a flank defense, guarding the B point. Machine gun teams, provide covering fire. Mortar, 200 meters ahead. Suspected enemy fire point behind the rock pile. Fire a test shot. Utilizing the complex terrain, soldiers alternated in providing cover, inching forward with determination. Occasionally, concealed machine gun positions resurfaced, or sniper shots rang out from unexpected corners, resulting in further casualties. The sound of intense gunfire echoed around the beachhead perimeter. After paying a bloody toll, infantrymen, armed with submachine guns, grenades, and flamethrowers, systematically dismantled the remaining points of resistance. The deep blue waves, steadily yet resolutely, consumed the beachhead, expanding the landing area to a relatively secure zone with a diameter of approximately 5 kilometers. The landing zone was tentatively secured, yet Bai Yun refrained from launching an immediate full-scale assault inland. Standing on the bridge of the Huainan, his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the island. He commanded all units. Fortify existing positions. Establish a circular defense. Prioritize the construction of machine gun emplacements by engineering troops. Let the enemy sow their own chaos. He understood well the essence of the tactical art of creating pressure, inflicting a significant wound upon the adversary without hastening for a lethal blow, allowing them to crumble under the dual burdens of fear and internal strife, often yielded remarkable results. In the underground command post, Bai Yun's psychological warfare tactics precisely struck at the pervasive despair already festering within the defending forces. The atmosphere in the underground command center was stifling, akin to that of a tomb. Colonel Hess, his complexion ashen, listened to reports of the total loss of Point A and the expansion of the landing area. He forced himself to maintain composure. As expected, Order the garrisons at points B and C to withdraw into the predetermined positions on the island in an orderly manner. Prepare to engage in urban and mountainous warfare using fortifications. Have the 7th Mobile Company remain concealed at the B-point flank, ready to deliver a crushing blow when the enemy's main force penetrates the rear of Point A. However, at this moment, Major Harks, his aide, found himself engulfed in a tempest of fear and uncertainty akin to wild grass growing rampant. He had witnessed the devastating artillery fire firsthand, heard the anguished cries of the beachhead troops nearly slaughtered, and seen the staggering scale of the landing fleet, an overwhelming force far beyond what a mere handful of savages could muster. The order to hold for 10 days now sounded like a fantastical tale, more akin to a collective death sentence. For these soldiers, death was merely a bullet away. Yet the anticipation of it was utterly unbearable. Colonel, Harks's voice was parched. Can we truly hold for 10 days? Outside, there may be over 5,000 well-equipped enemies. Silence. Hess spun around abruptly, his eyes bloodshot. Those who sow discord shall be dealt with by military law. Do not forget that you are an officer of the Alliance. Do not forget the Hamerman family's patronage. Think of your family back on the South Sea continent. The mention of the Hamerman family incited a fit of near-manic laughter from Harks, shattering the command post silence and causing the other busy staff officers to pause in astonishment. Colonel, wake up. What does the Hamerman family think of us? Pawns. Cannon fodder. They know there are formidable enemies here. They are aware of the enemy's warships and aircraft. They've sent us here merely to buy time, to delay until their new fleet is outfitted with anti-aircraft guns. That major from the Kaffinia family was killed by planes over the South Sea, wasn't he? The news has spread. They dare not face the enemy head-on. They are sacrificing our lives to fill the void, asking us to hold for 10 days. 10 days. Do we, over 1,000 of us, suffice to fill that bottomless pit? Chapter 75. Kill me. Let the soldiers live. Hauk's words struck like a sledgehammer, resounding in the hearts of every officer present. The command center was ensconced in a profound silence, punctuated only by the low hum of the ventilation system. Many faces reflected a deep understanding, as fear and a fervent desire for life overshadowed blind obedience to orders. Hess's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering. He yearned to retort, to invoke military law and family honor to sway the others, but deep within, a voice whispered to him, "What Hauk speaks is likely true." He himself had harbored doubts about the headquarters commands in the dead of night. Yet, as the highest commander, he could not concede, could not falter. You are committing treason. Coward, Hess bellowed, attempting to overwhelm Hauk's with his presence. However, Hauk's gaze turned icy and resolute. He abruptly drew his sidearm, pointing it at Hess. Simultaneously, several officers he had discreetly rallied sprang into action, swiftly drawing their weapons to subdue the other officers and communications personnel within the command center. "What are you doing? Hauk's! You've lost your mind." Several officers, witnessing Hauk's actions, rushed forward, only to be deterred by the armed officers around them. Treason? Coward? Hauk's let out a bitter laugh, the gun firmly aimed at Hess's forehead. "I simply refuse to let over 1,000 brothers perish for a family that regards us as refuse and for an impossible command. Colonel, for the sake of our shared service, lower your weapon. It is easy to die with honor, but living offers a chance to uncover the truth. A chance to return home." The command center fell into a profound silence, the air seemingly frozen. The officers gazed in terror at the dark muzzle of the gun, then at the pallid face of Hess. Hess observed the fear reflected in his subordinates' eyes, a sense of bewilderment, and even a hint of relief. He understood that the tide had turned. The last vestige of his supporting faith crumbled. With a mournful smile, he made no attempt to draw his weapon. Instead, he straightened the slightly crumpled collar of his black uniform, stood tall, and placed his forehead against Hauk's icy gun. "Hauk's, I hope your choice is the right one." Hess's voice was unnaturally calm, imbued with a weary sense of liberation. "Do it, live with your cowardice." Bang! The sharp crack of a gunshot reverberated through the underground bunker, jarring in its intensity. Colonel Hess's body swayed, a clear wound blossoming on his forehead, before he slowly toppled backward, crashing heavily onto the cold ground as blood rapidly spread beneath him. Halks, gripping the still-smoking gun, felt his fingers tremble slightly. But he forced himself to stand firm, his voice hoarse yet clear as he commanded, "Relay my orders. All units, cease fire immediately. Raise the white flag. We surrender." The command echoed through the communication channels across the island. Soon, white flags began to rise slowly in the trembling hands of soldiers. Atop the battered fortifications throughout Window Number 1 Island. A battle that could have endured for days, with rivers of blood flowing across the island, came to an abrupt and dramatic halt. The Imperial soldiers, poised at the shoreline, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, their taut nerves rendered momentarily bewildered by the stark contrast. Bai Yun stood upon the bridge of the ship, watching as white flags gradually ascended upon the island, silently exhaling a breath of relief. Victory arrived in an unexpected manner, yet the dark crimson stains upon the beach revealed the heavy toll of this triumph. After a brief moment of shock, the landing force's officers swiftly regained their vigilance. Surrender? After merely 4 hours of combat, with the front lines not yet fully secured? This was exceedingly unusual. The order was issued. All surrendering soldiers were to discard their weapons, clasp their hands atop their heads, and gather in groups of 100 at the designated areas south of Point A. The Army's policy was reiterated. No execution of prisoners, basic humane treatment assured. Bai Yun's commands were stern and unequivocal. He needed to witness the sincerity of the enemy and to control potential threats. The orders were relayed through loudspeakers and by the surrendering officers. Soon, a shocking spectacle unfolded from various corners of the island, behind bushes, between rocky crevices, and from half-collapsed fortifications. An overwhelming number of soldiers clad in black uniforms emerged. They raised their hands high, trudging forward with a mixture of exhaustion, fear, and a hint of relief, resembling a tide of darkness silently converging upon the designated beach area, where they coalesced into a dense mass of humanity. The rifles and machine guns they had discarded piled up behind them like small mountains. As he observed thousands of men gathering in an orderly fashion, Bai Yun finally felt his anxieties ease. This was a genuine surrender. He released a long breath, having anticipated a protracted and bloody struggle for the stronghold, expecting the 1st Division to suffer grievous losses. He had intended to apply pressure to induce the enemy into defensive errors, creating opportunities for annihilation while minimizing his own casualties. Little did he expect the enemy commander to so decisively flip the table, betting the entire army on surrender. "I am no longer willing to play. You may continue." Hope Island. When this astonishing report reached Chen Yan's desk via telegraph, he was engrossed in reviewing a preliminary report from the Imperial Academy of Sciences regarding a new type of aircraft engine. He had mentally prepared himself for the acceptance of significant casualty figures, attacking such a crucial strategic point. Losses in the thousands or more were well within his expectations. However, as he unfolded the battle report and scanned the key data, he froze. Duration of the battle, 3 hours and 47 minutes. Our casualties, approximately 480, primarily concentrated in the brutal initial wave. Enemy captured, approximately 800, including lightly wounded. The enemy commander, upon investigation, was identified as Colonel Hess Hamilmon, with the actual surrender command executed by Major Harks. The enemy, having lost the beachhead and with the core fortress commander deceased, was decisively commanded to surrender by the adjutant Harks. Half a day, at the cost of fewer than 500 lives, has Window 1 been secured? Chen Yan murmured to himself, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping on the table. The adversary's defensive forces were fewer than he had anticipated. However, more crucially, the higher-ups had made a decisive surrender at critical junctures. This near abandonment of resistance, a choice to preserve their remaining strength, was quite normal in Chen Yan's perspective of warfare. The underlying characteristics of the enemy's command structure revealed in this situation both surprised him and intrigued him. He immediately picked up his pen and hastily penned an urgent directive to Bai Yun. Chapter 76. The calm before the storm. Immediate review of Major Halleck's and all captured mid-level officers is required to be transported to Hope Island. I must acquire comprehensive intelligence regarding the enemy's military deployment technological advancements, and particularly their strategic intentions for advancing southward. A significant number of prisoners of war, after thorough screening, will be transported in batches to Savage Island, where there is a considerable labor shortage, and Oil Island, which requires skilled labor for heavy industries. Note, stringent supervision is essential to prevent collusion. Technical personnel, such as radar, communications, and engineering staff, should be selectively screened for potential recruitment. Island construction. Commence fortification of Outpost 1 immediately. The focus of defense must shift northward. Dismantle all remnants of fortifications on the southern shore, repurposing the materials to reinforce the 2 landing zones on the northern shore. Permanent artillery positions, minefields, and anti-landing stakes shall be constructed using the natural terrain. The establishment of an airstrip is of utmost priority. Utilize existing flat areas to develop a frontline airfield capable of accommodating fighter aircraft in the shortest possible time. A radar station will be constructed concurrently. Road repairs. Employing the available labor of prisoners of war, prioritize the restoration of transportation routes connecting the Northern Defense Corps, airport, and port, if available. Basic living facilities will be postponed. Core principle. Outpost 1 shall no longer merely be an island. It is to become the anvil and sword of the Empire's advance northward. It must be transformed into a formidable stronghold that instills trepidation in the enemy as they attempt to advance southward. After reviewing the telegram sent by Chen Yan, Bai Yun meticulously organized the critical points and swiftly disseminated them. However, neither Chen Yan nor Bai Yun was aware that the enemy's reinforcements had not been rendered ineffective by Hess's demise. On the continent of Nanyang, within the core territory of the Harmomon family, Harmomon Yaoxing gazed at the telegram presented by his aide. Outpost 1 has come under massive attack. Urgent assistance is requested. His brow furrowed in concern. Hess was a pawn he had dispatched, intended to utilize Outpost 1 as a thorn to impede the expansion of that mysterious southern force, thereby buying time for the family's newly outfitted fleet to enhance its air defense systems. He had no expectations that Hess could genuinely hold for 10 days. Such a notion was merely a pretext for a glorious death in battle. His true hope was to delay the southern fleet for 5 days. As long as he could stall them for that duration, his hastily assembled reinforcement fleet would arrive in time. Order Murray. Yaoxing's voice brooked no dissent. The fleet must advance at full speed. They must reach the waters of Outpost 1 within 48 hours. At all costs, preserve the island. This fleet, comprised of 3 battleships recently outfitted for air defense, along with a mix of destroyers and cruisers, was equipped with extensive 40mm Bofors and 20mm Oerlikon anti-aircraft guns. Commanded by Harmomon Murray, Yaoxing's nephew and a young general renowned for his bravery. This force had previously overseen operations in the northern South China Sea and was urgently reassigned to utilize Outpost 1 as a shield, securing the northern passage against the southern forces that threatened the Harmomon family's interests in the South China Sea. At this moment, the fleet was cleaving through the waves at maximum speed, with less than 2 days' journey remaining to reach Outpost 1. The last message they received was still Hess's desperate yet resilient plea for assistance before the battle. Unbeknownst to them, the island has changed hands. Within the confines of the subterranean fortress designated as Command Post 1, Bai Yun surveys the scene in the very command center where the former commander, Hess, met his demise. The air is thick with a faint metallic scent of blood mingling with the acrid odor of gunpowder. Hess's cold corpse has been removed, leaving behind only a deep brown stain on the floor. Major Harks stands nearby, his pallid visage betraying a complex array of emotions. Bai Yun gestures towards the stain, inquiring, "Is that Hess?" "Yes, sir," Harks replies in a low tone. "Colonel Amomoes." He chose to embody his understanding of loyalty and the honor of his family with his very life. Bai Yun takes a moment of silence, nodding in acknowledgement. Setting aside their positions, such an act of self-termination in dire circumstances indeed reflects a certain brutal, soldierly virtue. Arranged for his burial, adhering to military honors. He was a worthy adversary. At that moment, a communications officer burst into the room, nearly tumbling in his haste. His face ashen and his voice sharp with palpable anxiety. "Report. Commander Bai." Urgent. Urgent interception. The enemy. The enemy reinforcement fleet's supreme commander, Hamilton Muria, has sent a transmission to the garrison at command post 1: we are racing to your aid at full speed. Estimated time of arrival, 48 hours. Hold on. Like thunder from a clear sky, the command center fell into an immediate silence. Bayun's heart plummeted. The fleeting relief brought by victory and the acquisition of the island evaporated in an instant. 2 days. Just 2 days. A formidable fleet consisting of 3 battleships, a cruiser, and a destroyer would soon be upon them. Meanwhile, he had at his disposal only 2 vessels, the Tanshan and Huainan, along with an island recently occupied. Its defenses in disarray, and an airstrip yet to be properly laid. Muria, the scion of the Hamilton family. Hark spoke up. Bayun murmured to himself, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This straightforward scenario was the most challenging to navigate. The enemy was aware of their destination and had a rough understanding of the situation, believing the garrison was still holding strong, with overwhelming manpower and firepower. They would not foolishly sail directly into the harbor. They would undoubtedly conduct reconnaissance and even bombard from the open sea. A direct confrontation? The intelligence indicated that the enemy's warships were equipped with enhanced anti-air systems. 2 ships against 5, and although the adversary would be undertaking a long-distance approach, the odds were exceedingly bleak given their upgraded firepower and air defense. Abandoning the island? That was out of the question. The strategic value of command post 1 was irreplaceable. In a flash of inspiration, an audacious and nearly reckless plan began to form in Bayun's mind, turning the tables and executing a combined air and naval encirclement. He pivoted sharply, his words flowing rapidly as if fired from a cannon. Immediately send a report to the Führer. Highest priority. The content is as follows. Command Post 1 has been secured, with over 1,000 enemies captured. However, urgent news. The main fleet of the Hamilton family, centered around 3 battleships, will approach within 48 hours. The enemy still believes the island is in their possession. Request 1. Dispatch the largest possible air force immediately. A fully equipped fighter squadron, 12 aircraft, and a dive bomber squadron, 18 aircraft, to Command Post 1. After days of diligent operation on Hope Island and the refinement of production lines, the island is now capable of manufacturing 3 fighter jets per day. Sufficient aerial bombs and torpedoes must be transported, while transport aircraft can currently deliver high-grade aviation fuel, munitions, ground support, and equipment for the rapid construction of makeshift runways. The Dizzy Yuan is ordered to maneuver towards the No. 1C area, should the oil island remain secure or nearby, to join forces with our fleet and bolster our surface striking power. The core tactic involves exploiting discrepancies in time and information, camouflaging the defending troops, and luring the enemy closer. With air forces as the primary strike force, a devastating aerial assault will be executed. This battle is crucial for the security of the Empire's northern frontier. I implore for your utmost support. Additionally, a glimmer of intensity flashed in Bayun's eyes as he instructed the communications officer to respond to the Hamilton Muria fleet under the name of the No. 1 Defense Command. The enemy's offensive is fierce, their naval artillery relentless, and our losses are grave. We are retreating to the core fortress, yet our position remains intact. We urgently require your assistance. Please expedite your arrival. The tone must convey urgency, infused with a hint of desperation, yet laced with determination. Upon issuing the orders, the entire No. 1 area sprang into action as if wound tightly like a spring. The soldiers, having just endured the crucible of battle, had no time to rest. Immediately, plunging into a frenzy of preparation, engineers directed prisoners of war, working tirelessly under the glare of searchlights to repair and expand the airport runway. Anti-aircraft positions were reconfigured, vigilant against potential enemy reconnaissance aircraft. 2 battleships resupplied munitions and repaired equipment, with sailors ever ready for combat. All minds were united by a singular thought. Within the final 48 hours before the storm descends, we must lay an intricate web and await the great fish that is about to swim into our trap. A decisive aerial and naval confrontation, determining the fate of the Empire's north, is poised to erupt on this recently acquired territory of Number 1. Chapter 77. The Trap in the Anchorage of Lanster Island. Situated 500 kilometers north of Window 1, a fleet gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen swiftly advanced southward along the coastline. This formidable armada, redefined by the Hammerman family to blockade the South China Sea and contain the burgeoning Southern forces, was known as the Murray Task Force. Flagship, Iron Wall No. 1 battleship, converted from a modern battleship. Displacement, approximately 38,000 tons main armament. 4 twin-mounted 380mm L-52 gun turrets, 2 aft, secondary anti-aircraft armament. 6 twin-mounted 128mm dual-purpose guns, 8 twin-mounted 37mm Bofors anti-aircraft guns, and 20mm Oerlikon automatic cannons. Hammer No. 2 battleship, sister ship. Displacement, approximately 38,000 tons armament. Identical to Iron Wall No. 1. 3. Breaker No. 3 battleship. Displacement, approximately 32,000 tons main armament. 3 triple-mounted 336mm L-45 gun turrets, 2 fore, 1 aft, secondary anti-aircraft armament. 8 150mm secondary guns, 6 quadruple-mounted 40mm Bofors anti-aircraft guns, and 16 20mm Oerlikon automatic cannons. The anti-aircraft fire control capability is comparatively weak. 4. HAL No. 4 heavy cruiser. Displacement, approximately 14,000 tons main armament. 3 triple-mounted 203mm L-55 gun turrets, secondary anti-aircraft armament. 8 105mm dual-purpose guns, 6 twin-mounted 37mm Bofors, and 12 20mm Oerlikon automatic cannons. It boasts commendable maneuverability. 5. Blade destroyer. Displacement, approximately 2,500 tons main armament. 4 single-mounted 127mm dual-purpose guns torpedoes, 2 quintuple-mounted 533mm torpedo launchers anti-aircraft armament, 4 twin-mounted 40mm Bofors, and 6 20mm Oerlikon automatic cannons. It is swift, tasked with anti-submarine warfare and vigilance. The landing fleet comprised 8 medium landing ships, each capable of carrying 200 to 250 personnel, and 12 small landing craft, transporting an enhanced Marine regiment, approximately 1,800 personnel, along with substantial ammunition, construction materials, radar equipment, and other supplies. The total displacement reached 124,500 tons. The fleet's objective was unequivocal: to reach Window 1 and establish an impregnable maritime aerial fortress, thereby completely sealing off the northern advance of Southern forces. The Hammerman family did not seek the immediate annihilation of this southern behemoth. Rather, they aimed to ensnare and weaken it while awaiting the Sophinia family's withdrawal from the northern conflict. For the Hammerman rulers, a subdued yet existing southern threat was far more advantageous than a vanquished one, as it solidified their standing within the Sophinia alliance, demonstrating their value in repelling threats while averting the risk of losing South China Sea interests through total resolution of the issue. Sophinia Hemingway possessed cutting-edge technology, including air power, yet due to cost and political considerations, strictly limited the development of aerial forces by subordinates. Murray and Yaoshing understood that if they could leverage Southern pressure to compel Hemingway to share technology, it would translate into significant political capital. Fleet Commander Murray stood on the bridge of Iron Wall No. 1, his expression stern. The closer they approached the south, the more palpable the invisible pressure became. Command to all ships: elevate air defense readiness to the highest level. Double the lookout posts. Conduct full-power radar scans. The skies. Keep a relentless watch over the heavens. His voice reverberated through the bridge. Having witnessed the terror of the Southern Air Force, he fully understood the significance of air superiority. He personally inspected the air defense positions. The newly installed 60mm Bofors guns, with a range and power far surpassing the 40mm counterparts, and rows of gleaming 20mm Oerlikon cannons shimmered with a cold metallic sheen. The barrels seemingly still warm from the factory. The gunners, tense and focused, meticulously checked the ammunition belts. With these in place, enemy aircraft would think twice before their dive. Murray caressed the cold barrel, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Yet strategically, he dared not underestimate his adversary. Having carefully studied the terrain of Window 1, high in the north and low in the south, Murray devised an audacious operational plan, Operation Blade, led by the highly mobile destroyer Blade. A landing fleet, carrying the Marine Corps, would utilize the cover of night to approach the northeastern side of the island for a landing at Point 2. The plan was to rendezvous with the Hessian defenders for reinforcements and even to seize the opportunity for counterattack. Operation Hammer. Murray himself would command the main force, 3 battleships, Iron Wall, Giant Hammer, and Wavebreaker, along with the Doghound cruiser, to conduct a wide-ranging flanking maneuver from the west, targeting the southern fleet that was already engaged in an assault on the island from behind. Tactical Corps. The Hammer fleet would launch a surprise assault, bombarding the southern fleet with ferocity. Simultaneously, the Blade landing forces and the Hessian defenders on the island would initiate counterattacks from the north and east, forming a 3-pronged encirclement, west, north, east, to drive the southern fleet into the predetermined minefields or open waters, leading to their encirclement or heavy damage. Murray's plan possessed considerable tactical acumen, embodying the principles of concentrating superior forces, flanking maneuvers, and joint land-sea operations. It effectively utilized the island's terrain to restrict enemy mobility and predetermined retreat routes, showcasing a clear and coherent strategy. However, this plan contained a fatal variable he could not foresee. The Hessians were dead, and the garrison of Window 1 had surrendered entirely. The 6,000 Southern soldiers on the island stood ready, awaiting his landing forces to walk into a trap. The critical counterattack phase of his plan was doomed to failure from the outset. The landing forces would not only receive no support, but would instead find themselves in dire straits. This disparity in information would utterly ruin his seemingly ingenious deployment. No amount of past glorious achievements could compensate for a single critical intelligence failure. As the Murray fleet stealthily approached the waters off Window 1, to confuse any potential southern reconnaissance, and to create the illusion that the garrison was still engaged in fierce combat, the Tongshin battleship, left behind by Baiyun as bait, aimlessly bombarded some inconsequential areas inland, abandoned fortifications, uninhabited hills. The thunderous sounds of artillery echoed through the night sky, reaching Murray in the north like a magnificent war drum, igniting his fervor. He envisioned the accolades of ascending military ranks and the favor of the Kyphinia family. Order. Commence Operation Blade. The landing forces, as planned, target bays 1 and 2, and land immediately. The fleet, at full speed, veered westward, prepared to impart an unforgettable lesson to the southern barbarians. At midnight, the destroyer Blade glided like a specter, guiding the landing fleet toward the 2 darkened harbors. Meanwhile, the main fleet of Murray accelerated, its massive silhouette merging with the profound darkness of the night as it sailed toward the designated attack formation. On the beach of Bay 1, the soldiers of the Central Army held their breath in anticipation. Heavy machine guns were positioned within meticulously camouflaged bunkers and foxholes, while mortars and field guns aimed at the tranquil sea surface. The communications officer had just dispatched the final message to Murray's landing forces using the captured enemy radio. As per Baiyun's orders, the enemy's offensive is fierce. Our unit is embroiled in a bloody battle on the southern front and cannot break away to receive you. The landing point is secure. Please disembark swiftly and join us in vanquishing the foe. Upon receiving the message, Murray felt a flicker of doubt, wondering why no one was there to greet them. Yet considering that Hess might indeed be at a dead end, he chose not to probe further. Chapter 78, Maritime Aerial Coordination, Window 1. North Island Beach 1. The landing craft surged onto the beach with an alarming lack of caution. As the ramp descended, the black-clad Marines of Hammerman poured forth, wading through the shallow waters and stepping onto the soft sand. The beach lay deserted, save for the sound of crashing waves and the distant rumble of cannon fire. Officers urged their troops to assemble quietly and advance towards the designated rendezvous point. The tense atmosphere appeared to relax momentarily, just as the leading forces were about to leave the beach and enter the thickets of the inland border. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom! 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 The scythe of death swung down abruptly, Countless fiery tongues erupted from the shadows of the rocks, beneath the dunes, and within the bushes. Heavy machine guns wove an impenetrable web of lethal fire, mowing down the exposed landing forces on the open beach. Mortar shells and field artillery rounds landed with precision among the gathering or fleeing throngs, igniting a storm of blood and flesh. The cries of the wounded and the detonations shattered the stillness of the night. Ambush! There's an ambush! Find cover! Counterattack! Quickly counterattack! The sudden onslaught left the landing troops utterly bewildered. Their hastily organized, sporadic counteroffensive was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, instantly overwhelmed by the pre-prepared. Formidable crossfire. As several signal flares ascended into the sky, the entire beach was illuminated as if it were day. The shore transformed into a slaughterhouse. Dark figures collapsing amidst the blaze. Retreat! Back to the landing craft! Hurry! Despairing cries echoed across the beach. The surviving soldiers, like a panicked flock of sheep, discarded their helmets and gear, frantically surging towards the water's edge. Some landing craft pilots, sensing the dire situation, disregarded the multitude of soldiers still shouting and running on shore. Fearfully closed the hatches, ignited the engines, and hastily reversed to flee this hell. Wait for me. I'm not aboard yet. Don't leave us behind. The desperate wails sounded so faint against the roar of the waves. Those abandoned on the shore became living targets for the Central Army's marksmanship practice. As a one-sided massacre unfolded under the moonlit beach, almost simultaneously with the onset of the slaughter at the beach, Murray's fleet completed its maneuver. The colossal battleship formation lining up in battle array on the Western Sea, their menacing gun barrels aimed at the solitary Tanshan in the night. However, just as Murray prepared to issue the fateful order to fire, woo woo woo, the piercing air raid siren reverberated above the fleet. Whoosh bang, whoosh bang. Several bright flares were launched into the sky, their ghastly light illuminating the sea as if it were day. The roar of engines grew louder, advancing like the whispers of death. A dark mass of aircraft plunged down from the clouds. This time, they were not reconnaissance planes, but an assault squadron armed with torpedoes and heavy bombs. Enemy aircraft. All ships, air defense. Maximum firepower. Fire. Murray's roar was drowned out by the sudden eruption of anti-aircraft fire roaring to life. Boom, 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 boom. The entire fleet instantly transformed into a hedgehog spewing flames. Countless tracer rounds erupted like blazing golden serpents, wildly darting towards the night sky, weaving a luminous web in a desperate attempt to thwart the grasp of death. The heavens transformed into a hellish battleground. Aircraft dove through the dense barrage, with several planes succumbing to the hail of gunfire. A twin-engine attack aircraft had its wings severed, trailing thick smoke and fire. Spiraling down like a meteor towards the bow of the ship, the wave breaker, igniting a violent explosion. Another torpedo bomber was obliterated mid-air by a 37mm shell, erupting into a fireball. The sailors aboard the Hammerman erupted into grotesque cheers. Well done. Let these savages know their place. Yet, more planes breached the fiery curtain. An intrepid dive bomber, braving the continuous explosions nearby, locked onto the iron wall, the pilot gripping the controls with fervor amidst violent turbulence, released its payload at a perilous altitude. Boom! A massive napalm bomb struck the forward deck of the iron wall with precision. The viscous and searing incendiary ignited violently, instantly engulfing two twin-mounted 37mm gun positions near the 8 turret and a multitude of exposed sailors. The piercing screams were drowned by the roar of flames. Steel contorted and deformed under the extreme heat. The deck turned into a sea of fire. The acrid smell of charred flesh permeated the air. Report. The forward deck is ablaze. The 8 turret's traversing mechanism is damaged. All 37mm positions are lost. Heavy casualties. The voice of the damage control commander trembled with despair. Extinguish the fire. Repair the gun positions. Quickly. Murray's eyes were bloodshot with urgency. However, the waves of attack were relentless. Torpedo bombers skimmed the sea at low altitude, releasing deadly torpedoes, Horizontal bombers dropped armor-piercing shells from above. Despite the anti-aircraft fire fighting back valiantly, downing several aircraft, the bridge of the Hammer was left in disarray by a near-miss explosion, and the engine room of the Hound-class cruiser was struck by a torpedo, causing a drastic drop in speed, just as Murray's fleet struggled to withstand the aerial onslaught. Their formation in chaos, an even more lethal threat silently emerged. On the periphery of the tumultuous battlefield, a colossal warship, akin to a deep-sea behemoth, stealthily entered the fray. The Hwainan-class Iowa battleship loomed ominously against the backdrop of the burning sea. Its turrets, driven by hydraulic systems, emitted a deep, powerful hum, slowly turning. Target locked. Enemy ship. Distance 18,000 yards. Bearing 025. The voice of the fire control officer was cold and precise. Calculate parameters. Load high explosive shells. All guns fire. The captain's command was resolute. Within the turret, heavy shells and propellant charges were mechanically pushed into the breach. The breach block thunderously closed. Fire. Boom. 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 The Hwainan's 406mm guns unleashed a torrent of destructive flames simultaneously. The tremendous recoil thrust the multi-ton vessel sideways. 9 shells, each weighing over a ton, tore through the air with a chilling wail, akin to a judgment from the depths of hell, slicing through the burning night sky towards the iron wall and the surrounding waters, crashing down with merciless force. A colossal column of water surged into the sky around the iron wall and the giant hammer, resembling a forest of death. Although it failed to strike directly, the terrifying shockwave generated by the near miss violently impacted the hull, producing a deep, ominous roar, causing the vessel to sway violently as if it were experiencing an underwater earthquake. The shockwave even fractured some non-critical welds, allowing seawater to seep through the crevices. Enemy ship. Enemy capital ship sighted on the starboard side. It is the enemy's vessel. The lookout's scream finally pierced through the cacophony of anti-aircraft fire and the din of flames, reaching Murray's ears. He abruptly turned his head, and through the telescope, the imposing silhouette of the Hwainan emerged, its cannons still smoking ominously. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He had fallen into a trap. Hess was finished. The landing forces were doomed. Now, even his main fleet found itself ensnared in a dual slaughter above and below the surface. All gun positions. Shift to starboard. Target the enemy capital ship. Fire. Fire. Murray's voice, distorted by sheer shock, pierced the air. On board the 3 Hammerman battleships and the Hound cruiser, every available main and secondary gun frantically began to turn, their muzzles hastily aimed at the steel behemoth that heralded death. The hastily organized counterfire sporadically shot towards the direction of the Hwainan, tracing chaotic trajectories across the night sky. On the surface of the sea, the epic collision of steel and flame had only just entered its most brutal climax. Murray's dreams of military grandeur shattered amidst the thunderous roar of the 406mm cannons. Chapter 79. Complete defeat. Hurry, hurry. Move with urgency. Get ashore. A sergeant from the Hammerman Marine Corps was the first to leap into the knee-deep water as the ramp of the landing craft descended, vociferously urging the following soldiers. The troops waded through the water, their eyes drawn to the signal flares illuminating the sky over Beach 1. Look, it's a signal. Our brothers sent by Colonel Hess are here to assist us, someone whispered excitedly. This news spread like wildfire among the weary and tense landing forces, momentarily dispelling some of the fatigue from their night journey and the dread of the unknown. The soldiers quickened their pace, surging chaotically toward the depths of the beach, eager to reunite with their comrades before moving to reinforce the southern front. However, the next moment, a fierce exchange of gunfire erupted at the northern landing point of the island, with violent explosions audible even 13 miles away at the landing site. Unbeknownst to them, approximately 600 meters from the shore, concealed behind expertly camouflaged foxholes and rocky shelters, countless cold gun barrels were trained upon them. The officers and soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Brigade, 1st Division of the Central Army lay in wait in the darkness, personally commanded by Brigade Commander Zhou Haifeng. Gripping his binoculars tightly, Zhou focused intently on the shadowy figures surging onto the beach despite the poor visibility of the night. He suppressed the urge to open fire, strictly adhering to Bai Yun's orders. Concealment, further concealment. The prey must be fully ensnared in the trap. The anti-infantry minefield, a treacherous mix of pressure-triggered and tripwire explosives, was strategically laid in critical passageways and potential gathering zones 600 meters from the beachhead. This area retained its original sandy terrain, devoid of any conspicuous fortifications, perfectly lulling the invaders into complacency. Lieutenant Forbes, a mid-ranking officer of the landing troops, walked in the rear, quietly lamenting to a nearby sergeant, "This damned place. Don't even mention fine food. Just having a warm meal would be a blessing. I heard the airport of the southern barbarians is quite close, and bombs are dropping overhead every day." The sergeant replied anxiously, "Indeed, sir. Reports indicate heavy losses at Beach A on the southern front. We must hurry to the command post for handover and reinforce the defenses, waiting for the Navy." Forbes interrupted impatiently. "All right, enough of that. Men, pick up the pace. Let us regroup at the command post. Time is of the essence." He gestured fervently for the soldiers ahead to hasten their movements. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. The vanguard of the crowd unwittingly stepped into the deadly minefield. Boom! The first explosion shattered the night like a thunderclap. Several figures at the forefront were instantly engulfed by an orange fireball, severed limbs and debris soaring into the air. The soldiers following closely were violently thrown back by the shockwave, screams and terrified cries erupting simultaneously. "Landmines! There are landmines! Medics, take cover! Conceal yourselves!" The formation descended into chaos in an instant. Soldiers dropped to the ground in fright or dashed about like headless flies, completely exposed on the open beach. Now is the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhou Haifeng's eyes as he abruptly swung his hand down. Fire! Whoosh bang! Whoosh bang! A multitude of illumination flares ascended into the sky, illuminating the entire landing zone as brightly as day. The figures of soldiers clad in deep blue uniforms of the Central Army became vividly apparent behind the cover. The relentless rattle of gunfire resounded, bang, 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 as a searing storm of metal and violent explosions instantaneously engulfed the entire beachhead. Deployed behind the landing zone, the Browning M1919A, 4 heavy machine guns, and the water-cooled Maxim machine guns unleashed a continuous and deadly roar, their bullets striking any moving target on the sand like whips. Mortars of 81 millimeters, 60 millimeters, and 120 millimeters artillery accurately crashed into the densest clusters of enemy troops, each detonation unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. Enemy attack. It's an ambush. Lieutenant Forbes's shouts were rendered faint amidst the cacophony of explosions. He witnessed, with his own eyes, a squad on the flank obliterated by a direct mortar hit, vanishing into a mist of blood. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Back to the landing craft. The desperate cries became the only effective command. The surviving soldiers of the Hammond unit shattered, abandoning their weapons and wounded comrades, frantically fleeing towards the sea. Junior officers attempted to organize a rearguard action, but in the face of overwhelming chaos and suppressive fire, any resistance proved futile. Boom! A 120 millimeters shell detonated less than 5 meters from Lieutenant Forbes. The violent shockwave and shrapnel sent him hurtling through the air. His left leg mangled below the knee, bones gruesomely exposed. He emitted a scream so harrowing it scarcely resembled human sound, crashing heavily onto the scorching sand. "Commander!" A non-commissioned officer rushed over, paralyzed by the sight of Forbes's horrific injuries. "Don't worry about me. Quickly, evacuate the man." Forbes commanded hoarsely through the excruciating pain, his face devoid of color. The landing craft pilots, already terrified by the hellish scene, saw the panicked crowd surge forward. Some boats, disregarding the frenzied pleas and desperate pounding of soldiers on the shore, hastily shut their hatches and retreated in reverse. "Wait, I haven't boarded yet. Bastards! Open the door." The soldiers abandoned on the shore became prime targets for the Central Army's marksmen. Precise single shots and short bursts resembled a hunting game. knocking down those attempting to wade into the water or cowering in despair upon the shallows, blood staining the surf. Orders. Zhou Haifeng coldly observed the retreating chaos. Elite squads from each company were summoned to form pursuit units. Compress and eliminate the remaining enemies. Ensure the total annihilation of any forces left on the beachhead. The deep blue figures leapt from their cover like hounds. Three-man teams providing alternate cover as they ruthlessly and efficiently cleared the beach of any enemy resisting or lying wounded. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, and the dying whales merged under the pallid glow of the illumination flares, composing the final death march at North Island No. 2 beachhead. The battle from commencement to clearance lasted scarcely 30 minutes. Chapter 80. Encirclement. Meanwhile, the fierce battles in the main theater of the sea have escalated to a boiling point. The flagship, where Murray resides, resembles a drifting skiff amidst the tumult. Flames rage across the deck, particularly from the inferno ignited by napalm on the foredeck, which has yet to be completely extinguished, sending thick smoke billowing and severely impairing visibility for firing. Numerous near misses and direct strikes, though failing to breach the main armor belt and causing structural damage along with considerable casualties, have rendered the colossal vessel sluggish and cumbersome. The Huainan, an Iowa-class battleship, stalks its prey like a shark, unleashing a deadly roar once more. The 9 406mm L-50 main guns belch forth tongues of fire stretching several dozen meters. Within the turret, the hydraulic recoil mechanism emits a deep rumble as the barrels slowly reset amid the haze of gunpowder. The shrill whistle of the projectiles tearing through the air sends a chill down the spines of all sailors aboard the Hamilton. Boom! This time, Lady Luck has abandoned the hammer. A 406mm armor-piercing cap, APC, struck with the precision of divine retribution, hitting the waterline armor belt beneath the B turret of the hammer. The armor of the Hamilton, relatively feeble against the firepower of the Huainan, was effortlessly torn asunder by the overwhelming force. The projectile penetrated the outer plating and the anti-torpedo bulkhead, ultimately detonating deep within the ship's interior. A deafening roar emanated from within the hammer's hull. The entire bow abruptly lifted, only to crash heavily back into the sea. A massive fireball and thick smoke erupted from the breach. The deadly shock wave swept through the enclosed compartments, instantaneously claiming the lives of numerous officers and sailors near the engine room and ammunition stores. Power was lost, and the hull began to tilt visibly towards the bow. Seawater surged wildly into the breach. Report. The waterline beneath the B turret has been breached. The forward engine room is severely damaged. Significant flooding. The bow is sinking. We have lost propulsion. The news from the damage control center sent Murray into darkness. The hammer lay utterly incapacitated, a floating steel coffin, with smoke and fire serving as its final epitaph. The turret of the Huainan rotated once more, its menacing muzzle locking onto the still-firing flagship of the Hamilton. However, in that moment of despair, the hammer and the breaker unleashed their final retaliatory barrage. Boom! Boom! Two 380mm high-explosive shells, struck nearly simultaneously against the upper structure of the Huainan's starboard midsection. Though they failed to breach the main armor belt, the tremendous explosions ripped away large sections of hull plating and armor fragments. Fireballs and smoke instantly engulfed several main gun positions and compartments on the starboard side. The hull shuddered violently. Lights flickered in the command room, and objects flew about. The violent shock wave traveled along the steel hull, tossing unsecured equipment in various compartments, while soldiers rushing through the passage were violently hurled against the bulkheads, suffering broken bones. Even more lethal was the shockwave's toll on personnel. Within the confined space, an overpressure shockwave could shatter internal organs and crack skulls in an instant. In the lower compartments, soldiers situated near the impact zone, even if not directly struck by shrapnel, could succumb silently to the devastating shockwaves, their mouths and noses bleeding and their organs ruptured. Report. The starboard 127mm secondary battery has sustained damage. Main guns 3 and 4 have been destroyed. Fires have erupted in multiple locations of the superstructure. Casualties. are severe. The communication channel crackled with urgent and sorrowful reports. Just as the remnants of the Harmomon fleet focused all their attention on the Huainan, which was engaging them head-on, an even more lethal threat emerged silently. The Tanshan, an improved Bismarck-class battleship, having completed its mission to lure the enemy and replenish its ammunition, glided onto the battlefield like a specter from the eastern island amidst the burning naval conflict. Its massive silhouette loomed ominously, illuminated by the flames. Its main turret had already rotated, the imposing 380mm gun barrels coldly aimed at the unknowing flank of the Harmomon fleet, which was fully concentrated on attacking the Huainan. Target locked. Enemy cruiser hound. Enemy battleship wavebreaker. Distance 15,000 yards. High explosive shells. All fire. The command from the captain of the Tanshan was merciless and chilling. Boom, 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 boom. The 8 380mm main guns roared with a thunderous fury. The deadly shells, akin to javelins hurled by the god of thunder, sliced through the smoke-filled, fiery night sky, crashing mercilessly into the vulnerable flank and superstructure of the unsuspecting Harmomon fleet. Where the shells landed, flames erupted skyward, twisting steel. Particularly for the smaller Hound-class cruiser, its superstructure was instantaneously ravaged by 2 high-explosive shells, igniting a roaring inferno and rendering a combat ineffective. The wavebreaker was also struck again, its injuries compounding. Surrounded by foes, the aerial threat lingered. The flagship was incapacitated. The cruisers were gravely wounded. The landing forces were in full retreat. Miria stood on the ironclad bridge of the Iron Wall, shrouded in billowing smoke and tilting precariously, gazing at the 2 enemy battleships that loomed like mountains on the east and west, as well as the aircraft still circling above in search of opportunities. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes filled solely with utter despair and desolation. His lofty ambitions and dreams of ascendance were utterly shattered by the enemy's colossal artillery in this steel storm of the South China Sea. The Harmomon family's fangs extended toward the South China Sea had been ruthlessly crushed. Chapter 81. The catastrophic defeat of the Southern Expedition, the flagship of Murray, the Iron Wall, now drifted through the sea, enveloped in a billowing cloud of smoke, reminiscent of a dying Leviathan desperately struggling to escape. The loss of its power system rendered each movement a lamentation of anguish. The smoke served as its silent wail, heralding the utter collapse of this meticulously orchestrated island defense. Surrounding the flagship, the scene was one of utter devastation. Landing crafts and transport vessels scurried chaotically like ants whose nest had been disturbed, scattering in all directions without any semblance of order. The 2 formidable battleships that once shielded the flagship now bore the scars of battle, their hulls riddled with wounds, tilting dangerously, and their superstructures in disarray, engulfed in flames. They resembled molted crabs, desperately clinging to life on the surface of the sea. Any seasoned sailor could discern that another wave of aerial bombardment or a precise barrage of naval gunfire would consign these 2 behemoths to the depths of this uncharted ocean forever. Only the Hammer, a vessel of equivalent tonnage, remained resilient, bolstered by its weighty armor and substantial bulk, though it had endured a relentless onslaught of shells and aerial bombs. Its hull bore grotesque gashes and charred marks, yet its core power and some firepower remained intact. It stubbornly maneuvered, attempting to retrace its path with great difficulty. Even in such dire straits, the 2 remaining 380mm triple turrets at its bow defiantly roared, unleashing their final vengeful fire upon the indistinct silhouettes of enemy ships. Each shot reverberated through the colossal vessel, causing it to tremble violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Within the chaos of the command room on the flagship, disorder reigned supreme. Instruments flickered ominously in red light, and shattered glass and scattered documents littered the floor. Murray himself was in a pitiable state, a wound on his forehead bleeding profusely, mingling with sweat to stain his officer's uniform crimson. The thunderous explosions from outside the vessel jolted the deck beneath him with each resounding impact. His expression was one of profound darkness. Yet his gaze glinted like a blade tempered in fire. He forcefully shoved aside an aide who attempted to support him and, with a raspy voice, bellowed, "Signalman, come here." In the vast command room, apart from himself, only two similarly battered and pallid staff officers remained. To issue the forthcoming orders might be his last act of defiance as fleet commander, albeit one tinged with helplessness. "Go. Send a telegram to the headquarters." Murray's voice bore a tragic resolve, each word articulated with deliberation as the trembling aide recorded. "Family headquarters, highest priority. The fleet has suffered a catastrophic blow. Both vessels have sustained severe damage, losing the majority of their combat capability, and are on the verge of sinking. The landing fleet has been decimated by a fierce counterattack from the enemy. The window operation has failed from the outset. We have grossly misjudged the situation. The garrison on the island has lost all positions in a mere 5 days. The enemy is far stronger than we imagined. Their air force is like a tempest. Numbers far exceed Ryder's previous reports. They pilot their aircraft without regard for casualties, launching suicidal assaults against us. We have been encircled in turn. The adversary's combat system presents a significant generational gap with ours, while we remain shackled to the antiquated mindset of relying on colossal battleships and artillery. They have achieved a remarkable synchronization across air, sea, and communications. This is not merely a technical issue. It signifies a chasm in tactical philosophy. Even more alarming is the fact that their main artillery far exceeds ours in caliber. Witnessing it firsthand, a single shell can effortlessly penetrate our 300mm side armor. It is truly astonishing. To emerge victorious in this conflict, we must utterly eradicate this formidable force. If we continue to approach with the outdated mentality of merely crippling rather than annihilating, we will ultimately be torn apart by this ferocious beast. They are by no means savages. The South China Sea harbors secrets unknown to us. It is far from a technological wasteland. It is certainly not the nascent stage of human civilization. I reiterate, the South China Sea is anything but. A telegram sped toward the Hemmelmann family headquarters with remarkable swiftness, destined for the desk of Yaoxing Hemmelmann. However, this missive, laden with despair and a final plea for dignity, could not alter the fate of the Iron Wall. After valiantly advancing 13 kilometers, the overwhelming fleet of the Central Empire, akin to vultures sensing blood, finally caught up with the battle-worn flagship. What followed was a funeral of steel and fire. A series of precise aerial bombs struck the iron spine at its critical points, resulting in violent detonations that ignited a miniature sun upon the sea. This once invincible bastion of iron, amidst the thunderous explosions, had its keel shattered, its hull swiftly contorted and fractured, ultimately descending into the cold, profound depths